And Boudreau, the shortstop, comes up. Been up 3 times, has 1 hit and 3 trips up there. This boy was over in Buffalo in the International League this year. Looks like a pretty good ball player. Here comes the first pitch, and he starts to swing. He goes all the way around, but they didn't call it on him. He had to kind of swing his body all the way around, but it's ball 1. Here comes the next pitch. It's low and outside. It's ball 2. He looks down to Oscar Vett to get that sign. The managers always have a sign when the count's 2-0 or 3-1. Tell those fellas what to do. Here comes the next pitch, and it's strike 1. That's a fast one. Took that inside corner. It's 2-1. Bass starts his wind up again. Here it comes. He swings and fouls it back. Goes right back in a bunch of ladies, and I didn't see what happened, but maybe some lady got it. 2-2 on Boudreau. Bass has another ball, starts his wind up. Here it comes. The fastball a little bit outside, and it's 3-2 on Boudreau now. 2 men out, nobody on. That's the first half. The 7th. There's no score. It's been a pitcher's battle out here between Bass and Al Milner. Southpaw. Here comes the next pitch. He swings and hits the fly ball going into center field. Getting is going over there. He's on it and has it. Boudreau flies out to get in right center. Retiring the side with no runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left. 3 up and 3 down. And now everybody stands up as we go into the last half of the 7th. 7th inning stretch. Taft Wright is going to be the leadoff man this last half of the 7th. Taft has been up twice, failed to hit. Bruce Camel going way back out there in deep right field for Taft Wright. Camel, Chapman, and Weatherly in the outfield. Cleveland has another outfielder sitting on the bench over here who had a wonderful year last year. He looked like one of the best young ball players in baseball, and every ball player picked him to lead this league in batting this year. And he's not able to stay in that lineup even, so that shows you never can tell. Well, Wright's up there. The first pitch is a little too high, ball 1. Here comes the next one. It's inside for ball 2, 2-0. Taft Wright backs away from there. In fact, he backs clear out of the box, gets a little dirt on his hands. 2-0 on Wright now. Milner starts his wind up again. Here comes the pitch. He swings and gets a base hit into right field past Sammy Hill. It's taken by Bruce Camel, tossed into second base to Boudreau, and Taft Wright's down on first base. Nobody out, and Charlie Gilbert comes up. Gilbert's playing third base today in place of Buddy Lewis. He's been up twice, has 1 hit and 2 trips up there, 2 base hit. Here comes the pitch. And it's low and outside, 1-0. Well, maybe we'll break the ice this time. Going long enough. 6 innings and a half and no scores. Here comes the next pitch. He swings and hits one in the left field. Weatherly's going way back over there. And he tried to make that catch. He dives into the stand. He hits his head against the stand. And apparently he's hurt. Taft Wright round third base. Charlie Gilbert round third. And he scored. It's a home run for Charlie Gilbert, and little Weatherly is hurt out there. He slid into the box seat and hurt himself trying to make that catch. I don't know what the decision's going to be. There's an argument down here. If that ball went into the stands, of course, it's only a two-base hit. Did the ball bounce in there, Warren? Did you see? Well, they
pushed it over.
Yeah. Well, there's going to be an argument down there. Weatherly's still down there. The players are surrounding. Lefty Wiseman, the Cleveland trainer's down there now. The way he went into that stand, he may be hurt. He slid in there head first. He had that ball in the tips of his hands, but realizing he was right close to the wall, he tried to slide and check himself, and in doing so, he slid right on in head first into the box, into the front of the box seats down there, and he stood a chance of hurting himself. Well, he's up now, walking around down there. Charlie Gilbert really got a hold of that ball, hit a powerful drive right down the left field line, just fair. Roy Weatherly made a great try, and as I said, had that ball in the end of his fingers, but realizing he was right there to the stand, tried to check himself by sliding, and I believe there's a lot of argument. The Cleveland ball players who are down in the bullpen are coming up here now, getting into that argument. Luke Sewell is coming up there now, arguing with Bill Summers out here by third base. And they're all coming. Oscar Vitt is coming up now. He stayed down there to see that Weatherly was all right. Now he's coming up to get in this argument. If that Chapman is in here arguing with Basel at home plate. The whole Cleveland ball club, including some of those boys from the bullpen down there, are in this argument. There goes a bunch of them to the dugout now. They've pulled away, and there's about 6 of them right down here standing on home plate, arguing with Steve Basel. Basel is walking away from them, but they're following him up. Then Chapman has started back now, tossing his glove up into the air. And Luke Sewell is still down here arguing with Steve Basel. The other boys are breaking away now. Bruce Campbell is going back into right field. Keltner's going back down to third base. Oscar Vitt is walking back to the Cleveland dugout. Ben Chapman is going down now and started his argument with Bill Summers, the umpire down at third base. And they're all going back now. Well, yeah, Summers tells them to go on and play ball. They've argued long enough. Johnny Allen, he even got into it out there. He's going back to the dugout now. And here goes Raleigh Hemsley down towards third base. I don't know whether he's going down to talk with Bill Summers some more or not. But anyway, Taft Wright and Charlie Gilbert are both over on the bench, and I think they're going to allow Charlie a home run. The ball did not go into the stands down there. If it had, it would have been a two-base hit. There used to be a ground rule here when that ball went around the point of those seats, but I don't know whether that's in effect now or not. The ball was out of sight. Yeah. Well, He did. As a matter of fact, I mean, he was after that ball and had it in the end of
It hit his glove.
hand and hit his glove and bounced on off there. Well, anyway, we're out in front 2-0. There's nobody out, and Jim Vernon is up there. They're all started out here now. He swings on that next pitch, hits a high fly up into the infield. Woodrow calls for it. He has it right down there by second base. And Vernon is out. That's one out. It's the last half of the seventh. Washington is out in front now, 2-0. One man out, nobody on. And Gideon, the center fielder, comes up. Milner having a little trouble getting the sign. Finally gets it, starts his wind up. Here it comes. And it's a little bit too high. Ball one. Milner starts his wind up again. Here comes the pitch, and it's a curve ball for strike one. That's called 1-1. Milner starts his wind up again. Here it comes. He swings, hits the fly, going in left field. Weatherly standing there waiting, and he has it. Gideon goes out on a fly ball to Roy Weatherly in left field for the second out. And Rick Farrell comes up now. Farrell has been up twice. Failed to hit. Milner starts his wind up. Here it comes. He swings and fouls it back. It's one strike. Starts his wind up again. Here it comes. He swings, hits the high fly right up into the infield. Keltner calls for it. He's under it. And he has it. Farrell flies out to Keltner. Down at third base, retiring the side with 2 runs, 2 hits, no errors, nobody left. So at the end of 7 innings, Washington is out in front, 2-0. Little Weatherly's getting a nice hand as he comes in from left field. He made a great try out there for that ball. Might have been badly injured. Well, Bass is out there tossing that ball over. Harry, come in, boy, and
well, we see that Ben Chapman coming in from the center field. He's still arguing about that play down there. The only person that didn't enter into the argument on the Cleveland team is the one person that participated in the play, and that happened to be Roy Weatherly. Weatherly, after he got back on his feet, remained in left field, and on his way in had nothing to say to the third base umpire. But it stands, as was originally told you by Walter Johnson, as a case of Wheaties for Charlie Gilbert. Now we're going into the first half of the 8th inning with Weatherly, the leadoff man, bats from the left side. They're riding the umpire-in-chief behind the plate from the Cleveland bench, and he's yelling over there, and if it continues, we'll probably see a couple of the boys get a shower a few minutes earlier than they anticipated for the day. Well, it's the first half of the 8th inning, and Washington's out in front by a score of 2-0. Weatherly, left fielder. The left-hand batter's coming up now. Been up 3 times, walked once. Bass is ready, in comes the first pitch. He swings on it, hits a base hit between third and short, out into left field. Taft right fields it. The throw comes in too quick at second base, and Weatherly opens the inning with a single into left field. That's hit number 4 off Bass. That puts a runner on first, nobody out. Ben Chapman's coming up now, center fielder, right-hand batter. Chapman's been up 3 times. He's walked twice, so he's hitless out of 1 official time up. Bass goes into a stretch, a look at first. Here's the pitch coming in. Ben swings on it, a hard hit ball by third base, down into left field. Weatherly's rounding second on his way to third. Right fields the ball, makes his throw to Eddie Leap. At second base, Leap fires it over to Vernon. Chapman made his turn and then had to beat back into first base, went in sliding, but he moved Weatherly around to third base on a single. Charlie Gilbert dived after the ball, no chance to get his glove on it. So that's 2 straight singles for Cleveland. And it puts runners on first and third with nobody out, and brings little Sammy Hale, second baseman, a right-hand batter up. Sammy's been up 3 times. He walked in the first inning, so he's hitless out of 2 official times at bat. 2-0 is the score in favor of Washington. Bass looks in, gets the signal from Farrell, goes into a stretch. You look over his shoulder, Chapman on first. Here's the pitch. Sammy takes it. That knuckleball across the outside corner for a called strike. Strike one on Hale. First inning in the ball game. Cleveland's been able to get 2 hits in an inning. Bass again takes his stretch. Look at Chapman on first base. Here's the pitch coming in. Sammy swings on it. It's going out into center field. It's a base hit. Little is scoring from third. Chapman moves into second. Gideon fields the ball, makes the throw into second base. Well, that's 3 straight hits for Cleveland. And it drives in the first run of the ball game for the Indians. Makes the score now read Washington 2, Cleveland 1. The tying runs on second base. Runners are on first and second. Nobody out. Enough. The infield's in now. They're looking for that sacrifice. Jim Vernon's just off the grass at first base, and Charlie Gelbert just off the edge of the grass at third. Bass taking plenty of time, readjusting his cap, walks onto the rubber, looks into Rick Farrell. Little Hal Quick shortstops, playing close second now, attempting to hold Ben Chapman near the bag. He'll go off with a pitch. Here it comes. And he swings and misses. Campbell went after that knuckleball, breaking in low. He took a swing and missed for strike one. Bass takes a stretch now. Look back at second base. Here's the next pitch coming in. And he swings again, fouls it up into the upper tier of the grandstand. That puts Bass out in front of Bruce Campbell, the batter. To the count, strike 2. That backs the infield up now. Charlie Gelbert easing back. Jim Vernon's going back. Ben Chapman gelling something in to Bruce Campbell. Nobody out. Runners on first and second. 1 run in for Cleveland. Score reading Washington 2, Cleveland 1. Here's the next pitch coming in. It's inside. That hit Campbell on the foot. He took it, and he, being hit by a pitch ball, loads the bases. That moves Sammy Hale to second base, and Ben Chapman to third. So the bases are loaded with nobody out. And Big Kara Squell started warming up in the bullpen for Washington, right-hander. Well, the bases are loaded with nobody out, and up comes Keltner, third baseman, a right-hand batter. Ken Sitlis out of 3 times up. Tying runs only 90 feet away now in the form of Ben Chapman on third base. The infield's in. They're going to shut off that run at the plate if they can. Nope, he's backing him up. Bucky's backing him up. Here comes the pitch in. Outside, low, ball 1. Ball 1 on Keltner. Bass is not taking a wind-up, just a stretch. Here's the next one coming in. Keltner swings on it, foul tips it back against the screen, and the count's 1-1. Ball 1, strike 1. Rick Farrell gets a new ball, goes out to Bass, drops the ball off, goes to the rosin bag. First half of the 8th inning. Bass walks on, gets the signal. Going to take his wind-up now, realizing the bases are loaded. Here it comes, and Keltner fouls it off the first base line over to the stands. The count reads ball 1 and strike 2. Rick Farrell's rubbing the new one off this time before it goes out to Bass. Bass had been breezing along in the ball game. He'd only given up 3 hits till we ended the first half of the 8th, and then the first 3 men up singles. Taking plenty of time. 1-2 is the count on Ken Keltner. Here comes the next pitch in. It's low. Ball 2. 2-2 is the count. Big Ellick is working down on the Washington bullpen. Bass starts the wind-up. In comes the next pitch, and Keltner swings on it, hits it out into deep left center field. Gideon's going way back, way back. It hits off the stands, bounces back into the field. Chapman has scored. Hale's rounding third. He's scoring. And Bruce Campbell pulls up at third base with Keltner pulling up at second. That ball was well hit. About 2 more feet of height or distance on the ball, and it would have gone into the left field bleachers. That puts Cleveland out in front of the ball game. A double that scores Chapman and Hale and moves Bruce Campbell into third base. That makes the score read now. Cleveland 3, Washington 2, runners on second and third. There's still nobody out in the ball game. And Oscar Grimes, first baseman, a right-hand batter, is coming up. They're going to put him on base, an intentional pass. First pitch comes in outside. Farrell stepping out to take it. That will be walk number 6 off Bass. And the first intentional pass of the afternoon. Counts ball 2. Now in comes ball 3. Big Ellick's working a little faster down in the bullpen. Now here comes ball 4. And Oscar Grimes is purposely fast. That again loads the bases. And this time it brings rollicking Raleigh Hensley to the plate. Catcher, right-hand batter. Raleigh has 1 hit out of 3 times up. Bass looks in, gets his signal. Starts the wind-up. In comes the first pitch to Hensley. He swings and misses for strike 1. Grimes is on first base. Keltner's on second, and Campbell's on third. Here's the next pitch coming into Raleigh. And he bunts it down the first base line. Jim Vernon charges the ball, hits his hand, lets it roll away. It rolls away from him. And in comes Campbell scoring on the plate. Keltner moving into second. And Grimes into first. Well, they'll give Jim Vernon a boot on that ball. That's the first error of the afternoon. It scores the 4th run of the inning for Cleveland. Makes the score now read Cleveland 4 and Washington 2. The bases are still loaded. And up comes Al Milner, the pitcher. He throws and bats from the left side. There's still nobody up. Bass looks in, gets the signal. Starts his wind up. In comes the pitch to Milner, and he swings on it, fouls it over the stands for strike 1. Milner's the 8th man to come up in the inning for Cleveland. Bass is ready. Here's the next one coming in outside high. 1-1. Ball 1, strike 1. Bass standing out, rubbing the ball off. Goes into a wind-up. In comes the next pitch to Milner. It's outside. Ball 2. 2-1. The base is loaded. Nobody out. 4 runs in for Cleveland. Here's the next pitch coming into Al. He swings on it, hits a ground ball, swings down to second base, leaps up with it over to second. He's out, but no chance for a double play. Ken Keltner scores as Al Milner forces Raleigh Hensley at second base from Eddie Leap to Hal Quick. For the first out of the inning, Oscar Grimes moved in the third on the play. Ken Keltner scoring. That's run number 5 in for Cleveland. Makes the score now read Cleveland 5, Washington 2. Runners are on first and third. And Lou Boudreau, shortstop, a right-hand batter, the 9th man to come up in the inning. Now at the plate, he has 1 hit out of 4 official times up this afternoon. Bass takes a stretch, a look over his shoulder at Milner on first base. Here's the first pitch coming into Boudreau, and he takes it. It's low and off the outside for ball 1. Ball 1 on Lou. Here's the next pitch coming into Boudreau. He swings on it, hits it in the air. It's going down right field way, curving over, lands out of the reach of Pitco, dropping into the box seats off the right field line to even the count at ball one and strike one. 1-1 on Boudreau. Bass gets his signal. Here's the next pitch coming in. Boudreau takes it across the outside corner for a called strike. Lou followed that one, made no attempt to go after it. The count reached ball one, strike two. We're in the first half of the eighth inning. Cleveland's out in front 5-2. Here's the next one coming into Boudreau. It's inside. Breaking inside and around the knees to even the count at 2-2. Here's the next one coming in. Boudreau swings on it, hits it, goes down to second base. Lead fields the ball, tosses to Quick. Quick drops the ball, but picks it up in time to tag Al Milner as he goes by him. Oscar Grimes scoring with Milner going out at second from Eddie Leap to Hal Quick. That's run number 6 in for Cleveland. 2 men are out. The runner on first, and up comes Roy Weatherly, left fielder, the left-hand batter. Weatherly opened the inning with a single to left field. Bass takes a stretch. Look over at Boudreau. In comes the first pitch to Roy. He swings and misses for strike one. Strike one on Weatherly. Here's the next pitch coming in. Roy takes it. It's outside. A little low, and the count's 1-1. There goes a toss over to Vernon at first base. Lou Boudreau back in plenty of time. The ball's back in the hands of Bass. He again goes into a stretch. 1-1 is the count on Weatherly. Here's the next one coming in. That one was the wild pitch, hit the ground. Rick Farrell picked it up and made a wild toss into second base. Boudreau went in sliding. Probably charged Bass with a wild pitch on that ball, hitting the ground in front of the plate. Rick knocked it down, picked it up. Boudreau was a little slow on getting off from first base. There was a possible chance of going into second, but Rick's throw was a little low. It hit the ground, knocked down by Quick, but no chance for a tag of Boudreau as he went sliding in. So we have a runner on second base now, and the count reading 2-1 on Roy Weatherly. Here's the next pitch coming in. It's inside, drives him away. 3-1 is the count now. Bass will have to come in with this one. Roy will have his second walk of the afternoon and number 7 of the afternoon off Bass. Takes a look back at second, and it comes, and Weatherly swings on it, fouls it off the left field line, over the stand, and the strings run out. 3-2 is the count now. The big one will be coming in. Bass goes into a stretch. Here it comes. And Weatherly hits it high in the air. It's going into left field very high. Wright's having plenty of time to get under it. Taft makes the catch for out number 3 to retire the side. Cleveland scoring 6 runs off 4 hits, 1 error, and having 1 runner left on base. So at the end of the first half of the 8th inning, the score now reads Cleveland 6 and Washington 2. And before we move into the last half of the 8th, we pause again for station identification.
2 minutes to 5 o'clock, WJSB, Washington.
I'd like to remind you folks that Miller are in the neighborhood of Miller's Market at 2135 4th Street Northeast. Walter Johnson will be out there tonight. A personal appearance. Be glad to autograph any Wheaties that you may purchase during the time he's there, or any gloves or anything else you might want autographed. Well, we're going into the last half of the 8th inning. Bass, the pitcher, is due to be the leadoff man. He's going to be taken out in favor of a pinch hitter, Al Evans. The catcher is going in to bat for bat.
Attention, please. Evans, batting for Bass.
Al Evans, rookie catcher, is going in to hit for Bass to open the last half of the 8th inning. Big Al Milner starts his wind-up. Here's the first one coming in. It's high, ball 1. Fastball came in over the plate, but too high. And Evans watched it go by. The count's ball 1. Here's the next one coming in. Al swings on it, lifts it in the air. Fly ball going into short center field. Sammy Hale's out under it, and Sammy Hale makes the catch in short center for the first out of the inning. So we have one away, nobody on base, and up comes Eddie Leaf, second baseman, a right-hand batter. Eddie has 2 hits out of 3 times up. Big Al's only given up 5 hits so far this afternoon. He looks into Raleigh Hemsley, gets the signal, goes into a wind-up. Here's the first pitch coming in, and Leaf swings on it, foul tips it, goes by Hemsley, bounces off the chest protector of the umpire, and a new ball goes out to Big Al Milner. Strike 1 is the count on Leaf. Alexander's still in the bullpen for Washington. Here's the pitch coming in, and Leaf fouls it back over the stands to put Al Milner out in front with the count strike 2. Gehlich will take up the pitching duties for the Senators in the first half of the ninth. Milner's ready for the next pitch into Leaf. Here it is. It's high. The ball 1. 1-2 on Leaf. In comes the next pitch to Eddie. He started to swing, but changed his mind. It was too high for ball 2. That evens the count at 2-2. 1 out, nobody on, last half of the 8th. Cleveland 6, Washington 2. Here's the next one coming in, and Leaf fouls it back into the screen. The count remains 2-2. Raleigh Hemsley gets a new one, tosses it out to Al Milner. Don't forget, an off day tomorrow, no game. The New York Yankees move in Saturday. Here's the next one coming in. It's high, ball 3. And the big pitch will be coming in to Eddie Leaf. A single game Saturday, getting underway at 3 o'clock. Single game on Sunday, also getting underway at 3 o'clock. Al starts his wind-up. Here it comes. And Leaf hits it. A ground ball goes between third and short, out into left field. Weatherly fields it on the ground, makes his throw into Boudreau at second base. And Eddie Leaf is on first with his 3rd hit of the afternoon. Pretty good day's work for a youngster. 3 hits out of 4 times up. So it's 1 away, a runner on first, and Hal Quick, shortstop, coming up. He's hitless out of 3 times up. Bats from the right side. Milner takes a stretch. Look over first base way. In comes the pitch. And Quick takes one across that inside corner, waist high for a called strike. And comes the next pitch to Quick, and he swings on it, hits it in the air. It's going into right field. Campbell backs up, makes the catch. We're out number 2. Gets his throw in to Sammy Hale at second base. So it's 2 away with Eddie Leaf on first and Alec Pitco, right fielder, right-hand batter, coming up. He walked in the first inning, flied to right field in the 4th, and hit into a double play in the 6th. In comes the first pitch to Pitco, and he swings on it. Foul tips it. Goes back against the stands. Count strike 1. Gallo gets a signal from Raleigh Hemsley. Here's the next one coming in. Outside high. It's a wild pitch. The ball gets away from Hemsley. And there goes Eddie Leaf into second base. That's a wild pitch for Al Milner. Moves Eddie Leaf into second base and makes the count read 1-1 on Pitco. Al standing with his back to the plate, rubbing that ball off. Takes a stretch, a look at second base. Here comes, and Pitco fouls it back over the stands. Gives Milner the edge for the count, reading ball 1 and strike 2. 2 men are away, a runner on second. The last half of the 8th inning, and Cleveland leading 6-2. Scoring all 6 of their runs in that first half of the 8th. And they batted 10 men. Here comes the next pitch in, and Pitco hits one high bounding ball down over second base. It bounds high, gets away from Boudreau. Here comes the throw into the plate, but Eddie Leaf is in, sliding in. That's a base hit for Pitco. The ball took a high bound, going down over second base. Lou Boudreau went over to field the ball. It hit the tip of his glove, rolled over his head. Eddie Leaf rounded third and scored, although there was a play at the plate. Lou Boudreau's throw was a little high. Hemsley went down on into tagging, but Eddie slid around him and over the edge of the plate and scored with the third run of the ball game for Washington. We have a runner on first now with 2 men out, and up comes Taft right. Left fielder, left-hand batter. Taft has 1 hit out of 3 official times at bat. Here's the first pitch coming in. He takes it. It's low. Ball 1. Ball 1 on right. Here's the next pitch coming in. Taft swings on it, hits a ground ball down second base way. Sammy Hale fields the ball, tosses to Lou Boudreau, who steps on second. And Sammy Wright forces Pitco at second base for the third out of the inning to retire the side. With 1 run, 2 hits, no errors, 1 runner left on base. So at the end of 8 innings of play, the score now reads Cleveland 6 and Washington 3. Big Alexander Carrasquel is going to be the pitcher for Washington as we go into the first half of the 9th inning. And for that 9th inning, here is Walter Johnson.
All right, well, the score is 6-3, Cleveland now. If we can hold in this inning, then we need 3 runs to tie this ball game up. Big Alex Carrasquel is out there on the mound for the Senators now. Young Evans went up to bat in place of Bass. And Ben Chapman will be first up for Cleveland. Chapman's been up 4 times, walked twice, and has 1 base hit. Alec is out there tossing that ball in. It's the first half of the 9th. Getting a lot of shadows extending out over the field now. No, he didn't give me the sign. I was waiting for him to. Attention, please. Carrasquel. Now pitching for Washington. Carrasquel is out there, and here Chapman swings on that first pitch, hits a line drive right over Quick's head down at shortstop. He rounds first base right, hustles that ball in. Chapman goes back to first. So Chapman is on first base. Sammy Hale, the second baseman, comes up. Sammy's been up 4 times. He has 1 walk and 1 single and 4 trips up there. It's the first half of the 9th. Cleveland out in front 6-3. Alex steps on there. Here's the first pitch on Hale. He swings, gets a base hit into left field, taken by Taft right on a big hop. And Chapman is down on second base. Sammy Hale on first. Nobody out. And Camel, right fielder, comes up there. Camel has been up 4 times. He has a 2-base hit. He was hit last time up there. Bass hit him to fill the bases. 2 on, nobody out. Here comes the first pitch on Camel. It's a ball a little bit outside. 1 ball. One to nothing. Charlie Gilbert laying in pretty close down on third, looking for that bunt. But Alec finally backs off of there. Steps up on there again now. Here comes the pitch. He swings, hits the fly ball going into center field. Getting is coming in. He's under that ball and makes the catch. Camel flies out to get in short left center for the first out. And Keltner, the third baseman, comes up now. He's been up 4 times. He has 1 hit, a double, his last time up. And on first and second, there's 1 out. First half of the 9th. Alec steps on there, takes his stretch. Here comes the pitch. And it's strike 1 that's called. Came right down through there with a fast one. Keltner watched it go by. 1 strike. Alex steps on there again. Takes his stretch. Here comes the pitch. He swings and misses. That was a nice curved ball. Broke away. 2 strikes on Kellner. Alex steps on there again. Backs off of there. And now Kellner backs out of there. Time is called. Kellner gets a little dirt on his hands. Walks back up in the batter's box. Alex steps on there. Here comes the pitch. And it's ball one. It's a fast one. It was a little bit outside there. Quick is ducking in around second base down there, trying to keep Ben Chapman back there. Leap came over, but he's gone back down in his position. Here comes the next pitch. He swings and fouls it back. And Alec gets a new ball. 1-2. 2 men on. Cleveland out in front, 6-3. Alex steps on there again now. Here comes the pitch. He swings and misses. Chapman's on his way to third base, and he's out. Kellner goes down swinging, and Chapman is out, trying to steal third. Sides retired with no runs, 2 hits, no errors, 1 man left. So we're going into the last half of the 9th with Cleveland out in front, 6-3. We need 3 runs to tie this score. And Charlie Gilbert will be up there first. Charlie Gilbert playing third base in today's ball game. He's been up 3 times. He has 2 base hits and 3 trips up there, 1 double and a home run. Milner's out there tossing that ball in. Charlie Gilbert's getting a nice hand. These lady folks. Charlie's played a nice ball game out there today. There goes the throw down to second base, goes around the infield, back to Milner. And the umpire says play ball. Uncle Nick is down on the coaching line to first base. Now here comes the first pitch. It's a curved ball, a little bit too low. It's ball 1. Eisenstadt down the bullpen warming up for Cleveland. Here comes the next pitch. And it's a fastball. It's inside. Ball 2. 2-0. Last half of the 9th. We need 3 runs to tie. Miller starts his wind up. Here it comes. And it's strike 1. That's a fast one right down the middle. 2-1. Starts his wind up again. He swings, gets the ground ball down to second base. Sammy Hale comes up with it, tosses to Grimes, and he's out. Gilbert goes out, second to first for the first out. And Vernon comes up now, first baseman. He's been up 3 times, failed to hit. Milner starts his wind up. Here comes the pitch. It's a fastball inside, ball 1. Vernon backs away a bit. Milner takes his wind up again. Here comes the pitch. And this time it's strike 1 that's called. Vernon started after that one, then pulled away. Got a pretty good eye, this boy. Doesn't hit as many bad balls. Milner takes his wind up again. Here comes the pitch. He swings and fouls it back. 1-2. Takes his wind up again. Here comes the pitch. He swings and fouls another one back. This time right on over the stand. And he gets another ball out there. 1-2 on Vernon. Here's the windup. And a pitch. It's a high and inside. Ball 2, 2-2. Milner starts his windup again. Here comes the pitch. He swings it high, foul over back at third base. Kellner's going over there, but he can't quite get it. It drops over there in the box seats and bounces up and out. And Keltner comes up with it, tosses into the umpire, who throws it away. He throws it back to the Washington dugout. That'll be used in batting practice. Ball was a little bit rough, probably. Milner takes his windup again. Here comes the pitch, and he goes down swinging. Milner came in there with a fastball, just a little bit inside. Vernon took a cut at it, but missed. And Gideon comes up now, center fielder. He's been up 3 times, failed to hit. 2 men out, nobody on. And it's 6-3. Here comes the next pitch. It's strike 1. It just took that outside corner. 1 strike. Milner starts his windup again. Here comes the pitch. He swings and fouls it back. It's 2 strikes on Gideon now. Starts his windup again. Here it comes. It's a fastball, a little bit outside. 1-2. Milner starts his windup again. Here comes the pitch. And he starts after that one, but lets it go. It's a little bit too high. It's 2-2. Gideon had a notion that time, but he changed his mind. A little bit too high. Here comes the next pitch. And he's called out on strikes. Milner came down in there, took that inside corner, and Gideon takes it. And Cleveland wins the ball game with 6 runs, 9 hits, no errors. Washington 3 runs, 7 hits, and 1 error. And as Harry has told you, there will be no ball game here tomorrow. The Yankees come in Saturday for a single game and a single game with the Yankees Sunday. All right, Harry, if you have something over there.
Well, that just about tells the story of this afternoon's ball game. The winning pitcher, of course, was Big Al Milner, and the losing pitcher was Bass, the starting pitcher for Washington. We'd like to again remind you fans of Miller's Market, 2135 4th Street Northeast. Walter Johnson will be out seeing you tonight, and tomorrow night you fans around the Calvert Market at 1862 Columbia Road Northwest. We'll be greeting you again over the air Saturday afternoon for that first game between the Yanks and the Senators. The second game of that series will be played Sunday afternoon. This is Harry McTighe speaking for Walter Johnson. Thanks for listening, and so long.
This is Columbia Station for the nation's capital. It's 5:17 p.m. BULOVA, Bulova Watch Time. Here's a distinguished timepiece, the 21-jewel Bulova President, in the charm and color of natural gold, curved, streamlined, and exceptional value. WJSV, Washington.
Your neighborhood Texaco service station welcomes you to another baseball broadcast brought to you direct from Comiskey Park by permission of the Chicago White Sox and the Boston Red Sox to stimulate interest in our national game and in your local team. And now up to Comiskey Park and Hal Totten, who is going to give us some inside information on today's game right from the playing field. Take it away, Hal Totten.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon from Comiskey Park, the home of the White Sox of Chicago, where the White Sox and Boston Red Sox are going to play a Ladies' Day game to open up the series of 4 games to be played in 3 days. The crowd this afternoon is laughing in ecstasies right now because Al Shack is out here putting on his toe dancing act at third base, and he's going to have a lot of other funny things happen before he's through. He'll really have himself an afternoon and keep people in hysterics. He just did the stunt of letting one ball go and then throwing another one as though he'd fielded it, and now he's sitting on third base and catching throws from Frank Grube, and now he gets up and throws the ball backwards without looking, but the throw is a little wide. Usually at this time, before the start of the game, we have a little chat with a ball player, but I'm going to try something a little bit different today. Right down here along the front of the stand, as you know, you people who are out here a lot, you know there's a number of faithful rooters that are here day after day and day after day. And they've been here, a lot of them, for many, many years. One of them's a young lady down here. I don't even know the young lady's name, but I'm going to just fool them all, and I'm going to talk to them today. What is your name?
Marge Kirby.
Marge Kirby?
Yes.
And how long have you been coming out to this ballpark?
About 10 years.
You started when you were about 6 years old.
Just about.
Well, how long you been a Sox fan?
About 10 years.
Length of time? How did you start being a fan?
Well, I don't know. I just came out here and
You really are a real
I'm a Sox fan. When they were down, I was with them, and I'm with them when they're up.
Well, I'll give you credit. I know you were, because I used to see you here every day right down here in this same seat right here alongside the bench. You never missed, did you? Who's this young lady alongside? What's your name?
Ann Morty.
Ann Morty?
Morty.
And how long you been coming to these games?
About 10 years.
You've been coming here 10 years, too. And are you a real Sox booster? Why do you two people like the Sox so much?
Well, we just like them, I guess.
You have no answer as to what is a fan. Is that it?
A fan is a person that's with a team when they're down, and they're still with them when they're up.
And they don't throw pop bottles when they lose.
No, we don't throw pop bottles. As much as we'd like to, but we don't.
I'm going to go on down the line here a little bit farther, because a couple of other ladies, this is sort of ladies' day, so we got ladies on the air. Can I bust in here and ask you to say something for a minute, you two fine people? And what's your name now? I'm going to ask you your name. I know it, but you're supposed to tell them.
Mrs. Adams.
Mrs. Adams, you were on the air with me downtown once and
You have
asked
to
me
tell
questions.
everybody?
Yeah. Say, I want to ask you something, and I really mean this deeply. How long have you been coming to games out here?
Well, out here, ever
Yeah.
since the year after I moved to Chicago, that'd be about 4 years.
And but you've been a baseball fan before that?
Well, Mother says she took me in her arms.
You've been going ever since.
Uh-huh.
Well, how did you come to be so interested in the Chicago teams? You say the year after you came to town?
Well, the first year I lived in town, I couldn't get around very well. I'd been kind of sick, and I used to turn the radio on. I used to get this man called Todd, and I always wondered who he was, you know.
Uh-huh.
And then I listened to him, and I thought, well, doggone, I used to like baseball, and I'd better go out there. And then when they told Jimmy Dykes out here, you know, and I listened to that, I thought, well, sure enough, I'll have to go out there.
Sure enough. What's that sure enough come from? Where's your home?
Oh, kind of all over. I lived a long time down in Virginia, though.
Give a long time down Virginia. Oh, I like that. Well, then radio really maybe has something to do with your coming out here.
I tell you, I think radio not only teaches the game to people that ordinarily wouldn't learn the game, gets them interested in it, but you get hot about the team, you got to come out and see them.
You're here pretty near every day, aren't you?
Well, as often as I can get out
You're not
here.
here on a pass either.
No, sir, I'm
The
not.
radio hasn't hurt the attendance as far as you're
Not as far as I'm concerned. I only wish they gave the games while they were away, because as hot a fan as I am, I lose little interest while they're
In other
gone.
words, you're really a Sox fan rather than just a baseball fan. Is that it?
No, American League fan.
Oh, American League fan. Oh,
but
that's
a real
it.
White Sox fan,
Yeah,
too.
well, that's
you
what
know.
I wanted. This young lady next to you, what's your name? Huh? That's what I'm going to ask you, how long you've been out here. What is your name?
Donald Sutherland.
And how long you been coming out here?
Well, since I was 6 years old, and believe it or not, that was in the old White Sox park.
Oh, down in the south of here.
I was going to go way back.
And, let's see, 6
I
years
saw Red
old.
Faber pitch his first game in this ballpark.
You shouldn't admit all
I
those
know
things.
I shouldn't, but after all, there it is.
Because I didn't.
You couldn't.
Probably not. I don't think I was even in Chicago then.
Well, that's how far back I was.
Because I've never been in the old park.
And hell, I think I heard you broadcast the first few games on an old battery set.
1923.
I won't say how many years ago it was, but we had a battery set at the time. And that's what everybody used to say. The World Series coming up. Everybody get your batteries charged.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, that's
Get
what
your
it
batteries
was.
charged up or get new
Yes,
ones or
sir,
something like
that's
that.
how
Well, that was before the days of Texaco. Now, as far as radio is concerned, of course, Texaco's that old, too. But then you people are really Sox fans from the word go.
Absolutely, Al. We've been coming out here for all these years, and I think that we'll keep right on coming out.
I'd like to know, and maybe you people can help me find out, just why Sox fans are so constantly loyal and why they stick the way they do. Just what is it about the Sox team that keeps you people so intent on the club, whether they're winning or losing?
Well, hell, because it's just our club, that's all.
Well, not only
And
that,
that's
the management's always so nice, and not like today. Look, all these girls out here to see the game, and you never have any trouble. You're always a customer, and the customer's always right, and your team's in there, and whether they're in last place or first place, they're out there giving everything for you as well as Mr. Comiskey. Well, you can't help but like them.
That's a perfect answer, and I'm glad to hear you say it because, I've lived on the north side ever since I was in Chicago. In fact, when I first lived in the north side, the Cubs were on the west side, and then I was a Sox fan. That was when I was a little boy in school. And then the Cubs moved to the north side, and of course we kids had to be Cubs fans then. And then we started broadcasting. You'll remember the first 2 years the American League wouldn't let us broadcast. Well, you weren't up here then. You remember that. And then finally, so I got the reputation of being a Cub fan. I had more fun the first year in here at the Sox Park. Every time I walk out, the Sox fans, oh, what they call me. But now I've finally persuaded them that we stuck to them through thick and thin, and the boss and everybody else likes it. Oh, what is this? Anyway, Al Shax is putting on his tennis game here, and he's doing it all by himself. He ran almost all the way out to left. He's got the Suzanne Long effect with a long gown on. Sure looks like a nightshirt of some kind, sort of abbreviated. And he's going way down with slow motion now to come up toward the net, and he's got the crowd cheering for him as he does this slow motion business and he bows, and the crowd gives him a big hand as he cuts off the field. Thank you, ladies, for a very, very nice broadcast, and I think you really told the fans something. No, that's better with the hat down. She turned her hat up so she could get the microphone under it, I think. Now, ladies and gentlemen, here are the lineups for today. For the Boston Red Sox, Cook, right. Kramer, center. Manush, left. Fox, first. Kramer, second. Cronin, short. Werber, third. Bird, catching. And Grove, pitcher. For the White Sox, Radcliffe, left. Krivich, center. Hawk, right. Appling, short. Hyatt, third. Sewell catching. And Lyon pitching. Right now, a little White Sox mascot is sitting on Al Shack's knee like the dummy in ventriloquist act, and Al's looking at him and making him do all sorts of stunts for the benefit of the cameras. That ought to make a good picture of that. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I think I'm going to have to encounter a lot of traffic on the way up to the booth, so I'd better get underway pretty soon. I might add again that it's another one of those days like the last two. Sunshine, clear, warm, but a nice breeze blowing from the northeast, making it worthwhile all the way. But that's all for now. And while I'm on the way up to the booth, George, will you just do a little switching to the studio?
Here's good news for your pocketbook. A great new motor oil, the new Texaco motor oil made by the new Furfural process, is now on sale at all Texaco stations. What is the Furfural process? It's a special refining method developed by the Texas company which washes out all non-lubricating impurities, giving to the new Texaco motor oil a stronger, tougher lubricating film, a film that resists burning up inside the engine. This oil film keeps the crankcase full longer because it is all lubricant. Gum-forming elements and all other non-lubricating materials have been removed. Ask for the new Texaco motor oil with the new Furfural film at any Texaco station. And try a tank full of Texaco Fire Chief, the emergency-type gasoline. This powerful driving combination will bring out the best in your car, and it will at the same time save you money. Now, while Hal Totten is on his way up to the booth to bring you this afternoon's baseball game from Comiskey Park between the Chicago White Sox and the Boston Red Sox, we'll give you the schedule of the other games to be played this afternoon. First, over in the American League. Well, let's start in the National League, in as much as the American League is in town. In the National League, the Chicago Cubs are in New York today playing another game with the Giants. That game has already started with French and Hartnett, the battery for the Cubs, the Giants starting Gumbert and Mancuso. At the end of the second inning, the score is tied with no score. In Brooklyn, the St. Louis Cardinals are leading the Dodgers at the end of the first half of the second inning, 3-0. Dizzy Dean pitching for the Cards with Ogrodowski behind the plate. The Dodgers using Brandt and Berry. In Boston, the Pittsburgh Pirates are leading the Bees at the end of the third inning, 2-1. Weaver on the mound for the Pirates with Padden catching. The Bees using Chaplin hurling and Lopez behind the bat. Philadelphia today, in the National League, there's a doubleheader ball game between the Phillies and the Cincinnati Reds. The first game is already over, with the Reds coming out on top 12-2. The box scores, the Reds score 12 runs, 14 hits, and 1 error. To the Phillies, 2 runs, 6 hits, and 2 errors. Walters and Atwood went the entire route for the Phillies. with the correction for the Reds, with the Phillies starting Davis and Lombardi, Harris pitching in the 6th, Sivas in the 7th. And now for the American League. There are no batteries and no scores, with the exception of from Comiskey Park and the batteries out there for the Red Sox, Grove and Berg. And for the White Sox, Lyons on the mound and Sewell catching. The schedule: in Detroit, the Tigers take on the Washington Senators. In Cleveland, the Indians play the New York Yankees. And in St. Louis, the Browns take on the Philadelphia Athletics. And now for a look at the standing of the clubs. In the National League, the Cubs are in first place. They've played 93 games this year. They've won 57 and lost 36. Second place, the St. Louis Cardinals, only one game behind the Cubs. Third, New York Giants, whom the Cubs are playing today. They're 6 games behind the Cubs. Fourth, the Pittsburgh Pirates, 8.5 games behind. In fifth place, the Cincinnati Reds, 11 games. Sixth place, the Boston Bees, 13.5. Seventh, the Philadelphia Phillies, 20.5. And in eighth place, the Brooklyn Dodgers, 23.5 games behind. And now in the American League, first place is held by the New York Yankees. They've played 98 games this year. They've won 64 and lost 34. In second place, the Cleveland Indians, whom they're playing this afternoon. The Yanks and the Indians will play this afternoon. And the Indians are 7.5 games behind the Yankees. In third place, the Boston Red Sox, who are at Comiskey Park, they're 11.5 games behind. Fourth place, the Chicago White Sox, 12 games behind. If the Chicago White Sox win this afternoon, they will be in third position. In fifth place, the Detroit Tigers, 12.5 games behind. They're just 1/2 game behind the Chicago White Sox for fourth place, and the White Sox are 1/2 game behind the Red Sox for third place. In sixth position, the Washington Senators, who are playing the Detroit Tigers today, and they're 15 games behind. In seventh place, the St. Louis Browns, 34 games behind, and the Philadelphia Athletics are in eighth place, 31.5 games behind. The games this afternoon will have a very deciding effect upon what positions will be held tomorrow, as of starting tomorrow. And now for a look at the home run situation as it stands today. Lou Gehrig is still in first place. He's had 32 homers this year. Fox of the Red Sox, who's out here at Comiskey Park this afternoon, has had 29, 3 games behind the lead. The second place is also shared by Trotsky of the Cleveland Indians, who had 2 home runs yesterday, and he also has 29. And in fourth place, Mel out of the Giants with 21.
Back to the ballpark, ladies and gentlemen, and ready to start the ball game. The Sox team is out there on the field, with Ted Lyons finishing his warm-up, with Sewell, who now throws the ball out to second base. And we're just about ready to get this ball game underway, with the first hitter for Boston being Dusty Cook, a left-handed hitter with plenty of speed, good power, and a good all-round ball player. He's up there at the plate as Lyons starts his wind-up to pitch the first one. Throws, and Dusty takes a strike over the outside corner about knee-high. 1 strike on Cook. And Lyons winds up again, throws. Dusty swings the foul, this one back to the screen, and it's strike 2. That makes it 2 strikes on Cook. 2 strikes to count. Ted again starts to wind up. Throws, and Dusty swings, hit the ball right back through the box and into center field for a base hit. Single to center field by Cook, putting him on first base with nobody out in the first inning for the Red Sox. And Kramer, Roger Kramer, the Red Sox center fielder, another left-handed hitter, at bat. Kramer's one of the boys, as I think you know, who came to the Red Sox from the Athletics during the winter. Lyons is ready, throws the first one, and it's a fast one for a ball that just missed the inside corner across the knees, and it's 1 ball on Kramer. And there's a strike over the outside corner across the knees. So it's 1-1, 1 ball and 1 strike on Kramer. Lyons has his time once more. He's ready to pitch. Pitches. Rod swings, hit one also in the center field for a base hit. Runner from first round, second, starts for third, but a good fast throw from previous to Appling chased him back to second base. Well, these boys start looking as though they're going to go out, and then both of them drive that ball straight through the box. Lions must be right straight over that plate. While the balls are going on the ground or low, they're going safe. Now the Red Sox have runners on first and second. Nobody out. And Manush, another husky, dangerous left-handed hitter, steps up there, taking the first pitch wide for ball one. Lyons throws again, and Heine swings it, a pop fly going foul to the left of the plate. Wynn carrying it back toward the stands. This back well into the stands, out of reach for a strike. So it's 1 ball and 1 strike. One and one is the count. Pitcher finally swings around, steps on the slab again. Looks back at second base and throws, and it's inside across the chest for ball 2. So it's 2 balls and 1 strike. 2 and 1 on Manush. Again, the pitcher throws, and Heine swings it, a pop fly out toward right field. Hayes is back on the edge of the grass, and so the man is called out on the infield fly rule as Jackie Hayes catches the ball anyway. Infield fly rule had him out. The umpire near second base, I believe it is. Let's see how we lined up today. Hubbard at the plate, McGowan on first, and our old friend Emmett Ormsby is on third base. Emmett come into town and takes the place of Quinn, apparently. And now the first pitch to Jimmy Fox, husky right-handed hitter at bat, is a good strike one over the inside corner down around the knee. Jimmy's a boy to hit a ball clear over the left field stand out here in the last trip. He fouls the next one back on the net back of the plate, and it's 2 strikes on Fox. 2 strikes to count. Lion stands there getting his sign, getting ready once more. Finally has it. Takes a look back at second base. Pitches, and the hitter hits a long one. It looks like it's in way back. And it's a home run into the second deck, way back in the second deck of the left field stands by Jimmy Fox, scoring 2 runners ahead of him to give the Red Sox a 3-0 lead. That ball was a mighty wallop way out there. Lions must have let the ball get away from him and pitch it where he didn't want to, because he certainly pitched the ball right down Fox Alley, and it's a long home run for Jim, high into the second deck of the left field stands, which scores 3 runs for the A's. For the Red Sox, been talking about the A's so long, getting mixed up, and the Red Sox are now leading 3-0. Ball seemed to get away from Ted because both he and Sewell, after the ball was hit, were standing there dejectedly as though to say the ball didn't go where it was meant to. And now Kroner, who's playing second base, right-handed hitter, takes the first pitch wide for ball 1. Ted throws again. He swings and misses a high fastball inside for a strike. And it's 1 ball and 1 strike on Kroner. 1 and 1 the count. Lions throws again. Kroner hits a long drive to left field. Ratcliffe's going back, and he has it way back near the wall. Ball well hit, but Ratcliffe got back nicely to make the catch. So it's 2 out in the first inning for the Red Sox. 3 runs already home, though. And the next man up is Werber, Bill Werber, the Red Sox third baseman. Throws the first one, it's a high one inside for ball 1. 1 ball called on Cronin. Joe Cronin, the shortstop and manager at bat. Right-handed hitter. I said Werber was up. I skipped a name there in that lineup. My mistake. And the next one is a strike over the heart of the plate, a little above the knees. So it's 1 and 1. 1 ball and 1 strike on Cronin. Lions throws another ball wide for ball 2. And it's 2 and 1. 2 balls and 1 strike. Ted goes through that swinging windup, throws again, and the hitter gets the third ball. A fast one that slips inside across the waist and it's 3 balls and 1 strike on Cronin. Line's winding up. Pitches again, and the hitter swings, hit a ball foul down the right field line, and well back into the box seats way down the line. It's 3-2, 3 balls and 2 strikes on manager Joe. Then goes through his wind-up pitches. Cronin swings, hit a ball down to Pyatt. Gets it nicely, throws the first, and Cronin is out for the 3rd out in the 1st inning. And Lions, after one bad pitch, ball that apparently he threw in the wrong place to Fox without intending to, got through the inning without further damage, but that damage was considerable. 3 runs, 3 hits in the first half of the 1st inning, and the score is 3-0 in favor of the Red Sox as the White Sox come to bat in the last half of the 1st inning. Ratcliffe, who walked out of the dugout just then, was greeted by the nice round of applause from the lady fans. Stocky little left-handed hitter who is the White Sox leadoff man and is second to the league standings today. Went back ahead of his teammate Appling yesterday and is trailing Gary Averill, who was up there for a day or so, dropped back down under the first few. And there's the first pitch to Radcliffe, a strike over the inside corner about waist high. 1 strike is the count. Winds up again, throws. The hitter swings, hit a bounder back to the left of shortstop. Cohn gets it near second base, throws to first, and Radcliffe is out for the 1st out in the 1st inning, bringing Mike Krivich to bat. Mike is a right-handed hitter, stands there waiting. And Grove winds up and pitches for a strike over the outside corner waist high. Grove still got that easy, graceful pitching motion. And still uses that system of smoothing down the dirt in front of the rubber before each pitch. Here's strike 2. Fastball also over the outside corner waist high. And it's 2 strikes on Krivich. 2 strikes to count. Grove throws again. Mike swings and misses a curveball inside, striking out for the 2nd out in the 2nd inning. Old Colonel Kirsch down there. Harry Kirsch back in town. He spotted Judge Doherty, Charlie Doherty, wandering around in here to see the game. Got old Colonel Yank here today, too. Colonel Taylor. Yank Taylor's wandering around here in the 2nd deck with us. Hitter hits the Haas hits the first ball pitch to him. It's a slow bounder, which Cronin can't quite get back to second base. He snaps his fingers as though he is disgusted with that one, because he thought he might have gotten the man if he did field the ball. And I believe it'll go as a base hit, because I doubt very much if Cronin could have made the play. We haven't seen sign yet from Wayne Otto, who probably will sign it in a minute. And now the first pitch to Benore is inside and low for ball 1. 1 ball called. Pitch on that, George. Please. The hitter hits the next one, a long foul away down the right field line and hits the front of the roof of the stand, bounds out into right field where one of the boys from the Boston bullpen gets it and rolls it into Merv Shea, coaching at first base. And it's 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike on Benura. He swings at the next, hit a looping drive down the right field line. It's going to fall for a base hit. There it does, inside the line. And Benura is at second base, and the runner from first is going home as Benura turns and goes all the way to third base on it. The ball bounded away from the right fielder down the line, and rolls along the front of the stand. By the time he recovered it, Haas had scored from first base, and Benura pulled up at third. Well, we'll give him a hit on it and give him 3 bases on that one then. Hit on the other and a triple on this one. Wayne Otto isn't there, you say. The official scorer is not present? Well, Well, if he was there, he'd relay him over. I know that. Well, anyway, it's 1 run home, and Appling at bat has 1 strike on him. Grove throws again, and Luke takes a high one inside for ball 1. Wait a minute, he didn't have 1 strike. The board showed 1 strike, but I didn't remember any pitch. I was going along with the board, and the board was wrong, and it's corrected. So now it's 1 ball on Luke Appling. And there's the next one for ball 2. A little bit wide across the waist. So the count is 2-0, 2 balls and no strikes on Appling. Grove winds up again, pitches, and the hitter fouls this one into the stand to the right of the plate for strike 1, making it 2 balls and 1 strike on Luke Appling. Venora on third base, 2 out, 1 run home in the first inning. Score 3-1 in favor of the Red Sox. 2-1 on Appling. Grove getting ready again. Starts to wind up once more. Throws and Luke starts to swing, stops. The ball hits the bat and then bounds foul back to the stand. And it's 2-2. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Appling turns, walks out of the box, dries his hands, and steps back up to the plate. And Luke swings again to foul this one high into the second deck above and to the right of the plate. And it's still 2 balls and 2 strikes on Appling. Still 2-2. Balls and 2 strikes. He throws once more, and there's another foul onto the roof of the stand above and to the right of the plate. It's still 2-2 on Luke Appling. Old Luke fouling him off again. Grove again starts to wind up. He pitches, and Luke swings to drive another one out to right field for another base hit. Past the right fielder, and into the stands down the right field line to go for a 2-base hit by ground rule. And naturally, it scores Venura easily from third base, make the score 3-2. Double down the right field line by Appling. Scores Venura, and the score is 3-2 now in favor of the Red Sox, with a tying run on second base. Appling on second base, 2 out, 2 runs home in the first inning, and Jackie Hayes at bat. Grove throws the first one, and Jackie hits a high fly to left field. Looks like an easy out, though. Minush is waiting under it. He has it, and it's 3 outs. 2 runs, 3 hits, 1 man left on base in the last half of the first inning. And at the end of the first inning, the Red Sox are leading the White Sox by a score of 3-2. For a longer-lasting, sweeter-running engine, use nothing but new Texaco motor oil. Texaco is most economical because it gives more lasting lubrication, saves engine wear, and actually increases your oil and gasoline mileage. New Texaco motor oil stands up under heat and fast dries. Its purity is guaranteed by the refinery-sealed can. Try new Texaco motor oil. If you haven't tried it before, try it today, and you'll see the difference right away. Bill Werber, the Red Sox third baseman, is the first man at bat in the second inning. Bill's a right-handed hitter. Lyons starts to wind up the pitch to him. Throws, and he takes a wide one across the chest for ball 1. 1 ball called. Lyons winding up again, throws. The hitter swings, hit one down the left field line. A beauty just inside the bag. Goes way on down to the canvas down there. Radcliffe fights around amongst the front of the stand and then amongst the canvas till he finally gets a hold of the ball and throws it in. And it's a double down the left field line by Werber, putting him on second base. Nobody else in the second inning for the Red Sox. And Mo Berg is at bat, right-handed hitter. Good old Mo was with the White Sox for a number of years, back some years ago. Started with him as an infielder, and then in an emergency one time when all the catchers were hurt, he volunteered to catch, and has been a catcher ever since, and a very smart one. Mo started to swing at the first one, stopped halfway through, and it breaks wide for ball one. One ball called. It's ready again, throws, and it's a wide one across the waist for ball two. The count is 2-0, 2 balls and no strikes on Berg. That shrill whistle you hear is Al Shack coaching down there. Now the hitter on the hit-and-run play with a runner on the go from second base, drives one out into left center. Ratcliffe tries to field it, but just manages to tag it with his hand, and it rolls on now and out there in front of the scoreboard, and the runner keeps right on for third base, and the throw comes into Appling. That was funny. The ball scooted in under the bottom of the scoreboard there, and with Ratcliffe and Krivich both looking for it, they suddenly discovered it popping out from underneath the scoreboard and bounding on now toward center field, and Krivich had to chase it and throw it in. By that time, Berg on third base. So it's another run home and a runner on third for the Red Sox in the second inning, and the White Sox start to warm a pitcher up as Grove, who is a pretty good hitter himself, steps up there and swings wildly at the first pitch, a curveball to miss it for strike one. There's ball one high and wide, and the count is 1-1. Incidentally, when he was with the White Sox, Berg and Ted Lyons were very great pals. They were together a great deal. It throws again for strike two, a fastball over the heart of the plate about knee-high, and it's 1 ball and 2 strikes on lefty Grove. White Sox infield playing right in close, hoping to cut off the run at the plate. And there's the second ball, fastball wide across the chest, and they get 2 balls and 2 strikes on Grove. Berg on third base, nobody out. 1 run already home, and the Red Sox now leading 4-2. Lyons throws again, and Grove swings, hit a pop fly out there in front of the plate. Luke Sewell is down there getting it, makes the catch, and it's 1 out in the second inning. Sewell got the ball about 6 or 8 feet out in front of the plate. And so it's 1 out in the second inning for the Red Sox. Berg still on third base. 1 run in. And the leadoff man, Dusty Cook, is at bat once more. Again, the infield stays in close, try to cut off that run at the plate, but the right side of the infield backs up a little. Hayes and Benura, because Cook pulls the ball pretty good. Winds up, throws, and the hitter takes a curveball inside for ball 1. 1 ball called. Winds up again, pitches the hitter, hits a slow bounder down to Hayes, who holds the runner at third, then tosses the ball over to first base, getting Cook for the second out. Makes it 2 out in the second inning. And Kramer, Roger Kramer, the center fielder, is at bat. The infield now naturally backs up to normal position to play for the batter for the third out. Berg still on third base with 2 out, 1 run home in the second inning. Starts to wind up. Pitches, and the hitter starts to swing, stops to twist away and take a fast one inside for ball 1. 1 ball called. Winding up again, pitches, and the hitter swings it, a bounder down to Appling, who grabs it, throws to first base, and although Benura had to lean way out to the left to get the ball, he made the catch on a nice reaching play for the third out, ending the inning, and Lyons pitched beautifully there after getting himself in a serious jam at the start of the inning by allowing a double and a triple. He pitched himself out of the jam with only that 1 run scoring the first run of the inning. They had Berg on third base with nobody out and couldn't get him home. 1 run, 2 hits, 1 man left on base, and the White Sox come to bat in the last half of the second inning with Tony Pyatt, the third baseman, the first man up, and the score 4-2 in favor of Boston. And Oscar Malillo's out there warming up Grove while Bird gets into his catching cog. Walks slowly up there to the plate. Keith throws the ball out to second. And Kroner, the rookie, tosses it to Cronin. Cronin throws it back to Kroner after rubbing it up. And Kroner returns it to the pitcher. Now Grove takes it, looks over, stands rubbing it up also in his bare hand. As Pyatt digs in there at the plate, ready to be the first man at bat in the last half of the second inning. Grove starts to wind up pitches, and it's a curveball inside and low for ball one. One ball called. Winds up again. Throws and the hitter swings it, a bounder down to the shortstop. Cronin soaks it up, throws the first, and Pyatt is out easily for the first out in the second inning, bringing Luke Sewell to bat. Sewell finishes swinging 3 bats, tosses 2 of them aside, steps up to the plate. And the pitcher starts to wind up, throws, and it's a fast strike over the heart of the plate about waist high. 1 strike on Sewell. 1 strike at the count. It's ready again, starts to wind up once more. Throws and Sewell swings in a foul going into the stands above first base, and it's strike 2. That ball landed on the roof of the stand. Two strikes now the count. Grove winding up again, pitches, and Sewell hits the ball out toward right center. Goes through for a base hit. The outfielders are chasing it. Lucas around first base. He's rounding second base, heading for third. The center fielder caught up with the ball, but couldn't grab it, and it rolled on through to the scoreboard, and Sewell pulls up at third base on a triple to right center. That's his second triple in 2 days, besides a double. When Sewell hits that ball out there, it's pretty well hit. And when it lands, it doesn't lose any of its speed, but keeps right on going. As a result, the right fielder and center fielder who had left that space wide open, right fielder playing near the line, center fielder over in left center, had to chase it. Kramer managed to tag it as it rolled past him, but couldn't grab it. And so it got through and put Sewell on third base. First pitch to Ted Lyons. Now at bat is inside across the waist for ball 1. Ted switches around in his hitting, depending on the pitching. So he's batting right-handed against Grove's left-handed throwing. Ted steps out of the box, rub a little dust on his hands, watches Grove for a moment, finally steps back up to the plate. Starts his wind-up. Pitcher pitches, and it's a strike over the inside corner waist high to make it 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike on Lyons. Lyons again steps out of the batter's box. And they're watching the pitcher. Finally steps back up the plate. Grove is winding up. He throws and Ted swings and misses a fast one that breaks down inside. And it's strike 2. 1-2. Grove winding up once again. Pitches and Ted swings to miss a fastball inside. Striking out for the third out. The catcher dropped the ball and then stood there holding it. Lyons started just sort of jogging toward first base. And finally, Berg turned threw the ball down there, so that completed the play. And it's 2 out in the second inning for the White Sox. Sewell is still on third base. And the man at bat is Radcliffe. He starts to wind up, throws, and it's a curveball wide for ball 1. 1 ball called. Pitcher heads the sign again, starts to wind up. And throws and rip swings in a high fly in short left center, but the center fielder Kramer's in there. is waiting under it, makes the catch, and it's 3 out. And that time they didn't get that man home from third base. So it's no runs, 1 hit, 1 man left on base. And at the end of the second inning, the Red Sox are leading the White Sox by a score of 4-2. This broadcast of the White Sox-Boston game comes to you direct from Comiskey Park, home of the White Sox in Chicago, as a presentation of your neighborhood Texaco dealer, distributor of Texaco Fire Chief Gasoline. The broadcast comes with the permission of the White Sox and the Red Sox to stimulate interest in our national game and in your own local baseball team. This is WCFL at Chicago. Remember, you still get your Texaco scorebook by stopping in at any Texaco dealer, asking for a request card, filling it out with your name and address. It's already addressed to me on the other side. Put a 1-cent stamp on it and mail it. The book contains not only the special scoring pages for 17 games, but a complete scoring system, illustrated and explained carefully. Manush is at bat to start the third inning, and the first pitch is inside and low for ball 1. 1 ball called. Lions ready again, starts to wind up. Pitches, and the hitter swings and misses a fast one inside for strike 1. And the count is 1 ball and 1 strike on Manush. Dangerous left-handed hitter. Powerful fellow. Lyons throws again, and Heine swings a pop foul into the stand to the right of the plate. And it's 1-2. 1 ball and 2 strikes on Manush. Throws again now, and it's inside and low for ball 2, making it 2 balls and 2 strikes. Sewell cocked his arm back as though to throw the ball to third, apparently thinking that ball might have caught the inside corner, but it didn't, and so it's 2 balls and 2 strikes on Manush. 2-2. Lyons takes an easy swinging wind-up, throws again, and the hitter takes it high and inside for ball 3. White Sox really want this game this afternoon. If they can win this game, they go into third place in the league. They're only half a game behind the Red Sox. Throws again. Manush hits a bounder down to Jackie Hayes, who gets it on his short hop, throws the first, and it's 1 out in the third inning. 1 out in the third inning for Boston. And Jimmy Fox, who hit that mighty home run in the first inning with 2 men on base, is at bat. Fox up at the plate. Fox takes a strike over the heart of the plate, waist high. 1 strike at the count. He swings, hits the next one. Pyatt goes to his left, gets it on the bounce, throws the first, and Fox is out easily for the second out. It makes it 2 out in the third inning for the Red Sox. And Kroner is up there at the plate. Kroner, the Red Sox second baseman. Throws now, and Kroner takes it over the plate, but low for ball 1. 1 ball called. Winds up again, throws, and it's a strike over the outside corner about knee-high, so it's 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike. And there comes ball 2. It's 2-1, 2 balls and 1 strike. Swings again to hit a long hopper. Pyatt grabs for it, but it gets through into left field. Took a bad hop, went through. He was going way out to left. And it's a base hit for Kroner. Ball is bounded past Pyatt. He couldn't quite get it out there. And it puts Kroner on first base. It's 2 out in the third inning. And Cronin at bat. Swings, hits the first ball pitch. It's a high fly to short right center. Haas is in there to make the catch and makes it easily for the third out, ending the first half of the third inning with no runs, 1 hit, 1 man left on base for the Red Sox. And the score stands at 4-2 in favor of the Red Sox as the White Sox come to bat in the last half of the third inning. Ladies and gentlemen, sitting alongside of me here is a young man who has done, well, I don't know. He seems to have made me quite famous, or tried to lately. A lot of you people may have seen him or heard him. And ball players from visiting teams and home teams that were in Chicago a couple of weeks ago when he was playing at the Chicago Theater all came to tell me about an imitation he does, an impersonation. He does a lot of impersonations, but he seems to be impersonating a sports announcer, baseball announcer named Ty. Now, his name is Frank Payne. He's appearing down at the College Inn also. And Frank is out here, and I told him, swore at him that he was going to have to go to work today if he came out here. Now, listen, Frank, you come up here and do a half inning, and let's see, I want to hear how I sound. And then the fans can write in and tell me if you really make it sound like me.
Mike Krivich is the first man at bat. Lefty Grove standing out there getting his sign. Starts his wind-up. Throws, and Mike takes one wide for ball one. One ball on Krivich. Grove is ready once more. Getting his sign out there again. Starts his wind-up and throws, and Mike swings, hits the ball down the right field line, but it's foul. Bounces up against the stands. One of the boys from the bullpen gets it and throws it back into Mervyn Shea, who's coaching at first base. 2 strikes, ball one and strike one on Krivich. Throws up there once more. Starts his windup. Throws, and it's ball 2. Probably a little bit high over the plate, but too high. And it's 2-1 on Mike Krivich. 2 balls and 1 strike to count. Lefty Grove is ready once more. Starts his windup. Throws, and the hitter hits the ball down the right field for a good clean base hit. Single to right field by Krivich, and Cook gets the ball, throws it into second base. That was a nice single to right field by Mike Krivich, puts him on first base with nobody out in the second inning, or third inning, what is it, third inning, second inning. Mulehaus at bat. Mulehaus at bat. Lefty Grove smoothing the dirt around out there in the rubber. Stretches, looks at first base, throws, and Haas takes a slow ball over the plate for strike 1. 1 strike on Haas. Grove standing with his back to the plate now. Now he's ready. Looks at first base, and throws, and it's wide for ball 1, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike on Mulehaus. 1-1 is the count. 1-1 the count on Haas. Krivich on first base. Boston leading 4-2. If he throws the next one, and it's strike 2 over the outside corner, and it's 1-2 on Haas. 1 ball and 2 strike to count. Krivich on first base. Grove looks over there, stretches, throws, and it's ball 2, I believe. 2-2. Grove is ready once more. Looks at first base. Throws, and Haas jumps back to take the third ball inside. And it's 3-2 on Mulehaus. 3-2 the count. 3-2 the count on Haas. Grove seems rather nervous out there now. Smoothing the dirt down a little bit. Looks at first base. Throws, and Haas hits a bounder down to the third baseman who gets it, throws the second. He throws the... No, he didn't throw the first. He started to throw but stopped. And I don't know. And the runner was out at second. It was a force play from Werber over to Kroner. Krivich slid in nicely and broke up a double play there. Got the... Kroner was off balance and couldn't throw. Big Zeke Benura's up now. And if Zeke can get a hold of one here, it'll be just dandy. Grove looks at first base. Throws, and it's a ball over the plate for too low. Ball 1 on Zeke Benura. Ball 1 to count on Benura. 1 out in the second inning. Grove looks at first base. Throws, and Zeke gets one out toward right field. It's way back there, but the right fielder goes back. And he gets it near the wall. That ball is well hit, but it was a little bit too high. And it's 2 outs. Haas is still on first base. And Appling is at bat. Luke Appling, the hitter. Old luscious Luke steps up there. He's waiting. He's batting around 377, I believe. Right up there with the top. Goes with the first base and throws. And Luke hits the ball out into right field, but again Cook is back, ranges back easily and gets it. And it's 3 outs, no runs, 1 hit in the second inning for the White Sox. And the score remains 4-2 in favor of the Boston Red Sox. And here's the real Hal Todd.
Hey, you're terrific, my friend.
Thank you.
Right now, being at the end of the third inning, I think
all right.
up-to-the-minute scores and complete batteries from other cities will return to the studio.
In the National League in New York, the Chicago Cubs lead the Giants at the end of the 6th inning by a score of 3-1. French and Hartnett, the Cub battery, the Giants using Gumpert and Mancuso. In Brooklyn, the St. Louis Cardinals are leading the Dodgers at the end of the first half of the 4th inning by a score of 6-3. Dizzy Dean working for the Cards with Ogrodowski behind the bat. Branton Berry, the opening battery for the Dodgers, with Phelps catching in the 3rd and Winston pitching in the 4th. In Boston, the Pittsburgh Pirates are leading the Bees at the end of the first half of the 7th inning by a score of 7-3. Weaver and Padden, the Pirate battery. Chaplin and Lopez opening for the Bees with Reese pitching in the 5th. The first game of the doubleheader in Philadelphia was taken by the Cincinnati Reds from the Phillies by a score of 12-2. Davis and Lombardi, the Red battery, the entire route. The Phillies opening with Walters and Atwood. Harris on the mound in the 6th and Cybus hurling in the 7th. In the second game of the Twin Bill, Brennan and Campbell open for the Reds with the Phillies using Jorgens and Atwood. At the end of the second inning, the score is tied 1-1. In the American League in Detroit, the Tigers are leading the Washington Senators at the end of the second inning 3-0. Newsom and Millies, the Senator battery, the Tigers using Bridges and Hayward. In Cleveland, the Yankees are leading the Indians at the end of the second inning 1-0. Hadley and Dickey working for the Yankees. The Indians have Harder on the mound, Pitlack behind the bat. And now back to Comiskey Park and Hal Tutton. Take it, Hal.
Okay, Frank, go right ahead again. I'm enjoying this rest.
Thank you. The first man up was Bill Werber, and he lined out to Zeke Ventura. Each hitter is Berg, catcher. First pitch is low and inside for ball 1. 1 ball on Mo Berg. Headline stands out there ready once more, starts his windup. Throws, and Berg swings, hit a pop fly over near first base, but it goes back into the stands for a foul. Here comes Eddie Cavanaugh, and the ball game's official. Hi, Ed. Eddie Cavanaugh's here. Ball 1 and strike 1 on Mo Berg, the catcher. Steps up there once more. Headlines is out there, getting his sign. Starting his windup now. Throws, and Berg hits the line drive way out to center field, but Krivich is back there, and he gets it. And it's 2 outs. 2 outs in the 4th inning for the Red Sox. And Lefty Grove is at bat. Grove comes slowly out of the dugout. Strolling slowly up to the plate there. Very nice hand from the crowd back at first base. He's waiting. That line's out there getting a sign. Starts his windup. Pitches, and Lefty swings to miss a low one inside, and it's strike 1 on Lefty Grove. Strike on Lefty. Pitches a slow ball over the outside corner for strike 2. And it's no balls and two strikes on Lefty Grove. Line's ready once more. Starts his windup and throws. And Lefty takes a very feeble swing and misses the ball for strike 3, and he's out. And the White Sox are coming to bat now in the last half of the 4th inning with the score remaining 4-2 in favor of the Boston Red Sox. Ted Lyons, since that first bad inning, has been pitching nice ball there. Jackie Hayes will be the first man up for the White Sox. Jackie Hayes swinging 3 bats, throws one on the side now. And we're just about ready to go. Lefty Grove is still warming up, takes another warm-up out there. There's a throw to second. And Jackie Hayes is at bat. Jackie Hayes been doing some nice hitting for the White Sox. He's batting around .306, I believe, and he's hitting in the pinches. Lefty Lefty Grove is ready out there, smooths the dirt around. Starts his windup. Throws, and Jack takes the first one wide for ball one. One ball on Jackie Hayes. One ball to count on Hayes. Grove is ready once more. Winds up and throws, and the next one is wide for ball two. And so it's 2-0 on Jackie Hayes. 2-0 to count. Hayes, the White Sox second baseman. That in the last half of the fourth inning. Here's the next pitch. Ball three, very wide. 3-0 to count on Jackie Hayes. 3 balls and no strikes. Throws ready once more and throws. And it's ball 4 inside, and Jackie trots down to first base with a walk. Puts Hayes on first base with nobody out in the fourth inning. And the hitter is Tony Pyatt, who's playing third base these days for the White Sox. Tony Pyatt at bat. Throw looks at first base and throws. And Tony acted as though he was going to bunt, but took one inside for ball 1. One ball on Tony Pyatt. Grove stretches, looks at first base again, and then throws, and it's wide for ball 2. Well, Mr. Grove seems to have lost his control here. That's 6 straight wide ones he's thrown, 6 straight balls. Ready once more. Throws, it's a strike, caught the outside corner, and it's 2-1 on Tony Pyatt. 2-1 the count on Tony Pyatt at bat in the fourth inning with the Red Sox leading 4-2. Jackie Hayes on first base. Nobody out. Grove is ready once more, looks at first base and then throws, and Tony swings hit a ball down the right field line, but it's foul, just curved foul. And it's 2-2 on Tony Pyatt. Balls and 2 strikes on Pyatt. The umpire ran down the left field line for that ball. Comes back in again. Grove is ready once more. Throws, and it's inside and low for ball 3. So it's 3-2. On Tony Pyatt. Jackie Hayes on first base. Grove is ready. Throws, and it's ball 4 wide, and Pyatt gets a base on balls. Pyatt walks, putting Hayes on second base. Pyatt on first. Nobody out in the fourth inning. And Luke Sewell is the batter. Luke Sewell, the catcher, who hit that triple last inning, but remained on third base when the boys couldn't bring him around. Something seems to be the matter out there. They're booing somebody. I don't know who it is. I guess they're booing Cronin for coming in and arguing about something, I believe, about that last pitch. Gathered around Grove now on the pitching mound. Luke Sewell standing down there waiting. Tony Pyatt's on first base. Jackie Hayes on second. We're ready to go with Luke Sewell at bat. Lefty Grove getting his sign and throws. And Luke takes a strike with a curveball. And the catcher Grove throws to second base. Throws to second base. The runner got back there, and Cronin is... No, the runner is out. The runner was caught off second base. Jackie Hayes was caught off second base on a throw from Berg to Cronin. Jackie Hayes was caught off second base. He's walking dejectedly back to the dugout now. It's ball 1 on Sewell. Jack had a big lead back there, and Berg threw the ball out there and caught him off. Next pitch is strike one, and it's 1-1 on Luke Sewell. 1-1 is the count. One out of the fourth inning. Pyatt on first base. Sewell at bat with 1-1 on him. Red Sox leading the White Sox 4-2. Joe looks at first base again. Throws, and the ball gets away from the catcher, but he picks it up in time. It's ball 2. Runner couldn't advance. Just a short pass ball, and he got it in time to hold the runner on first base. Now Grove is ready once more, standing there getting his sign. He's ready. Throws, and Sewell hits a pounder down to the third baseman. Werber misses it. Werber fumbled it, and the runner is safe, I believe, at first base. The runner's safe at first. Werber fumbled it. I believe it goes in error. I don't know. Werber came in for that bounder and fumbled it. Find out in a minute if it was an error or a base hit. This man at bat takes a strike over the outside corner. It's Ted Lyons, the pitcher.
Now, what was that?
Error? It was an error on Werber, the third baseman. Lefty Grove throws again, and Ted swings and misses one inside, and it's strike 2 on Ted Lyons. Two out in the last half of the fourth inning. Sewell on first, Pyatt on second. The count is strike 2 on Lyons. Boston leading 4-2. Once again, Grove starts that stretch, throws, and the hitter hits one. Down to Cronin, who throws to second, forcing the runner there. And the throw to first gets past the first baseman. The throw to first got past Fox. And Tony Pyatt scored. The throw to first was very bad, very wide. Got past Jimmy Fox. And the runner scored from... Tony Pyatt scored from second base. Where he had come from, rather. He was rounding third, and he scored on that wild throw. Makes the score 4-3 now in favor of Boston. Lyons is on first base, and Rip Radcliffe is at bat. Radcliffe the hitter. Two out in the fourth inning. Boston leading 4-3. Radcliffe hits the first ball on to Cronin, who gets it easily. Throws the first, forcing Lyons. Throws the second, forcing Lyons, and it's 3 outs. In the fourth inning. The score is still 4-3 in favor of Boston, and here's Hal Todd.
Want me to go to work again, Frank?
I don't care. What do you want to do, Hal?
Well, I'll call you in later. Maybe I'll go to work a little while because they'll think that I'm loafing on my job here. It was 1 run, no hits, 2 errors, and 1 man left on base in the last half of the fourth inning for the White Sox. And as Frank told you, the score is 4-3 in favor of Boston. Summer means more miles of driving, so make them pleasant miles with your car free from nerve-wracking squeaks and rattles. Drive to the nearest Texaco service station. Tell the operator you want lubrication. He will put oily, clinging Marpac in every bearing, and the job will last twice as long as an ordinary grease job. That voice that you've been hearing for an inning and that I'm sure you're going to hear again before the day is over belongs, as I said earlier, to Frank Payne, the noted impersonator who has been doing an impersonation of yours truly at the College Inn and a couple weeks ago at the Chicago Theater, and so we thought we'd put him through a little bit of a job here while he was doing it. The first man at bat in the fifth inning for the Red Sox, Cook, the leadoff man, hit the first ball pitched down to Benura, and Zeke went over, got it, and tossed Ted Lyons, and Cook was out at first base, Ted taking the throw in time to get it. So it's 1 out in the fifth inning for the Red Sox. And Kramer is at bat. Is it chilly, Frank? Roger Kramer's up there. Lyons looking around, getting ready to pitch the first one to Rod. Starts his wind-up throws, and Kramer takes a strike over the heart of the plate about knee-high. 1 strike to count. Lyons again starts the wind-up. Throws for strike 2. It's over the outside corner, knee-high, and it's... Wait a minute, the first one called a ball, was it, John? Was a ball. I thought it was... the umpire was changing the indicator. My mistake, he didn't wave it, he just was lifting his hand to change the indicator. Now the hitter hits the next one, a slow bounder down to Appling, who grabs for it, but it gets past him. It was a slow one, and he was going to have to make a very fast play on it, and I believe it will be a base hit. It's a very slow bounder, and I believe it will be a base hit because Appling coming in fast and Platt going over tried to get it. The ball just seeped past both of them, and the runner was safe at first base. Minush hits a hard bounder to Hayes, who flips it over to Appling. He scrapes his foot across the base, and it turns into a double play. A double play. Hayes to Appling to Benura for the second and third out. Ending the first half of the 5th inning, and the score is no runs. Hey, George, will you ask Whitey if he'll check on that, because Wayne is there now. He called that last one to me. This fellow doesn't look the right place, I don't think. Wayne is there and calling him and relaying the information to us. I know he's not holding out, as he is official scorer and a very agreeable young man. So we don't know whether it's one hit or not in the first half of the 5th inning, but we're checking up to find out. We know it was no runs, nobody left on base. And the score is still 4-3 in favor of the Red Sox, as the White Sox come to bat in the last half of the 5th, with Mike Krivich, the White Sox center fielder, first man up. Grove steps onto the rubber, gets ready to pitch the first one to Mike. Has the sign, he's winding up, and throws, and Krivich takes it inside and low for ball 1. 1 ball called. Pitch is ready again, starts to wind up once more, throws, and the hitter takes a high one inside for ball 2. So it's 2-0 on Krivich. 2 balls and no strikes on Mike. Again winding up, throws, and there's the 3rd ball, a fastball inside across the waist, and it's 3 balls and no strikes on Krivich. 3-0. Easy wind up, throws, and it's a strike over the outside corner about knee-high, making it 3-1. 3 balls and 1 strike. What did he say? And now comes strike 2, a fastball over the heart of the plate, making it 3 balls and 2 strikes on Krivich. There, the hitter started to swing at the next one, stopped, but the ball was over the plate, and Krivich is called out on strikes for the first out in the 5th inning, making it 1 out of the 5th inning for the White Sox, and Mule Haas is up there at the plate. Haas swings the first one to hit a slow bounder over the pitcher's head. Cronin gets it back to second, throws to first, and Haas is out for the second out. That makes it 2 out in the 5th inning for the White Sox. And Zeke Benura is at bat. Big Zeke up there. Hit 1 triple today, drove in 1 run and scored 1. Sides hitting a long fly to the right fielder his second time up. He's up there now with 2 out in the 5th inning. Grove pitches, and Zeke swings hit another ball to right field. It's going way back, but Cook is back under it and makes the catch easily for the third out. So it's 3 out, no runs, no hits in the last half of the fifth inning. And the score at the end of the fifth inning is still 4-3 in favor of the Boston Red Sox. And now, once again, for just a moment, we return to the studio.
If you want to get the greatest enjoyment out of these baseball broadcasts, be sure to get your copy of the 1936 Texaco Baseball Scorebook. Hal Totten's own simplified method of keeping play-by-play scores is clearly explained, and you'll find many pages of score sheets. Use this book for every game. It's great fun to be able to refer to games you've seen or listened to and give a play-by-play record. Then, too, this big worthwhile book carries the roster of both Chicago teams, the pictures of the individual players, their averages, ages, nicknames, and heaps of other real baseball dope, plus a complete schedule of all games for both leagues. It's easy to get your own copy. Just go to any Texaco service station and ask for a request card for the 1936 Texaco Baseball Scorebook. Then write your name and address on the card, stamp it with a 1-cent stamp, and drop it in the mail. That's all there is for you to do. It's absolutely free. So be sure to get your request card in the mail today and start keeping your own play-by-play record of these games. During the broadcast, Hal Totten will give you additional dope on scoring as the plays take place. Remember, all you have to do is to sign the card with your name and address, stamp it, and drop it in the mail. And now back to Comiskey Park for the continuation of the baseball game, brought to you by permission of the Chicago White Sox and the Boston Red Sox to stimulate interest in our national game and in your own local team. Take it, Hal.
Back at the ballpark for the sixth inning, and the inning was held up momentarily. Mulehaus, after running out that play, had to go back to the bench and was still there, had to dug up the clubhouse for a minute, and they had to wait a moment, but he's back out on the field now, and so Lyons took a little extra warm-up, and the ball has been thrown back to him. We're ready to go in the sixth inning. Jimmy Fox, the Red Sox first baseman, the first man at bat in the sixth. The Lady fans are having a lot of fun with Al Sack there, who keeps moving the outfielders, waving them back as Fox steps up and motioning into the second deck of the left field seats, and all the ladies boo and cheer and have a lot of fun. The first pitch to Fox is a high one inside for ball one. One ball call for Jimmy Fox. Lyons winds up, throws again, and Jim swings and fouls the ball back to the net, and it's a strike. So the count is 1 ball and 1 strike. New ball thrown out by umpire Hubbard, gets past Lyons. Appling picks it up over near second base. And now the pitcher winds up to pitch to Fox once again. He throws and Jim takes the ball. It's over the plate but too low, and it's 2 balls and 1 strike on Jimmy Fox. He's the first man up in the sixth inning. Red Sox leading 4-3. Lyons throws again. The hitter swings in a high fly down back of third base. Going foul. Wyatt chasing over to the stands and reaches way into the stands, but it's out of his reach. And the mushers grabbed for it, and 2 of them grabbed it once. As a result, the ball was fumbled, and one of the fans got it down there. It's 2-2 on Jimmy Fox. The wind blew that ball pretty well back into the seats and out of reach. Must be 4 o'clock. There's our Monon friend. Did the Pennsylvania whistle at 10 minutes out? He forgot us today. Well, the Monon remembered us. We can't. Jimmy swings out the next pitch and misses the ball for a strike. And maybe he tipped it. I don't know. He might have. Yeah, I guess he tipped it foul because it hit Luke Sewell's finger and then caromed off and hit the mask. Luke looked at his finger. Fox had started for the bench and then turned and walked back there again. Apparently just barely tipped the ball foul and thought that Luke had held it, but it dropped out of the glove. And as a result, Jim is still up there. If he'd held the ball, it had gone straight into the glove, and he'd been able to hold it. It had been an out. There's the next pitch for a ball high and inside, and it's 3 balls and 2 strikes on Fox. 3-2. Lyons again winding up, throws, and Fox swings in another pop foul coming down back of third base, but also well back into the stand. In fact, it lands clear up on the roof of the stand. Down to our left, and it's still 3-2 on Jimmy Fox.
The White
Sox of Chicago, where the White Sox and the Philadelphia Athletics are going to play the fourth and final game of this present series. Right now, there's a man here that, it looks like they want to get a picture of this, Tony. Come on up one step here. These young ladies here have got a camera and want to get a picture of us on the microphone, which is all right.
I'll go break the camera, Al.
I don't think we will. Tony, this is Tony Pyatt, ladies and gentlemen. I really didn't have time to tell you who it was until we had to start posing for cameras over here. Tony is now a third baseman. Last time we had him on the air, he was a second baseman. So, Tony, I want to ask you some questions about that. When you were on before, you said, didn't you, that second base has been your position regularly ever since you started playing?
Well, yes, I have played second base more, but I think I can play third base as well if I play long enough.
Oh, I know you play it very well. Whether you played long enough or not, you look like an old trooper out there. But you played some of that up there in the International League last year, didn't you?
Yes, I have played a few games.
This is the fellow that bounces alongside you out there. Old Lucius Luke, huh?
That's right. I played a little with the Reds. I think I played about 50 games at third base in 1934 with the Reds. That gave me a pretty good idea about third base, but still, I have a lot to learn.
Well, what is the chief difference you find between those two positions?
Well, I haven't played third base much this year, and I think it's all in the throwing.
Only that, huh?
The arm has got to be rebuilt all over again. Different muscles put into use. That's all there is to it, Hal.
Well, the throw from second base is mostly underhand.
That's right. This is more of an overhand throw, and of course, the ball comes at you in a different angle, and I've got to learn the hitters. And Jimmy's been a great help to me.
He sort of moves you around, does he, in and out?
He does.
Back and forth. Do you mind going in after those bunts?
Well, they haven't been bunting much, but I believe I can make them. I'm just daring to bunt, that's all.
Just dare him to it. You'll be in there charging them.
That's right. I'll be
well, even at that, over there at second base, sometimes some of these fellas, a few fellas that still drag bunts and sort of pull them down where you got to come over and get them.
That's about nearly the same as a bunt, only the throws a little shorter. It's more of a flip.
I see. From second.
Yeah.
Outside of the throw, though, you find that it's approximately the same. Of course, for fly balls, I suppose it is. You got to take foul balls here and fly it off this grandstand a little bit. But then you do that for second base over the other side.
I do that as well over second base.
Of course, does the ball come at you? What do you mean when you said it came at you at a different angle?
Well, you don't see the ball as you do at second base. The ball kind of just slides off the bat, especially a left-hand hitter. It just comes at you before you know it. And that's why they call it a hot corner, Hal.
I see. I get it. In other words, you've got to really start a little quicker. Is that it?
Yeah, you just got to get the knack of which way the ball will go to your right or to your left.
And most of them coming down there are curving more than they are out there second base too, aren't they?
Yeah, sometimes left-hand hitter slices the ball, and if you play the third base long enough, you'll be able to tell whether the ball will go 2 or 3 feet to either side of you.
But you've got to get used to the vision of it.
That's the knack of playing third base only.
Looks a little bit as though you got that bat swinging good again. You got a little slump there for a while, didn't you?
Oh, well,
those things happen. I know.
All ball players have them, but I just probably had one for too long of a period.
Well, I think there's several fellas on this club and every other club have. I've seen them all up and down the line. They get them every year, and when it's all over, it's all over.
Well, I'll be glad to be in this club all year if we could just keep winning ball games.
Well, that's right, too. Well, Tony, I imagine you want to dry off a little. You've been out there getting all full of perspiration, and I want to thank you a lot for stopping here and chatting with us. Wish you a lot of luck at your new job, and that fellow Dykes deserves a rest, and you're giving him a good one and not making him worry about it, which is okay.
All right, Al, thanks a lot.
Thank you. That was Tony Pyatt, ladies and gentlemen, the present third baseman of the White Sox, early part of the year the second baseman of the club, chatting with us a little bit about this, that, and other things, and I hope you were very much interested in what was going on. And now, let's give you the lineup for the ball game today. For Philadelphia, Finney, left, Moses, center, Dean, first, Cuccinelli, right, Johnson, second, Higgins, third, Frank Hayes, catching, Newsom, short, and Rhodes, pitching. For the White Sox, Radcliffe, left, Krivich, center, Haas, right, Benura, first, Appling, short, Hayes, second, Pyatt, third, Sewell catching, and Kennedy pitching. Vernon Kennedy will be the pitcher. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to start a little trek up there to the booth, possibly a little bit earlier than at some times, because I want to chat with a certain young man that I saw here in the stands on the way up. I might add, though, that it's another one of those days that, well, you sort of dream about out here. Perfect sunshine, but a nice cool breeze off the lake blowing in from the north. What do you got there, Teddy? Oh, a brand new potato. Old Teddy Lyons managed to sneak a brand new potato from somebody, and he's going to have it autographed for somebody. He's going to send that back to Opelousas. I mean, where is that place down there you live? Vinton, Louisiana? Is that where it's going? It is, eh? And who'd you sneak that on? Billy Webb, or did you just sneak it? Oh, he gave you that one. Two of you. Okay, Teddy Lyons was giving along. You're just beaming all over. He had a brand new ball to get autographed. You people that ask for baseballs have no idea how tough it is to get them. And as a matter of fact, ball players have a tougher time. Now listen, Merv. Merv Shea going to pull my trouser leg off. That's bad. The ball players themselves have a tougher time getting them than most of the fans do, or friends of the fans, or somebody like that. They have to sort of beg, borrow, or steal them. Otherwise, maybe they'd have one every day. But on this perfect day with the breeze blowing in, nice, cool, sun out, nice and warm, making about an even possibility, I think probably we'd better start upstairs. And as we make that trek up there to the booth, Uncle George, how about a little switch to studio?
Attention motorists. Too many of you are digging down into your pockets to pay over and over again for motor oil. An extra quart now, a couple more quarts a few hundred miles later, constantly refilling the crankcase. You'll be glad to know that your Texaco dealer has an entirely new motor oil that will positively cut down your oil consumption. The need to have carbon removed and protect your engine longer against wear and tear. The new Texaco motor oil, made by the Perfurol process, provides a newer, tougher lubricating film that resists burning up inside the engine. It puts more miles between the quarts you buy. With the new Texaco motor oil, your car will not be oil thirsty. Perfurol is a special refining material. When oil is treated with Perfurol, a stronger lubricating film results. This Perfurol film acts like a protective wrapping for each of the moving parts of your engine. It lubricates better for many extra miles, providing greater, more complete engine protection. From the minute you fill the crankcase of your car with the new Texaco motor oil, you begin saving real money. You still pay only a quarter a quart, but you get greater mileage between those quarts. So change now at any Texaco station to this tougher, longer-lasting oil with a Perfurol film. Make your driving dollars go further. And now for a look at I see we haven't time for that. I see that Hal Totten is ready, and we'll go back to Comiskey Park to the baseball game brought to you by permission of the Chicago White Sox and the Philadelphia Athletics to stimulate interest in our national game and in your local team. Take it, Hal Totten.
Am I on the air, George? Don't tell me I'm on the air. Well, being on the air, I'm on the air, better talk on the air. So in that case, we mentioned the fact that the umpires have finished their conference at the plate and are taking their positions out there in the field. Umpire Quinn behind the plate, umpire Hubbard on first base, and Bill McGowan, old buddy, out there at third. Bill McGowan, I might add, is one of the discoveries, and admits it, and is very proud of it, of baseball writers. Baseball writers introduced Bill McGowan into the American League. So many, many years ago, the Yankees were coming north. They're playing a lot of games, and they picked up one of the teams, I don't remember which one, to play some games with, and as they went along, they had umpire McGowan with them. He was just a youngster, but they liked his ambitions and his hustle, and the baseball writers went back to New York, and they called Ben Johnson, and they kept it Ben until he hired him. And now we have here the fellow who, not only to the observers, but also to the ball players themselves, is the finest umpire, or one of, of course we can't say that, but the ball players voted him the best umpire in the league from a ball player's point of view, but he's by far one of the finest umpires that the game has known. And he has sort of taken his little fellow Quinn under his wing. Quinn, the boy who is with him and who had a bad year last year, but has come along in grand shape this year to become another great umpire. And by nursing with him, talking baseball with him, and otherwise putting himself out if necessary to satisfy his thirst for knowledge of just how to handle his job, he's made a great umpire out of him. I think he's going to develop also into a fine. Hubbard, the youngster that is out here, is also coming along fine. Well, for the fourth day in a row, Finney goes after the first ball pitched to him, hits the ground ball down to the second baseman, and is thrown out. So his percentage is 50-50. In the opening game and in the third game of the series, he hit the first ball pitch and made base hits. In the second game and again in this game, he was out on that first pitch. And so it's one out of the first inning for the Athletics. And Wally Moses, the center fielder up there, bunts the first one, but it's fouled to the left plate. And Pyatt comes in to get it, but there's no play because it was outside. And it's strike one. Ball is going back out to Kennedy, the pitcher. And starts to wind up, throws the next one. It's inside and low for ball one. So the count is 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike on Moses. And there's ball two. It's inside and low. You remember Kennedy started the first game of the series here and lost it. He was very wild. And eventually things went very badly, although the Sox ended up tying up the score. It didn't do an awful lot of good. Now he reaches out the butt again, and this one goes foul clear over to the Sox dugout. And so it's 2-2, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Pitch, the hitter swings in a little looping fly to left field. Ratcliffe comes in fast and can't get to it, and it drops in there for a base hit. Little looping Texaco leaguer into left field for a single for Moses, putting him on first base with 1 out in the first inning, and Chubb Dean, the first baseman, is back. Throws the first one, the runner's on the go. The hitter takes it inside and low, and the runner slides in safely. And he got a great start on that ball. Moses, as I mentioned time and again in this series and in other series, one of the fastest men in the game, and he got a great jump on the ball that time. Easily stole second. Sewell got the throw away very well, very fast. He got out there in a hurry. While it was a little bit high, still the runner was in there to the base long before it arrived. Long speaking in the sense of comparative time, because naturally those plays happen fast. Now Dean hits the next one, a ground ball to Appling, who gets it, throws to third, and Pyatt tags the runner out, sliding in there for the second out. Moses kept right on for third base. Appling got the ball, threw it to Pyatt, who just merely put the ball down there and let Moses slide right into it for the second out. So it's 2 out in the first inning for the Athletics. Dean on first base, and George Puccinelli, the Athletics right fielder, is at bat. He throws the first one, and George takes a fast strike over the outside corner about knee high. 1 strike on Puccinelli. And there's the next one, wide and low for ball 1, and the count is 1 ball and 1 strike. 1-1 on the Pooch. As he sign again, turns and throws the first. The runner gets back in plenty of time. So the ball comes back to the pitcher. He has it, looks at first, then pitches, and the hitter swings and hits a high fastball inside for strike 2. And it's 1 ball and 2 strikes on Puccinelli. 1-2 the count. Now to the runner on the go. Pooch fouls this one into the stands to the right of the plate. Well, it lands just short of the stands over there. And it's still 1 ball and 2 strikes on Puccinelli. I don't think that was a hit-and-run play. I think Pooch just swung to cover to protect the runner when he thought the runner didn't get away soon enough, and fouled off a bad ball because they'd hardly put the hit and run on with a count of 1-2. unless they're had some reason to be sure the pitcher. They did it again. The hitter hits a ground ball down to Pyatt, who starts to throw to second, sees that there's nobody there, so turns and throws to first. Throw is wide, but Benura grabs it and then blocks the runner off and tags him out. The ball was well hit, and Pyatt grabbed it, running over towards second. He thought it would be a good play, I guess, to get the man at second because he was running in that direction. And that short throw is a throw more accustomed to what he has been used to at second base. There was nobody there, so he turned and threw wide to first. And Benura, reaching way out to the left, grabbed the ball down low and had it in plenty of time to block Puccinelli off. So it's no runs, one hit, one man left on base in the first half of the first inning. And the score is 0-0 as the White Sox come to bat in the last half of the first inning with Rip Radcliffe, as usual, the first man at bat. Dusty Rhodes, originally when I first knew him, he was with the New York Yankees. He didn't stay there long, went to the Boston Red Sox, was with them for quite a while, and came to the A's last winter in the deal, one of the numerous deals between the Athletics and the Red Sox. And he's been pitching some pretty good ball for this club. But this, I think, is his first appearance in Chicago this year. And a rather stockily built fellow, dark complected, and very handsome, to the benefit of you young ladies. Pitcher waits out there now, gets his sign, starts his wind up to pitch the first one to Radcliffe, stocky little left-handed hitter. And Rip slings it out to the shortstop, who takes it on a great big long hop, throws to first, and Rip is out easily for the first out in the first inning. One out, and Mike Krivich is up there. Rosenthal still has the handicap of that twisted back, and he twisted running down to first base yesterday. So Mike has been moved over to his center field spot, and Haas is back here and right. And the first pitch to Krivich is a wide one low for ball one. Krivich is a right-handed hitter. Rhodes has his sign again, starts to wind up. Throws, and Mike reaches out to butt one down towards third base. Higgins comes in fast, grabs it, throws very high to first, but Dean leaps high in there to grab it. Krivich, in the meantime, having crossed first base easily. So it's a base hit, base bunt, down the third base line by Krivich, putting him on first base with one out in the first inning for the White Sox, and Mule Haas is at bat. Ready to pitch the first one, throws, and Mule takes the ball. It's inside and low. One ball called. Again, Rhodes has the sign. And pitches and Mule swings, hit a ball right straight back at the second baseman, who fumbles it. And by the time he gets to the ball, the runner is safe at first base on an error by Hayes. An error by, or rather not by Hayes, but an error by Johnson. And rather an easily hit ball, too, right straight at him. Took a high hop, but he didn't follow it at all. So now the White Sox have runners on first and second with one out in the first inning. And Zeke Benura is at bat. Well, it's the first player that we have seen that Johnson hasn't looked good on in his transplanted position in this series. First pitch to Zeke is a wide one across the waist for ball one. He waits there again, swings around as he gets his sign. Ready, and pitches, and Zeke takes ball two. It's wide across the chest and makes it 2-0. Nothing, 2 balls and no strikes, but you're ready again. Throws, and Zeke twists away to take the third ball inside across the waist to make it 3-0, 3 balls and no strikes on Zeke. Still got our symphony orchestra out here, George. Hear the whistle? Ready once more, takes another look back at second, throws, and it's a strike over the heart of the plate, a little above the knees. Zeke let it go by without trying for it, so it's 3-1, 3 balls and 1 strike. And again, the pitcher throws. Zeke hits the ball hard in the center field, but the center fielder, Moses, is in there to make the catch for the second out. Runners have to go back to their bases. Ball was very hard hit, a line smash, center field, but it was right straight at Moses, the center fielder. So it's 2 out in the first inning for the White Sox. They still have runners on first and second, and Luke Appling is at bat. Swings around, he gets his sign, gets ready to pitch. Throws, and it's a strike over the outside corner about knee high. 1 strike on Appling. Rhodes ready again, takes another look back at second, and throws. Luke swings, the bat flips out of his hand, goes clear out to the pitcher's box, as the ball goes down to the third baseman, and Luke is safe, and Rhodes is mad and throws the bat clear out of the infield. Just misses umpire Quinn down there. Rhodes is so sore because in hitting that ball, the bat flipped out of Appling's hand, rolled out to the pitcher's box. Rhodes stood there, watched it come out there, and let it roll up on his feet. And then he was mad and flung it clear off the mound and out into foul territory as Appling beat out the ball for an infield hit. Now the White Sox have the bases full with 2 out in the first inning. And it's a wide one across the knees for ball 1. 1 ball called. Rhodes walks up to the dirt in front of the mound, smooths it down a little bit. Walks back out there, adjusts his cap. Now starts to wind up. He throws, and Jackie Hayes, if that fouls the ball back against the catcher's glove and back to the screen, and it's 1-1 on Hayes. 1 ball and 1 strike. Is the count, but he throws again, and Jackie swings to miss 1 for strike 2. And it's 1-2, 1 ball and 2 strikes. One and two. Waiting out there again, seems to be getting his sign. Takes a look at third base, starts his wind-up. And pitches, and Jackie hits the ball out into left center. I think it's going to fall in. There it is for a base hit. 1 run is in. The ball is coming into the plate as the second runner scores, and the other runners advance to second and third with Hayes coming in pretty hard and almost falling over as he tries to come up on his feet. It's a single. Texaco leaguer, too, by Crackle. Oh, those Texaco leaguers can drive in those runs, can't they? Single to left center by Hayes. Scored Krivich and Haas for the first 2 runs of the ball game, both unearned runs, because the error, if it hadn't been made, would have made it the third out when Sonora flied out. And runners are on second and third with 2 outs, 2 runs home in the first inning, and Tony Pyatt is at bat. He winds up, throws the first one, and Pyatt twists away. Big ball inside across the chest. He's all set to go after that one, too. Throws again, and Pyatt takes a strike over the heart of the plate, waist high, and the count is 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike on Pyatt. Rhodes throws again, and Tony swings and fouls the ball back against the mat and rolls out into the infield, and the catcher goes out to get it, looks it over as he comes back. Umpire Quinn has thrown another ball into the game. He calls for that one, and I think he's going to throw it out. Catcher Hayes had looked it over. and indicated it should be yes. Quinn, after a look at it, throws it out of the game. The umpires, you know, are the only ones authorized to do that. And umpire Quinn, who followed the rules, had to examine it to make sure that it really was improper for use. It's 1-2, 1 ball and 2 strikes. And the pitcher throws again. The hitter started to swing, stops. The ball hit the bat and rolled over there, and the catcher started to go after it. A fan reached into the stands and grabbed it, and the catcher walks back without it. I don't think the catcher knew whether that ball had been tipped foul or not. He thought maybe it might have been a passed ball. Went chasing over after it, and both Dean and Rhodes came rushing into cover. The umpire called it a foul and strike. So it's still 1-2 on Plant. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Once again, the pitcher has that sign, starts to wind up throws, and Tony takes a wide one across the knees for ball 2. Catcher started to run toward the bench as though he thought that was a called third strike. Rhodes made a half-hearted start toward the bench, but takes the ball and goes back out the mound, and the count is 2 balls and 2 strikes on Plant. 2-2 the count. Winding up again, throws, and Plant gets ball 3 and missed the outside corner up around the chest, and it makes it 3-2. 3 balls and 2 strikes on Plant. White Sox have runners on second and third with 2 out, 2 runs home, and they're leading the Athletics 2-0 in the first inning. Rhodes winds up, throws again, and Plant gets ball 4. Wide and low, he gets a base on ball. So that fills the bases for the White Sox in the first inning. 2 out, 2 runs already home, bases full, and Luke Sewell at bat to score 2-0 in favor of the White Sox. Rhodes starts to wind up pitches, and it's a high one inside for ball 1. 1 ball on Sewell. Winding up again. He throws and Luke swings and fouls the ball back against the umpire's mask this time. Bounds way out against the stand to the left of the plate. Umpire Quinn merely adjusts the mask. It took quite a bump. He turns around, calls to somebody. He'll call the announcer, I guess. He's going to need some more baseballs in a minute. It's 1-1, 1 ball and 1 strike. And Sewell gets the second strike. A beauty over the heart of the plate down around the knees to make it 1 ball and 2 strikes on Sewell. 1-2. Winds up again, throws, and Sewell swings and misses, striking out for the 3rd out in the first inning. Went around on a ball that didn't look as though it had a thing on it, but he didn't hit it. So it must have had something after all. That ends the last half of the first inning. So it's 2 runs, 4 hits. Wait a minute, 1, 2, 3 hits. 1 error, and 3 men left on base. And the score is 2-0 in favor of the White Sox at the end of the first inning. Motor oil has more than one job to do. It must lubricate all the moving parts of the motor. It must seal the power in the cylinder, and it must help to keep moving parts cool. There's one way you can be absolutely sure that the motor oil in your car is doing a complete job. Use nothing but new Texaco motor oil. Bob Johnson, rangy right-handed hitter, the athletic second baseman, with that to start the second inning. Kennedy winds up, throws. Bob swings to foul the ball back onto the roof of the stand, right up back of the plate, and it's 1 strike on Johnson. 1 strike to count. And there's a ball inside across the way, so the count is 1 ball and 1 strike. 1-1 on Johnson. And now comes ball 2. It's over the plate, but too low. So it's 2 balls and 1 strike on Bob. 2-1. Swings again to hit a high fly coming down far way back here. I believe it's on the roof. Yep. Right up over our head. Bounded clear out over and back down into 35th Street. Well, he swings again, and it's a high fly going foul to the right of the plate. Sewell is following out under it toward the stand to the right and makes the catch for the first out in the second inning. 1 out of the second inning for the Athletics. And Higgins, Pinky Higgins, the third baseman, is at bat. Hitter swings the first pitcher, started to in time, but he stopped in time to pull away from an inside pitch and have it called ball 1. There's a wide one low for ball 2, and the count is 2-0. 2-0, and there's a strike over the heart of the plate just above the knees. So it's 2 balls and 1 strike on Higgins. 2-1 the count. Fink watches the third ball come by now. It's over the plate, but much too low, and it makes it 3 balls and 1 strike on Higgins. Now comes strike 2, a fastball over the heart of the plate, waist high, and the count is 3-2. There comes the 4th ball inside, and Kennedy really had trouble with his control. The both men finally walked Higgins. So Pinky's on first base with 1 out in the second inning, and Frank Hayes, the catcher, is up there at the plate. Hayes at bat. Kennedy throws the first one, and it's a fast one that's inside across the waist for ball 1. 1 ball called. Ball called to Ferretti again, throws, and it's ball 2, a curveball wide and low. Well, Vernon is having a little trouble in the control department. Had a lot of trouble with his control 3 days ago in the open game of this series, you remember, when he was defeated. Although the Sox tied it up later on, he was knocked out of there. And there comes a strike, a fastball over the heart of the plate, waist high. One thing about this kid, he may have bad control, but he never quits bearing down. He's going to throw it with everything he's got, and if it goes away from the plate, it's too bad, but he's still throwing plenty. He loses that one by just an eyelash there in the corner, and it goes as ball 3, but that was pretty close to corner. So it's 3 balls and 1 strike on Hayes. 3-1 the count. Kennedy throws to first base. The runner gets back there. Now Kennedy pitches again, and it's ball 4 wide and low, and Hayes also gets a base on balls, moves Higgins to second base. And the Athletics have runners on first and second with nobody, with 1 out in the second inning. And Newsom, Whitey Newsom, the A's shortstop, is at bat. And the first pitch is a strike over the heart of the plate, just above the knees. 1 strike on Newsom. 1 strike to count, and there's a ball wide, and Sewell throws the ball to first base, but the throw is very bad, and so Benura has to leap into the infield to grab it. He really had that fella caught pretty well off the base, but his throw was so high and wide that Benura had to leave the bag and chase into the infield and leap into the air to grab it. So it's 1-1, 1 ball and 1 strike on Newsom. Kennedy swings around again, pitches, and it's ball 2. It just barely missed the outside corner across the waist. So it's 2 balls and 1 strike. 1. He throws again with the runners on the go. The hitter hits the ball thrown to right field for a base hit.
Ventura sort of looked at the ball and started jogging after it. And finally, when he did run out there, the ball, which should have been easily caught, had seeped through into right field for a base hit. So Newsom single to right, throwing Higgins to second base, and moving Hayes to third base. So as a result, the score is 2-1 in favor of the White Sox, and the A's have runners on first and third. One out, one run home in the second inning, and Rhodes, the pitcher, is at bat. Dusty takes the first one for a strike, down over the inside corner above the knees. Bryant is playing in pretty close, figuring the pitcher might try to pull a squeeze play, leads to sacrifice a man from first and second, and the next pitch sails wide for ball one. The count is 1 ball and 1 strike on Rhodes. Umpire calls time when the runner down to first base requests it. He goes over and whispers something to Lena Blackburn, the athletic coach there at first base. She throws the first, runner's back. Might be figuring that there's a chance of their trying to pull something. And there comes the next one, a curveball, breaking away from the hitter that caught the outside corner a little above the knees for strike 2. And it's 1 ball and 2 strikes on Rhodes. 1 and 2 to count. Rhodes was all set to bunt on the next one, but he pulled back in time to let it go by for the second ball. And the ball popped out of Sewell's glove. It rolled just a few feet into the infield. So Luke grabs it, rubs it up, walks in, calls something to Kennedy, calls after him as Burns starts back to the mound. And the two come back to their places with Kennedy on the rubber and Sewell crossing back the plate to pass the sign. Count 2 balls and 2 strikes. And there comes the next pitch for ball 3. It's wide across the waist, and Kennedy will really be in a serious jam now if he can't get this ball over on the pitcher, because there's the fella you've got to get if you're going to win. 3 and 2. And the hitter swings at the next one to miss a curveball inside and strike out for the second out. Kennedy's control really has gone very bad in the last couple of weeks. Not that he isn't trying, because he is, and it may take him all year to master that new grip on the ball that he's using, the looser grip that he's using to prevent those famous wild pitches of his, and it might take a while before that control gets back. First pitch now to Finney, the leadoff man and left fielder, who's a bad left-handed hitter. The curveball that got the inside corner about knee-high. 1 strike to count. He throws again, and it's ball 1 inside across the waist. So it's 1 ball and 1 strike on Finney. 1 and 1. Turns and throws the first. Miller was back in plenty of time. So Ventura throws the ball back to Kennedy, and he pitches the pitch a high one wide for ball 2 on Finney. 2 and 1, 2 balls and 1 strike. Kennedy flips the ball from one hand to another, finally swings around in the rubber only to find Finney out of the batter's box. So he turns, walks out back of the mound to wipe his brow, rub up the ball a little bit, turns around, sees Finney back to the plate, so he steps on the rubber. That the runner's now is ready to pitch, pitches, and it's ball 3. It's wide and low, and it's 3 and 1. Burns got to get him over better than that. He's going to have some serious trouble again today. This is one club that he's supposed to beat quite handily, but they certainly pinned his ears back the other day. Now with the runner on the go, the hitter hits a long drive to center field, but Krivich is waiting there, has it, and it's 3 out. Ending that inning with only half of the White Sox lead cut off. Score 2-1 in favor of the White Sox. In the first half of the second, the A's had 1 run, 1 hit, and 2 men left on base. 2 bases on balls, paving the way to the 1 run. And the score, as I said, is 2-1 in favor of the White Sox as they come to bat in the last half of the second inning with Kennedy, White Sox pitcher, the first man at bat. This broadcast of the White Sox Philadelphia game comes to you direct from Comiskey Park, the home of the White Sox in Chicago, as a presentation of your neighborhood Texaco dealer, distributor of Texaco Fire Chief Gasoline. The broadcast comes with the permission of the White Sox and the Athletics to stimulate interest in our national game and in your own local baseball team. This is WCFL at Chicago. So it's again, Sox is Warm up out there in the rubber this time with Moss, number 2 catcher, and Hayes is just walking up there at the plate. Frank was on base the end of the inning. They're over on third base. He had to wait a moment to take a moment to get into his car. The round of applause. Kennedy, who comes hustling out of the dugout and up the plate, stands there to watch the last throw. Moss throws the ball out to second base. Johnson tosses it to Newsom. Newsom back to the pitcher. And Johnson and Newsom have a little confab of some sort there. Just as they back over toward their position, same as they did yesterday early in the game. Now they go back there. Rhodes is up in the front of the mound, moving down the dirt with his feet, his shoe, sole of his shoe, and then steps back on the slab. Back to wind up throws, and Kennedy hits an easy bound right back at Newsom, who gets it, throws the first, and Byrne is out for the first out in the second inning. 1 out in the second inning for the White Sox, and Radcliffe is at bat. Rip Radcliffe up at the plate. Throws the first one, and the Ripper takes it wide and low, a curveball away from him for ball 1. 1 ball called. There again winds up, pitches, and Rip swings it about right back at Johnson, who gets it, throws the first, and Rip is out for the second time today in 2 innings. And it's the second out of the second inning. So it's 2 out of the second inning for the White Sox. And Mike Peters, White Sox center fielder, who paves the way to the White Sox 2 runs in the first inning by beating out a bunt, is up there at the plate. He throws, and Mike swings it, a foul down the right field line, and back against the front of the second deck. It bounds down front and clear back out into the field. Umpire Hubbard calls time and is trotting out there to get the ball. Second baseman started over 2, but Hubbard kept right on going to get it. It's 1 strike on Peters. Winding up once more. Throws, and Peters takes the curveball wide and low for ball 1. And it's 1 ball and 1 strike on Mike. 1-1. Again starts to wind up, throws, and the hitter swings it, punches the ball toward right field. Johnson goes way over, manages to grab the ball, and by the time he retrieves it, the runner is safe at first. And as a result, Krivich is on first base with 2 out in the second inning, and Haas is at bat. I think that Wayne Otto, who has been away for a couple of days, is back on the job. He is the official scorer, and he said he was going to relay him to us. And the first pitch to Haas is a strike over the inside corner about knee high. 1 strike on Haas. Did Wayne give any sign on it? He did? Well, he got it. I thought so. Tell that youngster there over here to keep an eye on Wayne, because Wayne said he's going to forget this silly business and tend to business. The count is 1-1 now on Haas. 1 ball and 1 strike. Wayne's giving him over there. And now it's wide and low for ball 2, making it 2-1. 2 balls and 1 strike on the mule. I guess I'm getting too old to take these little controversies seriously, George. I don't know. I'm getting, after that birthday when I was 29 again, why, I don't know how many times that's been, but it's quite a few. Hitter hits the next one. It's a slow bounder to the second baseman who grabbed it and tagged Krivich out and then threw to first to make sure the other man also. But he was tagged out at second base, and it's 3 out. Wayne's giving him, isn't he, Whitey? Yeah, that's what I saw. Wayne told me that he says that silly business is debunked with him. He's official scorer, and he's going to give him to us. So, yeah, Wayne Otto will pass him out. Thank you, Whitey. So it's no runs, 1 hit. 1 man left on base in the second inning for the White Sox. And the score is still 2-1 in favor of the Sox at the end of the second inning. You gotten your Texaco scorebook yet? You have, and you're working on it. Oh, I've had some swell inquiries from fans about ways of scoring some things. Oh, I meant to bring that one letter down here. It had 3 very good questions in it. And I want to dig it up and answer those questions just exactly how they were. But I'll bring that out tomorrow. You know how to get it. Get your request card at your Texaco station, fill it in and send it in, and you'll get this swell scorebook with 17 games, a complete scoring system, and everything else. Now Moses at bat takes the first pitch inside for ball 1, and there's ball 2. It misses the outside corner above the knees, rather clear up to the shoulders, well above the knees, I might say, and it's 2-0. 2 balls and no strikes. Kennedy throws again for a strike, this time over the outside corner down around the knees, and it's 2 balls and 1 strike. 2-1 on Moses. Throws once more. Wally swings and hit a high fly in the short center field. Krivich is coming in hard under it and makes the catch over in right center. The wind having held it up and dropped it in there. So it's 1 out in the 3rd inning for the Athletics. And Chubb Dean, the first baseman, is at bat. Dean's another left-handed hitter who's looking mighty, mighty good out there. Throws the first one, and Chubb swings it, a bounder down to Appling, who comes up with it nicely. Throws the first, and Dean is out for the second out. Makes it 2 out in the 3rd inning for the Athletics. 2 out in the 3rd inning, and Puccinelli is up there at the plate. Puccinelli at bat. Throws the first one, and the Pooch takes it inside across the waist. Ball 1. 1 ball called. He winds up and throws again. The hitter hits another bounder back past the pitcher. Hayes comes up with it nicely back of second base. Throws the first, and it's 3 out. No runs, no hits in the first half of the 3rd inning. And the score remains 2-1 in favor of the White Sox. Sox coming to bat in the last half of the 3rd inning. First man up will be Zeke Manura, the White Sox first baseman and cleanup hitter. Athletic players coming out onto the field with Rhodes just walking out across the infield to start his warm-up out there on the slab. Oh boy, what weather. Perfect, eh, George? Cool enough, a lot of sunshine. You wear that old battered leather coat of yours and feel comfortable. And without that coat, you don't feel comfortable, do you? Even on a hot day, it just looks at it longingly once you put it on. It's there. Hey, I got a lot of swell wires there that you brought in yesterday. It came from the studio that were delivered there on Tuesday, but I just got yesterday afternoon and opened after the game. Several of them. Huh? Again, yeah. Only 29 again. Hey, somebody down the stand didn't believe me today. Said you're 29 on 10. I told her she was a whole lot more than 14, I knew. Here's Zeke Manura at bat. With Rhodes winding up, and he throws the first one for a ball inside across the chest for ball 1. One ball called. Rhodes winds up, throws once more, and it's a strike over the outside corner across the knees, and it's 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike on Manura. One and one, but throws again, and Zeke swings in a high fly out into right field. Short right field, the wind is blowing it back toward the foul line, and Johnson follows it in there and makes the catch nicely, although he had to not only judge a dangerous wind, but he had to battle the sun all the way also. So it's 1 out in the 3rd inning for the White Sox, and Luke Appling is up there at the plate. Rhodes winds up pitches, and Luke takes a wide one across the chest for ball 1. 1 ball called. Ready again, winds up, and throws, and the hitter swings to foul the ball up on the roof of the stand above and to the right of the plate, and it's 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike. Again, the pitcher has the sign, winds up, And throws on the hitter, swings it up for another pop fly out toward right field. This time Dean, the first baseman, following it across the foul line and makes the catch just in foul territory for the second out in the third inning. 2 out in the third inning for the White Sox. With Jackie Hayes, White Sox second baseman, up there at the plate. Hayes at bat. He winds up, throws. Jackie takes a strike over the heart of the plate about waist high. 1 strike on Hayes. Swings again, hit a line drive to left field, but the left fielder Finney's waiting. Oh, he almost misjudged it and had to leap high in the air to make a one-handed catch of it for the third out. Finney stood there and jogged in a couple of steps and then saw the ball start to sail over his head instead of sinking as he apparently thought it was going to, and he had to leap into the air to make a fine one-handed leaping stab of the ball to get it for the third out. So it's no runs, no hits in the third inning for the White Sox, and the score remains 2-1 in favor of the White Sox at the end of the third inning. Now, for complete scores up to the minute and complete batteries from other cities, we return to the studio.
In the National League in New York, the Cubs are leading the Giants at the end of the first half of the sixth inning, 1-0. Davis and Hartnett started for the Cubs with Henshaw pitching in the sixth. Hubble and Mancuso, the Giant battery. In Brooklyn, the St. Louis Cardinals lead the Dodgers at the end of the first of the seventh inning by a score of 4-0. Winford and Ogrodowski, the Cardinal battery. The Dodgers using Frank Housenberry to open with Phelps catching in the seventh. In Boston, the Bees and the Pittsburgh Pirates are tied at 3-3 at the end of the first half of the seventh inning. Blanton and Patton, the opening battery for the Pirates, with Brown pitching in the fifth. Bush and Lopez starting for the Bees with Cantwell on the mound in the sixth. In Philadelphia, the first game of the doubleheader between the Phillies and the Cincinnati Reds, taken by the Reds 5-0. In the second game, at the end of the first half of the first inning, the Reds lead the Phillies 1-0. Hollingsworth and Campbell, the Red battery in the second game. For the Phillies, Benj and Wilson. In the American League, in Cleveland, the Indians lead the Washington Senators at the end of the second inning, 4-2. DeJong and Millie's working for the Senators, the Indians using Bleholder and Pitlack to open, Hudlin pitching in the third. In Detroit, the New York Yankees lead the Tigers at the end of the first half of the third inning, 2-0. Broca and Dickey, the Yankee battery. Tigers using Schoolboy, Rowe, and Hayworth. And now back to Comiskey Park and HalTott. Take it, Hal.
Back at the ballpark for the fourth inning, Bob Johnson, after taking a ball, took a crack at the next ball pitch and hit a home run, wind or no wind, clear into the lower deck of the left field stands in deep left center. Radcliffe made a great try for the ball, leaping high in the air, but it just slipped over the top of the scoreboard into the seat for a home run. Now Higgins goes after the first ball pitch and drives it out to center field just to the right of center for a single. As our Mr. Kennedy going to get his ears pinned back for the second time in the series. That's the way they started out against him the other day. They just murdered everything he threw, and the Sox are taking no chances. They have a pitcher warming up in the left field bullpen as Frank Hayes takes the first pitch wide for ball one. There comes ball two, another curveball way outside, and it's 2-0, 2 balls and no strikes. 1-0 is the count. The hitter swings again to miss a curveball for strike one, and it's 2 balls and 1 strike on Hayes. Thank you, Ernie. Yeah, we're waiting to pass him over. Right. 2-1 is the count. 2 balls and 1 strike. Pitcher throws the first. The runner's back there. Now he pitches ball 3 very wide, and it's 3 balls and 1 strike on Hayes. He stands there rubbing up that ball, finally gets ready to pitch again. Throws, and Frank gets a strike over the inside corner about waist high. Makes the usual start toward first base, but comes back fast. And it's 3-2. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Now with a runner on the go, the hitter hits a long foul onto the roof of the stand down beyond first base. And it's still 3 balls and 2 strikes on Frank Hayes, the athletic catcher. At bat in the 4th inning. Nobody out, 1 run already home, and Higgins on first base. Now Higgins again is on the run. It's another foul up over the roof of the stand, above and to the right of the plate. Three and two still. There's the next one for ball 4 wide, and Hayes gets a base on ball. Moves Higgins to second base. The Athletics have runners on first and second with nobody out in the fourth inning. One run already home, and Newsom, the shortstop, is at bat. Yes, Vernon's having a lot of serious trouble out there. I don't know whether he's going to be able to get out of it, because when the control isn't there, it's hard to get out of a jam, and he's having his trouble. Newsom acts as though he was going to bunt, but very apparently didn't intend to. Just intended to look for the bad ball, and he got it wide and low. For ball 1, Philadelphia runners on first and second, nobody out of the fourth. One run home, and the score tied 2-2. Hitter swings the next one to hit a high fly down the right field line. It's going foul. Lands down there against the front of the stand. And it's 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike on Newsom. Kennedy waits there for his sign as Haas gets back to his position. Vern looks at second, throws, and the hitter does bunt the ball down toward first base. Ventura comes in, gets it, throws back at Hayes at first, and it's sacrificed by Newsom. Ventura to Hayes for the first out in the fourth inning, moving Higgins to third base, and Hayes to second. Now the A's have runners on second and third. With 1 out, 1 run already home in the fourth inning, and the pitcher, Gordon Rhodes, Dusty Rhodes, is up there at the plate. We still call all the roads Dusty Roads, even though we have a lot of concrete and macadam nowadays instead of old dirt roads. Still dusty. Hitter swings hard at the first pitch and fouls it back against the catcher's protector. Bounds over halfway out to first base. Ventura comes in, gets it, throws it back to the catcher. He hands it to umpire Quinn for examination. Kennedy winds up again, throws, and Dusty swings around as though to bunt and then takes a chop at the ball, but misses it for strike 2. Sewell seeing him swing around in bunting position, started to run out in front. As a result, the ball hit his glove and rolled over to the right a little bit. So it's 2 strikes on Rhodes. Infield pulled in real close, almost to the infield grass. When he can cut off that run at the plate if possible. And he throws the next one. It's a little pop fly, foul to the left of the plate on a bunt, so he's out automatically on a foul bunt on the third strike. Scored as a strikeout, and you can make a footnote if you want to in your scorebook, as we do, drawing a line from that K in the lower right-hand corner down to the margin, indicating foul bunt on third strike. Now the man up there, Finney, watches the first pitch come by wide for ball 1. Hello, Mr. Pennsylvania. He remembered us today. And there's one wide for ball 2, making it 2-0. 2 balls and no strikes. Nothing to count. Winds up again, throws, the hitter swings and pull a foul down past first base for the first strike. And it makes it 2-1. 2 balls and 1 strike on Finney. 1-1 to count. Finney walks around back out of the batter's box as Kennedy rubs up a new ball. Here comes the next pitch, and the hitter hits the bounder right back. It just glances off of the pitcher's glove, and Hayes makes a great play in front of second base to get the ball and throws it first. Oh, that play was really a beauty by Hayes. Kennedy leaped into the air and just managed to slow up that ball a little bit. Hayes came over fast, grabbed it, and with a great underhand flip toss, got Finney at first base on a close play for the third out. So that ends the fourth inning, and Kennedy pitched out of the inning in great style. After looking very wobbly at the start, he settled down and looked just the opposite of wobbly. 1 run, 2 hits, 2 men left on base in the first half of the fourth inning, and the score remains a tie 2-2 between the White Sox and the Athletics. White Sox coming to bat in the last half of the fourth. The first White Sox hitter will be Tony Pyatt at third base, and he already waits there back of the plate as Moss warms up road, waiting for Hayes, who is again on base at the end of the inning, get into the catching toss and get out there to go to work. Throws the ball out there to second base. And it comes back to pitcher as Pyatt walks up there to the plate. Out of that, the White Sox start the last half of the fourth inning. Rhodes smoothing the dirt down. From the mound, walks back, moves it down in front of the slab. Turns around, gets his sign. He's winding up. And he pitches, and the hitter bunted the ball, but it's fouled on the ground, back to stand, and it's strike 1. 1 strike to count. One strike, he throws again, and it's the ball inside across the waist, so it's 1 ball and 1 strike on Pyatt. 1-1. There comes ball 2, a curveball outside, and it's 2 balls and 1 strike on Pyatt. 1-1. Winding up once more, throws. Pyatt swings it upon her down to the shortstop. It comes over fast, gets it, throws to first. And Dean had to make a reaching catch way out to the left and high, but he made the play nicely for the first out of the fourth inning. 1 out of the fourth inning for the Sox. And Luke Sewell, White Sox catcher, is up there at the plate. Sewell at bat. Hitter swings and it's a line drive right out to the shortstop, who manages to scoop it up off the top of the dirt just before it hit the ground. And it's 2 out in the fourth inning. 2 out of the fourth inning for the White Sox, and Kennedy's at bat. Out in the fourth inning, Kennedy up there. Starts to wind up. Throws, and the hitter swings, hit the ball back. It hits Rhodes right on the foot. Bounce clear out into right field. Kennedy's around first base, Derrick for second base, and Rhodes is still writhing around on the ground there. The ball is recaptured by the second baseman. Rhodes gets up and is limping around in the infield. Time is called. That was a line smash that either hit his foot or his shin, and it felled him like a blow from a club. He reaches down and rubs his ankle with the ankle and the shin bone just above the foot. Now Kennedy gets his jacket on, goes over to see him, and it goes the 2-base hit, of course. For Kennedy, and Vern is over there seeing how this fellow is, because it really was an awful dirty crack. Start a pitcher warming up in the bullpen in a hurry in case Dusty can't go on. The crowd gives him a hand. Boy, he took a smash that time. Mama, I don't want that to hit me. Woo. My foot had gone right off with it. Right? The foot would have gone into center field and the ball into right, I think. Yeah, mine aches just from watching it. No kidding. Boy, he took a dirty crack that time. shuffle down there to make sure he's all right and able to continue. Besides, he can pitch all right, but boy, he's going to have a great big black and blue mark and a big lump on that leg. That'll be coming up right now. He takes a look at it for a minute. Now faces Rip Radcliffe. Radcliffe at bat. 2 out in the 4th inning. Coach stands there rubbing up the ball, getting ready to pitch the first one to the Ripper. Let's look back at second base. And throws. And Radcliffe takes a good strike over the heart of the plate just above the knee. 1 strike on Radcliffe. He's ready out there again, throws. And Rip hits the ball a beauty down the right field line for another base hit. Kennedy's around third base, carrying for the plate. And the ball goes to second. Boy, that fella can really run. Coming across the plate, he kicks Radcliffe's bat over and then comes back to pick it up. He's a happy-go-lucky rap. He just was having fun coming around there. And that drive to right field, a line single to right by Radcliffe, scores Kennedy. And again, the White Sox are in front. This time the score is 3-2. Throws the first one, and the Krivich takes a ball over the plate, but too low. 1 ball called. And the pitcher waits there again, gets his sign. The first base and throws, and Mike hits the ball to right field. Right fielder coming in fast. The ball drops in front of him for another base hit. Radcliffe is starting for third base. And he slides in just under the... No, they got him at third. Radcliffe, for some reason, slowed up at second. And then when he broke into his stride again, he'd lost just enough time to be caught at third base. Krivich's third hit was a looping single to right. And Radcliffe made second on it. But he slowed down at second and then suddenly looked over his shoulder and decided to go to third. And by that time, it was too late. And we was out on a very fine throw from right field by Puccinelli, who threw to Higgins at third, getting him for the third out. So it's 1 run, 3 hits, 1 man left on base in the last half of the 4th inning. And the score is 3-2 in favor of the White Sox at the end of the 4th inning. The hardest working parts of your car are those chassis bearings down under. They need constant, efficient lubrication. Guard the bearings in your car with Marfax, the oily, water-resisting chassis lubricant which clings to the bearing and stays put. Any Texaco service station will Marfax your car, and remember, a Marfax job lasts twice as long as an ordinary grease job. Kennedy's ready now to pitch to Moses to start the 4th inning, and the first pitch comes over the plate about knee-high for strike 1. Byrne is winding up again, throws and the hitter swings to foul the ball down toward first base. Coach at first base gets it, looks it over, indicates that it's pretty well messed up, and the umpire throws another ball into the game. Parkman calls for that one, so Lena throws it in the stool, looks at it, and then throws it immediately out of play. 2 strikes now. And there he takes the next one, takes a cut at it, but tries to stop a swing and can't. And he strikes out for the first out in the 5th inning, bringing Dean to bat. Dean up there at the plate. First pitch to Dean is a bad ball for ball 1. Wide 1 ball on Dean. And there's a high one wide for ball 2. So it's 2-0. 2 balls and no strike on Dean. Kennedy throws the next one for ball 3. Well, he had all kinds of control of Moses. Now, with Dean up there, he hasn't been able to get 1 of 3 pitches over. So it's 3-0. Byrne pitches again for, it's called ball 4, and so he gets a base on ball. Puts Dean on first base with 1 out of the 5th inning. And Puccinelli the right fielder's at bat. It's another husky fellow, right-handed hitter. However, and he swings the first pitch, hit a high fly out back to second base. Hayes is calling for the ball and gets it for the second out. That makes it 2 out in the 5th inning for the Athletics. Dean is still on first base, and Big Bob Johnson, who braced the wind with that terrific smash and got it into the stands for a home run in the 4th inning, is up there to plate. He really must have hit that ball. Swings the first one, hit a bounder down to Hayes, who gets it, throws the first. Johnson was going down very hard, but he was thrown out at first base for the 3rd out. So it's no run, no hit, 1 man left on base in the first half of the 5th inning, and the score is still 3-2 in favor of the White Sox as they come to bat in the last half of the 5th inning with Muehlhoff, their first hit. Broadcast of the White Sox Philadelphia game comes to you direct from Comiskey Park, home of the White Sox in Chicago, as a presentation of your neighborhood Texaco dealer, distributor of Texaco Fire Chief Gasoline. The broadcast comes with the permission of the White Sox and the Athletics, stimulated us in our national game and in your own local baseball team. This is WCFL at Chicago. Rhodes is finishing his warm-up out there as Haas stands and talks to Hayes. Ewell is one of the famous Philadelphia alumni that are around the league. One of several on this team. White Sox have really got a load of them again. They had Earnshaw and Simmons, but they've gone. Still have Haas, Dyke, Kane, Dietrich, Shores. Kennedy was also with the A's for a little while as a rookie. So is Radcliffe. Guess that's about all low. I don't notice any of it. Well, we're ready to go. The pitcher starts to wind up throws, and it's a strike over the inside corner about knee high. 1 strike on Haas. Strike on the Mule. He's back up there again. Pitcher winds up, throws, and he swings to drive the ball out to right center. It's going way, way out there for a long base hit. Cuccinelli grabs for it, but it hits his foot and bounces past him. By the time he recovers it and throws it in, Haas is on second base. And it's a hit and an error. A single to right center by Haas, and he gets the second base on Cuccinelli's fumbling error. So he's on second base with nobody out in the 5th inning, and Zeke Benura is at bat. Pitcher watches second base and throws, and the hitter takes it inside across the waist for ball 1. 1 ball called. Throws once more, and there's a strike over the heart of the plate, waist high, and the count is 1 ball and 1 strike. 1-1. Throws again, and the hitter takes a wide one across the knees for ball 2. The count is 2 balls and 1 strike. One the count. Crowd out there in left field seats are yelling if they want a homer. Oh, got it all over. Going to get a little business from George here again. 2-1. Whoa. Zeke was all cocked ready for that one. Goes through on those pull-the-string balls, slowed up on that ball, and as he did it, Zeke got all set, but the ball sailed up past the peak of his cap. It didn't break at all, so he took it for ball 3. Makes it 3-1. And the hitter swings to foul this one onto the roof of the stand above and to the right of the plate. Hits 3-2. 3 balls and 2 strikes on Benura. 2 the count. It's ready once more. Throws, and it's ball 4 wide and low, and it's a base on balls for Benur. The White Sox have runners on first and second, but nobody out in the 5th inning. Luke Appling is at bat. Luke Appling, the White Sox shortstop, up there at the plate. Luke might try to bunt, but they don't expect him to. The infield isn't playing for it. Fellow that hits to right as much as he does and really hits with runners this position. No, he reaches around to bunt, hunts the ball toward third base. Higgins comes in fast, gets it, and throws to first, and Dean makes a beautiful play, reaching around behind Appling to get that ball just in the nick of time, because Higgins was playing pretty deep and just barely got him, but it took a very nice play by Dean to make it possible. So it's 1 out in the 5th inning for the White Sox, and now they have runners on second and third with Jackie Hayes at bat. He winds up, throws, and Hayes swings in a pop foul coming up out of the roof of the stand over our heads, a little bit to the left, and he's rounded down back of it. Hit the ball, rolling it down in there around. Great fielding play. Great play, Whitey. Whitey caught that ball while it was rolling down there in that planting roof. And there's the next one inside and low for ball 1. So it's 1 ball and 1 strike on Hayes. 1-1 the count. This infield again. It's right in on the edge of the grass, as the White Sox infield was a little while ago. Playing to cut off any further run at the plate if possible. Again, the pitcher starts to wind up throws. Jackie swings in a long drive to center field. Moses is waiting back there. Both runners are touching up. He catches it and they start. But Ventura goes off. The throw comes to plate and the runner slides in safely, getting in just ahead of that great throw from Moses. But what I mean, that was a throw. Haas coming in there has the game leg and has been favoring it, that injured leg, quite a bit. So wasn't perhaps going as fast as he sometimes has because he couldn't. Then Moses made a great throw to the plate. And Haas had to just barely slide in under it to get into the plate with the run that puts the White Sox ahead 4-2. Now Tony Pyatt is at bat. Pyatt up there at the plate. Rhodes throws the first one, and Tony takes a good strike over the heart of the plate about waist high. 1 strike on Pyatt. Watches back there, throws again. Pyatt takes a high one inside for ball 1, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike on Pyatt. Honora is on second base, 2 out, 1 run home in the 5th inning, and the score is 4-2 in favor of the White Sox over the Outback. Tony swings again to miss a fastball for strike 2, and it's 1 ball and 2 strikes on Tony. 1-2. Swings around to get the sign. He's ready. Pitches. And it's strike 3. A fastball over the outside corner waist high. Pyatt let it go by without swinging at it. And it's called out on strike for the 3rd out. 3rd out in the 5th inning. It's 1 run, 1 hit, 1 error, and 1 man left on base. Well, the 4 aces pop up, Georgie. So 4 aces. And the score at the end of the 5th inning, the White Sox are leading the Athletics 4-2. Now, once again, for just a moment, we return to the studio.
Way to definitely settle baseball post-mortem. National Baseball Scorebook and play-by-play record. Hal Totten has set up in easily understandable fashion his own system of play-by-play scoring, which he has developed over a period of years. By following these printed instructions and any additional data which he will give you over the air, you can your own records. You can then too. Mexico has gathered together in the book lots of other interesting baseball data, photographs of both teams, nicknames, ages, averages of the players, schedules of all major league games. In fact, the 1936 Texaco Baseball Scorebook is something you'll want to keep. Here's how you can get your copy absolutely free. Just go to any Texaco service station and ask for a request card. Then write your name and address on the card, stamp it, and put it in the mail. Remember, there's nothing to buy. Just send in your request card, and the sooner you get your book, the sooner you too will be able to score these games just like Hal Totten does. Now back to Comiskey Park for the continuation of the baseball broadcast. brought to you by permission of the Chicago White Sox and the Philadelphia Athletics to stimulate interest in our national game and in your own local team. Okay, Hal.
Back at the ballpark for the 6th inning. Higgins at bat for the Athletics. Count of 1 ball and 2 strikes. Kennedy throws. Higgins hits the ball out into right field for a base hit. Hayes has got a good start on the ball, but it was through too fast for him. And it's Pinky's second hit besides a walk this afternoon. That puts Higgins on first base with nobody out in the 6th inning for the Athletics. And Frank Hayes, the A's catcher, is at bat. Throws one and Frank swings it a long drive foul way down the right field line, far back into the second deck, but it bounds out and over, back down amongst the box seat customers. And it's 1 strike on Hayes. Hits the next one, a terrific smash to center field. Davis comes over and ranges back to make the catch nicely. Oh, he had to be very, very quick in his judgment on that one, as that ball was hit hard. And he ranged over to his toward left or right center, and then ranged back a little and made the guess just exactly right. So it's 1 out in the 6th inning for the Athletics. Higgins is still on first base, and Lamar Newsom, the shortstop at bat, takes the first pitch for a strike over the heart of the plate about waist high. Ready to pitch the first one, throws. And it's a curveball wide and low for ball 1. 1 ball called. Then the pitcher seems ready, turns and throws to first. The runner's back there in time, though. Now he pitches and the hitter swings it, a bounder down to Hayes, who gets it, flips it to Appling. He throws to first, and it's a double play. For some reason or other, Newsom stopped up just as he was arriving at first base, and I think he could have beaten that ball, and he's kicking the dirt as he walks back out to his position, but I think he thought there were 2 out, and that man being forced at second made it 3 out. And he's very peevish as he walks back out there toward his position, because he knows he did something a little bit wrong. He might not have beaten it, but he stopped, and the play was taking so long there was a chance that he might have beaten that ball to first base. A very peculiar thing, but I think explained by that one thing, and he thought there were already 2 out, and that out at second base made it 3. So it's no runs, 1 hit in the 6th inning for the Athletics. Score remains 4-2 in favor of the White Sox. Sox coming to bat in the last half of the 6th, with Luke Sewell, White Sox catcher, the first man up. Finish down there. The pitcher has the ball again, walks slowly back onto the mound. And Rhodes starts his windup. Pitches. Sewell takes the curveball inside and low for ball 1. 1 ball called. Rhodes waits there again. Seems to have a sign. He's winding up. Throws. And the hitter swings in a high fly to right field arranging over toward the foul line easily. And he misjudged the ball. They lost it in the sun, and it drops out there for a base hit. And Sewell comes into second base, the throw bounding along and hitting him in the leg as he arrived. Puccinelli started over, jogging over, watching for the ball. And then suddenly, the last instant, the wind caught it and blew it away from him, and it landed well out of reach and inside the foul line also for a 2-base hit. Sort of a wind and sun double, you might say. Now Vern Kennedy is up there. Kennedy at bat. And he reaches out, bunts the first one toward first base. The pitcher, Rhodes, comes over, gets it, throws the ball right into the runner. But again, Dean made a nice play. On that, Dean really looks awful good on those kind of plays, which we've heard many first basemen say is the toughest play that they can make. and that is the ball thrown right into the runner. And three times today and once yesterday, Dean made those plays. Now the infield comes in close again, but all but Dean playing right in close. Dean is back a little as Radcliffe steps up there, and the first pitch is wide and low for ball one. One ball called. Ready again, throws, and the hitter hits the ball out to the left. The shortstop goes far to his right and gets it, and makes the throw to first in time to get Radcliffe. Britt swung, started driving that ball toward left field, but Newsom shifted very fast, go back and get it and throw to first to get his man. So now with 2 out, the infield moves back to normal position, and Mike Krivich comes to bat. With Sewell still on third base, score 4-2 in favor of the White Sox. Watches third base and pitches, and it's a strike over the outside corner about knee high. 1 strike to count. Throws again, and it's a curveball wide for ball 1. The count is 1 ball and 1 strike on Krivich. 1-1. Ready once more, throws, and Krivich started to swing, stopped in time to have it called ball 2. It curved wide, and so it's 2 balls and 1 strike on Krivich. 2-1. Pitcher has his sign again. He throws, and Mike swings it, a bounder right back at Rhodes, who leaps into the air, grabs it, throws to first, and Mike is out for the 3rd out, and Rhodes did a nice job of pitching himself out of that inning after the wind and sun had combined to give Sewell a double at the opening of the inning, and the next man sacrificed him to third. He was still on third at the end of the inning. No runs, 1 hit, 1 man left on base in the last half of the 6th inning. And at the end of the 6th, the White Sox lead the Athletics 4-2. Now again for up-to-the-minute scores and complete batteries from other cities, we return to studio.
In the National League in New York, the Chicago Cubs lost the game to the Giants today by a score of 3-1. The Giants had 3 runs, 6 hits, and 1 error. To the Cubs, 1 run, 7 hits, and 1 error. Davis and Hartnett opened for the Cubs, with Henshaw hurling in the 6th and Warnke on the mound in the 7th. Hubble and Mancuso went the entire route for the winning Giants. In Brooklyn, the St. Louis Cardinals are leading the Dodgers at the end of the first half of the 9th inning by a score of 7-0. Winford and Ogrodowski working for the Cards. Frankhouse and Berry's opening for the Dodgers, with Phelps catching in the 7th, Clark on the mound in the 9th. In Boston, the Pittsburgh Pirates and the Bees are tied 3-all at the end of the 10th inning. Blanton and Padden working for the Pirates to open, with Brown on the mound in the 5th. Bush and Lopez, the battery for the Bees, to start, with Cantwell hurling in the 6th. The first game of the doubleheader in Philadelphia between the Phils and the Cincinnati Reds was taken by the Reds 5-0. In the second game, the score is tied at the end of the first half of the 4th inning, 3-all. Hollingsworth and Campbell, the Red battery, the Phillies using Benge and Wilson. In the American League, in Cleveland, the Indians lead the Washington Senators at the end of the 4th inning, 7-6. DeJong and Millie's working for the Senators, with Cascarella in the 4th. Bleholder and Pitlack, the opening battery for the Indians, Hudlin on the mound in the 3rd, and Brown pitching in the 4th. In St. Louis, the Red Sox are leading the Browns at the end of the first inning, 1-0. The Farrells, the battery for the Red Sox, Thomas and Giuliani working for the Browns. In Detroit, the New York Yankees lead the Tigers at the end of the first of the 6th, 3-0. Broca and Dickey, the Yankee battery, the Tigers using Rowe and Hayworth. And now back to Comiskey Park and Hal Totten. Take it, Hal.
Back at the ballpark for the 7th inning. Dusty Rhodes, the pitcher, came to bat, hit the first ball pitch for a high fly into center field, which Krivich got for the first out. Now with a count of 1-1 on Finney, he swings, hits a bounder down to Benora, who has to make a one-handed stop on a bad hop there, but gets the ball and runs over to first base to get Finney for the second out. And it's 2 out in the second inning for the Athletics, with Moses, Wally Moses, the center fielder at bat. And he looks around, the boys out there, gets ready to pitch now to Wally, throws, and it's a fast one inside and low for ball 1. 1 ball called.
Sure. The door is banging.
Kennedy throws again, a hitter at the line drive to left field, and Radcliffe chasing it, but it goes over his head, bounds against the wall. Rip gets it. The runner pulls up at second base easily. Radcliffe throws the ball into Appling, and it's a double to the base of the left field wall by Moses, putting him on second base with 2 out of the 7th inning. Gee, I like to watch that fellow run. He really goes. This is smooth and easy. 2 out in the 7th inning. Moses on second, and Dean, Shub Dean, the A's first baseman, is at bat. Kennedy looks around, gets ready to pitch the first one to Shub. Throws, and the runner's on the go for third base, and slides in, and he's out. He slid hard into Pyatt, who had the ball and brought it down on him, and in sliding into Tony, his foot couldn't reach third base, and he's caught stealing for the third out. So it's no runs, 1 hit in the 7th inning for the Athletics. And now the crowd is standing up for the 7th inning stretch as the White Sox come to bat in the last half of the 7th. Neil Haas, the first White Sox hitter, score 4-2 in favor of the White Sox. Rhodes is just arriving out there in the mound. There's a good crowd out here today, as well as a great crowd of youngsters out in that left field stand. Neil stands there watching. As the ball is thrown out to second base, Johnson missed it out there and had to chase it out into the outfield. He just knocked it down, but he gets it and throws it back. And the pitch is ready to pitch again to Haas. Starts his wind-up. Throws. And Mule swings to foul the ball back toward us here. Catches coming back fast. He might get to it. He didn't quite make it. And it's strike 1. Haas walks over to pick up his mask and rub off the padding. Get the dust off it. Hands back to Frank as he gets back up there to the plate. Hayes made a good try for that ball. And it's 1 strike on Haas. 1 strike to count. Throws again, and Haas takes the ball inside across the waist, and it's 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike on Haas. He swings it, the next one a high fly into right center. Moses is waiting back there for it, gets it easily, and it's 1 out in the 7th inning. So the 7th inning for the White Sox. And Zeke Benura is at bat. Benura up there at the plate. Winds up to pitch the first one, throws, and Zeke swings it. A pop fly going foul to the right of the plate. Hayes is also chasing that one over to the stand and grabs it down there, but apparently couldn't quite hang on to it. He crashed into the front of the stand. Apparently is unhurt. Comes walking back there. Made another nice try, and as a result, it's 1 strike on Big Zeke. 1 strike on Benura. Pitcher throws again with Zeke hitting a hard bounder to Johnson, who comes up with it nicely, throws the first, and it's 2 out in the 7th inning. 2 out of the 7th. And Luke Appling is up there to play. Appling at bat. Well, School's keeping again out there in the left field bullpen. Cellini's putting in his afternoon work. One of the other boys taking long work out there with Muddy Rule. Luke swings the first pitch in, a high fly to right field. The right fielder coming over. And still misjudges the ball a little in the wind and sun, but manages to follow it over far enough to get it for the 3rd out. So it's no runs, no hits in the 7th inning for the White Sox. And at the end of the 7th inning, White Sox still lead the Athletics, the score being 4-2. When every minute counts, you'll find that it doesn't pay to guess about gasoline. Tourists, traveling men, people who drive many miles a day against time, find that Texaco Fire Chief never lets them down. And best of all, it costs no more than ordinary gasoline. Chubby Dean, the A's first baseman, is about to start the 8th inning for Philadelphia. Kennedy throws the first one. He hits it to left field, but it's foul down there and just misses one of the warm-up catchers, and it's strike one. One strike to count. Joe Morrissey's down there taking a workout, warming somebody up, warming up Cellini, and that ball just missed him. There's ball one high and wide, and the count is 1 ball and 1 strike on Dean. 1-1 is the count. Swings again, hit a ball back through the box. Appling almost gets it back to second base, but not quite, and it goes through into center field for a base hit. Single to center field by Dean, putting him on first base. Nobody out in the 8th inning, and Puccinelli, the Athletics right fielder, is at bat. Puccinelli up there at the plate. Throws, and George swings at a ground ball down to Appling, who gets it, throws to Hayes. Jackie throws the first, and it's another double play. Well, that White Sox infield is certainly turning in those double plays these days. Got that ball flipping around out there in real championship style. So it's 2 out in the 8th inning for the Athletics. And the next man up there is Bob Johnson, the A's second base. Johnson is that. And he throws the first one, and Bob swings to miss a high fastball inside, and it's strike one. Right, George. Strike one. And there's a ball wide and low, so the count is 1 ball and 1 strike on Johnson. One and one the count. Johnson swings the next in a high fly down back at first base. Sonora's following it over into foul territory and makes the catch for the 3rd out. So it's no runs, 1 hit in the first half of the 8th inning. And the score remains 4-2 in favor of the White Sox as they come to bat in the last half of the 8th with Jackie Hayes the first man at bat. Broadcast the White Sox Philadelphia game comes to you direct from Comiskey Park, home of the White Sox in Chicago, as a presentation of your neighborhood Texaco dealer, distributor of Texaco Fire Chief Gasoline. The broadcast comes with the permission of the White Sox and the Athletics to stimulate interest in our national game and in your own local baseball team. This is WCFL Chicago. Rhodes finishing his warm-up. As Jackie Hayes stands there waiting to take his turn at bat to start the 8th inning. Finishes the warm-up. There goes the ball again out to second base. And we'll be ready to go now in the last half of the 8th. Hayes waits there at the plate as Rhodes gets his sign, gets ready to pitch to him. Starts his wind-up. Throws, and Jackie reaches out and sort of pushes the bunt out toward first base. Dean gets the ball and races for the bag, and Hayes beats it out for a base hit. Dean couldn't make any other play on that ball but that. He started for the base, then realized that the pitcher couldn't get it, so he raced out to his right, grabbed it. Then Rhodes wasn't anywhere near getting to first base, so Dean, without losing any time on the play, didn't hesitate at all, raced for the bag, but Hayes, a fast man, beat him, and it's a base hit for Jackie, his second of the ball game. Puts him on first base with nobody out in the 8th inning, and Tony Fyatt is at bat. Fyatt runs up on the first one. He's going to try to hit it to right, but the pitch came in high and inside, and it's ball one. There's a high one inside for ball 2, and the count is 2-0 2 balls and no strikes on Clark. 2-0 the count. Throws again, and Tony swings in a line drive, and the shortstop leaps high in the air to grab the ball, and then holds it when Hayes gets back to first base so quickly that to make a throw would be to take a chance on and there. The ball was hard hit, so hard hit that Hayes, who had made a break for second, saw where it was going and hadn't had time to get far away from the base by the time it was caught. So he was able to get back. And so Hayes is still on first base, 1 out in the 8th inning, and Luke Sewell, White Sox catcher, is at bat. Oro swings around, ready to pitch the first one, throws, and Luke swings in a drive out into right center for a base hit. Going on out there, it's past the right fielder, going clear through to the wall. Hayes is around third base on his way home, and Sewell is pulling up at third base. He makes the turn, but the ball is being run in. The center fielder raced up to the wall and stumbled and fell on that incline of the sod out there at the far end of the scoreboard, but that triple by Sewell hit the wall. That is bounded out as far as the wall, landing against it at the far end of the right field scoreboard. And it's Luke's second extra base hit of the game. First one going to him by virtue of wind and sun. And it drives home Hayes with a run that gives the White Sox a lead by a score of 5-2 and brings Vernon Kennedy, the White Sox pitcher, to bat. Rhodes out there, gets ready to pitch the first one. Vernon throws, and Kennedy hits the ball into left center for a base hit. His second hit of the game, and it scores Sewell easily from third base with the second run of the inning and the White Sox 6th run of the game. Kennedy's other hit was that terrific smash off Rhodes' shin that bounded out into right field for a 2-base hit. And he scored right after that on Radcliffe's single. Now the Rippers up there at the plate. 1 out, 2 runs home in the 8th inning, and the first pitch is inside and low for ball 1. The stocky left-handed hitter. Hayes has started 2 pitchers warming up in the right field bullpen, both of them right-handers. Throws another one, and Kennedy hits it down the right field line for a good base hit. Radcliffe does. Kennedy is around second base. Ball is coming over there to second base, and it bounds up rather peculiarly. Newsom knocks it to the ground in time to hold Radcliffe at second and Kennedy at third. It's a double down the right field line by Radcliffe. And it looks though there's going to be a change in pitchers. Rhodes turns and starts for the clubhouse, and Earl Mack, son of Connie Mack, and one of the coaches of the club, walks up there to tell the umpire who the new pitcher is going to be. I believe it's Ross, do you? Mr. George believes it's Ross. Mr. George very often is correct. Very often correct. He didn't do very well on that one. Lisenby, I didn't know he was with this club. We used to call him Lisenby when he was with, it was the same fella. He used to be with, boss, he isn't even in the program here. Can't tell the players without a scorecard. In this case, you can't tell this one with one, can you? Lisenby's a right-hander. Looks very much like the same boy who some years ago was with Boston and Washington. Whether it is or not, I'm not sure. He's been up in the International League and going pretty well lately. And he's finishing his warm-up out there in the mound. With catcher Hayes as Krivich waits to take his turn at bat. White Sox now have runners on second and third. 1 out, 2 runs already home in the 8th inning. Now 6-2 in favor of the Sox. And Krivich finally steps up there as umpire Quinn dusts the plate, and the infielders trot to their positions. Again, the infielders come into the edge of the infield grass. Try to cut off any run at the plate if possible. He throws, and Krivich takes a fast strike over the outside corner across the waist. 1 strike on Krivich. winding up once more, throws, and Mike takes a high one wide for ball 1. Count is 1 ball and 1 strike on Peter. 1-1. He winds up again, throws, and Mike swings it a slow foul to the left of the plate. Waiting back here is Haas, and he grabs the ball on that high bounce, looks it over, tosses it back to umpire Quinn, who had already given the catcher another ball to put in play. Umpire pockets that one as fit for further use, and Peter steps back up there once more. White Sox runners on second and third. Mike starts to swing at the next one, stops, the ball hits the bat and goes foul back to the stand. He was pulling away from it to keep from finishing his swing because the pitch was high and inside, and in pulling away from it, the ball hit the bat and went foul to the stand, and Haas is walking back to get it. Still 1 ball and 2 strikes. Lisenby throws again, and Mike swings at a slow bounder into the infield. The third baseman, Higgins, comes in fast, gets the ball, and throws to first, nipping Peevich by an eyelash over there on a very, very close play, and it scored 1 run. Kennedy scored easily, and Radcliffe went to third. On Peevich, infield out, and Higgins, incidentally, had to make a beautiful play on that ball to get the run. And he nipped him by an eyelash. That's 3 runs this inning. White Sox leading the Athletics 7-2, with Radcliffe still on third base, 2 out, and Mule Haas at bat. The first pitch to Mule is a wide one low for ball 1. Throws once more for a strike over the outside corner, waist high, and it's 1-2. 1 ball and 2 strikes. 1-2 count. Hitter hits the next one, a bounder out back at second base. Shortstop Newsom gets it, throws to first, and Haas is out for the 3rd out, ending the 8th inning. In the 8th inning, the White Sox had 3 runs, 4 hits, and 1 man left on base. And the score at the end of the 8th inning, the White Sox 7, Philadelphia Athletics 2. As I said before, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to bring some mail out meant to today that I've received from fans who have gone over the scoring system that we have in the Texaco scorebook that you can obtain so easily, that the Texaco company is giving away with great pleasure. That system in there is very complete, more so than a lot of systems, but naturally there are some certain little tricks that we have that you can hardly put in a system because everybody has certain of those differences. And if you want to know, have any questions about the scoring, drop me a line. I'll either give it on the air or possibly, if I can, if there aren't too many questions, do it by mail so that you can have all the dope. But remember to get this book with room for 17 games, a complete scoring system, the stocks and subs, rosters. Stop in at any Texaco station, ask for a request card, fill it out. All he asks for is your name and address. Mail it. It's already addressed to me. Put a 1-cent stamp on it and mail it, and you'll get your book. Now to start the 9th inning, Higgins at bat, and the first pitch comes by wide for ball 1. 1 ball called. And there's ball 2 wide across the knees, making it 2-0 on Frank Higgins, known as Nicky Higgins, the Athletic third baseman, who already has a walk and 2 hits in this ball game. Umpire threw the ball out of play that was being used there, and the next pitch comes high inside. Ball 3. Didn't do much good, did it? Down is 3-0, 3 balls and no strikes. There comes the first strike. Catch at the inside corner just above the knees. Run the count to 3-1. 3 balls and 1 strike. And then he winds up again, throws for ball 4. It's wide and low, and Higgins now has a perfect day at bat with 2 walks and 2 singles. Pinky's on first base. Nobody out in the 9th inning for the Athletics. And Frank Hayes, the catcher, is at bat. Hayes up there at the plate. Kennedy throws the first one, and Hayes takes a strike. A fastball over the outside corner, about knee high. 1 strike on Hayes. He swings the next one, hit it into left field for a good clean base hit. Runner from first is stopping at second. And the Athletics have started what might turn into a serious rally here. They have runners on first and second with nobody out in the ninth inning. And Newsom, Lamar Newsom, known as Whitey Newsom, the Athletics shortstop. Stocky little blonde-haired right-handed hitter at the bat. He takes the first pitch for a strike over the heart of the plate. Don't waste time. One strike to count. Pinch hitter going to come up here now. Bat in place of the pitcher following this man. I haven't spotted quite yet who it is. Probably Nemec. Hitter hits the next one, a bounder back through the box. It goes on into center field for a base hit. One run is coming into the plate, and they let the ball go. The pitcher started to get the ball and deflected it so that it changed the course enough, and the catcher couldn't see it. It hit his leg and bounded back to the stand, letting the other runners go to second and third. And now Kennedy is really in the spot. The last instant, Kennedy, who had his hand up, tried to pull it down to let it go apparently at the catcher's call, but he deflected it so that Luke couldn't see it. So on Newsom's single to center, Higgins scored. And Hayes went to second, and now just who they called that error on, I'm not sure. We're trying to find out from Wayne Otto, the official scorer, was back from his vacation. Then Nemec batting for Lisenby hits the ball down to Appling and is thrown out at first base for the first out, with Hayes scoring on the play to give the Athletics 2 runs this inning and make the score 7-4. And the head of the batting order, Lou Finney, is at bat, taking the first pitch inside and low for ball one. It dropped out of Sewell's glove, but he grabbed it fast. Then he hits the next one, a high fly coming down foul back at third base. Pyatt follows over there and makes the catch for the second out. So that makes it 2 out in the ninth inning. 2 out in the ninth inning for the Athletics, and Moses is at bat. Wally up there at the plate waiting now. And the first pitch is high and inside for ball one. Hitter swings the next, hit a high fly, also foul going down back at third base. Pyatt is following it over and makes the catch right in front of the stand for the third out, and the White Sox win the ball game 7-4. You say they signaled to Whitey that was an error on the throw, George? Well, that's what I figured it probably was, but we wanted to make sure of it. That error that let the man go to second and third is given to the center fielder on the throw. Krivich on his throw, and that's the way that was scored. Now in the ninth inning, the Athletics had 2 runs, 2 hits. There's 1 error and 1 man left on base. And the score is 7-4. White Sox making 7 runs, 13 hits, 1 error. They had 8 men left on the base. The Athletics had 4 runs, 9 hits, 2 errors. They had 7 men left on base. Time of the game, 1 hour and 45 minutes. The winning pitcher, Kennedy, and the losing pitcher, Rowe. Summary again, for the benefit of those who keep all those things in the scorebook and are checked with them. Technical scorebook. White Sox, 7 runs, 13 hits, 1 error with 8 men left on base. The Athletics, 4 runs, 9 hits, 2 errors, and 7 men left on base. Time of the game, 1 hour and 45 minutes. Winning pitcher, Kennedy. Losing pitcher, Rowe. Tomorrow is Ladies' Day, and the Boston Red Sox will be in town to open their 4-game series in 3 games. Single games on Friday and Saturday, and a doubleheader on Sunday, and the doubleheader, the first game as usual, starts at 1:30. We'll see you on a lot of those days. But if you're not out here, why, we hope to be talking to you. But that's all for now. And speaking for George as well as myself, Hal Totten, bid you good afternoon from Comiskey Park, and we return to the studio. Bye now.
Speaking to you from the studio, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you a summary of the other baseball games that have been played this afternoon. First, in the National League, in New York, the Chicago snappier roadwork. It has the stamina, the quick getaway, the reserve of extra power and speed for the open stretches that make sluggish cars look like part of the scenery. Texaco Fire Chief is emergency-type gasoline. That means Fire Chief meets rigid federal specifications for emergency use. It's fast-firing, crowded with action. Fill up with a tank full of Fire Chief, then try out your car. You'll find that in response to the same pressure on the accelerator to which you're accustomed, your car will step out faster, and that you'll get more enjoyable miles from each gallon. Reason enough why more tourists buy Texaco Fire Chief gasoline than any other single brand. Remember, when you get a filling of Fire Chief at the Texaco station near you, you'll be getting more for your money. So drive with Texaco and save. Your neighborhood Texaco service station has brought you this broadcast direct from Comiskey Park by permission of the Chicago White Sox and the Philadelphia Athletics to stimulate interest in our national game and in your own local team. Fred Fowler speaking for the Texas Company invites you to tune in tomorrow afternoon at 2:45 for another baseball broadcast with Hal Totten at the microphone.
The Kellogg Company, makers of the famous Kellogg cornflakes and other ready-to-eat cereals, presents Hal Totten. But right now, here's a suggestion to brighten up your fall menu. Why not try serving Kellogg's cornflakes? Some people still think of cornflakes as a food for breakfast only. But just try them for a light supper. Serve them with sliced bananas or with a preserved fruit. The whole family will be delighted with this crisp, toasty, flaky cereal that is so easy to digest. But be sure to get genuine Kellogg's cornflakes that come to you fresh from the spotless Kellogg kitchens with the flavor protected by the wax-tight inner wrapper. Your grocer has Kellogg's cornflakes in the familiar white, red, and green Kellogg package. You better order some tomorrow. And now, here's Hal Totten.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, Ford, you know that contest? We can't tell them yet who's the winner because we don't know yet. There's 4 players so close to the top that they're having to go back and add every bit of a vote that's come in again. In other words, right from the start, they're re-adding all the votes to make sure that the one of these 4 players that are within 100 votes of each other on the unofficial standing is actually the winner. And as to who is going to win the other prizes, the prizes for those writing in, well, we still hope to have it within a week, but I don't know. Those thousands and thousands of letters are bearing a lot of reading, and a couple of the judges right now are out of town, so we got to get them back in town so we can bear down on it. So if the people will be patient, we will too, I hope. Anyway, I'm trying to because I'm sort of anxious to know myself.
That's so I am.
Yeah, I want to know who's getting all these automobiles and fur coats and radios. I mean, you and I can't get them, but somebody can.
At least we can know who got them anyhow.
Yeah, right. And we can have the fun of presenting them, maybe. Well, the World Series opening game has come and gone, hasn't it? And it came and went just about the way most people figured it would. A fellow named Carl Hubble was just about too tough for the boys. And he won that game 6-1, beating the Yankees in that fashion, holding them to 7 hits, striking out 8 of them by cracky and walking only 1. In other words, the Yankees saw a great southpaw with great stuff and control. They've seen a lot of great southpaws in their league with good stuff. Some of them haven't got so much control. Of course, the veterans have, like Lefty Grove when he's right, and Earl Whitehill. But the majority of them haven't the control and the stuff that Hubble had. And he showed it time and time again. Just from hearsay and what we know of the serious game, we know several things that happened that bore out what was said before the series really got underway. The first hit of the game went to Bill Terry. That was one of Bill Terry's 2 hits. Terry showed that he's the great money player he always was. However, another giant player who figured on being a great money player lived up to his reputation. And that was Mel Ott, the little rascal who plays right field and is one of the greatest young ball players in the major leagues and now already a veteran. But a couple of other boys bounced up with base hits. In fact, 8 of the 9 hits made by the Giants were made by 4 players. One of them was little Dick Bartell. You know, Bartell is one of these fiery little players who may be very hot or very cold. Might be very dangerous at bat or very docile. And today he was very, very tough. Matter of fact, it was his home run that tied up the game after Powell had, or rather, Selkirk had put the Yankees ahead with a home run early in the game. And the other two hits, you guess. Carl Hubble himself. Boy, he's always been tough up at that dish, but when he was out there with that winning spirit, he was up with 2 more base hits. You know, that sort of gives an idea of what those Giants have. Now, tomorrow may be a different thing. Freddie Fitzsimmons is going to pitch. Probably pitch against Lefty Gomez. Gomez has been going erratically lately. He's pitched 1 good game. 1 good game at the end of a very erratic season is another question. The 3rd inning again saw Hubble rise to the height. Selkirk opened the inning with a home run. That put the Yankees ahead. And after Hubble himself tossed out roughing, and Crosetti popped to Whitehead, Rolfe and DiMaggio singled. Well, there was one of those big Yankee innings in the making, you think. Who was at bat? Lou Gehrig. What did he do? Hit a nice little bounder down to a fellow named Carl Hubble, and Hubble threw him out first base. I don't know. That Hub was right in there all the time. 4th inning again, it was Hubble. It had started to rain. Fans didn't like it very much because the ball handling was bad. The crowd was uncomfortable, and still they played the ball game in these conditions, so they went on. And Dickey opened up looking at a 3rd strike. But Powell doubled to left and Lazzeri walked. There was the real tough spot. They tried a double steal, figuring they were 1 run ahead. And that great little general back of the plate, who is, to my mind, one of the fellows that is completely not appreciated in baseball, a fellow who should have much more credit for what he's getting. Gus Mancuso whipped that ball down to Jackson, and the fleet-footed, hard-sliding, and cutting and slashing and spike-wielding Powell was out. And then Selkirk, who had hit a home run early in the game, was struck out for the 3rd out. Little Millard bounced up in the 6th inning to hit a base hit, a 2-base hit in fact, showing that he wasn't there, and he doubled to left, showing that he hit a good pitched ball. Ball that was pitched outside to keep him from hitting it to right and into the stands. Ripple, the youngster, coolly stepped up there and laid down a sacrifice. And if you think sacrificing against good pitching, such as Ruffing was showing, and Ruffing did pitch a corking good ball game, if you think bunting against that kind of pitching and under that strain is easy, you're cuckoo. The score was tied, remember? And here was the proposition. And so Ripple laid down the sacrifice, and the same Gus Mancuso, the boy who bears down when it counts, singled to left to drive in that run and put the Cubs ahead. So there is the rest of the Cubs, the Giants ahead, the National League team anyway. 7th inning again was Hubble. After Powell singled to left, Lazzeri turned around and struck out for the 2nd time. Selkirk forced Powell, and Terry Bartell and Ruffing banned. So there you had Mr. Hubble again. Giants had 6 runs, 9 hits, and 1 error. The Yankees 1 run, 7 hits, 2 errors. Batteries for the Giants, Hubble and Mancuso. For the Yankees, Ruffing and Dickey. The City Series game between the White Sox and the Cubs was called off on account of the very, very inclement weather. It rained, it was cold, and just altogether too bad. While that hurts the coffers of the ball clubs, I don't believe they're crying very much, because it adds the Sunday game to the players' pool. The players share in the first 4 games, and the games now are 1 game at Wrigley Field tomorrow, games at Comiskey Park on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and then back to Wrigley Field. So the players now share in the Sunday game, which should come close to being at the Patsy House, weather permitting. Breaks have started to play a part in the World Series. Breaks and temperament are liable to play a big part in the City Series. I wonder if, knowing these players intimately, having known them, most of them been with the Chicago clubs, and some of them before that, it wouldn't be sort of a good idea to go down these various lineups and picture the personalities of the men, because personalities do play a big part in a short series when everything depends on what's going to happen. Take Rip Radcliffe, the White Sox leadoff man. There's a fellow who is much better than a 300 hitter. He's a fellow who may go through the first 2 or 3 times at bat in the ball game without getting on base. And then all of a sudden, when the going gets tough, he comes up with that single or double to drive in runs. He's driven in 82 runs this year. Or get on base to score runs. He scored 120 himself, making 207 hits. One of the two members of the White Sox has gone over the 200-hit mark, Appling being the hunt to the other with 204. And you have a man who is dangerous right down to the last ditch. And a fellow who is very, very sure on a fly ball, although he has had trouble with ground balls. Larry Rosenthal is a youngster who is just a little bit inclined to try too hard this year, his first year, and he might choke up in a clinch. On the other hand, if they let up for a minute, he's going to powder that ball and cause trouble. Mulehouse is a veteran. His record of only 46 runs batted in, 76 runs scored, and a batting average of 285 doesn't really tell what Mule can do, because it's those tough runs that he drives in when the going gets tough, and that's the answer. Zeke Benora is a big, happy-go-lucky guy who'd rather hit than anything else in the world, and you can't get him down whether it's a City Series, World Series, or just a spring practice game. And with 138 runs already batted in this year, look out for Zeke under any circumstances. I don't believe I have to talk about Luke Appling and his temperament. They kid about the fact that he always is celebrating a sore arm or a sore ankle or something, but that's in the clubhouse or on the bench when he's talking about it. Out there in the field, he never quits. He's driven in 128 runs, scored 111, made 204 hits, led both leagues with an average of 388, and he's going to be plenty tough. Hayes is another fellow who drives in runs. He was at bat only 416 times this year and made 130 hits, but drove in 86 runs. That's what counts. Jimmy Dykes is another fellow who is tough with men on bases, and Luke Sewell is noted as a man to drive in tough runs. On the Cubs side, Golan can get on base, but unless he does, he's had a slightly bad year, why the Cubs don't go so well. Cavrat is a question. In the last few games of the season, he went pretty well, but whether he can continue to do that in a short, important series is a question. He didn't do it in the World Series. Billy Herman ended the season in a terrific slump, and it's more than due to come out of it, and if he's out of it, everybody better look out. I see the time has moved around again, so come in, Fort Pearson.
Yes, and now just a word to all you folks who like to go out to the kitchen and raise the refrigerator for a bite to eat before going to bed. Most of us will be getting that urge a little later this evening, I know. Well, here's my tip. Remember to ask your grocer for Kellogg's cornflakes tomorrow. Enjoy them for breakfast, lunch, or supper. But be sure that they're handy for a crisp and tasty snack at bedtime. Kellogg presents Hal Totten with his inside story on baseball each day at this time, except Sunday. This is the National Broadcasting Company, WENR, the voice of service in Chicago. And it's now 30 seconds until 7 p.m. We're leaving there in favor of WLS.
Good evening, friends. You're now listening to WLS, the voice of Prairie Farmer, America's oldest farm paper, Chicago. We join with the facilities of the National Broadcasting Company to bring you our first feature of the evening. CFL in Chicago. Your new fall suit is ready at Morris B. Sachs, 6638 South Halsted Street. Sachs is offering stylish, beautifully tailored two trouser suits in all the smart fall fabrics at only $24.50 on credit with a smile. It will pay you to see them soon. We leave our studios now as we take you to Wrigley Field for the first game in the City Series between the Cubs and the Sox. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We're speaking to you from Wrigley Field, the home of the Cubs in Chicago, to bring us this afternoon the first game, which has proved to be the first game of the City Series between the Chicago Cubs and the Chicago White Sox. The game is about to start, and there go the Cubs out onto the field, but before the Cubs take the field, they'd like to give the lineup for the game to be played this afternoon. For the White Sox, who are the first ones to come to bat, as they're the visitors from the south side, the battery will be Vern Kennedy on the mound, and Luke Sewell behind the bat, the battery. And the batting order, Rip Radcliffe, left field, Larry Rosenthal, center field, Neil House, right field, Zeke Benora, third base, Luke Appling, shortstop, Jackie Hayes, second base, manager Jimmy Dykes, third base, Luke Sewell catching, and Vernon Kennedy pitching. For the Chicago Cubs, the battery, Bill Lee on the mound, Gabby Hartnett behind the bat. And the batting order, Augie Galan, center field. Bill Cavaretta, third base. Billy Herman, second base. Frank Demery, right field. Stanley Hack, third base. Gabby Hartnett, catching. Johnny Gill, left field. Bill Jurgis, shortstop. And Bill Lee, the pitcher. The game is just about to start. The umpires are all going to their positions. And incidentally, we might remind you that the umpires for this afternoon, from the National League, the umpires, Barr and Stewart. And for the American League, McGowan and Ormsby. The day is quite overcast, and the wind is coming out of the northwest. Not a very strong wind, a very sluggish wind, and we would say that in the grandstand, there are about 18,000 people. Just about 18,000 people. Now there at bat is Rip Radcliffe. The first ball has been thrown, strike one. He swings and puts the second one right down the right field line, and he is out by a play at first base by Frank Demery, taking the ball on the bounce. Running over and stepping on first base, retiring Rip Radcliffe. And that brings Larry Rosenthal to bat. Larry Rosenthal at bat. Here's the wind-up and the pitch. The first ball comes over. Ball one. So the fact is 1 ball on Larry Rosenthal. There's the wind-up. Big Bill Lee taking that slow wind-up. And here's the pitch. Strike two. Strike two. 2 strikes on Larry Rosenthal. The second man is back with 1 man out in the first inning for the White Sox. Larry's running up the ball out there on the mound. Big Bill Lee putting the mitt back on again. Here it is. That slow swinging wind-up. And the pitch. Ball 2. Ball 2 and strike 1 on Larry Rosenthal. 2 balls and 1 strike on Larry Rosenthal. Watching for his sign. Bill Lee gets his sign. Here's the wind-up, the cover, and the pitch. And it was over the outside corner. Now it missed the outside corner by about an inch for ball 3. So the count is 3 balls and 1 strike on Larry Rosenthal of the White Sox in the first half of the first inning of the first game of the City Series. A lot of firsts on that one. Here is the pitch. And it is strike 2. 2 balls and 3 strikes. He's run the count out to the end. Here comes the big one. He's watching for his sign. Getting his sign from Gabby Hartnett. Here is the wind-up and the pitch. And he is called out on strike. Called out on strike for Larry Rosenthal. That makes 2 outs in the first inning for the White Sox. And he was called out. He didn't even swing. You can't make base hits unless you take that bat off the shoulder. And that brings Newell House, the donkey to bat. Standing up there, a left-handed hitter, short and stocky. It looks as if he could well it out of the ballpark. So he really caught a hold of it, and he can. Here's the windup on the first pitch to Newell Hart. And it is ball 1. The first ball pitch, ball 1 to Newell Hart. Right fielder of the Chicago White Sox. Here's the windup and the next pitch. And it is ball 2. Wide and low on the outside corner for ball 2. Ball 2, so Newell Hart is at bat with 2 balls, no strikes. 2 men out in the first half of the first inning. Big Bill winding up there again. Here's the stretch and the pitch. And it is 3 balls and no strikes. Big Bill Lee seems to have lost that control for which he is so truly famous. Winding up again to make another pitch. See if we can't get it down the middle this time. And it is strike 1. Strike 1, so that brings the count to 3 balls and 1 strike on Newell Hart. Bill waiting for it there, all ready to cloud it over the fence. He hits the second one down to shortstop, Luke Appling. Direction. There he comes over to first base, and he is out when Phil Cavaretta took it from Bill Jurgis. That retires the side. Bill Jurgis to Phil Cavaretta at first, retiring the side with 3 outs. No runs, no hits, and no errors in the first half of the first inning for the White Sox. And now we'll see if we can't get him to the side for the White Sox. The White Sox coming to bat in the last half of the first inning. Or the Cubs coming to bat in the last half of the first inning. And there on the mound now, warming up, is Vern Kennedy. The pitcher for the White Sox, and behind the bat, Luke Sewell. Luke Sewell doing the catching for the White Sox today. And the first man at bat for the Cubs in the last half of the first inning brings out little Augie Galan. Augie Galan, who hits right and left. And against the right-handed pitching of Vern Kennedy, will hit left-handed. Goes the ball out to second base, over the shortstop, tossing it around the infield, and back to the pitcher, Vern Kennedy. Vern Kennedy is scratching up the mound now, getting it set for his particular style of pitching. And Augie Galan is in the batter's box to face Vern Kennedy of the White Sox. There's the swing and the cuddle, and the pitch on the first ball, and it is high and wide for ball one. Lining up for the second pitch. Here's the pitch. Right down the alley for strike two, strike one, ball one, and strike one. Ball two. Second half of the first inning, retiring Augie Gallant. Applied to center field, taken by Rosenthal of the White Sox. And that brings Bill Cavaretta, cut first baseman to bat. Bill is batting .273 this year, a left-handed hitter, facing Bernie Kennedy. Kennedy looking around the field, calling in his infield just a little bit, changing their positions to make the hit if a hit is made. And there's a pitch. Hit out into left center. And Rip Radcliffe is waiting for it and makes the catch for 2 outs. 2 out in the last half of the first inning. The catch made by Rip Radcliffe of the White Sox. So it's 2 out. And that brings Billy Herman up to bat, a right-handed hitter. He's up there, snapping the plate, putting the catch down, getting himself adjusted. Waiting for the first pitch. All ready for the first pitch. Here is the wind-up, cuddle, and the pitch, and he hits it. An infield grounder, going down to the third baseman across to Phil Cavaretta, and he is out by an eyelash, retiring the far side with no runs, no hits, and no errors. So the White Sox come to bat in the first half of the second inning with a score tied, 0-0 at the end of the first inning. Cubs taking the field. The White Sox have all gone back down into their dugout over side first base over there. Incidentally, the White Sox look very fresh in their gray uniforms, and the Cubs in their white home uniforms are also looking very fresh. Seems to me the whole park is all dressed up for this first game of the City Series. The field is just as green as it can be, and it seems to be a very enthusiastic crowd out here this afternoon of about 18,000. Big Bill Lee is warming up out there with Gabby Harkness now. There goes the ball to second base. Around the field, around the infield, and back to the pitcher. And now, stepping into the batter's box is Zeke Benora. Big first baseman of the White Sox, ready to take the first pitch. Bill Lee winds up, throws, and it is ball one. Ball one high and outside from a right-handed hitter. Looking for his sign. He has it. Here's the windup. And the pitch. And it is strike one, bringing the count to 1-1 on Big Zeke Benora. The first hitter in the first half of the second inning for the White Sox. Taking his position again. Bill Lee watching for his sign. He has it. Winding up. And the pitch. There. He hits it out into center field. It's way high, going out there, and center fielder Augie Gallant makes the catch for the first out in the first half of the second inning. Now the ball that you're here, ladies and gentlemen, is for Luke Appling, shortstop of the Chicago White Sox, coming to bat in the first half of the second inning. Luke Appling, incidentally, is hitting .388. His season record was .388. The first pitch, he hits it out to right field. It's a high fly going out there, and Frank Emery runs over, makes the catch, and it's 2 out in the first half of the second inning against the White Sox. 2 out, which brings Jackie Hayes to bat. Second baseman of the Chicago White Sox, has been hitting this year .312. Hitting average of .312, a dangerous hitter in any man's league. And the first pitch, and he hits it out to right field. And Frank Emery is running in, and he catches it, and it is 3 out. No runs. No hit, and no errors in the first half of the second inning for the Chicago White Sox, which brings the Chicago Cubs to bat in the last half of the second inning. And the first man up, he is right fielder Frank Demery, who made the last out in the first half of the second inning. Frank Demery coming to bat. On the mound now, the White Sox are taking the field. The outfielders are going out to their positions. The infielders are all at their positions, throwing the ball around. Ben Kennedy warming up with Luke Stool. And here comes the first hitter to bat in the second half of the second inning for the Cubs, Frank Demery, right fielder. Frank Demery, incidentally, has been hitting, and his record this year has a percentage of 348, a dangerous hitter. Now we're ready for the first pitch. Kennedy getting his sign from Luke Sewell. Here's the windup and the pitch. And it is ball one, high and inside to a right-handed hitter. Ball one and no strike. The first hitter in the second half of the second inning. Here's the next pitch. Right down the heart of the plate for strike one. So the count is 1-1. On Frank Emery, 1 ball and 1 strike. The pitch. Got away from Luke Sewell that time. The ball went all the way through for ball 2. So far outside that even Luke Sewell couldn't catch it. It went all the way back to the screen for 2 balls and 1 strike. The count on Frank Emery. Frank Kennedy seems to be a little bit wild out there right now. He's getting his sign now, cuddling the ball there. Wow, that one very nearly took his hat off that time. He had to duck underneath and get away from it. Frank Emery almost hit in the peak of the cap for ball 3. So 3 balls and 1 strike on Frank Emery. You can almost say that there was a little bit of dusting off going, but inasmuch as it's the first one that's been anywhere near a hitter, I don't think we can say that safely. The throwback from Luke Sewell was wide, and Mr. Kennedy had to walk out off the mound in order to pick the ball up in the infield. Nobody going to help him at all. Here's the next pitch, and it was right down the heart of the plate, and Frank Emery let it go by for strike 2. So the string has run out to the end. 3 balls and 2 strikes on Frank Emery. The next pitch, he hits it, a high fly into short center field. Going back for it is the second baseman. The second baseman, Jackie Hayes, took the fly and made the out. So it is 1 out in the last half of the second inning, which brings Stanley Hack to bat. Stanley Hack coming to bat, the second hitter in the last half of the second inning for the Cubs. The score stands 0-0. The Cubs at bat. Stanley Hack, the left-handed hitter, batting .307 this year for the entire season. There's the windup by Kennedy on the pitch. He hits it, a ground ball right into the box. Kennedy takes it and throws it to Zeke Benura for the second out in the second inning. So that was an out from Kennedy to Benura for the second out in the second inning, which brings Gabby Hartnett, that popular catcher of the Chicago Cubs, to bat. Seem to have a few dissenting votes about that popularity here in the South, but nonetheless, they must be from the South side where the Luke Sewell comes up there, and they'll get in this year. Here's the first pitch to Gabby Hartnett, and it is ball 1, inside and low to a right-handed hitter. Big Gabby Hartnett, if he gets a hold of the bird, going over those bleachers. The second pitch, ball 2. Mr. Kennedy's getting himself in a hole. Gabby Hartnett this year, incidentally, had a hitting average of .307. 307 Gabby Hartnett's batting average. Watch for his sign. He has it. Luke Sewell. And here's the pitch. Fouled it high into the first deck of the right field stand, right down back of first base. Had quite a scramble for the ball. Seems to settle down now. Somebody got it. New ball was thrown out by the umpire, rubbing it up a little bit, get the shine off the ball, looking around the field. Incidentally, no men on base. 2 outs. 2 balls and 1 strike on Gabby Hartnett. Here's the pitch by Kennedy. Started to swing at it, but stopped, pulled back to let it go by for a ball high and outside for ball 3 and strike 1. 3 balls and 1 strike on Gabby Hartnett. Here's the pitch. He swings and goes down striking. Striking out for the 3rd out in the second inning. Well, he... 2 strikes. He lines the next one out into right field. Mulehouse going back after it, and he makes the catch for the 3rd out. So Gabby Hartnett went out after all. Flying out to Mulehouse in right field for the 3rd out in the second inning. Making it no run, no hit, and no error. And that brings to bat in the first half of the 3rd inning Jimmy Dykes, third baseman for the Chicago White Sox, and the third baseman is also the manager in this particular instance. There's Big Bill Lee warming up with O'Day. O'Day warming up Big Bill Lee while Gabby Hartnett, who was the last man to hit, gets on his catching card, chest protector and so forth. Lee seems to be doing himself a very nice warm-up out there. He hasn't missed the plate in 5 throws. There's the 6th throw right to the heart of the plate. There it goes out to second base, over to shortstop, over to third base, across the first, and back to the pitcher. And here comes the bat for the White Sox in the first half of the 3rd inning, Jimmy Dykes, the third baseman. Already, Big Bill Lee gets his sign. Here is the windup and the pitch. and he hits the first one. Sure base hit out into right field, and he pulls up at first base. But Frank Emery makes a quick throw into second. So that puts Jimmy Dykes on first base. No out. The first half of the third inning. Bringing to bat, Luke Sewell, catcher for the Chicago White Sox. Getting the sign now. Jimmy Dykes on first base. Big Bill Lee winding up out there. Here's that stretch. Settles the ball, looks at first on the pitch. And it is strike one, right down the heart of the plate. Looks as if Luke Sewell was going to sacrifice that time to get Jimmy Dykes to second base, but it was a strike over the heart of the plate that he let go by for a called strike. So he looks at first base, pitches, and it is a hit right back to the pitcher, through to second, and it's a fast double play. A fast double play from Big Bill Lee to Jackie Hayes to Phil Cavaretta to double Jimmy Dykes. So that makes it 2 outs in the first half of the second inning. A fast double play by Big Bill Lee. Bringing to bat, Vern Kennedy, the pitcher. Winds it up, and the pitch. He hits the ground ball down to the shortstop and throws it across the first. Phil Cavaretta stepping on first for the third out in the third inning for the White Sox. So that makes it no runs, 1 hit, no errors. Bringing to bat in the last half of the third inning, Chicago Cubs coming to bat. This is the first game of the City Series between the Chicago Cubs and the Chicago White Sox. Bringing to bat Johnny Gill, left fielder for the Chicago Cubs. 261 for Johnny Gill. He's a left-handed hitter. He's knocking the mud out of his strike, having been out there in the field, just coming in, and he is ready. Umpire says play ball, the warm-up is over, and now he's getting in time for the first pitch, and there it is. It is ball one. Ball one, high and outside to the left-handed hitter. Brian Kennedy getting his next signal. Brings right up, and he throws. Gill hits a high fly over into the second deck of the left field stand. Everybody standing around moving as one man, but for 1 ball and 1 strike on Johnny Gill. 1 ball and 1 strike. Here's the pitch. And it is high and outside for ball 2. Running the count to 2-1. 2 balls and 1 strike on Johnny Gill. Left fielder for the Chicago Cubs up in the last half of the third inning. Kennedy looking around the outfield, calling his fielders in a little bit. Here's the pitch. Started the swing, stopped, and the ball was called low and outside for ball 3, making the count 3-1. 3 balls and 1 strike on Johnny Gill. Here's the next pitch, and he hits it. A short bounder in the infield. Kennedy going over, he fumbles the ball, he can't get it, and Johnny Gill is safe at first base. With a little infield scratch hit, Johnny Gill arriving at first base. So that puts a man on first, nobody out. The last half of the third inning for the Chicago Cubs. Bringing to bat Bill Durgis, shortstop of the Chicago Cubs. He's already in the batter's box with Johnny Gill holding first base. Walking up there, tapping on the plate. Frank Kennedy knocking the mud out of his spike. Incidentally, the field is very nice and dry. There he is, winding up, and the pitch. There's a high fly. It looks as if it might be fair. No, it goes foul into the boxes back of third base. So it's 1 strike on Bill Durgis in the last half of the third inning. 1 strike is the count. The man on first and nobody out. Putting his glove back on out there on the mound. He steps onto the rubber. Here's the settle. Throws to first, but Gill is back in time very safely. Holding him very close as Johnny Gill is a very fast man. Any kind of a hit will get him to second. He's taking his lead off. There's the pitch. Tried to bunt, and it was a strike. He very nearly missed it entirely, but just managed to tip it underneath the catcher's glove, and it went back to the screen for strike 2. So it's 2 strikes on Bill Durgis. 2 strikes and no balls. Looking around the field out there, Vern Kennedy is. Whereas Johnny Gill holding first base very close. He looks over there, holding him as close as he can. Here's the pitch. And it's another foul up into the upper deck of the stand. That's of third base, the right field stand. Cat fell all the way over the chairs and almost fell out of the upper deck trying to get that ball. Nonetheless, the ball game goes on as He almost hung over the ledge that time, trying to get down into the boxes, but nothing extra. Here comes the pitch. And he strikes out. Strike three, making it 1 out. Bill Jurgens struck out for 1 out, leaving Johnny Gill on first base. And that brings to bat Big Bill Lee, the Cubs pitcher, and he's hitting for himself. 1 out, right-handed hitter as he pitches. Kennedy is on the mound there, stepping onto the rubber now. Here's a cuddle and a pitch. Ball 1. The ball gets away from Sewell, backing up the plate, but he manages to hold Gill on first base. Cutchell hit the ball on him that time, making out that he saw it at second. Kennedy back on the mound again, kicking the dirt around, watching first base, see that Gill doesn't have too big a lead. So he steps on the rubber, Gill takes his lead, and he throws back first. But Johnny Gill gets back in time so that Big Benora can't get him and get him off for the second out. Here's the pitch, and it's another foul. A foul up under the screen back of home plate for strike 1. So it's ball 1 and strike 1 on Big Bill Lee, the pitcher of the Chicago Cubs. Another ball is thrown out. Then Kennedy rubs it up, watches first base while he does so to keep Johnny Gill as close as he can. Not going to let him have any lead, get to second base if it's possible. Steps onto the rubber. Here's the pitch. And still Lee swings and hits it right out into center field. Hits it into center field with Larry Rosenthal coming in fast and making the catch for the second out. So it's 2 out in the third inning for the Chicago White Sox, leaving Johnny Gill on first base. Only 1 hit so far. Johnny Gill, incidentally, is the first hit off of Vern Kennedy. There been no hits made off of, there was 1 hit made off of Big Bill Lee. Here's Kennedy's first pitch to Augie Galland. And it is ball 1. Ball 1, low and outside to a left-handed hitter. Winding up. Here's the pitch. And it is ball 2. High and outside to a left-handed hitter. Into Walker's control. Pitching to Augie Galland. Augie Galland up with 2 men out. Johnny Gill on first base. Kennedy watching for his sign from the mound out there. He has it. Looks at first base. Gill takes his lead. Throws very listlessly over to Big Benora. And Johnny Gill has plenty of time to get back and not even close. Watching it. Here's the pitch. And it is low for ball 3. 3 balls and no strikes on Augie Galland, center fielder of the Chicago Cubs, who has an average this year 265. Here's the pitch, and it is strike 1. Let that one go by without even swinging at it, hoping it might be a ball 4. Kennedy looks at first, steps on the rubber. Here's the pitch, and it is ball 2. Oh, correction, ball 4, and he gets the base on balls, putting Augie Galland on first base, moving Bill Jurgens, or Johnny Gill, correction, Johnny Gill to second base. Second base on that base on balls for Augie Galland. And that brings Phil Cavaretta, first baseman, to bat. Then Kennedy on the mound, getting his sign with 2 men on, 2 men out. Here's the pitch, and he swings at the high fly across center field. Center fielder Larry Rosenthal running in on it. And it was, the catch was made by Luke Sewell, who also was calling for it. Correction, not Luke Sewell. No, Luke Appling. You don't mind if we put him out there at shortstop. It was Luke Appling out there who made the catch for the third out, retiring the side. So it's 3 outs, no runs, 1 hit, and no error. 2 men left on. And now, ladies and gentlemen, at the end of the third inning, the Cubs and the White Sox are tied 0-0. 0-0 is the score. That brings the White Sox to bat. First man at bat in the first of the 4th is Rip Ratcliffe. Left fielder and leadoff man for the Chicago White Sox has an average this year of .335. Rip Ratcliffe coming up the bat, knocking the mud out of his spikes with a score 0-0. Stepping up there, and Big Bill Lee is on the mound. He has his sign, Gabby Hartman behind the bat. Here's the windup for the first pitch, and he throws. And it is ball 1. Over the plate, but high for ball 1, called on Rip Ratcliffe. Harper steps out of the box for a minute, then he steps back in again. There's that swinging windup and the pitch. He hits it. It's a ground ball down to Phil Cavaretta. Cavaretta running over it, throws it to Bill Lee, and it's out. 1 out in the first half of the 4th inning. Cavaretta taking the hit, throwing to Big Bill Lee, who covered first. So it is 1 out, first half of the 4th inning. That brings to bat Larry Rosenthal, center fielder of the White Sox. Left-handed hitter. Here's the windup for the first pitch and the throw. He hits it. It's a base hit out to right field. A base hit to right field. A quick throw in, holds him at first. Oh, the ball got by. Gabby Hartnett came clear into the plate when Phil Cavaretta missed the throw that was made from Frank Demery. Missed the throw. But Gabby Hartnett retrieved quick enough to hold Larry Rosenthal at first base. He didn't have time to advance to second, although it was a very wild throw. So it didn't cost anything for the Cubs on that wild throw from Frank Demery to Phil Cavaretta, which was backed up by Gabby Hartnett. So that puts one man on base, a single, putting Larry Rosenthal on first with Neil Haas at bat. First one is strike one, a foul. A foul to the left of the plate. And a nice long lead off there, but we got one. 1 out. Larry Rosenthal on first, Neil Haas at bat. Here's the wind-up for the next pitch. A base throw to second, and it's, well, we can't tell. We haven't called the thing yet. Yes, it's caught off second on that hit to off the plate. And through to Jackie Hayes at second to cut down for the second out. Neil Haas, credited with a hit, is on first base. And that brings Zeke Benora at bat. First baseman of the White Sox. Here's the pitch. And it is high and inside. Well, it wasn't inside. It caught the inside corner for strike one. It was high. So it was strike one. 1 strike on Zeke Benora. Here's the windup and the pitch. He hits it. And he's doubled out at second base. Neil Haas, in going down to second, was caught by Jackie Hayes when Jurgis caught that short infield hit of Luke Aplow for Zeke Benores and threw to second, getting Haas as he went to second from first. So 3 out, no runs, 1 hit, and no errors. The last half of the 4th inning, Cubs coming to bat, bring Billy Herman, second baseman of the Chicago Cubs, first man up, face Vernon Kennedy. Vernon Kennedy warming up with Stool out there now. There's the ball out to second base, and back to the pitcher. Already talking it up a little bit out there in the field now. Kennedy looking around, who's going to hold this boy. Billy Herman, the first man at bat, the last half of the 4th inning. Kennedy watching for a sign. He has it. Here's the wall at the pitch, and it's a high fly to short center field. Center fielder Augie Galan coming in, calls for it, and makes the catch for the first out. So it's 1 out, the last half. I better get the right team out there in the field, I think. It was Larry Rosenthal that made that catch, incidentally, center field. And that brings to bat Frank Demery. Frank Demery at bat. There's the wind-up and the pitch. And it is strike one right down the heart of the plate. Frank Demery, 1 strike. Here's the pitch. And it is strike 2, right in the same place. Frank Demery seems to be just a little bit put out about that. He thought that was a ball. But anyway, it's 2 strikes. Here's the wind-up and the pitch. He swings. It's a hit out into center field. Larry Rosenthal coming in, calling for it, and he makes the catch. 2 out in the last half of the 4th inning for the Cubs. 2 out. Left-handed hitter. Been hitting 298 for the end of the season this year. He's up there waiting for the first pitch. Kennedy watching for his sign. He has it. There's that swing and the pitch. He hits it. Going down the left field line, but back into the stand for a foul. Strike 1. Strike one on Stanley Hack. There's a new ball thrown out by Luke Sewell, the umpire. Kennedy roughing it up. Standing on the mound to watch the first time. Steps onto the rubber and throws. Pitch is low and outside, very low and outside. In fact, Luke Sewell had to dig it out of the dirt. So it's ball one and strike one on Stanley Hack. Stanley also is low and outside for ball two. Running the count to 2 balls and 1 strike on Stanley Hack. Here's the wind of the game. Settles the ball in front of the pitch. Oh, that was so high that Luke had to jump into the air to catch it, making it 3 balls and 1 strike. Kennedy walks toward the plate and ran out to the edge of the mound from the stool. Can't seem to get a hold of that ball this afternoon. Kicking the dirt around out in front of the mound. Then back up onto the mound, got his foot on the rubber, watching for his time. Here's the wind up and the throw. And it is strike 2, running the count out to the end. Bring his run out to the end, 3 balls and 2 strikes on Stanley Hack with 2 outs. There's the pitch, and he hits it, going out toward left field. Back into the stands for no count. Oh, that was a good one. Man tried to catch it, stepped up onto the bars, protecting the seat. He fell right on his head coming up with the ball, but he made it. That's what he made the catch. It's going to make Larry Rosenthal, Rip Ratcliffe over there get up on their toes. All right, here's the next one. The string is out to the end, and it is ball 4. Ball 4, and Stanley Hack gets the base on ball, putting him on first base with 2 out in the last half of the 4th inning. 2 out, bringing Gabby Hartman to bat. Gabby's getting a nice hand from the fans as he walks slowly up to the plate. Just his feet on his cap, looking out there, makes a few signs, has a little bit of talking to Vern Kennedy. Tapping on the plate there. Just about ready now. Steps into the batter's box. Kennedy roughs up the mound a little bit, get a better foothold. He steps onto the rubber, watches first base, throws, and it is ball 1. Low and inside to Gabby Hartman. 2 out, the last half of the 4th inning. It's scoring 0-0. Stanley Hack on first base. Last man on first, taking his lead off first now. As Kennedy steps on the mound, he throws back to first, and Hack gets back in time, so that there's no count. So the count on Gabby Hartman now is 1 ball and no strikes. He throws it to hit right through the box, back into the center field. He throws to first, and Gabby is out for the 3rd out, retiring the side with no runs, no hits, and no errors. At the end of the 4th inning, 1 man left on base. And got on base from a walk. That was Stanley Hack. And from the fans as he walks right up the plate. Just his feet on his cap. Looking out there, makes a few signs, put a little bit of trust into Vern Kennedy. Slapping on the plate there. Just about ready now. Steps into the batter's box. Kennedy roughs up the mound a little bit, get a better foothold. He steps onto the rubber, drops his first base, throws, and it is ball 1. Low and inside to Gabby Hartman. 2 out, the last half of the 4th inning. It's scoring 0-0. Stanley Hack on first base. The last man on first, taking his lead off first now. As Kennedy steps on the mound, he throws back to first, and Hack gets back in time, so that there's no count. So the count on Gabby Hartman now is 1 ball and no strikes. He throws it to hit right through the box, back into the center field. He throws to first, and Gabby is out for the 3rd out, retiring the side with no runs, no hits, and no errors. At the end of the 4th inning, 1 man left on base. And got on base from a walk. That was Stanley Hack. So far, Mr. Kennedy has allowed only 1 hit, whereas Big Bill Lee has allowed 2 hits so far. Now Bill Lee is out on the mound there warming up with Ruby Groove, who start the first half of the 5th inning. First man at bat in the first half of the 5th inning is the batting champion of both leagues this year, Luke Apple, shortstop of the Chicago White Sox. Bill Lee winding up, pitching out there for his warm-up. Taking a little bit of time as Gabby Hartman back the last time and had to take time to get his catching togs on. There he comes out, tracking down behind the plate as Luke Appling comes to bat. The first half of the 5th inning is scoring 0-0. Here's Bill Lee at first pitch. He winds up on the throw, and it is strike 1, catching the inside corner. Strike 1. 1 One strike. The next pitch, he throws, and it is low and inside, missing the inside corner this time for ball one. 1 ball and 1 strike. The count on Luke Appling. Shortstop, the White Sox, here's the cover and the pitch. He throws. He hits it. It's the boundary into short. Oh, foul ball. Foul ball down the left field line, back to third base. Bringing Luke Appling back to resume his hitting, while Gabby Hartnett steps into the batter's box and goes through the pantomime of hitting against Vern Kennedy, which he successfully did last time, but due to the lack of speed, didn't make first base. Got Stanley Hack out to the third out at second. Luke Appling coming back now. He has his guy stepping into the batter's box. So it's 2 strikes and 1 ball on Luke Appling. First man at bat in the first half of the fifth inning is 4-0 to nothing. 2 strikes and 1 ball. Here's the wind-up, the cover, and the pitch. He fouls this one high, in fact, over the roof of the second deck of the stand to the right of first base. So still 2 strikes and 1 ball on Luke Appling. Rubbing up the new ball out there, winding up. Here's the pitch. And it's low and inside. Had to jump back to get away from that one. There's the wind-up. The throw. He fouls that one onto the screen, back to the plate. Leaving the count at 2-2. 2 balls and 2 strikes on Luke Appling. The ball is thrown in. Running it up a little bit. Big Billy looking around the field. Looking at everybody's in position. Incidentally, the sun has come out very brightly now, and there's a very listless wind blowing, and it's really bright. Here's the pitch. And it is ball 3. Making the count 3 balls and 2 strikes. Running the swing out to the end on Luke Appling. First man at bat in the first half of the fifth inning. Here comes the next pitch. He throws. And it is ball 4. Ball 4. Luke Appling gets to first base. Walks to first base, putting a man on first with nobody out in the first half of the fifth inning. And that brings to bat Jackie Hayes, second baseman of the Chicago White Sox, right-handed hitter. Big Bill Lee getting his sign from the mound, watching first base. He throws. It's a hit. Right out of the left field. Luke Appling makes second base, rounds up the first, and goes back. As Johnny Gill makes a last throw to third base. So it's a single to left field by Jackie Hayes, putting Jackie Hayes on first, and Luke Appling on second base. The man on first and second, nobody out. The first half of the fifth inning is 4-0 to nothing. And that brings to bat Jimmy Dice, first baseman and manager of the Chicago White Sox, right-handed hitter. Runners are taking their lead on first and second as Big Birdie gets his sign from the catcher. He stretches, no wind up, and he throws. He's going to bunt, but it was a ball. High and inside to a right-handed hitter. So it's 1 ball on Jimmy Dice. Nobody out in the fifth inning. Steps down to the rubber. Basemen take their lead again. He looks around. Steps off the rubber again. As they take too long a lead, they run back, tag up the base. Now there's the stretch. And the pitch. And it was high and outside. The ball 2. Ball 2 on Jimmy Dice. First man at bat, man on first and second. Nobody out in the first half of the fifth inning, 4-0 to nothing. There's a bunt, it's right down the first base line. That runner comes in, throws the first. Oh, hit the runner. There's a man down, he's taking second. There comes the man in. And that scores Luke Appling. With Jackie Hayes going to third base. And Jimmy Dice taking second base when the bunt, which was taken by Phil Cabrera and thrown to Big Bill Lee, who covered first base, hit the runner in the arm as it was thrown in. So he got to second base, putting runners on second and third. Nobody out. Taking Jackie Hayes to third base. Jimmy Dice to second on that bunt. Might be an error on the throw. And that brings to bat Luke Sewell, catcher. First ball is ball 1. Ball 2, they're walking him on purpose. Ball 2, here's the next one. Ball 3. And the next one will be high and wide also. Ball 4 to fill the bases, so there's a chance of a double play. 1-1 home. Jackie Hayes on third base. Jimmy Dice on second base. And Luke Sewell on first base, loading the bases. And that brings to bat Vern Kennedy. Kennedy hitting for himself with nobody out in the first half of the fifth inning, 1 run home. There he is, left-handed hitter. Here's the wind-up and the pitch. inside for ball one. The base is loaded, nobody out, 1 run home in the first half of the fifth inning. Getting inside. Here's the pitch. Swings and misses for strike one, making the count 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike on Vern Kennedy. On first, second, and third, nobody out, 1 run home. The first half of the fifth inning. The White Sox leading the Cubs 1-0. Here's the pitch. He hits it. It's up, shortstop picks it up, goes to first, and the man is out making 1 run. But Jackie Hayes scores for the second score, advancing Jimmy Dykes to third base, and putting Luke Sewell on second base. With 1 man out, Vern Kennedy sacrificing. 1 man out, 2 runs home. Then on second and third. There's a high fly out there, looks as if it might be, and it is. It's in the right field bleachers for a home run by Rip Raskin. The Ripper does it. The Ripper makes a home run, scoring Jimmy Knight and Luke Sewell for 3 more runs. 1 out in the fifth inning. Making the score now 5-0 in favor of the White Sox with 1 man out, bringing to bat Larry Rosenthal, center fielder for the Chicago White Sox. Larry Rosenthal, a home run into the right field bleachers by the Ripper. The Ripper came through and they needed it. Didn't need it so badly with 1, but anyway, if they needed it, I hope. Larry Rosenthal hit the first one. It looks as if it might be out of the box, but it's fouled. It went back there just inside of the wall, out of right field, outside of the right field line. So it's 1 strike on Larry Rosenthal. Strike 1. 1 man out, 5 runs home. Nobody on base. Stepping out of the batter's box for a minute, get his instruction. Stepping back in now. There he is with 1 strike. Stepping up, and Big Bill Lee getting his sign. He has his sign. Here's the windup. And the pitch. He swings and hits it almost in the same place. This time it's going high and into the stands. Yes, into the stands for strike 2. High, long foul for strike 2 on Larry Rosenthal, center fielder of the White Sox. That's 2 strikes. 1 man out. 5 runs home in the fifth inning. Big Bill Lee rubbing up the ball, trying to get a sign down there that he thinks will be effective. Looking at Gabby Hartnett, watching him. He has his sign, his swinging windup, and the throw. He hits this one, a safe hit. Well, it wasn't a safe hit. It went right straight out there to Jackie Hayes. He threw Phil Cavaretta, and he's out. There it goes around the field. That's the second out. So it's 2 men out. 2 men out. The last half, the first half of the fifth inning for the White Sox with 5 runs home. And that brings to bat Neil House. Right field of the White Sox. He hits the first one. Down low the pitcher's head. Jurgis catches it, throws to first, and Cavaretta makes the out for the 3rd out in the first half of the fifth inning. In the last half of the fifth inning, coming to bat for the Cubs, brings Johnny Gill, the first man up. Johnny Gill, the first man up for the Cubs. Left-handed hitter. Been hitting .261 this year. Vern Kennedy on the mound. Getting his sign. Here's the windup, the throw. And it is ball 1. High and outside, the left-handed hitter. Johnny Gill, a left-handed hitter for the Cubs. Here's the throw. Swings and misses for strike 1. 1 ball and 1 strike on Johnny Gill. First man up in the last half of the fifth inning for the Cubs. The White Sox leading by a score of 5-0. Here's the pitch. And it's low and outside for ball 2. 2 balls and 1 strike on Johnny Gill, the first man up in the fifth inning. He swings, the pitch, and it's a high fly into center field. Luke Appling running back, calling for it, and he makes the catch for the first out of the fifth inning. With 1 out, bringing Bill Jurgis to bat. Bill Jurgis, right-handed hitter, stepping up into the plate. Generally looking around the field. Calling his men around a little bit. The right-handed hitter, here's the pitch. And it's a high fly into the upper deck of the the right field stand for strike one. One strike on Bill Durkin. With one out in the fifth inning. There's a new ball going out to Kennedy, who rubs it up. Takes the shine off it a little bit. Looking around the outfield. Steps onto the rubber. Gets his sign. With that swinging windup. Shuttle and the pitch. And it's right back to Kennedy. Caught it right in front of him and threw to first for the second out. He didn't have to move off the mound. It was right smack into his hand. That brings the bat for Lee, the pitcher. There'll be a pinch hitter for Lee this time, I believe. And the bullpen warming up for the cut. Next Carlton. Lillard will bat for Lee. Lillard is batting for Lee. And it's ball down. Get away from that one. It was ball one. High and inside. Right across the shoulders. He had expected to have a base on being hit with a fifth ball. Here's the next throw. Fouls that one. So it's ball one and strike one. Right up under the screen in front of it. Ball one and strike one on Lillard. New ball thrown out to the pitcher. Rubbing it up now. So the count is 1-1. 2 men out. No runs home. White Sox leading 5-0. Lillard attacks to throw. And it is ball two. 2 balls and 1 strike on Lillard. Here's the windup. And the next pitch. It's a high ball up onto the screen. Maybe it won't hit the screen. Or it's back into the boxes just to the right of the screen. Seems to be quite a tussle down there for the ball. Looks to trying to catch it, running back, snapping off his mask, but no go. No, a new ball is thrown out as they fight over that old one down there. Then Kennedy roughing it up a little bit. Bumping up the mound, there to get a toe hold there on the rubber. Watching for his sign, so it's 2-2 on Team Lillard. Right-handed hitter, 2 out. Here's the windup to the pitch. Ball 3. Running the count out to the end, 3-2. 3 balls and 2 strikes on Gene Lillard. Gets hitting for Big Bill Lee. Ball goes back off the mound, watching for his sign, and then with the clouds clouding over a little bit, getting a little bit cooler up there. There's the pitch, and it is low and inside for ball 4. And Lillard takes the base on ball, and that brings the bat Augie Galland. Augie Galland, who has flied out once and had 1 base on ball so far in this game. Lillard on first base on a walk. Here's the windup for the first pitch to Augie Galland. Lillard on first base to throw, and it's over the outside corner for strike 1. 1 strike on Augie Galland. The windup, lead off, the pitch. Hits the dirt in back of the plate for ball 1. So low that it hits the dirt back of the plate. So the count is 1-1, 1 ball and 1 strike on Augie Galland. 1 man on, 2 men out. White Sox leading by a score out 5-0. Lillard on first base. Galland attacks. Trying to gill out. Bill Durkin down. Coming back onto the mound. Kennedy wrapping it up again. Can't seem to be satisfied about rubber there. Steps in again. Watches first and throws. It's a hit. Right straight through the box. Out of the center field. Lillard down to second. On his way to third. Quick throw into second. Holds Augie Galland at first. So it's a single to center field by Augie Galland. Advancing Lillard to third base. So men on first and third. 2 men out. Bringing the bat. Bill Cabrera, first baseman of the Cubs. With an average of 273. Hit this time will score a run. Left-handed hitter, Bill Cabrera. Looking around the infield is Kennedy, trying to hold Galland close. Here's the pitch, and it is high and outside for ball 1. 1 ball on Bill Cabrera. Watching for his sign, steps onto the rubber. Runners take their lead. Here's the pitch, and it is ball 2. Also high and outside. Over the outside corner to a left-handed hitter. Kennedy looking around the outfield out there, watching the runners on their bases, trying to hold them close. Looks at first, looks at third. Here's the pitch. It's a high fly out into right field. Right fielder Hillhouse coming under it. Makes the catch for the third out. So it's no run. 1 hit. No error. And 2 men left on the bases. Now, ladies and gentlemen, while we take a little bit of rest as the White Sox come to bat in the first half of the sixth inning with good old Zeke Venora at bat, I'm going to turn you over now to, here he is, Georgie Watson. Okay, George? Oh, thank you. I'm drinking up all your coffee, Fred, so maybe we can get these pipes. Rex Carlton is now pitching for the Cubs, ladies and gentlemen, replacing Bill Lee, who had a little tough luck by virtue of that ripping home run by Ripper Radcliffe that scored the 4 runs, putting the Sox in the lead 5-0 for the Cubs. Looks like Mr. Benur is the first man up for the White Sox. Zeke Benur, the first baseman for the White Sox, while Tex Carlton and Gabby Hartnett are throwing the ball back and forth, getting Tex warmed up. Ball goes out to second base. Missed, incidentally, out into center field. Boys just having a little fun. Zeke Venora is going to try to redeem himself now. He hasn't done so much today. But when that boy gets a hold of a baseball, it really goes for a ride. Am I right, Fred? Right. Now, you keep scoring these things now while I describe this play. Tex Carlton on the mound. There's the stretch and the pitch. Wide for ball 1. Ball 1 on Zeke Venora. And again, he burns one down. And it's strike 1. 1-1 on Mr. Venora. Went right through. Went right through Gabby Hartnett that time for ball 2. Ball 2 and strike 1 on the hitter. Tex Carlton roughing up the ball a little bit. Reaches for the rosin bag. See if he can't put something on this time to fool this man Venora. 2 balls and 1 strike on Zeke. And it's 3 balls on Mr. Venora. 3 balls and 1 strike. And the pitch. And Mr. Venora takes a walk for himself. Tex Carlton seems to have a little difficulty out there with that right arm of his today, kind of favoring it a little bit. Luke Appling, luscious Luke is at bat now, and the pitch, and it's ball 1. Zeke Venora on first base, no outs, and the score 5-0 for the Southsiders. Tex Carlton getting his signal, the stretch, watching first base, and the pitch. And it's ball 2 on Luke Appling. The sun comes out intermittently and makes it a little more like baseball weather instead of football. The peak for the signal, and here is the pitch. Strike 1 and ball 2 on Luke Appling. Zeke Venora still hugging first base. Getting his signal now, Tex Carlton is. The stretch. And the pitch, and there goes Zeke Venora down to second, and he is out. Out trying to steal second for the first out on the Sox in the first half of the sixth inning. Zeke wasn't quite fast enough for that one. He made a nice slide, but the second baseman, Billy Harmon, nailed him as he slid in. So it's 1 out, and Appling is still at bat for 2 balls. And a nice single right between short and second. It's picked up by Augie Gallant at center, and let's see who's next. Jackie Hayes, the second baseman for the White Sox, is at bat. 1 out, and Luke Appling, by virtue of a single, is on first base. Jackie Hayes, the batter's box, swinging that bludgeon. Tex Carlton ready to pitch. Here it comes, and it's strike 1. Strike 1 on Jackie Hayes. Luke Appling on first base, and 1 out. And that foul. Foul hit the ground and went back to the catcher into the screen. Pulling Luke back to first base. Tex Carlton getting his signal from Gabby Hartnett. Jackie Hayes at the plate. Getting ready to swing on this one if it's a good one. And that was an underhand burner that came in there from Tex Carlton. and Mr. Jackie Hayes is walking toward the dugout by virtue of 3 strikes. So it's 2 out. Luke Appling on first base. 2 out in the first half of the 6th for the White Sox. With manager Jimmy Dykes coming to bat. The fighting manager of the South Side, and there goes... Oh, boy. Luke, in stealing second that time, collided with Billy Herman, and Billy dropped the ball. So we believe that yes, he is. Luke Appling is safe from stealing second base. 2 out, Luke Appling on second, and manager Jim at bat with 1 ball. Jimmy Dykes at bat. Jack Carlson pitching. 1 ball and 1 strike. Carlson getting his sign from Gabby Hardnett as the pitch. And it was let her high. Seemed to me it cut the outside corner of the plate, but it was strike 2. Strike 2 and ball 1. Luke Appling on second base by virtue of a steal. Ball 2. Ball 2 and strike 2. Carlson there's the stretch, and here comes the pitch. Underhand, and strike 3 for the 3rd out. That's it. Mr. Carlson just turned that one in underhand, and Jimmy Dykes took a wild roundhouse swing and then dropped the bat and went right over and got ready to go right back to work. So it's the last half of the 6th with the Cubs coming to bat, and Babe Herman. Not Babe Herman, pardon me, Billy Herman. I wrote Billy Herman down here so I wouldn't get him mixed up with Babe Herman. Billy Herman, the second baseman, coming to bat for the Cubs in the last half of the 6th inning, with the score still 5-0. Vernon Kennedy pitching for the Cubs. Luke Sewell behind the plate. Boys talking it up down there, throwing the ball around the infield. I see Fowler's coffee over here, so excuse me, ladies and gentlemen. Well, I'd take a sip. How about it, George? Kind of chilly up here. Well, the umpire's lifting off the plate. We're getting ready to play some baseball now. Billy Herman at bat. Last half of the 6th inning, score 5-0 for the White Sox. Kennedy ready to pitch. Getting a sign from Sewell, and here it comes. Right over the heart of the plate for strike 1. Strike 1 on Billy Herman. Ball 1. He set about ready to strike at that, but thought better of it and let it go. So it's ball 1 and strike 1 on Billy Herman. Ball 2 on Billy Herman. Ball 2. And no strikes on Bill Herman. Ball 3 on Billy Herman. Mr. Kennedy seems to have lost the reins there momentarily. Looking around the infield now, getting a sign from Luke Sewell, and here's the pitch. And Billy Herman walks. Billy Herman walks in the last half of the 6th inning. Frank Demery is at bat. Frank Demery is a dangerous hitter, and now is his chance to do something. If the Cubs expect to get any scores to kind of show these Southsiders that this is Wrigley Field. Kennedy getting a sign from Sewell, and the pitch. Ooh, boy. Frank Demery had to pull away from that one. Ball 1. Ball 1 on Frank Demery. Billy Herman on first base by virtue of a walk. Ball 2. Ball 2 on Frank Demery. Pulling his cap down over his eyes, getting his sign from Luke Sewell, and the stretch. Oh, close to first base, and Billy Herman beats the throw, not having been very far away from the sack. Again the pitch. Strike 1. Strike 1 and ball 2 on Frank Demery, the right fielder for the Cubs. The pitch. And a right. Not quite a double play. That ball was hit sharply to Zeke Ventura at first base, about 3 feet inside the first base line, and he threw to second to double Billy Herman, but couldn't quite get it back to first base. So Mr. Demery is safe at first with 1 out. His looked for a minute as it might have been a double play, but Zeke too high to the second baseman, and he couldn't get it back to him. So it's 1 out, and Stanley Hack at bat, a left-handed hitter. Brown is warming up for the White Sox out in the right field bullpen. Frank Demery at first base, and Stanley Hack at bat. 1-1 is the count on Stanley Hack. 1-1. The stretch, and the pitch. And Hack hit a nice right over third base out into left field. However, holding Demery to second. A nice sharp single out into left, right over third base, and holding Demery at second. That was made by our friend Mr. Stanley Hack with Gabby Hartnett coming to bat. Oh, Gabby. The 1 out and man on first and second. The right side of the pitch. Gabby took a wild roundhouse swing at that and just tipped it back onto the screen. Hack on first, Demery on second, and Gabby Hartnett at bat with strike 1. Strike 1 on Gabby Hartnett. Kennedy watching for the sign. Evidently it's satisfactory, and here's the pitch. Gabby fouls one out to the right and is taken by Zeke Benura. A nice catch by Zeke Benura right over in front of the Sox dugout. So it's 2 out, and Johnny Gill at bat. 2 out, Johnny Gill at bat. Demery on second, Stanley Hack on first. Johnny Gill, left-handed hitter. Has done some nice things with that bat at times. Now is his chance to show that it's still in good shape. Kennedy, however, pitching a very nice game today, getting out of some tight spots. So here we go, 2 out, man on first and second, and the last half of the 6th, with the Sox leading 5-0. The pitch, and he swings for strike 1. Strike 1 on Johnny Gill. Kennedy getting ready now. There's the pitch. Johnny fouls one back here into the lower deck. And there's been more mad scrambles, foul balls out here today. I think Fred explained a few minutes ago about a chap over here to our left that took a nosedive right over the lower deck boxes there. Went right on his head trying to get a ball. There we are, man on first and second. 2 out. Kennedy pitching. And Johnny Gill at bat. And he right into Luke Appling's hands for the 3rd out. So there's 2 men left on bases. That ball just all Luscious Luke Appling had to do was just kind of bend down, and it landed right in his head. So here we go into the first half of the 7th, with the White Sox leading 5-0. Tex Carlton pitching now for the Cubs. Gabby Hartnett still catching, and of course all Chicago fans, both south side and north side, are standing up. Let's half the 7th. Oh, Mr. George tells me this is the south side stretch now. Well, where is the north side? The other day, the boys warming up, talking it up out there. Those 5 runs are getting to look awfully big for the Sox. Warming up with Gabby, and the first man at bat for the White Sox in the first half of the 7th is Luke Sewell. Sewell at bat. Mr. Luke Sewell, who wears number 14, cleaning off his spikes. It's still just a little bit muddy out there, although the ground's in excellent condition for the rain that we've had. Getting ready, there's the pitch, and wow! He gets a hold of a nice one, and it goes right into the arms of Demery. Or the hands of Demery, rather. What do we think this is, football? Nice hand for Vernon Kennedy. He comes to bat. He's pitched a nice game today. It is first, of course, with a couple of hoots and hollers. Nevertheless, that hand is for Vernon Kennedy, who faces Tex Carlton, and the pitch, and he swings for strike 1. Strike 1 on Vernon Kennedy. one shot down to second base, and he is out. Ball being taken by Billy Herman. So it's 2 out now. Sewell and Kennedy both went out. Sewell flying out to Emery and Kennedy to Billy Herman. That brings up Ripper Radcliffe, the boy that knocked high right off the ball here not so long ago out into the center field bleachers, putting those 4 runs across. Ball 2 on Ripper Radcliffe. And he gets a hold of another one. It's a sharp one, but it is being taken by Johnny Gill. So that retires the side the first half of the 7th inning. Now we're going to see how good a guess George is. Yes, he's right. Now comes the north side stretch. Well. Yeah, north side stretch now. In the last half of the 7th, Bill Jurgis is the first man at bat for the Cubs. Mr. William Jurgis, who plays a very nice game of shortstop. Kennedy warming up for Luke Sewell. Ball going out at the infield. Boys talking it up out there, rubbing their hands, get a little warm. Sun is not very warm today, and it only comes out very stingily. Kennedy on the mound, getting ready to pitch. The hitter is Bill Jurgis, shortstop for the Cubs. And the stretch and the pitch. And it's strike 1. Strike 1 on Billy Jurgis. And the strike went right to Kennedy, and the man comes up with it, and he is out. Yes, sir, that was a nice ball taken by Appling on a very, very fast bounce and thrown to Benora, putting Billy Jurgis right out of the picture. And Tex Carlton at bat. Tex Carlton, the Cub pitcher. That's left-handed against the right-handed pitching of Vernon Kennedy. Ball 1 on Tex Carlton. Ball 1. Throwing that ball out of the game, tossed in a new ball, and Sewell is roughing it up a little bit for Kennedy. And back it goes to the pitcher's box. Mr. Kennedy puts his mark of a claim on it, and the stretch, and here it comes. Ball 2. Ball 2 on Tex Carlton. Ball 3 on Mr. Carlton. Oh, well. Oh, I'm sorry. Ball 2 and strike 1. I missed that one. And Tex gets a hold of a high fly that goes out to left center and is taken by Radcliffe. And it is 2 outs. Dougie Gillan at bat for the Cubs. The last half of the 7th. 2 outs. No runs, no hits, and no errors. Kennedy's very stingy with his hits today. In fact, he's pitching a very, very swell game for the Sox. And ball 2. Not Augie Gallant. Ball 2. And 2 outs. Strike 1. Strike 1 and ball 2 on Augie Gallant in the last half of the 7th. That one looked like a ball from here, but the umps called it a strike, and it cut the inside corner of the plate. And Augie Gallant made a feeble attempt at that last one. He just kind of wishy-washy, and it was the 3rd strike. So it's 3 outs. And we're coming into the first half of the 8th inning, and that score of 5-0 looks bigger and bigger all the time. Fred, will you give me just a little sip of that coffee? Why? I guess not. Thanks. It's awfully nice of you. Coffee just gave out all of it. Tex Carlton on the mound. Gabby Hartnett behind the plate. The boys tossing the ball around in center field. Getting a little warm. That was a good one, wasn't it? What? No coffee? The score, 5-0 for the Sox, coming in the first half of the 8th inning, and we find at bat Larry Rosenthal. This boy used to do a lot of baseball for St. Paul. You know that, Fred? Larry Rosenthal at bat. Carlton getting the sign, and here is the pitch. And Larry gets a hold of one. It's a short fly in. That's a single. And it's well, he pulled the ball that time. That was just a Texas leaguer. He dropped into left center. I don't know what was the matter with Johnny Gill. He seemed to hesitate and just let that ball land right in front of him, and it developed into a two-bagger for Larry. So we have a man on second base with no out. And Mule Hawes at bat. Mule Hawes at bat. That was a funny one. Mule Hawes will try to lay down a bunt now and get this man Larry Rosenthal over to third. Strike two, or strike one and ball one. I can't get over that one, Fred. Little old Texas leaguer. Johnny Gill just stood there and looked at it, dropped in front of him, and the man winds up at second base. Larry's awfully fast on the bags anyway. Man on second. And he swung about, and it was a foul tip back of the catcher. So 2 strikes and ball one. On Mule Hawes. Here's the stretch. And the pitch. And Mr. Mule Hawes goes right back to the dugout by virtue of standing there watching the third strike go by. 1 out. 1 out. Larry Rosenthal on second. And we have Zeke Manura at bat. With 1 ball. Monty Stratton is over there in the right field bullpen warming up for the Sox. Zeke Manura at bat. Ball 1 on Zeke. Ball 2 on Zeke. Larry Rosenthal still on second base, taking a little lead. And it's 1 out and the score 5-0 for the White Sox in the first half of the 8th inning. Ball 2 and strike 1 on Zeke Manura. Strike Manura looks big enough to knock this ball right out of the park. Underhanded pitch from Tex Carlton, and it is strike 2. That looks kind of fans voicing disapproval of that one. Southsiders, of course. And Torres slams back down on the ground, and he is out. Tex has got a little something on that ball. They're breaking very sharply over the outside corner, and they're still good. So it's now 2 out, and Luke Appling at bat. Oh boy, that's the leader of both leagues in batting this year. Larry Rosenthal still on second. Another one of those underhanded slants from Tex Carlton. Ball 1 on Luke Appling. And Luke gets a hold of one and fouls it out to the right, almost to the bullpen. Strike 1 and ball 1 on Luke Appling. 2 out. Larry Rosenthal on second. Score 5-0 for the White Sox. Tex Carlton pitching now, replacing Bill Lee, who started the game. And it is ball 2 and strike 1. Ball 2 and strike 1 on the hitter. That was just lobbed over. A very slow ball that just barely made the plate. Tex rubbing the rosin bag now on the ball and getting ready. Ball 3 and strike 1 on Luke Appling. And it's strike 2. Well, this one's got to be good, one way or the other. Larry Rosenthal still on second base, and 2 out. 4-4 Luke Sewell. I mean, Luke Appling. What am I talking about? Luke Sewell. Jackie Hayes, second baseman for the Sox at bat. And it's ball 1. Jackie Hayes has a rather peculiar stance at the plate with his left leg stuck way out in front of the right, just as though he's going to whale the daylights out of it. Strike 1 and ball 1 on Jackie Hayes. Larry Rosenthal still on second base. And Luke Appling on first by virtue of a walk. Man on first and second. Score 5-0. First half of the 8th inning. Score 5-0 in favor of the Sox. The stretch and the pitch. And he gets a hold of one and right smack dab into Billy Herman's mitt. That leaves the man on first and second. 3 outs, no runs, no hits, no errors. Oh, I beg your pardon. That 1 hit. I missed that. Now we go into the last half of the 8th inning with the Sox coming to bat with Phil Cavaretta. Phil Cavaretta, first baseman, at bat. Kennedy pitching a very nice ball game out there today, and so is Tex Carlton. Well, Fred Fowler tells me that Kennedy's only allowed 4 hits. 4 hits in the ball game is not bad. With a lead of 5-0, he's in a very nice spot. Cavaretta at bat. Kennedy getting a sign from Luke Sewell. Cavaretta batting left-handed, of course. And here is the pitch. And Phil takes a hold of one and slams it right out into the mitt of our friend Mule Hawk. So it's 1 out. It's a nice hit ball, but Mule just ran about 20 feet. Took it for the first out. 1 out. And Billy Herman at bat. Billy Herman, right-handed hitter. Kennedy gets the sign, and there it is, and it is strike 1. Right over the heart of the plate. Ball one and strike 1 on Billy Herman. The last half of the 8th inning. And Billy takes a wicked swing at that one, but fouled it out to the left. Where it was picked up by manager Charlie Grimm, who is now on third base coaching. Mr. Ratcliffe took care of that in great shape. There's the pitch. Strike 1 on Demery. Out over the heart of the plate, little to the outside. And the pitch. Strike 2, right in the same place. Cut that plate just a little to the outside, then about waist high. Ball 1 and strike 2 on Frank Demery. Frank digging in with his strikes there to get a foothold. As much as to say, well, boys, look out for this one. Yeah. Give me a good foothold, and, he's digging out. He found something. A little rock was in his way. Well, now we'll see. That probably helped matters. I'm glad we get a hold of this one. Demery at bat. 2 strikes and ball 1. Kennedy crossed him up that time by throwing a very, very slow ball, and Frank almost broke his back. The foul tip. 2 outs, 2 strikes, and ball 1. And the booze is set up. Kennedy completely crossed him that time. Turned in a fast one for ball 2. Ball 2 and strike 2 on Frank Demery. The pitch. Ball 3. Well, now we'll see if Frank, by digging that little rock out of there, did himself any good. 3-2 now. It's 2 out, and the pitch. And he wheels one. Went foul. Looked there for a while, but went foul in the extreme end of the left field boxes. Almost out to the wall. So still 2 strikes and 3 balls on Frank Demery. Last half of the 8th inning. Sox leading 5-0. Score of 5 looks pretty big, doesn't it, Freddie? And the pitch. And the pitch. And he gets a hold of one and right smack dab into Billy Herman's mitt. So leaves the man on first and second. 3 outs, no runs, no hits, no errors. Oh, I beg your pardon. That 1 hit. I missed that. Now we go into the last half of the 8th inning with the Sox coming to bat with Phil Cavaretta. Phil Cavaretta, the first baseman, at bat. Kennedy pitching a very nice ball game out there today, and so is Tex Carlton. Old Fred Fowler tells me that Kennedy's only allowed 4 hits. 4 hits in the ball game is not bad. With a lead of 5-0, he's in a very nice spot. Cavaretta at bat. Kennedy getting a sign from Luke Sewell. Cavaretta batting left-handed, of course. And here is the pitch. And Phil makes a hold of one and slams it right out into the midst of our friend Bill Hawks. So it's 1 out. A nice hit ball, but Bill just ran about 20 feet. Took it for the first out. 1 out. And Billy Herman at bat. Billy Herman, right-handed hitter. Kennedy gets the sign, and there it is, and it is strike 1. Right over the heart of the plate. Ball one and strike 1 on Billy Herman. The last half of the 8th inning. And Billy takes a wicked swing at that one, but fouled it out to the left. Where it was picked up by manager Charlie Grimm, who is now on third base coaching. Mr. Ratcliffe took care of that in great shape. There's the pitch. Strike 1 on Demery. Out over the heart of the plate, little to the outside. And the pitch. Strike 2, right in the same place. Cut that plate just a little to the outside, then about waist high. Ball 1 and strike 2 on Frank Demery. Frank digging in with his strikes there to get a foothold. As much as to say, well, boys, look out for this one. Yeah. Give me a good foothold, and, he's digging out. He found something. A little rock was in his way. Well, now we'll see. That's probably helped matters. I'm glad we get a hold of this one. Demery at bat. 2 strikes and ball 1. Kennedy crossed him up that time by throwing a very, very slow ball, and Frank almost broke his back. The foul tip. 2 outs, 2 strikes, and ball 1. And the booze is fed up. Kennedy completely crossed him that time. Turned in a fast one for ball 2. Ball 2 and strike 2 on Frank Demery. A pitch. Ball 3. Well, now we see if Frank, by digging that little rock out of there, did himself any good. 3-2 now. 2 out, and the pitch. And he wheels one. Now, went foul. Looked fair for a while, but went foul in the extreme end of the left field boxes. Almost out to the wall. So still 2 strikes and 3 balls on Frank Demery. Last half of the 8th inning. Sox leading 5-0. Score of 5 looks pretty big, doesn't it, Freddie? And the pitch. Ball 4. Frank Demery walks. Got life on rather a poor throw by Mr. Kennedy, which almost hit the ground before reaching the plate. That brings up Stanley Hack, the third baseman. Stan Hack, a left-handed hitter. And Kennedy getting his sign, and he burns the first one in, and it is ball 1. Ball 1 on Stan Hack. Kennedy watching, getting his sign. On the rubber, the stretch, and the pitch. Strike 1. Strike 1 and ball 1. Strike 2. Went up on that one. It seemed a little low, but nevertheless, the ump called it where he sees him. And it's strike 2 and ball 1. On Stanley Hack. 2 outs. No runs. And the Sox leading 5-0. Stan got a hold of one, a little slow bounder, out to second and to first, and he is out. And ball went to Jackie Hayes with 2 out at first base. Steve Menora. also beating Stan Hag by about a foot. So it is 3 outs. Sox come to bat in their first half of the ninth inning. And again, we repeat, that score of 5 looks very, very, very big about now. Takes Carlton. And Gabby Hartnett warming up. Wind blowing up here. People are top coats out here today in gloves, sweaters, and blankets. We're about ready now. Jimmy Dykes is the bat for the Sox in their first half of the ninth inning. Score 5-0 in favor of the Sox. Carlton pitching. Strike 1 on Jimmy Dykes. Strike 1 on Jimmy Dykes with Luke Sewell getting ready to come to bat. Strike 2. Jimmy didn't like that very well. Strike 2, no balls. And Jimmy Dykes just swung and struck out and has to mark the umpire as he goes over the dugout on that second strike. So it's 1 out, nobody on in the Sox half of the ninth inning. The first half of the ninth inning, score 5-0 for the Sox. Carlton pitching. And Sewell went to bunt, but the ball went behind him over to the Cubs dugout to our left. So it's strike 1 on Luke Sewell. Carlton using the rosin bag, the stretch, and the pitch. Ball 1. Ball 1 and strike 1. And Luke gets a hold of one and out into left center, or right center rather, which was taken by Augie Gallant. So it's now 2 outs, no runs, and Kennedy coming to bat. Kennedy gets a very nice hand. He's only allowed 4 hits all day today. It's just one of those days when Mr. Kennedy was right. Kennedy at bat, 2 outs. And he takes a cut at the first ball, which is a foul tip back against the stand. A new ball being thrown in. Carlton gets the sign and the pitch. Ball 1 and strike 1. 2 outs in the first half of the ninth inning. White Sox leading 5-0. And Mr. Kennedy took a wild swing at that one, which developed into strike 2. Strike 2 on Kennedy. Ball 2 rather. Ball 2 and strike 2 on Kennedy. 2 out. Kennedy steps out of the batter's box now to clean off his strike. Now he's back again. Ready to go. Carlton getting a sign, the stretch, and here's the pitch. Gets a hold of one and fouls it back to our left up on the top deck of the stand. Strike 2. And ball 2. Vernon Kennedy, the Sox pitcher at bat. And he strikes out. Next time, Burns from Paradise was in there on the last strike, it seems. They just kind of wobble a bit and then, boom, disappear. And the gentlemen go right back to the dugout. So it's 3 out. In the first half of the ninth inning, the Cubs coming to bat for their last chance to score 5-0 for the Sox. And now, Fred, I think you've had enough, Fred. You have to. Here's Fred Fowler, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, George Watson. Coming to bat in the last half of the ninth inning, the Cubs with Ben Kennedy on the mound, Luke Sewell behind the bat, warming up out there. Kennedy warming up with the score standing 5-0 in favor of the Southside Chicago White Sox and nothing for the Northside Chicago Cubs in the last half of the ninth inning. A one last lone forlorn hope of the Cubs as they come to bat with Gabby Hartnett, the catcher of the Cubs, first man at bat. Walking slowly up to the plate as Mr. Kennedy completes his warm-up to Mr. Sewell. Walking it up a little bit as he dashes just to the umpire and Luke Sewell. Kennedy mucking around out there on the mound a little bit to try and get it set up for himself. Now he's watching for his time to make the first pitch to Gabby Hartnett. Here's the windup and the throw. Gabby swings and makes a hefty count at it. It's going down foul. Here's the dugout and Luke Sewell makes the catch. for the first out. One out in the ninth inning. One out in the ninth inning for the Cubs, and as George Watson was just telling me, that 5-run lead looks bigger and bigger. One out, which brings Johnny Gill to bat. Johnny Gill, left fielder for the Cubs, a left-handed hitter, standing up there at the plate now, ready to take his shot at bat as Ren Kennedy stands on the mound watching for his sign from Luke 2. Doesn't like that one, shakes off that sign. Now he has one that he likes. It's the windup in the pitch. Kennedy lines a single out into right center, rolls foul, rounding first on his way to second, a fast throw in, coming in from right field from Newhart, and he pulls up, standing up at second base. A double by Johnny Gill, putting him on second base with one man out. The last half of the ninth inning. That brings to bat Bill Jurgen. Shortstop, Chicago Cubs, right-handed hitter, up the bat, one man out. Johnny Gill on second base. Vernon Kennedy pitching now as is signed. Here's the pitch, and it's a hit. Well, it isn't a hit, though. Newhouse goes back and makes the catch, and after the catch, Johnny Gill goes to third base, putting a man on third with two outs. Which brings Tex Carlton to bat, and hitting for Tex Carlton, O'Day. O'Day batting for Carlton. Johnny Gill on third base, two men out. O'Day batting for Carlton, left-handed hitter, powerful hitter. Standing up there. Brent Kennedy looking over at third base to hold Johnny Gill as close as he can. Keep that run from scoring. See if they can't throw a shutout. Here's the pitch. And it's right down the heart of the plate. Letter high for strike one. One strike on O'Day. O'Day batting for Tex Carlton. Here's the pitch. And it is strike two. While also right down the heart of the plate, cross the knees. Strike two on O'Day. Two out. And it is a foul. He swung at that one, fouled it down the right field line over to the White Sox dugout. Leaving the count at two strikes on O'Day, batting for Carlton on the last half of the ninth inning, with the White Sox leading 5-0. Man on third base, Johnny Gill on third base. Vernon Kennedy winding up. Here's the pitch, and it's a hit right down the left field line. Oh. Jimmy Knight coming in to pick it up, trying to throw to first. Fumbled it. Open error on Jimmy Dyke, third baseman of the Chicago White Sox, and that puts O'Day on first base, and it scores Johnny Gill from third. Johnny Gill scores from third, and O'Day makes first base on Mr. Dyke's error. Has a man on first, two men out. First pitch to Augie Galan is low and inside for ball one. Ball one on Augie Galan, man on first base, two men out, one run home. 4-5-1 in favor of the White Sox. Here's the pitch. Galan swings a high fly into left field. Rip Radcliffe coming in, makes the catch for the third out, and the White Sox win by a score of 5-1. The last inning, the last half of the ninth inning, there was one run, one hit, and one error. The White Sox won by a score of 5-1. The summaries for you. We'll have the summaries in just a minute. Counting them up here as we have them, the White Sox made 5 runs, 6 hits, 1 error. To the Cubs, 1 run, 5 hits, and no error. We'll have those confirmed for you in just a moment. But the big news is that the Chicago White Sox won the first game of the City Series from the Chicago Cubs here at Wrigley Field by a score of 5-1. The White Sox and the Cubs will continue this City Series to determine the Chicago Championship tomorrow afternoon from Comiskey Park. The game is called for 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon and will be played in the Southside Park with the White Sox, the home team, the Cubs visiting down there. We'll find out how the outcome of that game will be tomorrow afternoon. Once again, to repeat for the totals, they haven't officially been posted as yet. The official scoring is 5 runs for the White Sox, 5 runs, 6 hits, and 1 error. To the Cubs, 1 run, 5 hits, and no error. time of the game this afternoon was 1 hour and 37 minutes. 1 hour and 37 minutes. So that concludes this afternoon's ball game, ladies and gentlemen. So this is Fred Fowler speaking, and on behalf of George Watson and George, we bid you good afternoon and return to the studio.
The makers of cornflakes, wheat cereal, presents Al's Nuts. There have been constant and the people become cornflakes. You're joining with over 13 million people in their enjoyment of Kellogg's cornflakes. Such leadership is a great source of pride to the Kellogg Company. And each year at this time, when everyone is looking ahead, they again pledge themselves that Kellogg's cornflakes shall continue to be today's big fashion. Some morning soon, try Kellogg's cornflakes and take your seat at the world's largest breakfast table. Kellogg's cornflakes, made and guaranteed by the Kellogg Company of Battle Creek, Michigan. And now, here's Al's Nuts. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Well, we got our City Series underway today, didn't we? And the White Sox fans are very happy tonight because with Vern Kennedy pitching great ball, the White Sox beat the Cubs 5-1. They made 5 runs, 6 hits, 1 error. The Cubs 1 run, 4 hits, 1 error. The battery for the White Sox is Kennedy and Sewell. For the Cubs, Lee, Carlton, and Hartnett. Down in New York, however, the second World Series game was postponed on account of wet ground and bad weather, and they hope to resume down there tomorrow. Now, before I go into a little chat about things, Fort, you might be interested in knowing, along with the other people, that on Monday evening, we're going to name the ball player that won that big Pontiac sedan. Monday evening in this show, this broadcast, they're going to have that. And we hope to announce the main prize winners. Well, they'll also be announced next week. We're going to try to announce them on Monday night, too. But whether we can or not is another question. That might be a couple of days after that because everybody's getting a chance. But people might be interested in knowing that every single person who voted in this contest is going to receive by mail a complete list of all the prize winners. So there won't be any doubt about it. But, of course, we'll announce them first on this program. But the winner, the player winning the sedan, will be announced Monday night. The fan winning the sedan and the other main prizes will come a little bit later. How about that? You think you can wait that long?
I think so, Al, but we've been waiting, awfully anxious.
Well, that's true. Before I get into this City Series discussion, the delay in today's game of the World Series may be just the thing the Giants have needed. You know, Hubble pitched the game that was expected yesterday and finished just breathing. The Yankees looked rather tame against Hubble. That doesn't mean that he can tame them every time he walks out, but he has a very good chance of doing just about that because right at the present time, Hubble is by far the greatest pitcher in baseball today. By losing out in today's game and having to wait over to play the second game of the series, it means that Hubble can come back in the third game of the series with 2 full days of rest. The third game would be played on Saturday in that case instead of on Friday, and with those 2 days back of him, Hub should be ready to go right in again. Now, of course, the Schumacher should stop the Yankees tomorrow and give the Giants a 2-0 lead in games. They might decide to rest Hub one more day and pitch him in the 4th game, but I don't know. Unless the Giants do have that edge, and even if they do, I'm almost sure that Hub's going to come back for that 3rd game, and then he'll be ready for a 6th game with 2 more days rest if the 6th game is the deciding game of the series. But if the 6th game isn't the deciding game, then he can take 3 full days rest and be ready for that number 7. Boy, if you know what that means, to be able to have that kind of a pitcher ready to go in there 3 times in a 7-game series. For instance, one other day of rain would just about make it too bad because if Hubble can deliver 3 games, he might be able to dig one other up between the rest of them, and the Yankees, power and all, might have such a tough time that it'd be just too bad. However, don't forget, the Yankee showing yesterday isn't the showing that they're liable to make at almost any time during the rest of the series, for the simple reason that they have too much power and too much experience. 1935 series. Warnicki won that 1st game and also the 5th. There's been a day of rain in there. He might have come back in the 4th game and turned the tide of battle because the series was very close as it was. So you can't tell. A day like today may be the big break, the turning point in the entire series. Now for that City Series game here in Chicago, many people weren't able to see it. And for that reason, I think I'll run right through the lineups and what happened in the game so that the fans right now will know play-by-play with some comments just what it was. The lineup
before this ball game for the White Sox, we had Radcliffe in left, Rosenthal center, Haas right, Benura first, Appling short, Hayes second, Dykes third, Sewell catching, Kennedy pitching. For the Cubs, Galland center, Cavaretta first, Herman second, Demery right, Hack third, Hartnett catching, Gill left, Jurgis short, and Lee pitching. The umpires were far behind the plate. Ormsby at first, Stewart at second, and McGowan at third. And incidentally, it was a day without a squawk. Everybody was happy, and the umpires had to call some very close ones at the plate, although not more than one or two close ones on the bases, and it was well conducted in a very fast time. In the first inning, Radcliffe went out Cavaretta unassisted going after the first pitch. Rosenthal was called out on strike, and Haas bounced out by way of Jurgis. In the Cubs half of the first inning, Galland flied to Rosenthal, Cavaretta flied to Radcliffe, and Herman bounced out to Jimmy Dykes. Nothing across in both those, no runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on base. Second inning was the same way as far as that's concerned. Benura hit a long fly to center field, which was pulled in by Galland. Appling fly to Demery, and Hayes also sent a rather ordinary fly out to Demery for the third out. In the Cub half of the second inning, Demery hit a short fly back at second base, which Jackie Hayes went back to pull down. Stanley Hack bounced out by way of the pitcher, and Hartnett hit a line drive to right field, but it was easy as it turned out for Mule Haas. The third inning for the White Sox saw the first hit of the game. Dykes, the first man up, took a crack at the first pitch and lined it sharply into right field for a base hit. Sewell, however, hit one right back at Lee, who made a one-handed stab at the ball on the hop with his gloved hand, threw to Jurgis at second, and the relay throw to Cavaretta turned into double play. Kennedy then bounced out by way of Hack, and it was no runs, one hit in the first half of the third inning. In the Cub half of the third inning, Gill hit a slow bounder down the third baseline, and it stopped dead in a spot just about a third of the way down there, too far in for Dykes to get. Kennedy went over, and on that rather wobbly knee that he's had trouble with all through the last few weeks, and the soft turf. The turf was in marvelous condition considering the rain, but it was a little soft. He couldn't get a hold of that ball in time to throw to first, and it was the Cubs' first hit. Jurgis then struck out. Lee got a hold of one pretty good, but Rosenthal dashed into left center to make the catch. Then Galland walked, but with runners on first and second, and two outs, Cavaretta hit a short fly into left field, which was easy for Appling. No runs, one hit, and two men left on base. Fourth inning for the White Sox, Radcliffe bounced out also toward first base again and was out when Cavaretta got the ball and threw to Lee covering. Rosenthal singled to right, Haas forced Rosenthal, and Benura forced Haas. The Haas play going second to short, and the Benura play just the opposite. In the Cub half, after the Sox had no runs, one hit, and one left that half inning, Herman popped out to Jackie Hayes. Demery flied out to Rosenthal. Hack walked, but Hartnett was thrown out by Hayes. No runs, no hits, and one left. The fifth inning was the big inning, and there was a bad break in the inning, although the way it turned out, it wouldn't have made any difference, the way Kennedy was pitching that ball game. Appling opened with a walk, and Hayes lined the first pitch into left field for a base hit. Appling stopping at second. That Jackie Hayes was going just as he was the latter part of the season and making those tough base hits. Dykes, after missing one effort to bunt, did lay down the bunt toward first base. Cavaretta came in and running almost into the runner, grabbed the ball. It seemed to upset him for a moment because he hesitated, and then when he did throw to first, Herman already there and making a good target for him, instead of throwing the ball just to the left of the runner and getting it to Herman, or even throwing it over his shoulder, he hit Dykes in the elbow. The ball caromed into center field, and while it was a sacrifice, it also was an error. One run scored, and the other runners went to second and third. Sewell was walked on purpose to fill the bases. Then Kennedy came to bat, and the infield played halfway instead of all the way in, playing for the double play and reasonably sure of getting it, or hoping reasonably sure to hope for it. But Kennedy topped one, and he went so slowly toward Jurgis that by the time Bill dashed in to grab it, he didn't have a chance to make a play at the plate and had to throw the man out at first, allowing another run to score. And that sets the stage for that grand little fellow that's caused so much excitement all year, Rip Radcliffe, who lined one into the right field seat for a home run. It was not an easy out like he was the first two times, but it was a home run all the way, scoring Dykes and Sewell ahead of him, and that was the ball game. Rosenthal and Haas were out with 5 runs, 2 hits, and 1 error. The Cub half, Gill flied out to short, Jurgis was out, pitcher to first, Lillard batted for Lee and walked. The land line to single to right center, Lillard going to third, and Cavaretta flied out to Hayes for the third out. No runs, 1 hit, and 2 men left on base. Sixth inning for the White Sox. Carlton went in to pitch for the Cubs. And Benura walked. Hartnett called for a pitch out on a hit and run as Appling came to the plate, rather, and Benura tore for second, and Benura was out easily on the throw to Jurgens. Appling then came through with a single past second base, and just to show that it could be done, he stole second. Hayes was then called out on strikes, and Dyke struck out, which meant that Carlton really took things in his own hands. No runs, one hit, one man left on base. Sixth inning for the Cubs. Billy Herman opened with a walk. Emery forced Herman from Benura to Appling. Hack then singled to left. Emery stopping at second. Hartnett fouled out to Benura, and Gill, hitting a ball pretty hard, hit it right into Appling's hands for the third out. No runs, one hit, two men left. Seventh inning for the White Sox. Sewell flied to right. Kennedy was out short to first, and Radcliffe flied to left. Seventh inning for the Cubs. Appling made a nice pickup of Jurgens' tough bounder near second and threw him out. Carlson flied to left, and Galan struck out. No run. Eighth inning for the White Sox. Rosenthal hit a little looping fly to left field, but Gill slipped coming into field and it fell for a two-base hit. But then again, Carlton got tough. Haas was called out on strike. Benura struck out. Appling walked, but Hayes lined one right into Billy Herman's hand for a hard hit ball, but an easy out, no run, one hit. Eighth inning for the Cubs. Cavaretta lined to right. Herman was out second to first. Emery walked, but Hayes also threw out Hack. No run. Ninth inning for the White Sox. Dyke struck out. Sewell flied to center, and Kennedy struck out. Ninth inning for the Cubs. Hartnett fouled out the catcher. They really had Gaddy stopped there. Gill doubled to right. Jurgens hit a long fly to right center, which was gathered in by Haas. Gill going to third after the catch. Well, base at it for Carlton, hit a slow roller down the third base line. Dyke came in, tried to field it to his right, so as to be in better position to throw. The ball took a low hop, and all Jim could do was knock it down. He was charged with an error, and the Cubs' only run scored. And then Galan ended it with a fly to short left, which Appling went back to get. One run, one hit, one error, and one man left on base. As I said, the total, the White Sox had 5 runs, 6 hits, 1 error, and 4 left. The Cubs 1 run, 4 hits, 1 error, and 9 men left on base. The base hits off Kennedy, 4 in 9 innings. Off Lee, 4 in 5 innings. Off Carlton, 2 in 4 innings. Struck out by Kennedy, 2. By Lee, 1. And by Carlton, 6. He really went in there and breezed and passed the boy. Well, bases on balls, off Kennedy 5, off Lee 2, and off Carlton 2. 2 base hits, Rosenthal and Gill. Home runs, Radcliffe. Runs batted in, Radcliffe 3, Kennedy 1. Earned runs, off Lee 4. Winning pitcher, Kennedy. Losing pitcher, Lee. Time of the game was 1 hour and 37 minutes. The batting averages tonight after the opening game sees Rosenthal and Appling leading the Sox list with a percentage of 500 each. And followed by Dyke with 333 and Radcliffe and Hayes with 250.
That's all for now for as far as I'm concerned. And, Fort, I believe you have something to say.
Yes, Hal. And listen, do you like cheerful? Here's one that can't be beat. Crisp, crunchy Kellogg's cornflakes. Imagine a bowlful now. A golden mountain of big brown flakes in the middle of a rich ivory lake of milk or cream topped off with a snow cap of sugar if you like them sweet. Oh, boy, doesn't it make you feel hungry? You love the extra crispness that all Kellogg's cereals have. It's like a bowlful now without with Kellogg's cornflakes for supper. It's an ideal evening meal for growing boys and girls, experts all say. And they taste as good at night as in the morning. If you don't happen to have a package on hand now, get one from your grocer tomorrow. Be sure to look for Kellogg's cornflakes. Kellogg presents Hal Cotton with his inside story on baseball each day at this time except Sunday.
Now out to Comiskey Park and Hal Thompson, who's going to give us some inside information on today's game right from the playing field. Take it away, Hal Thompson.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon from Comiskey Park, home of the White Sox in Chicago, where the White Sox and Philadelphia Athletics are about to play the third game of this present 4-game series. Usually at this time, we greet you from the playing field with an interview with one of the ball players or some other sports celebrity. But today I'm going to change things a little, and for a very serious reason. Over the weekend here in Chicago, we had a very turbulent and hectic baseball series, as all of us must remember. It was bad on Saturday, but it reached a climax on Sunday when umpire Bill Summers was felled by a bottle thrown by a thoughtless, criminally careless spectator. Many people might think it a good idea to let all this drop. Not to forget it, remember, but to stop talking about something many days old.
That would be all right, maybe, except that some of it insists on keeping the matter alive and on trying to pin it on everyone from the radio announcer to the poor jet who gets his penny or so commission for selling soft drinks in the ballpark. One of Chicago's morning papers yesterday printed an interview with Mr. William Harridge, president of the American League. Now, I consider Will Harridge one of my best friends in baseball and a credit to the game in every way. I look upon him as one of the ablest of executives, and I've always tried at every turn to cooperate with him and aid him whenever possible in anything he wished. But this morning paper story contained a quotation from the league president that I believe must be answered. It makes a very serious charge and one that I do not believe is deserved. I've attempted all day to contact Mr. Harris to find if he was quoted correctly. I've been successful, but I hope he wasn't quoted correctly. The portion of the quotation to which I refer is this, quoting, Sunday's demonstration was the worst that ever occurred in the league, but it was entirely due to a few leading roughhouse fans who I believe are not typical Sox rooters. They were antagonistic to the umpires from the very start, and I believe much of the blame rests with the radio announcers. A couple of the radio announcers went way offline in rapping the umpires Saturday and apparently aroused the fans to such a pitch that they were just waiting for some excuse to get on the umpires Sunday. The newspapers were not to blame because all the articles I saw were very fair. Then the quotation goes on to say this. The psychological setup, of course, was perfect for such a thing to happen. Here the Sox turned in such a brilliant record on the road and then ran into trouble when they came home. Since the Sox weren't winning, the umpires became the GOAT. Now I ask you, how about that? In the first place, the placing of the blame on the radio announcers is so obviously unfair and untrue that the issue must be taken with it. I'm sure we're deeply flattered by the insinuation that we control the feelings of you fans to such an extent. But even this might have been okay if that further crack about the newspapers hadn't been made. As we all know by now, the baseball writers are eager to have the broadcasting of their ball games abolished. Some believe it hurts circulation, others just want it out. They don't seem to stop to consider the thousands of shut-ins, invalids, sick people, and others we serve each day. They try to advance their cause by insisting that broadcasting hurts attendance at the games, and yet the Sox had over 50,000 people last Sunday and turned away 20,000 more, and the Cubs didn't do so badly with a couple of field crowds on big days so far this year, so we know we don't hurt attendance. We help it. But the charge that radio announcers brought on the conflagration Sunday plays right into the baseball writers' hands and gives them something to shout at them. So to play further into their hands, the league executive is quoted, I hope incorrectly, as saying that all the articles were fair. I wonder, let's look at the stories in the Sunday papers about what happened Saturday. One writer refers to the ousting of Dyke, Sewell, and Shea several times in his story. In his lead, this writer, among other things, said, quoting, in a battle that reduced 15,000 adherents to heat wrath on the head of Charles Johnston, who was doing the best he could with the job of plate umpire, end quote. Of course, I may be wrong, but could there be a note of sarcasm in that? In the next paragraph, I find this, quoting, Sewell made harmless gestures while walking out to confer with Lyon. Dyke strolled into the plate to talk. In about a half a minute, both had vanished by a request. And here's another sentence. And the death also was the cause of a police squad appearing to escort the annoying Johnston to cover at the end of the struggle. End quote again. Further along in the detailed account of the incident, this same writer reported as follows, quoting, without even dignifying the man in blue with an icy stare, Sewell walked out to appease Lyon, meanwhile raising his hands in the air. Johnston made gestures indicating he wanted Sewell to leave the party. Dykes trotted in to find out what Sewell had done to warrant expulsion. Being the manager, Dykes thought he was entitled to information, but all he heard from the arrogant gentleman in blue was, ask the American League office, end quote. The quotation in yesterday's story said that all the articles Mr. Harridge had seen were very unfair. Maybe if the quotation was correct, he didn't see that one, because nothing I said was less fair than the above, and I believe I was probably the most, well, at least among the most outspoken of the announcers, although I may be wrong in that. Incidentally, the other two Sunday writers reported the incident respectively as follows. One said, quoting, however, the defeat was spiced up by some violent protest by Messrs. Luke Sewell and skipper Jimmy Dyke to the Sox. And the other one also referred to violent gestures, and both men mentioned to saving of the umpire from violence by the police squad. Now, most baseball fans can read. Being able to read, they don't need radio announcers to point out the violence of what happened, who it involved. And anytime a newspaper mentions a free squad and so forth in connection with an umpire, that umpire's going to get it from its station at fans, radio and know. Some of the worst pop bottle episodes in the history of the game came either before the days of radio or without radio's aid. Sunday's incident was hardly the worst that ever occurred in the league. And those other two stories, I hardly think they can be pointed out as exceptional jobs of reporting. Everyone in the park knows that the ejection of Sewell and Dykes came with neither man making a demonstration of any sort until after they'd been ordered from the game. I do know that my account was accurate at least. Summing it up, as I said at the beginning of this comment, I bring it up again only because a serious charge has been placed unfairly at our door. To let it stand without comment would be a cowardly thing. So I've given you the charges, the newspaper angle, and now I'll report briefly what I said. As I saw umpire Johnson motion Sewell out of the game for making a harmless gesture of hopeless despair, and when I saw him immediately point Dykes to the bench as he walked slowly and quietly toward him without making so much as a gesture, I declared that if the umpire really had ejected these two important men in such vital series for so trivial a reason, he didn't rate as a major league umpire. That was meant as a reflection on no one else but the umpire, which I believe is obvious. We're told to report the game as we see it. Perhaps there's an intimation that we make no personal comments, yet similar to those that I uttered, made by the writers and are called fair. I leave it to you fans, as I leave it as a radio announcer. I deny responsibility for Sunday's episode in any greater degree than anyone else. If we were responsible to any extent, I'm being sorry. And as to my opinion of anyone throwing missiles onto a ball field, anyone who heard me Sunday knows my sentiments, which are not complimentary and not at all mild. Perhaps those comments are uncalled for at the present time, but I don't think so. The field announcer is announcing the lineups, and Uncle George in there is writing them down as he does it, so that we'll have the thing all ready for us in just a moment when he finishes. The thing has been finished, and I think George will be out here in just a minute with that thing. You ready, Georgie? You missed part of it? Well, I'm ashamed of you, George. Why did you miss part of it? What part did you miss? Part of the Philadelphia lineup or part of the White Sox lineup? Philadelphia, huh? Well, no, you mean he starts with Finney? Oh, no, Finney's back before the pitcher. Oh, Finney is? Oh, you mean Newsom is batting before the pitcher? Yeah, Newsom's batting before the pitcher. Yeah, Finney, Moses, Dean, Puccinelli, Johnson, Higgins, Hayes, Newsom, and Fink, huh? Well, we didn't miss anything. It's bad. White Sox lineup, I think, is the same lineup. Pyatt is in there, and Krivich is in there, and Sewell and Kane. Well, that's all right. I don't know how this wind is going to take care of this scorecard here, but we'll try our best. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we can give you those lineups. For Philadelphia, Finney first. No, Finney is in left. Moses center. Dean first. Puccinelli right. Johnson second. Higgins third. Frank Hayes catching. Newsom short. And Fink, F-I-N-K, the pitcher. For the White Sox, Radcliffe left. Rosenthal center. Krivich right. Vanura first. Appling short. Minter Hayes second. Pyatt third. Sewell catching. And Kane pitching. And the umpires will be Quinn behind the plate and McGowan on the bases. Now I imagine the umpires will be out here. In fact, I see them coming along out here right now, which means the ball game will be underway very shortly. And so in order that we get our little chores, including the scores, taken care of downtown, why, we'll do a little return to the studio.
Because the chassis parts of your car are out of sight, all too often they're out of mind. But if you could look under your car as you drive along to see the mile after mile pounding these vital parts receive, you'd give these vital chassis parts the best lubrication you can get. So drive into the nearest Texaco station and ask for a Marvac job. Marvac is the scientifically applied Texaco chassis lubricant that lasts twice as long as old-fashioned grease. by the largest bus companies and airlines in the country because it lubricates better and for a longer time. Marpac is a tough lubricant with a strong lubricating film that won't break down under the hammering impacts of hard, fast driving. It guards your car against chassis repairs and the loosening up that quickly depreciates its value. Marpac adds to your riding enjoyment. Don't drive a noisy, expensive to operate car. Tomorrow it's your Texaco dealer for a Marpac job. You'll drive out a quieter, easier handling car. A car that you'll find safer and more economical to run. And now, while we're waiting for the baseball game to start, we'll give you the schedule of the other games to be played in both leagues this afternoon. In the National League, in New York, the Cubs are playing the Giants this afternoon, and the game is already in the first half of the third inning. At the end of the first half of the third, the Giants lead the Cubs 1-0. Lee and Hartnett are working for the Cubs, Gabler and Mancuso for the Giants. The doubleheader baseball game in Philadelphia between the Phils and the Cincinnati Reds have been postponed. Both games are postponed because of wet ground. In Brooklyn, the St. Louis Cardinals play a doubleheader ball game against the Dodgers. At the end of the first half of the seventh inning, the Dodgers are leading the Cardinals by a score of 13-4. Marvelly and Davis working for the Cards, Longo and Berries starting for the Dodgers with Baker pitching in the seventh. The first game of the Twinville in Boston between the Bees and the Pirates was taken by the Bees 4-1. Swift and Patton worked for the Pirates with Welch pitching in the eighth, McFadden and Lopez the battery for the Bees all the way. The Bees won the first game 4-1. In the second game, the batteries for the Pirates, Weaver and Patton. For the Bees, Smith and Mueller. Now over to the American League. In St. Louis, the Browns take on the Boston Red Sox this afternoon, the game starting at 4 o'clock. In Detroit, the Tigers play another game with the New York Yankees. The warm-up pitchers, for the Yankees, Rupping. For the Tigers, Sullivan. In Cleveland, the Indians play a doubleheader ball game with the Washington Senators. At the end of the first half of the fourth inning, the Indians are leading the Senators 8-5. Cohen and Millie started for the Senators with Appleton pitching in the third, and the Indians starting Lee and Pitlack with Hildebrand taking over the mound duties in the third. And now for a look at the standing of the clubs in both leagues. In the National League, the Chicago Cubs are still in first place. They've played 91 games, of which they've won 57 and lost 34. Second place, St. Louis Cardinals, 2.5 games behind. Third place, New York Giants, whom the Cubs are playing today in New York. They're in third place, 8 games behind. Fourth place, Pittsburgh Pirates, 10 full games behind. Fifth, Cincinnati Reds, 12 games behind. Sixth, Boston Bees, 14 games behind. And in seventh, Philadelphia Phillies, 21.5 games behind. And in eighth place, the Brooklyn Dodgers, 24 games behind. In the American League, the New York Yankees are in first place. They've played 96 games, of which they've won 63, lost 33. Second, Cleveland Indians, 9 games behind. Third, Boston Red Sox, 10.5 games behind. Fourth, Detroit Tigers, 12.5 games behind. And the Chicago White Sox are in fifth place, 13 games behind the New York Yankees. And now I see that Hal Totten is ready, and we'll go back to Comiskey Park to the baseball game brought to you by permission of the Chicago White Sox and the Philadelphia Athletics to stimulate interest in our national game and in your local team. Take it, Hal Totten.
Good afternoon again, ladies and gentlemen, from the ballpark. And the Athletics' first hitter, Finney, is already up there at the plate waiting to hit. The only trouble is that there's no White Sox on the field. Really good. There they come out of the dugout. And on their way out, Krivich started out, and Luke Appling grabbed him by the neck and pivoted around him to run out to his position. And the Sox boys trot out on the field with Sugar Kane walking out to finish his warm-up on the mound with Luke Sewell. Kane has been absolute murder to this Philadelphia club ever since he left them. With St. Louis, he beat them continually, and he's done it with the White Sox, except that the other day when they were hitting everything everybody threw anyway, he couldn't stop them after Mr. Evans started getting his ticket to Kansas City. That ticket was well punched. Did I tell you what Red I went downstairs after the game. He was already on his way up the office to get his transportation. He took it good-naturedly. He knows he'll be back. He looked up at me and he says, "Hey, Hal," and I said, "Well, hello, Red." He says, "Boom, boom, boom." Boy, boom, boom. All he heard was base hit, but he threw, that's all he heard. Well, we're almost ready to go now. The Sox infield starts to talk it up. As he finishes his warm-up, the ball goes out to second. Have a nice, cute little arrangement this afternoon. I don't know whether the official scorer is still going to refuse to pass the word along to the radio announcer, so the radio announcer's had an election, and I'm elected the radio official scorer. How do you like that? Well, I don't have to score anything on that one because Finney, as he did 2 days ago, started on the first pitch and drove it hard out into left center for a base hit, just in a good spot right between the outfielders that lets him get to second base. That's the third day in a row in which Finney has gone after the first pitch, and the second of those 3 times that he's driven it out for a base hit. A double to left center by Finney, putting him on second base. Nobody out in the first inning for the Athletics. And Moses. Well, Wally Moses is up there at the plate. Another left-handed hitter and a dangerous one, very fast man. And the A's center fielder, Kane, looks around rather surprisingly at the runner on second base. Now gets ready to pitch, throws, and Moses bunts the ball perfectly, but it rolls foul to the left of the plate. Started out like a perfect bunt, rolling along toward third base just far enough so that he had a very good chance of even beating it out, although they were playing for a bunt because he's very, very fast. But the ball rolled foul, and it's strike one on Moses. 1 strike to count. And Kane out there gets his sign again. He's ready to pitch, looks back to second, and throws. And the hitter acted as though he wanted to bunt again, but the pitch was high and wide. He let it go by for ball 1. The count is 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike on Moses. 1-1 the count. Kane throws again, and ball 2 misses the outside corner down around the knees. And it's 2-1. 2 balls and 1 strike. Stretches, look back at second base, throws again, and the hitter gets the 3rd ball. It also misses the outside corner down around the knees, and it's 3 balls and 1 strike on Moses. 3-1 the count. Is the count. She throws again, and the hitter takes ball 4. It's inside and low, and he gets a base on ball. And now the A's are starting out as they did the day before yesterday by acting very, very dangerous out here. Kane walks slowly in toward the plate, talking to umpire Quinn. I don't think he's talking a little bit, but I don't think he's really objecting to those decisions because every pitch there looked like a bad ball. And so the A's have runners on first and second with nobody out. And Chubb Dean, the first baseman, a dangerous hitter, left-handed hitter, is up there at the plate. Dean finally seemed to get settled there in the mound. They certainly expect a bunt this time. And Dean reaches out and bunts the ball perfectly. Pyatt comes in, gets it, throws to first base. And Venura, racing back, shifts across the back and takes the throw. Perfect sacrifice by Dean, the play going from Pyatt to Venura for the first out in the first inning, moving Finney to third base and Moses to second. So the A's have runners on second and third with 1 out of the first inning, and George Puccinelli, Big Pooch, Husky right-handed hitter, is up there at the plate. Pitch starts his wind-up, throws, and the hitter takes it inside and low for ball 1. 1 ball called. Ready again, throws, and it's ball 2. Well, Shug's having trouble getting that ball over the plate today. That makes it 2-0, 2 balls and no strikes on Puccinelli. 2-0. And there's the 3rd ball. It missed the inside corner across the waist to make it 3 balls and no strikes. How do you like that whistle, George? Isn't that cute? Fans might wonder what that whistle is. Well, that's the wind blowing through the slats, these boards in the rear of the grandstand. As it sings all sorts of keys. There's the 4th ball, high and wide. Pooch gets a base on balls, and the A's have the bases full with only 1 man out of the first inning, and Bob Johnson, the second baseman, is at bat. Johnson up there at the plate, tosses 1 bat aside, another right-handed hitter and a dangerous one. He winds up to pitch the first one to him, throws, and the hitter takes it inside and low for ball one. One ball called. Ready out there again. Winds up, pitches, and it's a strike. Finally got one in there. A strike over the heart of the plate, waist high in the count. He is 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike. King winds up again. Throws, and Johnson swings in a high fly to right field. Krivich is waiting back there under it. Follows it over as the wind carries it toward the foul line, makes the catch, and starts the ball toward the plate. Venura cuts it off, throws to second, and the runner is out sliding in there, but the run from third base had already scored. Run from third base had already scored. It goes as a double play from Krivich to Venura to Appling. Krivich to Venura to Appling. Ending the inning, but not until Finney had already scored on Johnson's fly to Krivich. So it's 1 run in the first inning for the A's. 1 run, 1 hit, and 1 man left on base. Score is 1-0 in favor of the Athletics. The White Sox comes out in the last half of the first inning. With Rip Radcliffe, as usual, the first man at bat. Radcliffe, the first man up there. And they're waiting, talking to umpire Quinn. Got 3 umpires out here today. I saw one in 2 at the beginning. See how they're lined up. Different lineup. There's 2 and 3 show on the board. McGowan and Quinn. McGowan is behind the plate. Quinn on first. Hubbard. Hubbard rejoined. Swell. And McGowan working behind the plate for the... he should be behind the plate. I had these umpires mixed up for no reason at all. McGowan was on the bases yesterday. McGowan behind the plate. Quinn on first and Hubbard on third. Incidentally, it's very easy to mix up McGowan and Quinn because they look a great deal alike. And McGowan gets a big kick out of the fact that John Quinn is now just almost duplicating every move that Bill makes. Quinn is, as I said the other day, a fellow who has improved as an umpire more than almost any man ever did in 1 year. Of course, umpires, like ball players, have their bad year, and the first year is always a little bit shaky. If they have the right attitude, work hard, they come through that year and then become a better umpire. And that's what Quinn certainly did. He's quite an umpire now, good, steady man, and he's worked hard at it. Well, we're ready to go in the last half of the first inning. Radcliffe at bat. Pitcher winds up with a double windmill wind-up, and Rip swings, hit the first one into left field, but it's right straight out to Finney, who makes the catch easily for the first out. 1 out of the first inning for the White Sox, and Rosenthal is at bat. Hubbard happens to be one first-year man that has shown no signs of being very much of a weakling out there. He's been very, very good. Throws the first one, and Rosenthal gets a good strike over the inside corner down around the knee. 1 strike on Larry. And the pitcher winds up again, throws, and it's a curveball wide and low for ball 1, making the count 1 ball and 1 strike on Rosenthal. Hitting for the White Sox with 1 out in the first inning. Pitcher throws, Larry swings it, an easy bounder down to Johnson, who fumbles it, recovers it, throws to first, and the runner is safe. And it's an error by Johnson. Error by Johnson. It's Rosenthal on first base with 1 out in the first inning. And Mike Krivich, the right fielder, is at bat. Krivich up there at the plate. Right-handed hitter, stocky little chap. So looks at first base, then throws, and Mike takes a wide one across the knees for ball one. One ball call. Ready again, takes another look at first, throws, and Mike swings the line, a foul down the right field line, back into the seats, and it's 1-1. One ball and one strike. Ready once more, throws, and Mike swings at an easy bounder down to the pitcher who gets it, fumbles it, picks it up, throws to first, and the runner is out for the second out of the inning. Rosenthal going to second base. It makes it 2 out in the first inning for the White Sox. 2 out, and the man on second base with Zeke Venura up there at the plate. Venura at bat. Right-handed hitter, husky fellow, and a dangerous one. Stands there waiting to speak, is getting a sign from Hayes. And there's a ball inside and low, making it 1 ball call. 1 ball on Venura. Call, and the pitch is ready out there again. He throws, and the hitter takes it inside across the chest for ball 2. That makes it 2-0, 2 balls and no strikes on Venura. 2-0 to count. Again, the pitch is ready, takes a look back at second, throws, and Zeke swings in a slow ball high out into left field for a long, lazy fly. Then he has it, and it's 3 out. No runs, no hits, 1 error, and 1 man left on base in the last half of the first inning. And the score at the end of the first inning of this game between the White Sox and Philadelphia Athletics is 1-0 in favor of the Athletics at the end of the first inning. Before starting on a long drive, be sure to have the crankcase of your car drained and refilled with a proper grade of new Texaco motor oil. There is an oil that is known from coast to coast. You can get it everywhere, and wherever you get it, it's always of the same high quality. The difference it makes in the operation of your car is amazing. Try new Texaco motor oil. Try it today if you haven't tried it before, and it'll be well worth the try. You'll gain by it in many, many ways. Happened to run into Joe Barry, the secretary of the White Sox, downstairs for the game, and he tells me that Will Corrigan of Lawler, Iowa, a personal friend of his, is here enjoying the ball game as his guest today. The first pitch is a strike. Here comes the next pitch for strike 2, and there's 2 strikes on Piggy Higgins. He swings the next to hit a ball on the ground back into the left of the plate, and it's still 2 strikes on Piggy Higgins, the Athletics third baseman. Back to start the second inning. Kane stands out there massaging that ball pretty carefully. Finally swings around, steps on the slab, starts his wind up. And throws, and the hitter swings. It's hit a high fly out into short left center. Rosenthal's jogging in easily, and Appling circles out there to make the catch. So Rosenthal and Radcliffe are jogging in, but Appling was out there to make the catch easily, and it's 1 out in the second inning. The wind today is very, very strong, as you can tell by that whistle that you hear of the wind blowing through the boards in the back of the second deck here, and it's blowing from the north, slightly northeast, blowing right back toward the plate. 1 out in the second inning for the Athletics, and Frankie Hayes, the A's catcher. Hey, they're playing the scale now. plate with 1 out of the second inning. Starts to wind up pitches, and Frank takes a curveball wide for ball 1. 1 ball called. Pitcher again is winding up. He throws, and Frank takes a wide one across the knees for ball 2. So it's 2-0, 2 balls and no strikes on Frank Hayes. Got the ball over well for Higgins, but he's having a little trouble getting it over for Frank. Pitcher's ready again, throws. The hitter swings in a bounder out into left field for a base hit. It went out between Platt and Appling. Pretty well hit, and it's a base hit. Putting Hayes on first base with 1 out of the second inning. And Newsom, Whitey Newsom, the Hayes shortstop, is up there at the plate. Newsom at bat. Pitcher takes a look over there at first. Looks at the plate. Gets his sign. Pitches. Newsom runs up on the ball, tried to punch it to right, but he fouled it over against the stand to the right of the plate. And it's 1 strike on Newsom. 1 strike to count. Kane again stands there beside that new ball with his bare hands, get that shine off, get it so he can hold it and control it. First and pitches, and the hitter takes it inside across the waist for ball 1. Count is 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike on Newsom. 1-1 the count. And there's ball 2, a high fastball outside, making it 2-1. 2 balls and 1 strike on Lamar Newsom, known as Whitey. The A's shortstop. That was 1 out of the second inning. And Hayes on first base. Throws again, and Newsom hits one out into left center, a little looping fly, and it drops in there for a little Texaco leaguer. Radcliffe gets the ball fast, throws it to second base. The Athletics have runners on first and second, with 1 out in the second inning. And Herman Fink, the Athletic pitcher, is up there at the plate. He's a right-handed pitcher, and I also notice now he bats right-handed. Walks slowly up there, stops to rub dust over his hands, and then steps up to the plate. And there's the first pitch, inside and low for ball 1. 1 ball called. Out there again. Pitcher looks back at second. Pitcher, the hitter hits a line drive out to Jackie Hayes, who turns and throws to Benura at first base. It's another double play. The ball was very well hit. Hayes leaped far to his left, grabbed it on the line, and then with both runners having been on the go, as soon as the hitter swung, apparently it was a hit-and-run play on it. Fink must be a better hitter than a lot of pitchers. Neither runner had a chance to get back to his base, and it was easy for Hayes to throw to Benura at first, doubling Newsom for the third out. So it's no runs, 2 hits. 1 man left on base the first half of the second inning. And the score remains 1-0 in favor of the Athletics as the White Sox come to bat in the last half of the 7th of the second in this ball game over fast. And Luke Appling will be the first man at bat. Fink is already there warming up, and Appling stands at the plate watching. Boy, what an ideal day for just being out in the air and getting a lot of sunshine this is. Moss, the reserve catcher, is down there warming up the pitcher, but now the other pitcher comes walking out of the dugout, is almost up to the plate. Moss going to take another warm-up throw. Finally throws the ball out to second base, where the second baseman and shortstop are standing alongside the bag. Johnson gets it, juggles it, but flips it backhanded to Newsom. He returns it to pitcher, and now the Keystone men back to their positions, backing up and talking to each other as they go, as Fink takes his place on the mound, and Luke Appling steps up to bat. Appling at bat, start the second inning. The score 1-0 in favor of the Athletics. Goes through a double or triple windup, I don't know which, so Luke swings, hits a long high fly to left field, but it looks easy for Finney. He's jogging over toward the foul line and makes the catch easily for the first out of the second inning. 1 out of the second inning for the White Sox, and Jackie Hayes, the White Sox second baseman, is at bat. throws, and Jackie swings, hit a ball into center field. Looks like an easy fly. Center fielder jogging in under it, and makes the catch without any trouble for the second up. He's just letting the boys hit that ball into the air, and with the wind holding it up the way it is, almost always somebody can get under it. It makes it 2 out in the second inning for the Sox, and Tony Pyatt, White Sox third baseman, while Jimmy Dykes is taking this little rest down there, is up there at the plate. Pyatt at bat. She winds up, throws, and it's a fast one that misses the inside corner about waist high for ball 1. 1 ball called. He looks around the boys in the field and gets ready again. Time. Starts his wind up. Pitches and the hitter takes a strike over the outside corner letter high, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike on Pyatt. 1-1. Throws again, and there's ball 2 wide and low, and it's 2 balls and 1 strike. He's throwing a lot of slow stuff at Tony, trying to make him go after that change of pace. So it's 2 balls and 1 strike on Pyatt. Think winding up again. Pitches, and the hitter swings and misses a slow curve that time for strike 2. Looks very funny going around on that one because he went around with almost no swing at all. He just so completely missed the ball. He was trying to stop up, but too late. So it's 2-2. 2 balls and 2 strikes. He throws again, and Pyatt leans back to get the 3rd ball inside. And it's 3 balls and 2 strikes on Tony Pyatt. 3-2 is the count. There comes the 4th ball. It's over the plate, but too low, and Pyatt gets a base on ball. So Luke Sewell, who was standing down there waiting, takes off the shin guard, which he was still wearing, and walks up to the plate. Badger Hayes walks out into the infield to talk to Pink, turns around, starts back behind the plate. Steps off the slab, takes a look around the boys, then gets ready to pitch again, takes another look around, and Luke steps back out of the box. He's back up at the plate again. He's out there looking around, finally is set. Ready to pitch, pitches, and the catcher calls for a pitch out, leaps out and grabs the ball because Pyatt had made a break as though to go to second, but he fades back to first, and the pitch is wide for ball 1. 1 ball called. The runner's really on to go now. The hitter takes a high one wide, and Pyatt slides in safely, getting past the shortstop who had to go over to the first base side of second to make the catch. So Pyatt has a stolen base, and it puts him on second base with 2 out in the second inning. And Luke Sewell still at bat. The count now of 2 balls and no strikes. 2-0 on Sewell. Billy Webb talking it up down there plenty, trying to get the boys to get things moving. Pink pitches, and Luke fouls this one onto the roof of the stand above and to the right of the plate for strike 1. The count is 2 balls and 1 strike on Sewell. 2-1 the count. Looks back at second base and throws again, and Sewell swings. The pop fly coming down, foul out near first base. The catcher follows over there and makes the catch almost down to the visiting dugout for the 3rd out. So it's no runs, no hits, 1 man left on base in the second inning for the White Sox. And at the end of the second inning, the Athletics still lead the White Sox by a score of 1-0. May we remind you again that the offer is still open of the 1936 Mexico scorebook. If people that haven't obtained it or have obtained one and have it practically filled, better get your request card in for another one. This attractive book contains not only the complete layout of pictures of the White Sox and the Cubs, their rosters and league schedules, but a complete scoring system, the same one we've used in the press box for many, many years, with illustrations and explanations of how to work it, examples of it,
And the official scoring blanks, the same as we've also used up here for many, many years. In fact, since the start of the game, practically, for 17 full games. If you got this book, all you have to do is stop in at any Texaco station, fill it in with your name and address, put a 1-cent stamp on it, and mail it, and that scorebook will be sent to you. We're ready to go now in the third inning with Lou Finney, the Philadelphia left fielder, leadoff man at bat. They call time for a moment while Jackie Hayes goes over at first with Luke Appling's assistant, and now alone is fastening that second base down a little tighter, seem to be getting a little loose. Now the boys are back in position, and Finney, who opened the game with a double on the first pitch and eventually scored the lone run so far, is up there taking the first pitch for a strike over the outside corner about knee high. 1 strike is the count. She winds up again, throws, and the hitter swings, hit a high fly out into left center. Rosenthal's waiting for it out there, makes the catch, and it's 1 out of the third inning. 1 out of the third inning for the Athletics, and Moses, Wally Moses, the center fielder, is at bat. Moses is up there. Pitcher starts to wind up, pitch the first one to Wally, throws, and the hitter swings in a bounder back past the pitcher. Appling comes over, grabs it on a hard try, and fumbles it, but the runner is safe. And I think, what do you think on that, George? Well, we'll give him a base hit on it. Give him a base hit because he had to go over fast near second base to get it, and then fumbled it on a tough try out there. He was a hard one because he had to go a long ways to get it, and reaching on the dead run for a ball, taking a bad hop. It got away from him and goes as a scratch hit, says the radio official scorer today. Hitter hits the next one for a high foul going into the stands back and drives to the plate. Goes up on the roof of the stands above third base, and it's strike 1. 1 strike on Dean. Moses on first base with 1 out of the third inning for the Athletics. And the pitcher waits there again. Kane has his time. He pitches, and Dean swings and misses for strike 2. Swung well around on that ball. Umpire McGowan, in that very careful way he has of studying plays, thought a second, took a look at where that bat was, and then called it a strike, or waved it a strike. He may have called it before that, but he got out where he could see how far he swung. And now the hitter hits the next one into left field for a base hit. Ball went out there fast on the ground between Hyatt and Appling for a base hit into left field by Dean, moving Moses to second base. And the Athletics have runners on first and second again with 1 out in the third inning. And Puccinelli, George Puccinelli, the right fielder, is up there at the plate. Hits the first one right back at the pitcher, who throws it clear into center field, and the runner from second is round at third and is coming home. The ball is coming in at the plate, but he scores, and Sue cuts the throw off, and they get the runner. No, they missed him going into second base. He got in there safely. Error on the throw. Error on the throw. Back at second base by Kane. He should have had the third double play in 3 innings there if he made any kind of a throw, but he threw the ball behind Appling as he was dashing over the base instead of in front of him, and it went clear into center field for very bad error on what should have been an easy double play to end the inning, and as a result another run scores, and the runners are on second and third. Kane winds up, throws the first one at Johnson, who takes it inside and low for ball 1. He winds up again, pitches, and it's a high one inside. Give him a base hit because he had to go over fast near second base to get it, and then fumbled it on a tough try out there. He was a hard one because he had to go a long ways to get it, and reaching on a dead run for a ball, taking a bad hop. It got away from him and goes as a scratch hit, says the radio official scorer today. Hitter hits the next one for a high foul going into the stands back and drives to the plate. goes up on the roof of the stands above third base, and it's strike one. One strike on Dean. Moses on first base with one out in the third inning for the Athletics. And the pitcher waits there again. Kane has his sign. He pitches and Dean swings and misses for strike two. Swung well around on that ball. Umpire McGowan, in that very careful way he has of studying plays, thought a second, took a look at where that bat was, and then called it a strike, or waved it a strike. He may have called it before that, but he got out where he could see how far he swung. And now the hitter hits the next one into left field for a base hit. Ball went out there fast on the ground between Hyatt and Epling for a base hit into left field by Dean, moving Moses to second base. And the Athletics have runners on first and second again with one out in the third inning. And Puccinelli, George Puccinelli, the right fielder, is up there at the plate. Hits the first one right back at the pitcher, who throws it clear into center field, and the runner from second is round at third and is coming home. The ball is coming in at the plate, but he scores, and Sewell cuts the throw off, and they get the runner out. No, they missed him going into second base. He got in there safely. Error on the throw. Error on the throw. Back at second base by Kane. He should have had the third double play in 3 innings there. If he made any kind of a throw, but he threw the ball behind Epling as he was dashing over to the base instead of in front of him, and it went clear into center field for very bad error on what should have been an easy double play to end the inning, and as a result another run scores, and the runners are on second and third. Kane winds up, throws the first one at Johnson, who takes it inside and low for ball one. She winds up again, pitches, and it's a high one inside for the second ball, making it 2-0. 2 balls and no strikes on Johnson. Waiting out there again from sign, starts to wind up. Pitches, and Johnson got the third ball inside. He doesn't seem to want to take a chance on him. He'd rather fill that base out there with this man, give him anything good to hit at. While he won't walk him on purpose, he'd rather do that. There's the next one, the fourth one. They really do throw wide on purpose. And it gives Johnson a base on balls, which fills the bases for the Athletics in the third inning. 1 out, 1 run home. Hayes now leading the White Sox by a score of 2-0. And Higgins, Pinky Higgins, the Athletics third baseman, is at bat. Another right-handed hitter and a dangerous one. Hits the first one and boundered down to Pine, who grabs it, runs over and starts to, and throws the ball clear over against the stand after finally making up his mind of what to do. 1 run scores, the other runner 2 runs score, and the other runners get the second and third. Pine got that ball, started to run over to get it, and I would call 2 errors on that. An error on the fumble, which let the man get to first. Let's see, would that be right? Yeah, an error on the fumble and then an error on the throw. 2 errors, fumbling error and a throwing error, both on Pyatt, which scores 2 runs and leaves runners on second and third. There's only 1 out in the third inning, and Frank Hayes at bat. Winds up, throws the first one, and the hitter swings, hit a high fly into center field. Center fielder Rosenthal's waiting back there for it. He's under it, he has it, and the runner from third is going home easily after the catch with the 4th run of the inning. Pyatt was very peculiar on that play. He got the ball and seemed undecided what play to make. He started to run over to third base to get the man there, and then the man ran right in front of him. He started to tag him, then finally made up his mind to throw to first, and the runner was already at first, and the throw went clear over Venura's head, and that runner got to second base, and 2 runs scored on it. And the hitter at bat now, Newsom, swings hard at the first pitch and misses it for strike 1. back at second again. Pitches and the hitter swings in another fly in the center field. Rosenthal starts in, backs up, and then Cuz come in and make the catch easily for the third out. And one of the wooziest innings of the year, or half innings of the year, is over with in a great big hurry. 4 runs, 2 hits, 3 errors, and 1 man left on base in the first half of the third inning. And the score is 5-0 in favor of the Athletics as the White Sox come to bat in the last half of the third, with Keane, the pitcher, due to be the first hitter. He's walking slowly up there toward the plate. Rather disgruntled young man. He himself had the chance to get out of that inning without a run scoring when he had a chance to make a double play there on Dean going to second, but he threw the ball into center field to let the first run of the inning score. And after that, 3 more runs scored, and all 4 of them were definitely due to errors. And for that reason, there were 4 unearned runs that inning, which gives the Athletics a 5-0 lead. Now the Sox better get going if they're going to get back in this ball game, but they're a hustling group. Can't tell what's liable to happen. They haven't made a hit yet. They've had 2 men on base, 1 on an error, 1 on a base on balls. And here is Kane at bat to start the last half of the third inning. And he takes the first one wide across the waist for ball 1. Now, are you going to get buttered all over a little business, George? 1 ball called. Pitcher again winds up, throws, and it's ball 2. It's over the plate for too low, and the count is 2-0. 2 balls and no strikes on Kane. Boy, you should see me try to talk with popcorn in my mouth. Here comes ball 3 wide across the knees, and it's 3 balls and no strikes on Kane. 3-0 the count. Walks back on the slab again. He's winding up. Throws and the hitter takes ball 4. It's over the plate for too low. And Kane opens the inning with a base on balls. Well, when the pitcher walks the other pitcher to open an inning, why, you can't tell what's going to happen. Sometimes that pressure gives all sorts of excitement. Call time for a moment while the bat boy takes Kane's leather jacket down to him. He pulls it on. It's brisk breeze. It's got the coolness of the lake with it and could very easily tighten up a pitcher's arm out there in it. Now the pitcher is ready again, and he's got a pitch to Red. And the Ripper takes the first pitch inside across the knees for ball 1. 1 ball called. Time is called. There's a balk. The pitcher balked out there. He started to wind up and then stopped and then started his pitching motion again without stepping off the rubber. And umpire McGowan called it instantly, even before the 2 White Sox coaches started to call it. And so Fink is charged with a balk. If that isn't shown in your, I think it is shown in the scoring system, a little BK, capital B, small K in the scorebook. First pitch to next pitch to Roger, rather, is outside of low for ball 2, making it 2-0. 2 balls and no strikes. Boy, that wind blows the noise of that train over here like it was right across the street. It's 3 blocks away. Over east of the park. 2-0, and there is a wide one. No, catch at the outside corner, a little above the knees for strike 1, and it's 2 balls and 1 strike on Radcliffe. 2-1 the count. Ripper swings the next to drive it out into center field for a good base hit. And the ball goes clear through the center fielder, going clear to the wall. Radcliffe's around first base, around second base, pulling up at third base. And he starts for the plate. The ball is coming in, but Radcliffe scores easily to give the Sox 2 runs. It's a single and an error, not a home run, naturally. And little old Ripper was really going that time. Goes as a single for Radcliffe, center field, and then he scored all the way, went all the way around, up there in his plate. And he takes the first pitch for a strike over the outside corner about waist high. 1 strike on Haas. And there's strike 2. It's over the outside corner about knee high to make it 2 strikes. 2 strikes to count. He swings the next one to drive it out into left field for a good base hit. A single to left field by Hart. And first pitch to miss side for strike 1. 1 to count. Ready out there again. Takes a look at first base, then pitches, and Mike takes a slow one inside across the chest for ball 1, making it 1 ball and 1 strike on Krivich. 1-1 to count. Throws again, and Mike gets a ball. It's over the plate, but a little bit too low, and it makes it 2 balls and 1 strike on Krivich. 2-1. Pitcher suddenly started to throw the ball into the plate. He thought the umpire was calling for it, but he was merely calling time because Krivich had stepped partway out of the batter's box. But he's up there again, and so Fink is ready to pitch, throws. Mike swings, hit a ground ball to the shortstop, who gets it, throws to second. Johnson throws to first, and it's a double play, which makes the first 2 outs of the inning and wipes the players off the bases. The double play going Newsom to Johnson to Dean. The Athletics suddenly had started to warm somebody up in the bullpen, but now he goes back and sits down again because it looks as though the danger's over. He wasn't going to leave him in there as long as Mr. Doyle was yesterday. Now Fink pitches to Benura, who takes a strike over the heart of the plate about waist high. 1 strike on Benura. Winding up again, throws, and it's a curveball wide and low for ball 1, so the count is 1 ball and 1 strike. 1-1. One hit a long drive away out to deep left center, and Moses waits back there, makes the catch for the 3rd out, and it ends the 3rd inning with 2 runs, 2 hits, 1 error, and nobody left on base for the White Sox, and the score is 5-2 in favor of the Athletics at the end of the 3rd inning. And now, for scores and fleet batteries from other cities, we return to the studio.
The National League. In New York, the Giants lead the Cubs at the end of the first half of the 7th inning, 4-0. Leon Hartnett, the opening battery for the Cubs, with Bryant pitching in the 5th. Gabler and Mancuso going the entire route for the Giants so far. In Brooklyn, the first game of the doubleheader between the Dodgers and the St. Louis Cardinals was won by the Dodgers, and they had a score of 22-7. Parmalee and Davis worked for the losing Cards. The Dodgers starting Mungo and Berries, with Baker pitching in the 7th. First game of the doubleheader in Boston between the Bees and the Pittsburgh Pirates was won by the Bees 4-1. Patton working for the Pirates with Welch pitching in the 8th, McFadden and Lopez for the Bees the entire route. In the second game in Boston, Weaver and Patton the battery for the Pirates, the Bees using Smith and Buehler. At the end of the first half of the 5th inning, the Pirates lead the Bees 2-1. The warm-up batteries for the St. Louis Cardinal Brooklyn Dodger game, Earnshaw for the Cards, Clark for the Dodgers. The American League in Detroit, the New York Yankees lead the Tigers at the end of the 2nd inning, 7-0. In the first game of the doubleheader in Cleveland, the Indians lead the Washington Senators at the end of the 8th inning by a score of 11-6. And now back to Comiskey Park and Al Totten. Take it, Al.
Back at the ballpark for the 4th inning, and we come on the air just after one of the most thrilling plays of the year. Radcliffe came tearing across from left field and made a reaching, scooping, one-handed catch of a fly ball out there, and almost bumped into Appling after catching it, but Radcliffe caught that ball reaching out with one hand and just managed to scoop it off the top of the grass on a beautiful play for the 1st out. Radcliffe also carrying out, crossed paths with him for just a moment, and I brushed each other, but everybody seems all right. You roomies out there are almost collided. So it's 1 out of the 4th, and Vinny, the leadoff man, hits the first pitch, a drive to right field. Hoff tears over to his left, gets it and throws it on in. Change in lineup as a result of Haas batting for Rosenthal. Puts Haas in right field and moves Krivich out to center. Haas got that ball and fell out there for a base hit. He caught it on the hop. So Vinny is on first base with 1 out of the 4th inning, and Moses, Wally Moses, the center fielder, who's letting that drive get through him, let 2 runs score that inning. One of them never would have scored, so the Radcliffe run must go as an unearned run. And Moses fouls the next one into the second deck above him to the left of the plate. It bounds out and over and finally lands down amongst the box seat holders down near the Sox dugout. And it's 1 strike. 1 strike on Moses. Throws the next one, it's inside and low for ball 1, and the count is 1 ball and 1 strike. 1-1 on Moses. And Wally swings the next one. Benora leaps high into the air, grabs the ball with a hop, steps on first base and throws the second, and the runner sliding in there is tagged out. Appling almost forgot to tag him. He stepped on the base and then suddenly realized that he had to tag him then because the runner had already been put out at first. There was no force play possible, so he put the ball on him fast and completed the White Sox third double play in 4 innings. They'd have had 4 in 4 innings, except for that error in the third, and they would have been on their way to some sort of a record. As it was, Moses was out. Benora unassisted, and then Benora's throw to Appling at second base doubled Vinny sliding in for the third out. So it's no runs, 1 hit in the 4th inning for the Athletics. And the score remains 5-2 in favor of the A's. The White Sox come to bat in the last half of the 4th inning. Just had a little visit during the intermission for scores with the Reverend Alphonse Dress at Columbia College at Dubuque. And they listened to us out there, and that is the place, if you people don't remember offhand, where Red Faber did his college pitching before he came to the White Sox. So naturally out there, they're very, very loyal White Sox fans. We were awfully happy to see Father Dress. Hope he'll come back again. He said it was a little breezy up here. He was going down to Sunburn. It's warmer. I don't blame him. Here's Appling at bat. Start the last half of the 4th inning. And the pitcher out there takes a look around. The boys see that they're all set. Starts to wind up. And throws. And Luke takes a good strike over the heart of the plate about waist high. 1 strike on Appling. Pitcher again is winding up. He throws and Luke swings, hit a pounder down past the pitcher. Second baseman Johnson gets it easily, throws the first, and Luke is out for the first out in the 4th inning. 1 out of the 4th inning for the White Sox, and Hayes is at bat. Jackie Hayes up there. Winds up and throws, and Jackie takes a fast one high and inside for ball 1. 1 ball called. And there's ball 2 high and wide, so the count is 2-0. 2 balls and no strikes on Hayes. Ready again, he's winding up, throws, and Jackie takes a strike over the outside corner about knee-high, making it 2-1. 2 balls and 1 strike on Hayes. Well, Mr. Pennsylvania remembered it today. He forgot it yesterday, came in without blowing. And the next pitch is runs the count to 3-1. 3 balls and 1 strike on Jackie Hayes. Was at bat for the White Sox with 1 out of the 4th inning. Throws again and it's strike 2. It got the outside corner knee-high and it's 3-2. Hey, his whistle sounds as though he had caught cold or bronchitis or something. Frog in his throat. 3-2 is the count, but she throws again and Jackie fouls this one back to the screen. It's still 3 balls and 2 strikes on Hayes. Winding up once more, throws, and Jackie swings it a long drive out to left center. Moses going back fast, slows up as the wind gets it and holds it up and makes the catch. Go pretty well back in left center for the second out. That makes it 2 out in the 4th inning for the White Sox. And Tony Pyatt, the White Sox third baseman, is at bat. Pyatt up there at the plate. Takes quite a while getting his time, finally starts his windup. Throws and the hitter takes it inside across the waist for ball 1. 1 ball called. Winds up again, throws, and the hitter swings a little pop fly out back at second base. And the shortstop is back there following it as the wind blows it, makes the catch nicely, and it's 3 out. No runs, no hits in the 4th inning for the White Sox. And the score at the end of the 4th inning still stands 5-2 in favor of the Philadelphia Athletics. From coast to coast, more and more car owners are turning to Marpac. They know that when they want dependable, thorough chassis lubrication, they can find it at any Texaco service station with Marpac. They save time and money too, because Texaco Marpac lubrication lasts twice as long as ordinary grease job. First man at bat of the 5th inning for the Athletics. George, you hungry today? I never saw a man eat so much. First you were buttered all over, and now you're red hot, and a piece of cake, and now you're back with the butter all over again. Sure. Dean up there, takes the first one, lays it down there, down over the heart of the plate, about knee-high for a strike. 1 strike on Dean. Dean throws again, and jump swings, hit a bounder down, and Jackie Hayes gets it, fumbles it, picks it up again, throws it to first, and the runner is out for the first out in the 5th inning. 1 out in the 5th inning for the Athletics, and Buccinelli is at bat. Buccinelli up there at the plate. Next pitch is wide and low for the second ball, for the first ball. Wait a minute, is that the first pitch to him? Yeah, ball 1. Yeah, that's quite a score. Hitter swings the next hit, a high fly coming down, foul back of the plate. Luke Sewell is back, coming back slowly under it. Has it, and it's 2 out in the 5th inning. 2 out in the 5th inning for the Athletics. Bringing Bob Johnson, the A's second baseman, to bat. Johnson up there at the plate. Winding up now. Throws and the hitter swings, hit a ball hard into right field for a good clean base hit. Line single to right by Johnson, putting him on first base with 2 out in the 5th inning. And the next man up there is Higgins, Frank Higgins, known as Piggy Higgins, the A's third baseman. Frank's a pretty husky fellow. When he stands there at the plate, he stands there with the bat held way out in front of him, almost stationary and almost straight up in the air, way out in front of him, waiting for that pitcher to pitch. Standing that way now, and he swings hard at the first one to miss a high, slow curve for strike 1. 1 strike to count. He's ready again. Stretches over at first base, throws the rebounder right back at Kane, who gets it, throws to first, and it's 3 up. And the score 5-2 in favor of the Philadelphia Athletics as the White Sox come to bat in the last half of the 5th. First White Sox hitter being Kane, the White Sox pitcher. This broadcast, the White Sox Philadelphia game, comes to you direct from Comiskey Park, the home of the White Sox in Chicago, as a presentation of your neighborhood Texaco dealer, distributor of Texaco Fire Chief Gasoline. Broadcast comes with the permission of the White Sox and the Athletics stimulate interest in our national game and in your own local baseball team. This is WCFL at Chicago. Wait a minute, I said Kane was the first man at bat. It's Sewell, the first man up. Luke Sewell, the first man at bat for the White Sox in the fifth inning. You people who were keeping track on the Texaco scorebook probably had me caught up on that long ago. Sewell tosses it to the bat side. He always comes up swinging three. Then steps up there at the plate. The umpire takes a moment to dust the plate. Sewell waits there as Fink looks around at the boys. They play loop a little bit around toward left field. And the pitcher starts his windup and throws, and Sewell takes a fast strike over the heart of the plate about waist high. 1 strike to count. He's ready again, winds up once more, pitches, and it's over the plate for 2 low for ball 1, making it 1 ball and 1 strike on Luke Sewell. 1-1. Then the pitcher throws a slow ball. Luke hits it out to the third baseman. Higgins gets it, throws to first, and Sewell is out for the first out in the 5th inning. Mr. Fink is pitching himself a nice ball. He allows 2 hits, and one of the 2 runs scored against him is earned, 1 unearned. Sugar Cane, White Sox pitcher, walking slowly up there to the plate. And he walks around behind the umpire, takes his place at the plate. Pitcher is winding up, he throws, and it's wide and low for ball 1. 1 ball called. Pitcher again starts to wind up pitches. And it's a strike over the heart of the plate, waist high, making it 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike. Throws again, and the hitter swings it, an easy bounder out in front of the plate. Hayes, the catcher, goes out, gets it, throws rather badly, but Dean, who to my mind looks like he has the makings of quite a fielding first baseman as well as a good hitter, reached right out in front of the base runner, grabbed the ball, and then got out of the way to prevent a collision on a very nice play. So it's 2 out in the 5th inning. 2 out in the 5th inning for the White Sox, and Radcliffe. Rip Radcliffe, leadoff man, left fielder, is at bat. Leans over, gets the sign, winds up, pitches, and Rip takes a wide one across the waist for ball 1. 1 ball called. Then he's winding up. He throws, and Radcliffe takes it inside across the waist for ball 2. So it's 2-0, 2 balls and no strikes on the Ripper. 2 balls and no strikes. Winding up again, throws, and the hitter takes it for a ball wide and low, and it's 3-0. 3 balls and no strikes on Radcliffe. Throws again, and Rip takes a strike over the heart of the plate about knee-high, and it's 3-1. 3 balls and 1 strike. Throws again, and there's the 4th ball wide across the chest, and Rip gets the base on balls. It puts him on first base. 2 out in the 5th inning, and Mule Hahn is up there at the plate. Haas at bat. So Connie Mack's only got 1, maybe 2 fellas sitting down there in the bench with him. A few in the bullpen, the rest of them on the field. Watching first base, suddenly throws over there. Throw is high, but Dean steps back and takes it. It's just a lob throw. Didn't have much on it, but it wasn't very straight either. Now he pitches, and Haas gets a wide one low for ball 1. 5 consecutive bad pitches by this fellow. Big waits there again. As he signs, takes a look at first base and throws, and it's inside and low for ball 2, making it 2-0. 2 balls and no strikes on Hot. Still watching first base throws, and the hitter takes it inside and low for ball 3. Well, really has lost control all of a sudden, hasn't he? That's 3-0. He walked Radcliffe on 4 pitches. Now he's got 3-0 on Hot. Ready again, watches first base. Throws, and there's ball 4, wide and low. And he gets a base on balls also. Hey, the moon on isn't blowing today. Went by without blowing a whistle. So the White Sox have runners on first and second with 2 out in the 5th inning. And Mike Krivich is up there at the plate. Pitcher and catcher have a little confab out in front of the mound. And the A's have a pitcher starting to warm up again in the right field bullpen. Taking quite a workout out of the bullpen for the Sox this afternoon. Apparently he may be either getting ready for tomorrow or be taking a little tutoring from Money Rule. The first pitch to Krivich is a bad ball wide for ball 1. 1 ball called. Throws again, and Mike swings to push the ball through toward right field. He gets past Johnson, goes out there for a base hit. Runner first, Hoff stops at second, and the shortstop, for some reason or other, let the ball get through, but the third baseman, after he deflected it, chased it out and got it before the runners could advance. The throw from right field came right to Newsom. Newsom, for some reason, just tagged it and deflected it and almost rolled to the stand, but Higgins recovered it quickly so the runners couldn't advance. So Krivich singled to right, scored Radcliffe, put Haas on second. And so the White Sox still have runners on first and second. 2 out, 1 run home. Zeke Benura at bat. Score now 5-3 in favor of the Athletics. Benura up there at the plate. And Zeke swings, hit a long drive way out deep right center. Center fielder's chasing it. Way back there. He might get it. He makes a great dive for the ball and hangs onto it on another sensational play. Man, what a play. Moses carrying across into right center as hard as he could go, suddenly threw himself headlong and caught that ball and landed right on his face and skidded along, but he held onto the ball and his hands were outstretched, so he couldn't possibly have been just trapping it. He really caught it. And it ended the inning on what looked like a hit that was going to at least tie the score, because that ball was really hit. And Moses is getting a beautiful hand from the fan as he comes in there after making that great play to end the inning. 1 run, 1 hit, 2 men left on base for the White Sox in the last half of the 5th. And the score is 5-3 in favor of the Athletics at the end of the 5th.
Have you sent in your request card for the 1936 Texaco Baseball Scorebook yet? If not, don't put it off. Thousands of baseball fans are already enthusiastically keeping their own play-by-play records of these games and having lots of fun doing it. The instructions are easy to follow. In them, Hal Totten tells you just how he does it, and there are plenty of blank score sheets for you to use. In addition, in the 1936 Texaco Baseball Scorebook, you'll find schedules of all major league games, data on all players of both the Cubs and Sox, plenty of other interesting baseball data on both teams. It's easy to get your free copy. Go to any Texaco service station and ask for a request card. Write your name and address on the card, stamp it, and mail it. Stop at any Texaco service station and get your card in the mail tonight. And now back to Comiskey Park for the continuation of the baseball game, brought to you by permission of the Chicago White Sox and the Philadelphia Athletics to stimulate interest in our national game and in your local team. Take it, Hal.
Back at the ballpark for the 6th inning, first man at bat. Frank Hayes lines the ball out into left field for a base hit to open the 6th. And he's on first base, nobody out in the 6th inning. And Newsom, Whitey Newsom, the shortstop, is at bat. He gets ready to pitch the first one to him with the first base throws. And he bunts the ball, but it's foul to the right of the plate for strike 1. Tried to bump for 1 foul. 1 strike on Newsom. Hayes on first base. Nobody out in the 6th inning. close play, but he got back very close because Kane made a good throw over there. Pitcher throws and Newsom again tries to bunt, and again it rolls foul. This time, though, it hung right alongside the line, and Benula, to make sure of it, scooped it on more foul so that it couldn't hit something and found fair. Coach over there, Lena Blackburn, grabbed it, threw it back to Kane, and Hayes goes back to first base. So it's 2 strikes on Newsom. 2 strikes to count. Throws again for the first ball. It's wide and low, and the count is 1 ball and 2 strikes on Newsom. 1-2. Here comes the next one, wide and low, and it's ball 2. So it's 2 balls and 2 strikes on Newsom. 2-2 to count. Newsom suddenly walks out of the box to dry his hands in the dirt. Umpire calls time. Whitey gets back up to the plate. Pitch is ready. Throws, and the hitter takes a wide one across the knees for ball 3. And it's 3 balls and 2 strikes on Newsom. Three and 2 is the count. Ready again, throws, the runner's on the go, the hitter takes the 3rd strike, and the ball out to second base, gets the runner out. Apparently, Hayes, in taking the ball, tagged the fellow almost in the face. He managed to miss his face, but touched him on the shoulder, and it goes as another double play. Newsom is mad and throws the bat on the ground in disgust as he starts back toward the bench, called out on strike. Umpire McGowan turns around and watches him walk off there to make sure he doesn't make any more of a demonstration. But it's another double play for the White Sox, who now have 4 of them today. They almost had 5. 4 in 6 innings. And Fink, the pitcher, Herman is up there. Throws the first one, and he swings, hit a foul down past first base. Blackburn, who was standing more or less back at the plate, ducked his head and sort of shrunk all up as the ball bounded past him. Not very close. 1 strike on Fink, and that was 2 out of the 6th inning for the Athletics. Kane throws again, and Fink swings to foul the ball into the stand back at first base. Pretty well back there, back to the aisle. And it's 2 strikes on Fink. 2 strikes to count. He swings again to miss a curveball inside, striking out for the 3rd out. So it's no runs, 1 hit in the 6th inning for the Athletics. They still lead the White Sox by a score of 5-3. The Sox come to bat on the last half of the 6th with Luke Appling, their first man at bat. Appling will be the first hitter in the last half of the 6th inning. This is the 3rd time in a row that Luke has come up there to lead off in an inning. Earl Mack, son of Connie, and fellow who usually warms up the pitchers, catcher by trade, he's old in his playing days, is warming up pitcher. I don't know if Earl did any playing to speak of, but he did some work out with Portland, I believe, as did his brother. Umpire calls for the ball, looks it over pretty carefully, finally decides it's all right. Burns walks out, throws it back to Fink so he can continue his warm-up. Meantime, Hayes, the catcher, gets up there to the plate. The ball is thrown out to second base, with Johnson flipping it over to Newsom. Newsom returning it to the pitcher. They walk back their positions. Pitcher's on the rubber. And Appling steps up to bat. Appling at bat. Start the last half of the 6th inning. Pitcher starts to wind up, throws, and the hitter leans back to take a ball inside across the shoulders. 1 ball called on Appling. Pitcher Winds up again, pitches, and it's a strike over the heart of the plate, waste time, making it 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike on Epling. And Luke watches a slow one curve wide and low for ball 2. So it's 2 balls and 1 strike on Luke. 2-1. Comes the next pitch, and Luke lets it roll over to the right. Catcher let it roll to the right, rather. Luke let it go by, and it's 3-1. 3 balls and 1 strike on Epling. First man at bat in the last half of the 6th inning of the ball game in which the Athletics are leading the White Sox by a score of 5-3. Big throws again, and Luke lets ball 4 go by wide. It's a base on balls for Epling, putting him on first base with nobody out in the 6th inning. And Jackie Hayes, White Sox second baseman, steps up there at the plate, stops, looks down to Billy Webb to see if he should take this one or hit it the first one. Apparently got his sign. Now looks back at the pitcher, and Fink has the sign. There's the stretch. He pitches, and it's a slow curve that gets the outside corner about knee-high for strike 1. Strike on Hayes. Ready again, watches first base, and throws, and it's a high one inside for ball 1. It's 1 ball and 1 strike on Hayes. 1-1 the count. The throws again with Epling on the go. Hayes drives the ball out into left center for a good base hit. A good hit and run play in which he drove the ball right through the spot. The shortstop is vacated to go over that and cover second. A good hit and run play which Hayes lines the single to left center, moving Epling to third base. Epling on the go. The shortstop dashed over to cover second. And Hayes just pulled that ball right through the spot he left open. So Epling has no trouble reaching third base. Hayes is winding up the pitcher pretty hard in the bullpen. As Tony Pyatt steps up there. Pyatt at bat. He gets ready, watches first, then throws, and Tony swings hit a pounder down to the third baseman, and they've trapped Epling between third and home. Luke runs back there and is out as he flies back in, with the third baseman taking a throw from the catcher. Play went from Higgins to Hayes to Higgins. And Epling is out. These White Sox runners on first and second. Goes to the fielder's choice, putting Pyatt on first base. And Epling was out. Higgins to Hayes to Higgins for the first out. That makes it 1 out in the 6th inning. White Sox runners on first and second. And Luke Sewell is at bat. Watches second base and pitches, and Luke takes a curveball wide for ball 1. 1 ball called. On the edge side. Pitches, and Sewell swings in a high fly to right center. Center fielder and right fielder closing in on it. And the right fielder comes through to make the catch for the short fly for an easy out of the second out of the 6th inning. White Sox still have runners on first and second. 2 out now in the 6th inning. And Keane is at bat. Back at second base and throws and swings it a high fly down the left field line. Left fielder racing over, and the ball lands just out of his reach as he turns around and leaps into the air to come down, sitting on a roll of canvas down in front of the stand. He hit it head on and would have thrown him right on his face and probably catapulted him into the seat. So it's 1 strike on Kane. Back at second base and pitches again. Kane swings in upon the shortstop coming across fast, grabs it, steps on second base, and forces Pyatt out for the third out. Ending the 6th inning with no runs, no runs, 1 hit, and 2 men left on base. And at the end of the 6th inning, the Philadelphia Athletics are leading the Chicago White Sox by a score of 5-3. Now Now, once again, for up-to-the-minute scores and complete batteries from other cities, we return to the studio.
In the National League, the Chicago Cubs lost their game to the Giants today by a score of 7-2. The Cubs scored 2 runs, 8 hits, and 2 errors. The Giants 7 runs, 12 hits, and 1 error. Lee and Hartnett, the opening battery for the Cubs, was Bryant in the 5th, Root in the 8th. Gaber and Mancuso went the entire route for the Giants. First game of the doubleheader in Brooklyn between the Dodgers and the St. Louis Cardinals was won by the Dodgers 22-7. In the second game, Earnshaw Ogrodowski, the battery for the Cards. The Dodgers warming up, Clark and Phelps with Butcher pitching in the first. At the end of the first inning, the Cards lead the Dodgers in the second game 3-0. In Boston, the Bees took the first game of the doubleheader from the Pittsburgh Pirates. Scored 2 runs, 8 hits, and 2 errors. The Giants 7 runs, 12 hits, and 1 error. Lee and Hartnett, the opening battery for the Cubs, with Bryant in the 5th, Root in the 8th. Gaber and Mancuso went the entire route for the Giants. First game of the doubleheader in Brooklyn between the Dodgers and the St. Louis Cardinals was won by the Dodgers 22-7. In the second game, Earnshaw Ogrodowski, the battery for the Cards. The Dodgers warming up, Clark and Phelps with Butcher pitching in the first. At the end of the first inning, the Cards lead the Dodgers in the second game 3-0. In Boston, the Bees took the first game of the doubleheader from the Pittsburgh Pirates 4-1. In the second game, at the end of the 6th inning, the score is tied at 3-all. Weaver and Patton, the Pirate opening battery in the second game, with Brown and Finney, the battery in the 6th. Smith and Mueller working for the Bees. In the American League in Detroit, the New York Yankees lead the Tigers at the end of the first half of the 5th inning by a score of 13-0. Ruffing and Dickey working for the Yanks, Sullivan and Myatt for the Tigers, with Walker pitching in the second. First game of the doubleheader in Cleveland between the Indians and the Washington Senators was taken by the Indians 11-6. The batteries in the second game, the Senators, Weaver and Millies. For the Indians, Galehouse and Sullivan. In St. Louis, the Boston Red Sox and Browns are tied with no score at the end of the first half of the first inning, with Ostermuller and Berg working for the Red Sox, the Browns using Hogsett and Giuliani. And now back to Comiskey Park and Hal Totten. Take it, Hal.
Back at the ballpark for the 7th inning. Finney at bat, started off, takes a ball, and then fouls one into the second deck to our left for strike 1. Kane winds up again, throws, and Lou swings in a high fly in left field. Left fielder's jogging in under it. Ratcliffe's waiting. Has it, and it's 1 out of the 7th inning. 1 out of the 7th inning for the A's, and Moses, Wally Moses, the center fielder, is at bat. Smoothing the dirt down. Hey, George, they don't think the wind's blowing here. They should have seen me crawling around digging up my pencil and scorebook a minute ago, huh? First pitch to Wally is a slow one that just misses the outside corner across the waist. 1 ball called on Moses. He winds up again, throws, and Wally swings and misses a curveball outside for strike 1 to make it 1 ball and 1 strike. 1-1. Throws again, and Wally swings and misses a fastball inside for strike 2. So it makes it 1 ball and 2 strikes on Moses. 1-2. Waits out there again. Winding up pitches, and Wally tried to dodge that one, but it hit the bat and went foul over against the stand of the left plate. Bounced right back out to the plate, and Luke Sewell scoops it up and into the umpire's hand. It's 1-2, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Again winds up, throws, and the hitter steps back to take a ball inside across the waist. And it's 2 balls and 2 strikes on Moses. 2-2. Throws again, Wally swings in a high fly, going foul down back to third base. Pyatt is chasing it over to the stands, but the wind blows it back in, and it's still 2 balls and 2 strikes on Moses. 2-2. Little youngster went over there and got that ball right off from the grasp of some man who was trying to get it. 2-2 now, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Wally swings, hit a bounder. Ventura races over to his right, gets it, tosses to Kane, but Wally, a very fast man, beats it out easily for a base hit. Ball was really Hayes' ball, but Ventura went out to get it, and as a result, they lose that man. It's a base hit for Moses. He's so fast, you can't fool with him. When it comes to a play like that, he's going to beat you. And so Moses is on first base at 1 out of the 7th inning, and Dean, Chuck Dean, the first baseman, is at bat. a curveball inside and low for ball one. One ball called. Throws again, the runner's on the go in a hit-and-run play. The hitter drives the ball into left field for a base hit. Radcliffe fields it fast and throws it into third base, holding the runner from first and second. So it's singled to left field by Dean, moving Moses to second base. Well, Dean can really power that ball. And that puts Philadelphia runners on first and second with one out in the seventh inning. And Puccinelli, the right fielder, is at bat. Puch hits a long, high fly away out deep left center. Radcliffe's way back there near the end of the scoreboard. Makes the catch. The runner from second is trying to go to third, and he's making it easily. Boy, how that fella can run. He's a streak. A long, long fly away out deep left center, right into the wind, or it would have been into the stands, I believe, with any kind of west wind blowing. That would have been a home run by Puccinelli. As it was caught by Radcliffe. And Moses, a very fast man, easily went to third after the catch. Big husky fellow, ready to pitch the first one to him. Throws. Bob takes it high and inside for ball one. One ball call. He's ready again. Swings the ball at the plate. Quite a while while he rubs up this new ball. Smooths the dirt down in front of the slab. He's pitching carefully to Bob. Finally he's ready. Throws and Johnson gets ball two. Very high and inside. So it's 2 balls and 1 strike. 2 and 1 on Johnson. There's ball 3. A fastball inside across the waist. So it's 3 balls and 1 strike on Johnson. 3 and 1 the count. Kane throws again and Johnson swings and misses a fastball inside for strike 2. And in swinging and missing it, he swung himself right off his feet. But he got around before he fell. In other words, it wasn't an attempt to get away. But he didn't start to get away from that inside pitch till after he'd completed his swing. Now the runner from first on the go. Johnson hits a pop fly. Coming down foul to the left of the plate. Luke Sewell is over there and makes the catch over in front of the stands for the third out. Kane has pitched a mighty fine ball, but in the first part of the game he was wild, and then in that third inning, everything went haywire with all those errors and things, and it was just too bad. So it's no runs, 2 hits, 2 men left on base in the first half of the 7th inning, and the score remains 5-3 in favor of the Athletics as the White Sox come to bat in the last half of the 7th with the head of the batting order, Rip Radcliffe, the first man at bat. Broadcast the White Sox Philadelphia game comes to you direct from Comiskey Park, home of the White Sox in Chicago. As a presentation of your neighborhood Texaco dealer, distributor of Texaco Fire Chief Gasoline. Broadcast comes with the permission of the White Sox and the Athletics to stimulate interest in our national game and in your own local baseball team. This is WCFL in Chicago. Hank is finishing his warm-up down here with Hayes while Radcliffe stands there waiting to take his turn at bat. Ball finally goes out there to second base. And we're ready to go in the last half of the 7th inning. Crowd sitting down after its 7th inning stretch. Fink slams the ball into his glove a couple of times. First pitch to Radcliffe, a high one wide for ball 1. 1 ball called. It's a ball, too. It's inside by the knees. 2-0 on Radcliffe. Ted Lyons is also warming up in the bullpen now, but I imagine he's warming up in preparation for tomorrow. There is strike one, a pretty one over the heart of the plate, down around the knees to make it 2 balls and 1 strike on Radcliffe. 2-1. Winding up again, he throws. Radcliffe swings in a ball out through the shortstop into left field for another base hit. Making 2 hits for Ripper today. And it puts him on first base with nobody out in the 7th inning. And Mule Haas is at bat. Haas up there at the plate. Hitter stands there waiting. Takes a look at first base, throws. Haas takes a slow curve wide for ball 1. 1 ball called. He's leading 5-3. The last half of the 7th inning. Sure again is steady, throws, and the hitter swings, hits the ball in the center field. Center fielder comes in fast. The ball lands in front of him, and he makes a grab for it, gets it on the hop, throws it in, and Radcliffe has to stop at second base. The ball wasn't quite short enough to be a technical leaguer, but it was a sinker, a little looping fly out into left center, which moved Radcliffe to second base. And the White Sox have runners on first and second. Nobody out in the 9th inning. And Mike Krivich is at bat. Krivich up there. Infield playing around as though they expect a bunt from Mike. Pitcher throws, and Krivich does bunt down towards third base. Third baseman Higgins comes in fast, gets the ball, and throws to first, where Dean had gotten back to make the play. And it's a good sacrifice. Perfect sacrifice by Krivich. Play going Higgins to Dean for the first out in the 7th inning, moving the tying runs to second and third. Hitters are getting Radcliffe around. Leadoff man's been on base 3 times, and they've driven him in all 3 times. She looks back at second pitches again, and Appling swings at a high fly, going foul onto the stand above first base, and it's 2 strikes. Appling was the White Sox leading hitter before today's game. But right now, he hasn't made a base hit, although he's had a walk. Radcliffe has made 2 hits besides having a walk. And Ripper is out in front again, although now I don't believe in front of the league. And the hitter hits one into the second deck, a high fly going into the second deck, and it bounces down and knocks a straw hat right off the man sitting down there in the box seat, and everybody got a laugh out of it, including the fellow who lost the straw hat. Boy, it made a mess of that straw hat, too. Plunk right on top. Kirk Plunk. It's still 2 strikes on Appling. And a pitcher throws again. Luke swings and follows this one into the stand, back into the right. So it's still 2 strikes on Luke. Benura's on second base. 1 out, 2 runs home in the 7th inning. White Sox now tied with the Athletics, 5-5. Once more, throws, and Luke swings, hit one down past first baseman. Jackie swings in another one into right field. Right fielder comes in fast, grabs the ball, fumbles it for just a moment, then grabs it and throws it to the plate. But the runner scores easily, and it's a base hit with no error. The right fielder couldn't be charged with an error, although he fumbled that ball momentarily after falling to a knees trying to make a diving shoestring catch. No error. Single, no error. Fumbled the ball momentarily, but that was because he'd made that great try and was on his knees and couldn't be expected to handle the ball quickly after making that try for the ball. Scores another run, so the Sox now lead 7-5 and have Hayes on first base. With one out, 4 runs home. 25 at bat, swings around, tries to hit the first one to right, but he fouls it down the right field line and pretty well back into the seat. Ready again, throws, the hitter swings, hit a bounder down the third base line. Third baseman gets it right over the bag and then fumbles it, and the runner is safe. Higgins got that slow bounder right over the bag and then dropped it. He apparently was watching to see whether it was fair or not instead of making the play, forgetting about the foul line, and as a result, by the time he got it, dropped it. You think Tony would have had that beat? I don't think he would have if he'd made the right play on it. That was a boot. And it puts runners on first and second. One out. 4 runs already home in the 7th inning. Luke Sewell at bat. Hits the first pitch for a high, easy fly to center field. Moses circles in under it, makes the catch, and then throws hard to third base, chasing Hayes back to second. So it's 2 out in the 7th inning. White Sox runners on first and second. 2 out, 4 runs home, and Sugar Cane, the pitcher, is coming to bat. Pitcher throws now, and Cane started to swing and changed his mind and took a curveball wide and low for ball 1. Again, and Shook swings, hit a slow bounder back to Johnson, who fields it, throws to first, and Kane is out by a step for the 3rd out, ending the 7th inning. Not until the White Sox not only had tied the score, but gone into a 2-run lead. In the last half of the 7th inning, were 4 runs, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hits, 1 error, and 2 men left on base. The error did not figure in the scoring. And the score is 7-5 in favor of the White Sox at the end of the 7th inning. Don't buy just any old gasoline for your car. Be as smart as the United States government. It buys gasoline on specification. You too can buy the same way. Fill up with Texaco Fire Chief, and you're getting a gasoline which meets the United States government specifications for emergency motor fuel, and it costs no more than ordinary gasoline. Ready to go in the 8th inning. First man at bat for the Athletics is Higgins, the 3rd baseman. He starts his windup. Throws and Pinky swings it a long drive out deep left field. Radcliffe chasing over there, but it's foul. I believe foul. It hit the railing of the upper deck of the grandstand. Foul by only a few inches, and Higgins has to come back. Oh, that ball was really hit, and the wind was more or less against it rather than blowing it out. Still, it went up into the second deck, hit the railing right in front of it, and carried him downstairs. But was fouled by a foot or two, and it's 1 strike, but a very long strike on Mr. Higgins. Kane throws again for strike 2. Fastball over the inside corner about knee high, so it's 2 strikes on Higgins. And the White Sox are going to keep a couple pitchers warmed up there in case of emergency. Kane winds up again, throws, and the hitter fouls the ball into the stand to the right of the plate. It's still 2 strikes on Higgins. Certainly somebody caught that ball down there and gets quite a hand from the fans. Hitter swings again, hit a high fly. Hayes is coming over back of it, waving Appling away, but suddenly Appling calls for it and follows it on into the infield in front of second base and makes the catch for the first out of the 8th inning. One out in the 8th inning for the Athletics, and Frank Hayes, the catcher, is at bat. Kane starts to wind up, throws, and the hitter takes the ball. It's over the plate, but it's too low. 1 ball called. Kane throws again, the hitter swings a high fly going foul into the stands back at first base. That makes it 1-1. Pitcher throws again, and the hitter swings it a bounder down to Wyatt, who fights it a little bit, fumbles it momentarily, then throws to first, and a beautiful play by Benura. Got the man. Zeke leaped out, caught the ball one-handed, and then kicked back to get the bag just before the runner got there, and it's 2 out in the 8th inning. Very nice play by Big Zeke. So it makes it 2 out in the 8th inning for the Athletics, and Newsom, Whitey Newsom, the shortstop, is at bat. Kane throws the first one, and Whitey takes a curveball wide and low for ball 1. Now the pitcher on the slab is ready once more. He's winding up. Pitches, and the hitter started to swing, but changed his mind and took a ball wide. And so it's 2-0. 2 balls and no strikes on Newsom. 2-0 with the pitcher ready again, winds up, throws, and it's a strike, a fastball over the heart of the plate, making it 2-1. One of those wandering clouds suddenly blew across below the sun, and it got the field completely in shadow, but all around us the sun is shining. Hitter hits the next one, a grass cutter out past the pitcher. Hayes gets it, throws it first, and it's 3 out in the 8th inning, although Hayes' throw is a little wide, but it'll reach way out to get it. 3 out in the 8th inning for the Athletics. And the score is still 7-5 in favor of the White Sox. White Sox coming to bat in the last half of the 8th with Rip Radcliffe, the leadoff man, again, the first man up. Let's see if we have a change out here. Number 20, Gumpert, Gumpert, is the new pitcher for the Athletics. And he's a great, big, rangy fellow, right-hander. Gumpert, now pitching. Gumpert, the pitcher. He has a very easy pitching motion, bring that ball pretty much overhand or is a little bit high sidearm. He finishes his warm-up. Somebody else is keeping warming up down the right field bullpen for the A's. And Rip Radcliffe is up there at the plate to start the last half of the 8th inning. First pitch to Ripper is wide and low for ball 1. One ball call, pitcher throws again, and it's a strike over the inside corner waist high, so the count is 1 ball and 1 strike on Radcliffe. 1-1 the count. Throws again, and Rip swings in, a foul out of the roof of the stand above and to left the plate, and it's 1 ball and 2 strikes. Uncle George just almost got his neck broken up here. My goodness, that's a terrible thing to say. You know, the wind blowing, why, he's got a handkerchief tied over this microphone to try to break the roar of the wind. And he says, we ought to have a fine broadcast today. We're straining it. Yeah, I had to restrain myself when you said that. The next pitch to Ripper is wide for ball 2, and the count is 2 balls and 2 strikes on Radcliffe. And he swings this time to miss a high fastball and strike out for the first out of the 8th inning. 1 out of the 8th inning for the Sox. And Haas is at bat. Ewell Haas has 2 hits and a walk since coming into the ball game. Starts to wind up, throws, and Mule takes a high one wide for ball 1. 1 ball called. Ready once more, starts to wind up again, throws, and the hitter swings to get his third hit, a drive out into left field for a base hit. Ball is fielded fast by Finney, who throws it into second base, and it's a single to left field by Haas for his third hit of the ball game. So it puts Haas on first base, 1 out of the 8th inning, and Mike Krivich is at bat. It's a bound to the shortstop, who makes a nice play on it, throws to second, and the throw to first completes a double play. The shortstop made a very fast play on that drive of Krivich. Flipped it to Johnson, and Johnson made a nice pivot and throw to first to complete a twin killer. So it's 3 out, no runs, 1 hit in the 8th inning for the White Sox. And at the end of the 8th inning, Sox are leading the Athletics by a score of 7-5. Stopped in to get your new 1936 technical scorebook, or at least got the request card to get it. You know, these books are going to be very precious possessions later on. It's going to mean that you can relive the games that you hear, thrill about, those that you see, all the rest of your life. Because in this scorebook, not only is space for 30 full games, 17 full games. I'm looking at number 30 on the back of the coach down there, Earl Mack. Nemec is batting in place of Comfort. It'll give you this complete scoring system, and there's room for 17 games. Pictures the Sox and Cubs. It's so simple to get. Just stop in at any Texaco station, ask for a request card, fill it out, put a stamp on it, and mail it. It's already addressed to me, and you'll get your score. Nemec batting for Comfort takes the first pitch high and inside for ball 1. And there's the next one for a strike over the outside corner, so it's 1-1. She winds up once more, throws, and there's ball 2. It's inside and low. Swings the next in, a high fly coming down foul back to the plate. Sewell is jogging back with umpire McGowan running right with him. Luke grabs it, hangs onto it, and it's 1 out of the 9th inning. Luke's caught himself a lot of foul balls down there today at that, hasn't he? Well, that makes it 1 out of the 9th inning for the Athletics. And the next man up there is Lou Finney, the leadoff man at left field. Throws the first one, he swings it, a bounder down to Jackie Hayes. Jackie soaks it up, throws the first, and the runner is out for the second out of the 9th inning. 2 out of the 9th inning for the Athletics. And Moses, the A's center fielder, is at bat. Moses, another left-handed hitter, waits there as Kane starts to wind up, throws. And it's a wide one across the knees for ball 1. 1 ball called. Sugar has the sign again, starts to wind up, pitches, and the hitter tried to get away from that one, but it came into him and hit the handle of the bat and bounded foul back to the stand. So it's 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike on Moses. again for the sign. Suddenly the umpire calls time, walks up, talks to Sewell about something or other. Oh, he changed that last one to a ball? How could he? It hit the bat. Well, he did, so it's 2-0. There must be some reason. It might have hit Sewell's glove or something first and tear him down against the bat. Anyway, the next one does come over the plate for a strike, and it's 2-1. 2 balls and 1 strike. And there's ball 3, wide and low, and it's 3-1. 3 balls and 1 strike on Moses. Game is winding up again. He throws, and the hitter takes a strike over the inside corner about knee-high. It runs the count to 3-2. Now we'll see what happens. Balls and 2 strikes on Moses. Throws and Wally swings the foul one way down the left field line, back underneath the second deck, far down beyond third base, and it's 3-2. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Winding up again, throws, and the hitter takes ball 4, high and wide, and gets the base on balls. Well, that puts Moses on first base, 2 out in the 9th inning, and brings Chubb Dean, a very troublesome young man at that, up there to the plate. He really looks like a lot of hitters. Dean stands there looking at the bench. Oh, the umpire discovered the catcher's paraphernalia lying out there in the ground in front of the dugout. It's supposed to be in it, so they wait until it's taken in. And there's the first pitch to Dean for a slow curve that comes over the heart of the plate around the knees for a strike. 1 strike on Dean. Dean throws again, and the hitter swings it a foul down the left field line, clear over the roof of the stand, and it's 2 strikes on Chubb. 2 strikes count. Waiting for that next one. It's ready again. Throws, and the hitter takes a high one wide for ball 1, and it's 1 ball and 2 strikes on Dean. Moses on first base, 2 out in the 9th inning, and the White Sox leading 7-5. Again, Kane pitches, and the hitter swings in a high fly to center field. Krivich is coming in fast. Finally slows up under it. Has it, and it's 3 out, and the Sox win the ball game by that score, 7-5. In the 9th inning, no runs, no hits, 1 man left on base. And the final score, the total, White Sox had 7 runs, 10 hits, 3 errors, and 8 men left on the bases. The A's had 5 runs, 10 hits, 3 errors, 1 hour and 4 minutes. They had 7 men left on the bases. Time of the game, 1 hour and 53 minutes. 1:53. The winning pitcher, of course, was Kane, and the losing pitcher was Fink. The summaries again. White Sox had 7 runs, 10 hits, 3 errors, with 8 men left on base. The Athletics 5 runs, 10 hits, 3 errors, and 7 men left on base. Time of the game, 1 hour and 53 minutes. The winning pitcher, Kane, the losing pitcher, Fink. Tomorrow, the White Sox and Athletics play the final game of this series, and then on Friday, the Boston Red Sox come to town, and Friday is ladies' day. Ladies admitted without ticket. All they got to do is get that tax ticket that the government requires. It's a doubleheader Sunday between the White Sox and Red Sox here at Comiskey Park, and we'll be seeing you a lot the rest of the week, won't we? That's all for now, so Hal Totten speaks for George as well as himself. It's a good afternoon from Comiskey Park, and we return to the studio. Goodbye now.
Now stands 2 wins for the White Sox and 1 for the Athletics. I don't know who will pitch for the White Sox. Teddy Lyons may be nominated to go into action against the Athletics. And Connie Mack's pitching selection is also a mystery because Connie rotates his hitters as he sees fit. The time of the game, 1 hour and 54 minutes. 7-5, Chicago coming from behind with a 4-run rally in the last half of the 7th inning to sew up the ball game. That's all for today, ladies and gentlemen, for Phillips 66. Don't forget to tune in this evening at 8 o'clock for the March of Sports.
this is Russ Hodges speaking from the ballpark and Albuquerque.
All right, thank you, Russ. There's no question about it. All gasolines, or nearly all of them, are better than they used to be. They've all been improved, stepped up, made pure, and freed from NOx. But only Phillips offers you at all its stations the benefits of the new scientific polymerization process. Every gallon of Phillips 66 polygas is enriched with the resulting extra energy units. You notice the difference the first time you try a tank full. Your motor runs sweeter, quieter, smoother, and cooler, with extra power and extra mileage. And the big news is that you don't have to buy a single penny extra for this wonderful new hot weather gasoline. For just the price of ordinary motor fuel, buy Phillips 66 polygas. Phillips 66 has brought you the baseball game by permission of the Chicago White Sox and the Philadelphia Athletics to stimulate interest in our national game and in your local team no matter where you may be. Don't forget, the Phillips Petroleum Company will present Russ Hodges again tomorrow in the broadcast of another baseball game from Comiskey Park. Be sure to listen in tonight at 7 o'clock for the reenactment of today's Cubs game, dramatized. WIND in Gary, the tip-top spot on your dial. The game between the Boston Red Sox and St. Louis Browns has just concluded the third inning. The score, Boston 1, St. Louis 5. Boston using Oscar Mueller as the pitcher and Bird the catcher. St. Louis, Hogsett the pitcher and Giuliani the catcher. Going into the last half of the seventh inning at Detroit, the New York Yankees, 13, Detroit Tigers 1. The batteries in the game for New York, roughing the pitcher, Dickey the catcher. For Detroit, Sullivan, Hawker, and Kimsey all doing the pitching, and Myatt the catcher. While we wait for the rest of the scores, let me tell you, ladies, of the wonderful opportunity that's awaiting you at Newark. You can actually get the smart new dresses you need. Fresh, clean socks that will carry you through the rest of the summer in beauty and comfort at a low sale price right now when you need them most. Values to $8.95. Satins, sheers, nets, crepes, every fabric that's popular in white, pastel shades, print, and even some new blacks. And they're just $2.95 on terms of 25 cents down and 25 cents a week without interest or carrying charge. Go to Newark and see these extraordinary values for yourself. There's a complete selection in your size, and Newark's courteous clerks are truly eager to help you. For 25 cents down and no red tape or fuss at all to take your choice right home with you. It's Newark, 232 South State Street and 6319 South Halsted Street. Now here come the scores in the National League. At Boston, the end of the first game of a doubleheader, the Pittsburgh Pirates, 1 run, 9 hits, and 2 errors. Boston, 4 runs, 10 hits, and 3 errors. Boston 4, Pittsburgh 1. The batteries for Pittsburgh, Swift, Welch, the pitcher, and Padden, the catcher. For Boston, McFadden, the pitcher, and Lopez, the catcher. The final score of the second game that has just come in. Pittsburgh, 10 runs, 16 hits, and 1 error. Boston, 4 runs, 9 hits, and 2 errors. Pittsburgh 10, Boston 4. The batteries in the game. For Pittsburgh, Weaver and Brown, the pitchers. Padden and Finney, the catchers. For Boston, Smith and Rice, the pitchers, and Mueller, the catcher. The final score of the first game of the doubleheader between the St. Louis Cardinals and Brooklyn Dodgers. St. Louis, 7, and the Brooklyn Dodgers, 22. The total, St. Louis, 7 runs, 7 hits, and 3 errors. The Brooklyn Dodgers, 22 runs, 21 hits, and 1 error. The batteries in the game for St. Louis, Parma Lee and Davis. For Brooklyn, Van Lingle Mungo, the pitcher, and Barrett, the catcher. At the end of the fourth inning of the second game, the St. Louis Cardinals 5, Brooklyn Dodgers nothing. The batteries working that game for St. Louis, Big George Earnshaw, the pitcher, and Ogrodowski, the catcher. For Brooklyn, Park and Butcher, the pitchers, and Phelps doing the backstopping. The doubleheader between the Cincinnati Reds and the Philadelphia Phillies was called because of wet ground, being able to play neither of the two games scheduled.
The final score between the Chicago Cubs and the New York Giants, played at New York. Chicago 2, New York Giants 7. The totals, Chicago 2 runs, 8 hits, and 2 errors. The New York Giants 7 runs, 12 hits, and 1 error. The batteries for Chicago. Big Bill Lee started, Bryant relieved, and Root relieved Bryant. 3 pitchers, Lee, Bryant, and Root, and Gabby Hartnett behind the plate. For New York, Gabler the pitcher, and Cussman Cuso the catcher. Fellows, you don't know what real comfort is until you've worn one of the smart new summer suits that New Arts are featuring. Nationally advertised, genuine loom cool and beach weave masterpieces in single and double-breasted models. Porous, lightweight suits that let the air circulate close to your body are priced just $12.50. And all you need is 50 cents down to take your suit home with you. 50 cents a week will take care of the balance, and at New Arts, there's never any interest or carrying charge. And while you're there, don't fail to see the smart accessories on display. Shirts and ties, polo shirts, white flannel trousers, white shoes, all at the Loop store. Get everything you need at New Arts on easy credit. Go to New Arts, N-E-W-A-R-T, New Arts, 232 South State Street and 6319 South Halstead Street. Open Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday evening. Listen tomorrow right after the game for scores of other games presented by New Arts, Chicago's favorite family credit clothier.
United States are here parading around the field. The band from Menasha, Wisconsin, the high school championship band, has formed the letter W out in the outfield back of second base in their cadet gray trousers and blue jacket and the white pom-poms. A marvelous band. Right in front of us now is the Flandreau band, all decked out in red coats and white trousers. And all these bands, a good many of the members of the band are girls. The Michigan band were from Benton Harbor, paraded the field just a moment ago. A whole Florida delegation, which came in an automobile train of 47 cars, is gathered, a few of them right here, but a whole bunch of them over back at the first base line, including one fellow that weighs at least 500 pounds more than me, wearing bathing trunks. And thank you very much. From Lakeland, Florida, eh? Well, got some matches all the way from Florida. Okay, that's fine. The band right here now is spread out all the way from here at the dugout down to the end of the left field line playing, and somebody's firing off blank cartridges in the grandstand. The Florida delegation, all their cars were yellow, and they're wearing these yellow sun helmets, and it's really something worth looking at. Incidentally, all around here... Yeah, I knew Dixie's a lion. So am I.
Well, you sent me over to tell you that.
Sure. We're all lions. I think I belong to 4 different clubs. I don't know. Did you? Well, Dixie's very proud of being a lion. I know that. And where are you from?
Chicago, Uptown
Oh, you're
Lions.
Uptown
Yeah,
Lions.
Uptown Lions.
Well, I think that's where I first was made a lion, in Uptown Lions. I went up there and made a speech about, 10 years ago.
Well, I just started a year ago to make speeches up
I
there.
see. Well.
And we organized an auxiliary up there last fall, and out of that I conducted a breakfast for 1,200 lionesses.
Oh, that's
We had
marvelous.
4 of the
Dixie
ball
came
players.
out,
We
eh?
had Dixie Walker, the pitcher, Dietrich Sewell, and we had the noisy one,
Mr. Benura?
Mr. Benura up there this
I
morning.
stole one away from me. I had the Epling with me. He went on the air. He said he was supposed to go there breakfast too, but he couldn't make it. Another Southern boy, you know.
Another Southern boy.
So you know how they like
Well,
breakfast.
we kidded Zeke Benura this morning and told him that he was a bachelor and that he had a girl. And everybody wanted to know who his girlfriend was, and when I told him that it was mother, you should have seen him and you should have seen the women. They just went wild.
He was afraid you were going to give something away. Incidentally, ladies and gentlemen, it's sort of, here's the Cowboys out here now with their blank cartridges, and it's a Wisconsin day out here also. I was talking to George Dobbins of Weyauwega, Wisconsin. There's a good word to pronounce. He was past district governor there. And among other things, they brought some souvenir boxes of cheese down here. You know, up there in Wisconsin, they produce 1 million pounds of cheese a day, about 57.5% of the cheese produced in the entire country, and they're down here helping to celebrate that. The Wisconsin band is coming off the field now, marching in through the outfield, led by 2 very charming young ladies in two very charming young lady are leading the band in here, and followed by a man leader. I want to introduce Frank at that. Frank Birch of Milwaukee. I understand you're going to be the next international president. Well, I like that, yeah. Were you vice president this year? What kind of convention you having? Oh, we're having a marvelous convention. How many people are there at the park today? Oh, there must be 5,000, 6,000 out there. You just closed up all business? All right, they're here from Hawaii and Alaska and all of the United States. Yeah, that's marvelous. I think you're putting on one of the finest shows I ever saw put on in a ballpark. And one thing I liked is the fact that the ball players, while they lost their fielding practice, sort of grinned and said, well, sort of fun to have all the noise around. Well, the way the Sox have been going, they don't need much fielding practice, I guess. Hey, your club up in Milwaukee took a couple of bumps lately. We got to do something about that. Well, all right. You check out our good players and put them in the big leagues, though. Well, that's right. You had a great club last year, and they're all doing well up here. Norman and York and Labs and all the rest of them. That's right. Well, Frank, I wanted to say hello to you and congratulate you on your... When do you get elected? Tomorrow? Friday noon. Friday noon. Nothing goes wrong. Nothing goes wrong. Well, there's no flats or eyes. That's right. No dark horses. Elected. No dark horses. Okay, Frank. Thanks a lot for saying hello. Now, here's Clint Brown. He's gone movie camera mad now. He's coming around here. Clint, how long did you hold off before you started going for this movie business? Oh, a long time. Today, your first day at it? Yes, first day at it. First day at it. Well, you probably broken yesterday, so I got a good broken already. You checked it out. The two managers, Bucky Harris and Jimmy Dykes, are being presented by Mr. Dobbins with the souvenir boxes of cheese out there with the Wisconsin band in the background to form the picture. And the Florida delegation is still grouped all over the plate. And the Slandro band over here with a fellow in an Indian costume is still playing out back of us while we try to do some more. They're announcing now that the presentation of the cheese is being made. Incidentally, I got the other one. I got me a little souvenir today. The players really didn't get much in the way of practice on account of all this excitement. I almost wish I was upstairs where George is, where you could really see it, and not be right down in the middle of it where we are, because half the time you can't see, everybody crowds around. But that's all. Hello, Luke. How'd you make out this noon? All right? You're a bad referee? Oh, you missed one in the caught you. Luke Appling. You set him down to be a referee on Charlie Lyon's show today. Here are they gave me one. Thank you, Frank, very much. Huh? All right, I'll take it up to George. That's all right with you? Or do you want it to go to one of the other boys? There's 4 others up there, so if you take one up, you're going to have to fight on your hands. Well, we'll take it up and ask them to. I'll be willing to pass them around for you. Yes, sir, absolutely. That's right, okay. Okay, it's been in Wisconsin. I told them all about it. Here are the lineups for today, ladies and gentlemen. For Washington, Almeida center, Lewis third, Travis short, Simmons left, Stone right, Cool first, Meyer second, Rick Farrell catching, and Duchamp pitching. For the White Sox, Hayes second, Krivich center, Walker right, Benura first, Radcliffe left, Appling short, Berger third, Sewell catching, and Dietrich will do the pitching. When we get upstairs, we'll find out just how the umpires work. More fireworks. Boy, what's a lot of fun. Well, everybody's starting up in the stands now, and I don't know whether it's safe for me to come up there, George. Are they shooting up that way, or are they just shooting? Anyway, I think that we've had enough excitement for the moment. Everybody filing into the stands. It was a grand show, and now the White Sox and the Senators are going to put on a show that they hope to be just as good for them. And now, George, I'm going to start upstairs. Looks like I'm going to have quite a few people to get through because there must be a good, I would say 12,000 people at this ball game today, which is a terrific crowd for midweek, and it's cash, too. Cash on the line, my friend. So now, if you'll do a little switching in the studio, I'll start upstairs, okay? Righto.
Thousands of requests for Texaco's 1937 baseball scorebook are pouring in every day. Don't wait any longer to send in your request card for your own copy. You'll find it great fun to score these games play by play just as Hal Cotton does. The system is explained simply and in detail. In addition, day by day, as unusual plays develop, Hal Totten will tell you how to score them. The book is crammed with other interesting baseball information. You'll find pictures and rosters of both teams, complete schedules of all major league teams, many pages of interesting data on the Cubs and Sox. The 1937 Texaco Baseball Scorebook is something worthwhile having, and it's easy to get. All you have to do is go to any Texaco dealer and ask for a request card, stamp it, and put it in the mail. Your own copy of the Texaco Scorebook will be mailed directly. Remember, the 1937 Texaco Baseball Scorebook is absolutely free. Get your request card in the mail today. And now to give Hal Totten a chance to get up to the booth out at Comiskey Park for this afternoon's ball game between the Chicago White Sox and the Washington Senators. We'll give you the schedule of the other games to be played in the major leagues, together with what sporting information we have time for. Taking first the National League, the Cubs are in Philadelphia today playing a doubleheader against the Phillies. The Cubs won the first game today 4-1 with 4 runs, 10 hits, and 1 error. To the Phillies, 1 run, 8 hits, and no errors, with Lee and Hartnett, the Cub battery for the entire game, and for the Phillies, Johnson and Grace. In that game, Collins had a home run in the first inning, and Camilli of the Phillies had 1 run, a home run in the ninth inning to make the only tally for the Phillies in the first game. The second game has not started yet, but will start in about 15 minutes. In Brooklyn, the Dodgers are taking on the Pittsburgh Pirates and lead the Pirates at the end of the first half of the second inning, 1-0 with Bowman and Todd, the Pirate battery, and for the leading Dodgers, Jeffcoat and Spencer. In New York, the Giants entertain the Cincinnati Reds. At the end of the first inning, it's a scoreless tie between the Giants and Reds, 0-0, with Hollingsworth and Davis, the Red battery, for the Giants, Castleman and Danning. In Boston, the Bees are playing a doubleheader against the St. Louis Cardinals. At the end of the ninth inning, the score is tied at 1-1 between the Cardinals and the Bees, with Blake and Owen, the Cardinal battery, for the Bees, Fetty and Miller. And now in the American League, in St. Louis, the Browns will take on the New York Yankees again this afternoon, and the game will be played because it's clear in St. Louis, but the game won't start until about 4 o'clock Chicago time. In Detroit, where the weather's clear, the Tigers will take on the Boston Red Sox. In Cleveland, the Indians are entertaining the Philadelphia Athletics in 2 games. The first game has started, and at the end of the fourth inning, the Indians lead the A's 3-0 with Thomas and Conroy, the athletic battery, for the Tribe, Harder, and Sullivan. Scores and complete batteries at the end of the third, sixth, and ninth innings of today's ball game. And now for a bit of baseball and other sporting information from around the country. Lou Gehrig of the New York Yankees and Ducky Medwick of the St. Louis Cardinals continue to set the pace today for the Major League hitters. Gehrig topped the American League batters with a mark of 379. Following the Yankee first baseman was his teammate Joe DiMaggio. Sam West of the St. Louis Browns, Cecil Travis of the Washington Senators, and Bo Bell of the Browns. Medwick headed the National League sluggers with a .412 average. Paul Wainer of the Pittsburgh Pirates was second, Gabby Hartnett of the Chicago Cubs third, Archie Vaughn of the Pittsburgh Pirates fourth, and Billy Herman of the Cubs was fifth. And now, speaking of baseball, here comes a surprise story from St. Louis that one of the greatest baseball players in the history of the National League was dismissed today as manager of the 7th-place St. Louis Browns. Manager Rogers Hornsby was given his walking papers as pilot of the Browns by President Don L. Barnes. Barnes made the customary announcement that Hornsby had been ousted for the best interest of the club. The dismissal was effective immediately. One of Hornsby's aides on the coaching staff, the former first base star, Sonny Jim Bottomley, was named to succeed Hornsby as manager of the team, which has won only 25 out of the 75 games this season. The rift between Hornsby and President Barnes of the Browns came as a surprise. Recently, Barnes told Trans Radio that he considered Hornsby the best manager in baseball. At the time, Barnes said, quote, "Hornsby works morning, noon, and night for the best interests of the Browns. He thinks baseball and lives baseball. Hornsby is a splendid man to hold down the manager's job in our new setup, which stresses the development of younger players," end quote. The deposed manager Hornsby and his successor Bottomley were stars of the first order. Hornsby was perhaps the greatest right-handed hitter ever to walk to the plate. Hornsby led the National League in batting 7 times and set an all-time Major League batting mark of .424 as a member of the St. Louis Cardinals in 1924. Raja hit .400 3 times during his career. He played 22 seasons in the Big Show and wound up with a lifetime average of .359. Hornsby came up to the big leagues from Denison, Texas, in the Western Association. The young second sacker was sold to the St. Louis Cardinals for a reported $500. $500 for a man destined to become one of the most colorful second basemen of all time. Hornsby was made manager of the Cardinals in 1926. He proceeded to give St. Louis its first National League pennant and a World Championship. No sooner had St. Louis finished its celebration than Hornsby was traded to the New York Giants for Frankie Frisch, the present Cardinal manager, and Jimmy Ring. The Giants traded Hornsby to Boston in 1928, and Hornsby became manager of the Braves. The following fall, Hornsby went to the Chicago Cubs for a reported price of $200,000 and several players. Hornsby was voted the most valuable player in the National League during his first year in a Cub uniform. Aggressive Hornsby was made manager of the Cubs in 1931 and was released in 1932. He went back to the Cards the following year. Hornsby was released by the Cardinals in 1933 and appointed manager of the St. Louis Browns to succeed William Killefer. The new manager, Bottomley, is an old friend and teammate of Hornsby. Sonny Jim played first base while Rogers was at second on the St. Louis Cardinals World Championship team of 1926. Coach Charles O'Leary of the St. Louis Browns was fired today along with manager Rogers Hornsby. The Browns president, Donald Barnes, announced that the former St. Louis Card manager, Gabby Street, would succeed O'Leary. And now for a bit of sporting information other than baseball. From Chestnut Hill, Massachusetts, former national tennis champion Wilmer Allison will continue his quest for permanent possession of the Longwood Bowl in the third-round match today. The 1935 title holder, twice winner of the Longwood Cricket Club tournament, will take on Howard Stevens of Yale University this afternoon. Gilbert Hunt is paired with Norman Bickle, while Brennan Markham will clash with William Murphy. And from London, the tennis world agreed today that only a startling upset can prevent the United States Davis Cup team from returning the international trophy to American shores. The magnificent uphill battle of Donald Budge to defeat Baron von Kram of Germany installed the United States as the overwhelming choice to defeat England in the challenge round starting Saturday. Even without a strong number of two singles players, the American squad figures to win at least 4 of the 5 matches. On form, Budge should win his 2 singles duels. Budge and Mako should take the doubles, and the American number 2 singles player should defeat the English number 2 performer. Bunny Austin looms as the only British winner. And from Chicago, 8 young boxers were named today to oppose a Dubuque, Iowa CYO team Friday night in a series of intercity matches. The bouts will be held here in Chicago. The Chicagoans will be fighting also for a chance to be among the Catholic Youth Organization members who will meet a team of South American champions at Soldiers Field on August 25th. The 8 Chicago boxers include 2 who have already fought at Dubuque, Frankie Cainrath and Jackie Goodman. And from Chestnut Hill, Massachusetts again, Grayson Wheeler of Santa Monica, California, and Mrs. John Van Ryn of Austin, Texas, advanced today to the quarterfinal round of the women's single matches in the Longwood tournament. Mrs. Wheeler won her third round by defeating Mrs. August Callis of Richfield, Connecticut, 6-1, 6-4. Mrs. Van Ryn won her third round match from Virginia Ellis of Boston in straight sets, 6-love, 6-love. In 2 other third-round matches, Mrs. Bonnie Miller Blank of Los Angeles defeated Grace Turber of New York 6-1, 6-0. And Norma Taubo of Scarsdale, New York, won for Mrs. E.B. Corbier of Southborough, Massachusetts 6-1, 6-4. The country's third-ranking tennis player, Mrs. Sarah Palfrey Fabian, defeated the Japanese star, Mrs. Tukuku Nakano, today to advance to the quarterfinal round of the Longwood women's singles. And now I see that Hal Totten is ready, and we'll go back to Comiskey Park to the baseball game between the Chicago White Sox and the Washington Senators. Take it, Hal.
Back at the ballpark, ladies and gentlemen, after our hectic start, boy, look at that outfield. You can see where those bands really P-rated, can't you? All over the outfield is stacks of bandsmen walking here and thereabouts. The White Sox been waiting while Benura was in the clubhouse, apparently getting his gloves fixed. He finally gets out there in the field. Now umpire Owens is standing out here at the right of the plate talking to Lewis, the second hitter. Almeida's already there. And I don't see just what the delay is being caused by now. All of the White Sox are on the field, and Dietrich has finished his warm-up. Umpire Owens standing there talking to Almeida and Lewis. Other umpires talking to the 2 coaches. And apparently the fans have all finally gotten back in the grandstand, or maybe a few of them are still getting back in. That may be the reason for it. The Florida delegation ended up out there at the plate with a big presentation to the 2 managers, featuring the huge man in the bathing trunks and carrying the alligator. And both teams lined up, one along the first, one along the third base line. It really has been a very, very spectacular display out here, and one that everybody in the park will well remember, because things like that don't happen around big league ball arches very often, and they're very, very welcome for a change. Now umpire Owens is walking over there to the stand to the right, because apparently some of the boys are still hanging over the edge, and maybe they don't realize that they really have got to get things in off the field before we can go on. But certainly they've done that now to suit him, and Brick walks back out here to start the ball game. Finally takes his place up there behind the catcher. Dietrich out there getting ready to pitch the first one. Starts his easy swinging windup. and pitches, and Almeida gets a good strike over the outside corner just above the knees. 1 strike on Almeida. Pitcher again starts to wind up. Throws, and Mel takes a ball. It missed the outside corner, across the waist, breaking in toward the hitter, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike. 1-1 the count. 1-1. He swings the next hit, a long drive, deep right field. The Walker's way back there near the wall, but it goes in through the stands for a home run. A home run into the lower deck of the right field stands for the first demonstration for the benefit of the visiting Lions out here. And that ball was really hit. And now some of those cowboy boys downstairs start unloading the blank cartridges, which echo through the stands. And Almeida opens the ball game with a home run into the right field stands to give the Senators a 1-0 lead over the White Sox. And it brings Lewis, another left-handed hitter, to bat. Dietrich starts to wind up throws, and Buddy takes a high one wide for ball 1. 1 ball called. Pitcher again winding up pitches, and the hitter swings to foul the ball back to the screen, and it's 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike. Dietrich waits out there for the next sign. He has it. He starts to wind up again and pitches, and the hitter gets the second ball wide across the knees, making it 2-1. 2 balls and 1 strike. There comes the third ball, another wide one, and Dietrich's famous lack of control is starting to bother him very early in this ball game. Very early in this ball game. It's waiting out there again. Starts to wind up and throws, and the hitter takes ball 4. It's over the plate, but it's too low, and Lewis gets a base on balls. Well. Things aren't looking at all well for the White Sox and their pitcher, and the result is that they have a runner on first base, nobody out in the first inning, 1 run already home on Almeida's home run, and Travis, the shortstop, still another left-handed hitter, is at bat, and the White Sox start somebody warming up. I believe it's Kane warming up in the left field bullpen. And the first pitch to Travis is a sharp-breaking curveball that goes inside and low for ball 1. 1 ball called. Watch at first base, throws again. The hitter swings, hit a fly in left field. Radcliffe is racing back into his left and makes the catch out there for the first out in the first inning. Chasing Lewis back to first base. And Buddy's on first base still with 1 out. 1 run already home in the first inning. And Simmons, Al Simmons, the Washington left fielder, is at bat. Dietrich stretches, gets ready to pitch the first one to Al. Pitches, and the hitter takes a slow curve and misses the outside corner across the waist. Al is a right-handed hitter, the first to face Dietrich so far. Bill takes a look at first base. The runner's on the go. The hitter takes a wide one. Sewell's throw gets out there, and the runner slides in safely, stealing second. A good steal of second by Lewis, putting him on second base with 1 out, 1 run home in the first inning. Simmons still at bat in the count, 2-0. 2 balls and no strikes on Al. Dietrich throws now, and Simmons swings and fouls the ball on the ground. It hits the catcher's foot, bounds over to the right, and Sewell tracks over there to pick it up, looks it over, and throws back. Now he's going to take it back to the umpire. It's apparently too marred up for use. Now the next pitch to Simmons is the third ball. It's wide and low, and so it's 3-1 on Al. 3 balls and 1 strike on Simmons. Three and 1 the count. Here comes that pitcher again, ready. But the second throws, and Al hits a long drive to deep left field, so way back. Looks though that's also in there, and it is a home run into the second deck of the left field stands by Simmons. And he's starting around second base. The ball bounded back into the field. But Al trots on around the bases, and it's another home run, this time with a man on base. And Mr. Dietrich, I don't believe, will be with us very long if his luck persists in that manner. He's given up 2 hits, both of them home runs. In between times there was a walk. And the man at bat is Stone, taking the first pitch wide and low for ball 1. 1 ball called. Washington now leading the Sox 3-0 in the first inning. Result of 2 home runs and a walk. And the next pitch, he finally gets one over down around the knees, and it's strike 1. So it's 1 ball and 1 strike on Stone. Dietrich winds up again, pitches, and the hitter falls this one into the second deck, above and to the left of the plate, and it's 1 ball and 2 strikes on Stone. 1-2 the count. Dietrich throws again for a wide one and ball 2. So it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. 2-2 the count on Stone. He's ready out there again, has the sign once more, starts to wind up. Pitches and the hitter swings at an easy bounder down to Hayes, who scoops it up, throws to first base, and Stone is out by a step for the second out in the first inning. And that's a 2 out of the first inning for the Senators. 3 runs are home. And Joe Cool, the first baseman, is at bat. Cool up there at the plate. Another left-handed swinger, by the way. And he takes the first one wide and low for ball 1. 1 ball called. Again, the pitcher starts to wind up, throws, and Joe starts to swing, but changes his mind to take a high one inside. And it's 2-0. 2 balls and no strikes on Cool. 1-0 the count. Joe takes the first strike now. Fastball over the inside corner down around the knees. And it's 2-1. He swings the next to drive it into center field for a base hit. Well hit base hit, too. He makes the turn for second, but Krivich makes a hard throw right straight to second base. Appling got it right over the bag with out a hop. Turns as though to throw to first, but Cool is on it all the way back there by then after making a wide turn. And it puts him on first base with Buddy Meyer. Buddy's a 7th hitter this inning, and 6 of the 7 have been left-handed hitters. The first pitch is high and wide for ball 1. 1 ball called. He waits there again, takes another look at first base. And throws, and the hitter swings in a high fly, coming down foul to the right of the plate, back of it a little. Sewell is back there and gets it for the third out, ending the first half of the first inning, but not until dire damage had been done to Bill Dietrich. 3 runs, 3 hits, and 1 man left on base. The 3 runs being due to 2 home runs. A home run by Almeida to open the ball game, a home run by Simmons with Lewis, who had walked on base, and then the single by Cool left him on base. So, the Senators are leading the White Sox by a score of 3-0 as the White Sox come to bat in the last half of the first inning with Jackie Hayes, White Sox leadoff man, and second baseman, the first man at bat. Hayes up there at the plate. Jimmy DeShong is the pitcher for the Senators today. And Jackie steps up there to the plate after the umpire dusts it off and pulls on his mask. Strong out there, starts to wind up. He's a right-hander. And pitches, and the hitter takes a wide run across the knees for ball 1. 1 ball called. Strong waits there, has the sign again, starts to wind up. Pitches, and Hayes takes a fast one for a strike over the inside corner across the chest. And it's 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike on Hayes. 1-1 is the count. The Throws once more and for curve ball wide and low, making it 2-1. 2 balls and 1 strike. There comes a wide one across the knees for ball 3. So it's 3-1 on Jackie Hayes. 3 balls and 1 strike. And there's the second strike. You let that one go by. It's over the plate down around the knees. And so it's 3-2. 3 balls and 2 strikes. He throws once more. The hitter swings the high fly and short center field. Center fielder coming in fast and grabs for the ball. It just drops out of his glove. Stone grabs it fast, holding Hayes at first base, and it's a base hit. A pop fly into center field on which Almeida made a great try and managed to just touch it with the tip of his fingers as it drops out there back of second base, and it goes as a base hit for Hayes. Putting him on first base, nobody out in the first inning for the White Sox, and Mike Krivich, White Sox center fielder, is at bat. Krivich up there at the plate. Towards the first baseman throws. Mike gets a long fly, but it's foul down the right field line, and going back into the seats out of reach. It's 1 strike on Krivich. 1 strike to count. Pitcher has the sign again, now throws, and Mike swings it a long walk to deep left field. Way out there, and it's another home run. And boy, that one went way back into the lower deck of the seat. Way back, almost to the very rear of the lower deck. And Krivich is trotting around, steps on third base, and trots onto the plate. Boy, these Lions are really seeing some hitting out here. They come out here and they've seen 3 home runs, and there's only a little more than half inning been played. So the score is 3-2 in favor of the Senators now in the first inning, and the White Sox have Dixie Walker at bat. Nobody out, 2 runs home. And the pitcher throws the first one. Dix takes it high and wide for ball 1. 1 ball called. There isn't a strong wind blowing out either. As a matter of fact, it's a strong wind from the east. And Almeida's hit was against that wind. The others might be getting some support from it, but not enough to carry them in. The next pitch is ball 2. It's also wide, and the count is 2-0 on Walker. 2 balls and no strikes. And there comes ball 3, inside and low, so it's 3 balls and no strikes on Walker. 3-0. DeShong stops to rev up the ball now before pitching the next one to Dix. The umpire calls for the ball, seeing whether it's all right or not. R. Owens examining the ball down there. Finally hands it back to the catcher. He throws it out to DeShong, and Walker, left-handed hitter, steps up there to the plate again. He throws, and Dix takes strike 1. Fastball that came over the inside corner across the chest, and it's 3-1. 3 balls and 1 strike on Walker. He throws again, and Dix gets ball 4. It's wide. The base on ball, and Zeke Panura is at bat. Panura up there at the plate. Zeke stops to dig in with his right foot there and gets ready to pitch now, or to hit rather, as DeShong gets ready to pitch. Jimmy suddenly steps off the mound, but umpire Moriarty over here at first base calls time, and Walker tosses his glass case to Merv Shea, coaching at first base. Apparently got out there and discovered he still has his glass case in his pocket. Those glasses cost about $18 a piece, you know. And the first pitch to Zeke is a high fastball inside for ball 1. 1 ball called. There's the sign again. There's that stretch. He stretches his arms out in front of him instead of over his head and throws strike 1 over the inside corner about waist high. So the count is 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike on Banura. Walker on first base. Nobody out. 2 runs home for the White Sox in the first inning. And Zeke gets the second ball high and wide to make it 2-1. 2 balls and 1 strike on Henry. Husky, right-handed hitter. 2-1 is the count. Still watching, finally gets his sign again. Pitches, and it's a strike over the outside corner across the knees. Henry lets out a howl. You can hear clear up here. He says, oh, but the ball curving away from him just nicely caught the corner down around the knees, and it's 2 balls and 2 strikes on Ventura. 2-2 is the count. Pitcher throws again, and Zeke swings at a pop fly coming down back of the alongside the pitcher's mound, and the catcher Farrell goes out there to make the catch for the first out in the inning. Ventura pops out to Farrell out there near the pitcher's mound. It's 1 out in the first inning for the White Sox. Walker is still on first base with 2 runs home, and Rip Radcliffe, Ray the Ripper, White Sox left fielder, a left-handed hitter, is up there at bat. Going to hit an easy batter down to Myra, gets it, flips it to shortstop. He throws the first, but Walker's across the bag, well ahead of the throw. Ball was very slowly hit, and Meyer didn't have much chance to make the play start any faster. The pivot was done perfectly by Silas. And so Radcliffe is on first base with 2 out in the first inning, 2 runs home, and Luke Appling at bat. Score 3-2 in favor of Washington in the last half of the first inning. Sean throws the first one, and Luke takes a high one wide for ball 1. 1 ball called. Sean waits out for the next sign, seems to have it. He's ready. There's the stretch. He pitches, and Appling hits the ball into center field. Dalmeda comes in nicely, though, and makes the catch for the third out. And it's 2 runs, 2 hits, 1 man left on base in the last half of the first inning. And at the end of the first inning, Washington leads the White Sox by a score of 3-2. Washington leads the White Sox 3-2 at the end of the first inning of this ball game. The best is none too good, where 90% of your driving safety is concerned. Be sure your car has the best in chassis lubrication. Have it Marfax regularly. You'll save money, too, because Marfax is the exclusive Texaco chassis lubricant, which lasts twice as long as ordinary grease. Here is Rick Farrell at bat, starts second inning for Washington. Dietrich out there is getting ready to pitch the first one, starts his easy swinging wind-up. Pitches, and Rick takes a fast strike over the inside corner a little above the knee. 1 strike on Farrell. Dietrich winds up again. Throws, and Rick swings to foul the ball back into the second deck above and back of the plate. And it's 2 strikes on Farrell. 2 strikes to count. Again, the pitcher throws. Rick swings at a slow bounder. Appling comes in nicely, gets it, throws the first, and while the throw is low, Venora gets it nicely to get Farrell out for the first out in the second inning. One out of the second inning for Washington, and DeShong, the Washington pitcher, is at bat. He bats right-handed as he pitches, and is already waiting there at the plate. Dietrich gets ready to pitch the first one to him. Bill's getting his sign. Starts his wind-up and throws, and the hitter swings it a high fly to right field, but Walker's back waiting for the ball. He has it, and it's 2 out in the second inning. 2 out in the second inning for the Senators, and Almeida, the Washington center fielder, is at bat. Almeida up there at the plate. Winds up, pitches, and it's a strike over the heart of the plate just above the knees. 1 strike on Almeida. Throws again, Almeida swings it, a line drive to left field. Radcliffe in fast, gets it, and it's 3 out. No runs, no hits in the second inning for Washington. And the score is still 3-2 in favor of the Senators as the White Sox come to bat in the last half of the second inning. First White Sox hitter being Bosberger, White Sox third baseman. Broadcast of the White Sox-Washington game comes to you direct from Comiskey Park, the home of the White Sox at Chicago, as a presentation of your neighborhood Texaco dealer, distributor of Texaco Fire Cheap Gasoline. Broadcast reaches you through station WCFL in Chicago. Don't forget to get your request card and send it in for the 1937 Texaco scorebook, which is now off the presses and being mailed out. Some of them probably arrived this morning at your home. Stop in at any Texaco dealer, ask for a request card, fill it in completely with the information that the spaces are provided for, mail it to me at WCFL. I wouldn't say NBC, that wouldn't be quite right with it. Although if it lands there, we'll see that it goes the right place anyway. But to WCFL, and then we'll see that you get your scorebook by return mail. It'll be mailed direct to you, no delay in delivery this time. A bigger, better book, and much more complete than last year. Further at that, hits the first pitch, a tremendous ball to deep right center, but Almeida goes over there beautifully to make a nice running catch of that ball for the first out. That Almeida really covers ground. The way that ball started, I thought it was really through there. With Stone coming fast, I didn't think he had a chance. And Almeida came out of nowhere to almost overrun the ball and still make the play. So it's 1 out in the second inning for the White Sox, with Luke Sewell, White Sox catcher, at bat. Sewell up there at the plate, score 3-2 in favor of Washington. Sean winds up now, throws, and the hitter swings, hit a slow mounder down the third baseline. Third baseman Lewis gets it, throws to first, and while Cool had to shift to the back of the bag to take a rather wide throw to the left, he got the runner easily for the second out. That makes it 2 out in the second inning for the White Sox. And Bill Dietrich, the White Sox pitcher, comes walking up there to the plate. Dietrich at bat for 2 out in the second inning for the Sox. Pitcher waiting out there for Stein. Pitch the first one to Dietrich. Starts to wind up. And throws, and the hitter swings and fouls the ball in the ground. Hit the ground and bounded out back to the plate. And Sewell was walking on back to the bench, and the ball bounced to him. He very casually caught it, looked it over, held it out to the umpire, and pointed at something. Umpire had it, and the umpire says throw it out of play. So Luke rolled it on over to the dugout, and the next pitch comes back for a strike over the outside corner. Dietrich didn't go after it. So it's 2 strikes on Bill. 2 strikes to count. And he swings at the next one to hit a hard bounder down to the third baseman, who gets it, throws to first, and the runner is out as Cool leaves the bag to take the throw and then steps back on the bag for the third out. The ball was hard hit, but straight to Lewis. So it's no runs, no hits in the second inning for the White Sox. Score remaining 3-2 in favor of Washington at the end of the second inning. It doesn't pay to experiment with motor oils. Always buy new Texaco motor oil and be sure that your car is getting complete lubrication. Texaco resists heat, and it doesn't burn up inside the engine, and also it lasts longer, saving you real money. Lewis is at bat to start the third inning for the Senators and takes the first pitch inside across the knees for ball 1. 1 ball called on Buddy, left-handed hitter, as I mentioned. Dietrich throws again for ball 2. That also missed the inside corner down around the knees, and it's 2-0. 2 balls and no strikes. Walks up onto the mound, stands there watching the plate again. Finally has his sign, starts his wind-up, and throws, and the hitter takes the ball 3 high and wide. He got a walk in the first inning and rode home ahead of Simmons on Al's home run. Now he's on his way to another walk from the looks of things. There's the first strike. It's over the outside corner, a little above the knees. So it's 3-1, 3 balls and 1 strike on Lewis. Three and 1 is the count. 3-1, but the throws again, and there's a strike over the heart of the plate just about knee-high. So it's 3-2, 3 balls and 2 strikes on Lewis. 3-2 is the count, but the throws once more. Buddy swings it a fly in left field. That's just racing back very, very hard and makes a pretty running catch way back toward the left field corner. was still on the go, running very hard when he made the play. So it's 1 out in the third inning for the Senators, and Cecil Travis, the shortstop, is at bat. He got him out very nicely after having found a 3-0 on him. Got 2 strikes on the man, and then he hit that fly, which Radcliffe captured, although he had little trouble catching up with it. Dietrich throws now, and the hitter swings, hits the line drive to left field. Radcliffe gets over there fast, takes it on the hop, turns and throws it into second base by fast fielding, holds it to a single. The ball was well hit down the left field line, and Radcliffe coming over fast, caught it on the bounce. And now again the White Sox start Keene warming up in the left field bullpen. Simmons steps up there and suddenly stops, smooth down the dirt in the mound. The umpire, rather than the batter's box, the umpire calls time for him. Alice back up there again, though. Dietrich's ready to pitch to him, throws, and Simmons swings hit a fly coming down foul on the roof of the stand above first base. 1 strike on Simmons. 1 strike to count. Still watching first base. Finally throws again, and it's a high one inside for ball 1, making it 1 ball and 1 strike on Simmons. 1-1 the count. But you see him set once more. Throws, and the hitter swings, hit a bounder down to the shortstop. Appling gets it, flips it to the second baseman. Hayes throws the first, but Simmons had beaten the relay there. It was a slow bounder, and they even had to make a very fast play to get Travis at second. So Hayes' throw to first had no chance of beating Simmons. So it's 2 out in the third inning for the Senators. Simmons is on first base, and Johnny Stone, the Washington right fielder, is at bat. Stone up there at the plate. Watches the man at first base and pitches, and Stone takes a strike over the outside corner a little above the knee. 1 strike on Johnny. Waits there again for his sign, has it, swings around as he gets it, takes a look over his shoulder at the man at first base, and pitches, and the hitter takes the ball. It's inside across the waist, and it's 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike on Stone. 1-1 the count. Dietrich's ready again, pitches, and the hitter swings, hits the slow bounder off the end of the bat. Berger comes over fast, grabs for the ball, but fumbles it, and the runner is safe on Berger's error. Looked like rather an easy ball, but I think it took just a little bit of a low hop, and while Bose managed to hit it with the glove and float it up, he couldn't get it where he could reach it in time to make the play, and is charged with an error on it, and it moves Simmons to second base. So the Senators have runners on first and second with 2 out in the third inning. And Kuhl, the first baseman, is at bat. Kuhl up there at the plate. He hits the first one foul down the left field line. Well hit ball right along the line, but foul by inches. And it's strike 1. 1 strike to count. Ball was thrown in there, rolled in along the line. The one that had been hit, Kuhl got it and scooped it up into Kuhl's hand. He badly attacked Kuhl. He just tossed it to the umpires with a regular juggling act going down there by the 3 of them. 1 strike on Joe. He's just ready to pitch again. He's watching the man at second. Finally pitches, and Kuhl hits a beauty out to deep left center. Radcliffe going back there, but it's over his head. Bounds up against the wall. 1 run is scoring. The second run in. Kuhl is on his way to third base. Appling gets the ball and throws it in. 2-2-6. And he stops it in the center of the diamond. A triple to left center by Kuhl, driving in 2 unearned runs because they would not have scored if there hadn't been the error by Berger. And it gives the Senators a 5-2 lead over the White Sox. Senators leading 5-2, which is an unfortunate break for Dietrich because he isn't having a good enough day apparently to be able to weather those bad breaks like that boot, and the boys come up with trouble for him as soon as it happens. Now the man at bat is Meyer, the second baseman, and Buddy takes a strike over the outside corner about waist high. 1 strike to count. The throw together, the hitter swings the bounder down to Appling. It takes a very nasty hop, and Appling has to throw it his glove to bat it to keep it from hitting him in the face. By the time he recovers it, another run is home, and Meyer is safe at first base. It is probably a base hit. Yes, it is a base hit because that one took a very bad hop. Hapling, who was in front of it, had to throw up his hand to keep from getting hit in the face. Just managed to bite the ball to the ground, and by the time he recovered it, the runner was across first base, and Cool had scored the third run of the inning to give the Senators a 6-2 lead over the White Sox and bring Rick Farrell to bat. Farrell, a right-handed hitter up there at the plate. Farrell swings hit a high fly to short right field. Walker's coming in easily under it. Comes in a little bit faster now and makes the catch for the third out. Ending the first half of the third inning with 3 runs, 3 hits, 1 error, 1 man that's on base. And all 3 runs are unearned runs because the error was made on a play that would have been the third out. And so the score is 6-2 in favor of Washington as the White Sox come to bat in the last half of the third inning with Jackie Hayes, White Sox second baseman and leadoff man, the first man up. This broadcast, the White Sox-Washington game, comes to you direct from Comiskey Park, the home of the White Sox at Chicago, as a presentation of your neighborhood Texaco dealer, distributor of Texaco Fire Chief Gasoline. The broadcast reaches you through station WCFL in Chicago. Hayes stands there waiting while DeShawn goes through his warm-up. Remember, the 1937 Texaco scorebook is now ready. Book containing not only the complete rosters and sets of pictures of the White Sox and Cubs, but also several pages of data on them and their record, several pages of information about plays and questions that come up in baseball, rule interpretations, our complete scoring system with symbols and explanations, and pages of illustrations showing how the scoring works out, and more pages for scoring games than ever before. Stop at any Texaco dealer, get a request card, fill it in and mail it in, and the book will be mailed direct to you immediately by return mail. No delay in delivery this year. Hayes hits the first pitch, a long drive to left center, but Almeida's back there, sauntering back easily, and makes the catch for the first out in the third inning. The ball was well hit, but Almeida had no trouble getting over into deep left center to make the play. So it's 1 out in the third inning for the White Sox, and Mike Krivich, White Sox center fielder, is at bat. And the first pitch is a strike over the heart of the plate just above the knees. 1 strike to count. Pitcher again winding up, throws, and the hitter takes a wide one across the knees for ball 1. So the count is 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike on Krivich. One and one is the count, but throws the next one. The hitter hits a long drive to right field, but the right fielder, Stone, is waiting for that, gets it, and it's 2 out in the third inning. 2 out in the third inning for the White Sox, with Dixie Walker, White Sox right fielder, at bat. Walker up there at the plate. DeShawn has always been more or less tough for the White Sox. While they started out in the first inning as though they were going to make things tough for him, he's caught up with them since then, and with a 4-run lead, is going along pretty well. Throws now, and Dixie takes a wide one across the waist for ball 1. 1 ball called. One ball called. Mr. Reddy again winds up and throws, and the hitter swings to foul the ball into the stand to the right of the plate, and it's 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike. One and one the count. And the pitcher seems set again as Walker was out of the box, but he steps back up there to the plate once more. Stands there watching his time. Takes a look around at the boys out there in the field, looks at the plate once more. Then starts his wind-up. And Walker hits the next, a high fly in the center field. Almeida's coming in nicely under it, slows up a little bit, but not much, and makes the catch on the run for the third out. Ending the third inning with no runs, no hits for the White Sox. And at the end of the third inning, Washington is leading the White Sox by a score of 6-2. And now for scores and batteries from other cities, we return to the studio.
In the National League, the Cubs took the first game of a doubleheader from the Philadelphia Phillies 4-1, with Lee and Harton at the Cub battery for the entire game. For the Phillies, Johnson and Grace. In the second game, the Cubs lead the Phillies at the end of the first of the third, 5-0, with French and O'Day at the Cub battery. For the Phillies, Jorgensen, Grace opening, Mulcahy pitching in the third inning. The Dodgers lead the Pirates at the end of the sixth inning, 5-0. Bowman and Todd the Pirate battery. For the Dodgers, Jeffcoat and Spencer. The Reds lead the Giants at the end of the first of the fifth, 6-3. Hollingsworth and Davis, the Red battery. For the Giants, Castleman and Danning opening, Smith pitching in the fifth inning. The Bees took the first game from the Cardinals 5-1, with Blake and Owen the Cardinal battery. For the Bees, Petty and Mueller. In the second game at the end of the first inning, it's a scoreless tie, 0-0 between the Cards and the Bees, with Dizzy Dean and Owen the Cardinal battery. For the Bees, Lanning and Miller. In the American League, the Tigers and Red Sox are tied at the end of the second inning, 1-1. Grove and Deshotel, the Red Sox battery. For the Tigers, Bridges and Hayworth. The Indians lead the Athletics at the end of the seventh inning, 7-3. Thomas and Conroy opening for the A's, with Nelson pitching in the fifth inning, and for the Indians, Harder and Sullivan. And now back to Comiskey Park and Hal Totten. Take it, Hal.
Back at the ballpark for the fourth inning, Kane is now the White Sox pitcher, and the first pitch he throws to DeShong, the Washington pitcher, is a curveball that goes wide for ball one. DeShong bats right-handed, and Kane is a right-handed pitcher, as I believe you remember. Shug starts to wind up again. Throws, and the hitter takes a strike over the outside corner just above the knees, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike. 1-1 on DeShong. Once more, the pitcher starts that wind-up throws, and Jimmy swings and misses a fastball for a strike, making it 1 ball and 2 strikes on DeShong. 1-2 the count. Again, Kane starts the wind-up throws, and the hitter swings it a high fly. Krivich is coming in under it now. He stands waiting, backs up a couple of steps, makes the catch easily, and it's 1 out in the fourth inning. 1 out in the fourth inning for Washington and Almeida. Mel Almeida, the Washington center fielder and leadoff man, a left-handed hitter, is at bat. There are only 3 right-handed hitters in the whole lineup, 6 left-handed swingers. Simmons, Farrell, and DeShong are the only ones batting right-handed. Pitcher throws now, and Mel takes a curveball wide and low for ball 1. 1 ball called. And the pitcher seems ready again. He winds up once more. Throws, and the hitter reaches out, bunts one, but it goes foul back to the stand, and it's 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike on Almeida. 1-1 the count. One the count, with the pitcher winding up once more. He throws, and Mel takes a strike over the outside corner across the knees, and it's 1 ball and 2 strikes on Almeida. 1-2 the count. He swings the next to foul it back, and it's still 1 ball and 2 strikes on Mel. 1-2 the count. Team set again, rubs that new ball up. Finally sets down the slab and is ready once more. Winding up again. Throws, and Mel swings hit a bounder down to the shortstop. Appling follows a very bad hop nicely. Throws rather wide to first, but Venora reaches way out to the left and gets it for the second out. So it's 2 outs in the fourth inning for Washington. And Lewis, Buddy Lewis, the Washington third baseman, is at bat. Lewis up there at the plate. Winds up the pitch, first one to Buddy. Throws, and he swings and misses a curveball for strike 1. 1 strike on Lewis. Buddy waits out there again now. He starts to wind up once more. Throws, and Lewis takes a strike over the outside corner above the knees. And it's 2 strikes on Buddy. 2 strikes to count. Two strikes to count, but winds up once more, throws, and there's a ball that's so low it gets away from Sewell, throws back almost to the screen, and it's 1-2. 1 ball and 2 strikes. 1-2 is the count. Pitcher stands out there waiting again. Takes quite a while. Now he's winding up. Throws, then the hitter swings in a high fly to short left field. Ratcliffe is in there waiting for the ball. He's under it now. Has it. And it's 3 out. No runs, no hits in the fourth inning for the Senators. And the score is still 6-2 in favor of Washington as the White Sox come to bat in the last half of the fourth inning. First White Sox hitter will be Zeke Ventura. This broadcast of the White Sox-Washington game comes to you direct from Comiskey Park, the home of the White Sox in Chicago, as a presentation of your neighborhood Texaco dealer, distributor of Texaco Fire Chief Gasoline. The broadcast reaches you through station WCFL. You see Donald McGillity come up here just a few minutes ago? You know, I bet another one's listening in, too, recuperating from some injuries he got in an accident. He's also spending his vacation in bed. That's Alex Robb. He's doing a lot of listening in, both at the hospital and now that he's at home. I think he listens to me once in a while. At least I've heard he does. And we're all doggone glad to hear that Alex is getting along better, although, again, I'd say it's an awful way to spend a vacation. Here is Venura up there. Zeke hits the first one, a fly to right field. Stone is going back on it. Oh, he gets over his head, bounds back into the field, and he gets it and throws it in as Venura pulls up at second base. Mr. Stone was going to be nonchalant that time, and he started back on that ball very slowly, just taking a step or two, and then he stopped and looked, and then started to race back, but by that time the ball was over his head. Man, that fella Venura really hits the ball, you know. So it's a two-base hit for Zeke, putting him on second base. With nobody out in the fourth inning for the White Sox. And the man at bat is Griff Radcliffe. Griff takes the first one inside across the waist. It's ball one. One ball call. One ball call. The team's ready again. Throws, the hitter hits the bounder down to the shortstop. Travis comes up with the ball, throws the first, and Radcliffe is out easily for the first out in the inning, with Venura having to stay at second base. The Rip is on second base with one out in the fourth inning, and Appling, Luke Appling, White Sox shortstop, is at bat. And there's a high one wide for ball one, and the count is one ball called on Luke. One ball call, but the team set again, pitches, and Appling swings and tried to stop his swing, but couldn't. He fell down trying to stop it, and he missed a high fastball inside for a strike. Umpire calls time as Appling steps out of the batter's box. But he steps back up third plate again. The count is one ball and one strike. Keeps watching second base, throws again, and the hitter hits the foul down past first base. It goes on down the line to the Sisters bullpen, where one of the boys gets it to throw it back in. And it's 1-2, one ball and two strikes. 1-2 is the count. And there is another ball. It's wide, and the count is 2 balls and 2 strikes on Appling. Two the count, but he waits there again for the next time. Takes another look back at second base, throws, and Luke hits another foul down the right field line, this time back into the seat. Hits 2 balls and 2 strikes on Appling. 2-2 the count. Two, pitcher waiting there again. Hands on his hips while he gets the sign now. A stretch in front of him. Looks back at second. Pitches, and it's ball 3. Appling step back to take one just above the knees inside, and it's 3-2. 3 balls and 2 strikes. And 2 is the count. Pitcher waits out there again. Takes another look at second base. Now he's ready. Pitches, and it's a curve ball wide and low for ball 3, or ball 4 rather, and Appling gets a base on ball. puts him on first base. The White Sox have runners on first and second with one out in the fourth inning. And Lou Berger, White Sox third baseman, is at bat. Washington leading the White Sox by a score of 6-2 in the last half of the fourth inning. Still watching second base. Throws, the hitter swings and drives the ball hard to right field. Stone goes back nicely this time to make the catch after starting to just wait as he did on the ball that Ventura hit. But he got back that time to make the catch, and it's 2 out. Makes it 2 out in the fourth inning for the White Sox. They still have runners on first and second, and Luke Sewell, White Sox catcher, is at bat. Sewell up there at the plate. Score is 6-2 in favor of Washington in the last half of the fourth inning. Pitcher turns and throws to second. Meyer takes the ball and tags Venura, who was already back on the base. So Zeke takes his lead again. White Sox runners on first and second, 2 out in the fourth. Sewell at bat. Ready now, throws, and Sewell takes the curveball wide. Rick Farrell came up with the ball, hands it to the umpire. Seemed to take off that time very peculiarly, as though it might be something wrong with the cover, but the umpire decides no, throws it, hands it back to Cashew, throws it back to pitcher. And the pitcher's ready out there again. Seems to have the side, and there's the stretch once more. Takes another look back at second, pitches, and it's a wide one across the knees for ball 2. And the count is 2-0, 2 balls and no strikes on Sewell. 2-0 the count. Nothing. Team's ready again. Throws, and Sewell swings it a high fly in a short left field. Simmons is in waiting for the ball, and he circles around a little bit, finally makes the catch for the third out. Al seemed a little bit indecisive that time. He danced first one side, then to the other, but he finally made the catch, as he usually does, for the third out. And it's no runs, 1 hit, 2 men left on base in the last half of the fourth inning for the White Sox, and the score stands 6-2 in favor of the Senators at the end of the fourth inning. Tourists are the people who roll up big mileage every year, and they have ample opportunity to compare the pickup power, speed, and mileage of many different gasolines. And tourists buy more Texaco Fire Chief gasoline than any other brand. They know that Fire Chief gives them more for their money. Why don't you try a Fire Chief in your car? Donald McGibbon, he's a busy man out there. Oh, look, he's got Joe Allegretti with him down there. What do you know about that? A lot of wires here. What's this from Hepburn out, the Texas company in Rockford? Unable to secure 2 tickets Sunday game. Only game I can see this season. Greatly appreciate any assistance you can give. Thanks. Sorry, my friend, it's too late. You just can't give any assistance because there just are no more tickets to be had. That is, reserve tickets. There'll be 45,000 tickets placed on sale on Sunday morning. 40,000 grandstand and 5,000 bleachers. Steve Adams again, say hello from me. Charlie Comiskey knew him well. C.J. Broughton from Wilmette. Oh, here's Dick Gardner. 3 runs is nothing, Al. Call me after the game. Okay, and little Dick Gardner. Got that. One fella sitting right out here in front of us, R.G. Hertzka, a tailor from the south side here at Chicago, who says he's seeing his first game, although he's been in this city for 50 years. He went once back in 24 and fell asleep during the pregame practice and so never saw it, so he's taking a look today. The first man at bat in the 5th inning, Savage hits the first pitch down to Epling and is thrown out at first base for the first out in the 5th inning. 1 out in the 5th inning for the Senators, and Al Simmons is at bat. Al Simmons, the Washington left fielder. Pitcher winds up now to pitch the first one, throws, and Al takes the curveball wide for ball 1. 1 ball called on Simmons. Pitcher winding up once more. Throws, and Al takes a wide one across the knees for ball 2, and the count is 2-0. 2 balls and no strikes on Simmons. 2-0 is the count, but the waits out there, smooths the dirt down in front of the slab, then starts his wind-up. And pitches, and Al starts to swing, but stops to take a ball. It's over the plate, but too low. And it's 3-0. 3 balls and no strikes on Simmons. 3-0 the count. Nothing. Pitcher seems ready again. Winds up once more. Throws, and Al takes a strike over the outside corner about knee high, making it 3-1. 3-1 is the count. Hitter swings the next one to hit a high fly coming into right field, and Walker comes all the way in almost to the infield to make the catch, and it's 1 out. Or rather 2 out in the 5th inning. Got to take a look down here. Question Ernie asked, and so discovered it was 2 outs instead of 1. And it's 2 out in the 5th inning for the Washington Senators, and Stone at bat. Oh, get me one of those 6 shooters. That would have had me some fun. Yowza. On friend George. And the first pitch to Stone, he takes wide and low for ball 1. 1 ball called. One ball called. Pitcher ready once more. Starts to wind up. Pitches and the hitter swings. Hits the ball hard into right center for a good base hit. Walker's over there fast. So is Krivich. Dixie makes the play. Throws the ball into second base. And the runner gallops back to first. A single to right center by Stone. Putting him on first base with 2 out in the 5th inning for the Senators. And Joe Cool, the Washington first baseman, is at bat. Cool up there to plate. Watching first base now, looks to plate, gets ready to pitch the first one to Cool. Now he has the sign, there's the stretch, looks back at first base, pitches, and it's a high one inside for ball 1. 1 ball called. Kane has the sign again, takes another look at the runner, then pitches a slow one. The hitter swings it a high fly into short left field. Radcliffe coming in hard, calling for the ball. He has it. Appling had started back fast, but slowed down when the Ripper made the call. And so Ray gets the ball for the 3rd out. It's no runs, 1 hit, and 1 man left on base in the first half of the 5th inning. And the score is still 6-2 in favor of the Senators as the White Sox come to bat in the last half of the 5th inning. Kane himself, the White Sox pitcher, the first man at bat. Broadcast, the White Sox-Washington game comes to you direct from Comiskey Park, the home of the White Sox at Chicago, as a presentation of your neighborhood Texaco dealer, distributor of Texaco Fire Chief Gasoline. The broadcast reaches you through WCFL in Chicago. Kane is already standing up there alongside of umpire Owens, who's been talking to Ewell Haas, White Sox reserve outfielder who's on his way down the first base coaching line. Hayes out here waiting to swing. Hi, Don. How's that Northwood tan of yours coming along? Yeah, I saw Joe out there. The pitcher's ready now, winds up to pitch the first one, throws, the hitter swings and fouls the ball back to the screen for strike 1. 1 strike on Kane. And the pitcher winds up again, throws, the hitter swings and misses a curveball inside for a strike, and it's 2 strikes on Kane. Hitter swings the next one. It's a bound to the first baseman. Cool gets it, runs over, steps on first base, and it's 1 out in the 5th inning for the White Sox. 1 out in the 5th inning with Jackie Hayes, White Sox leadoff man and second baseman, now at bat. Pitcher waits out there now to pitch the first one to Jackie Hayes. Pitcher starts to wind up. And throws, and Jackie takes a curveball inside and low for ball 1. 1 ball called. Pitcher again starts to wind up, pitches, and there's a high one wide for ball 2, and the count is 2-0. 2-0 is the count with the pitcher ready again. He winds up once more, throws, and there's a high one wide for ball 3, making it 3 balls and no strikes on Hayes. 3-1 is the count. Waiting out there again now, stands there getting his sign, starts to wind up, and pitches, and Hayes gets the 4th ball. It's high and inside, and it's a base on balls for Hayes, putting him on first base with 1 out in the 5th inning, and Krivich at bat. Pitcher stands on the rubber there, getting his sign to pitch the first one to Krivich. And the pitch comes over the plate for strike 1. 1 strike on Mike. And there he is, ball 1, and the count is 1 ball and 1 strike on Krivich. 1-1 the count on Mike. Hayes on first base, 1 out in the 5th inning for the White Sox. Washington leading 6-2. And he hits the next one, a line drive straight into the shortstop's hands. He gets the ball, throws to first, and the ball bounces out of Coole's glove. However, I think Hayes had managed to get back there just in time. Ball was well hit, but straight into shortstop Stavis' hands, and he threw past the first to try to complete a double play, but Hayes got back, and then the ball bounded out of Coole's glove anyway. However, it's 2 out in the 5th inning for the White Sox, and Walker. Dixie Walker is at bat. And the hitter swings at an easy bounder down to Meyer, who gets a throw to first base, and Walker is out for the 3rd out. So it's no runs, no hits, 1 man left on base in the last half of the 5th inning for the White Sox. And the score at the end of the 5th inning, the Washington Senators are leading the White Sox by a score of 6-2. And now again, for just a moment, we return to the studio.
Stop for filling of Texaco Fire Chief gasoline. When you've tried Fire Chief in your car, tested it, given it a thoroughgoing third-degree trial under every driving condition, then, and only then, will you know what emergency action really means. Texaco Fire Chief gasoline meets rigid specifications for emergency use in fire engines, ambulances, and police cars. With Fire Chief in the tank of your car, you get everything in power, speed, and economy. That's why more tourists from coast to coast buy Fire Chief than any other single brand. So stop for a tank full of Fire Chief today. You'll get more for your money, yet you don't pay 1 cent more for Fire Chief than you do for ordinary gasoline. And now back to Comiskey Park for the continuation of the baseball game. Take it, Hal.
I'd call him. Back at the ballpark for the start of the 6th inning, ladies and gentlemen. The first man at bat for the Senators will be Meyer, Buddy Meyer, the second baseman. Left-handed hitter, he's already up there at the plate to start the 6th inning. Washington leading by a score of 6-2. And the first pitch is a wide one for ball 1. 1 ball called on Meyer. One ball called, pitcher waits out there again, steps up to the hitter, steps up, back up to the plate. He was out of the batter's box. And pitcher throws, and he takes a ball wide and low, making it 2-0 on Meyer. 2 balls and no strikes on Buddy Meyer. Washington second baseman at bat to start the 6th inning. Washington leading 6-2. Kane again starts to wind up. Throws, and the hitter takes a strike over the inside corner about knee high. And so it's 2-1. 2 balls and 1 strike. Kane again starts to wind up. Throws, and the hitter swings, and it's a high fly to short left field, up back at third base. Appling's going back there and makes the catch over near the foul line for the first out in the 6th inning. 1 out in the 6th inning for the Senators, and Rick Farrell steps up there to the plate. Farrell is at bat. Boys waiting for the infielders to get back their position. Gets the sign, starts to wind up, and throws, and it's a strike over the outside corner above the knees. 1 strike on Farrell. 1 strike to count.
Getting his sign once more. Suddenly Farrell discovers something wrong with the bat and starts back to the bench to get another one. Apparently found there was a crack in the handle of that one, which he didn't know about, so he throws it to the ground, takes another one from the bat boy, and starts back up to the plate. Finally arrives there at the plate. And Kane smoothing the dirt down in front of the slabs, ready to pitch to him once more. Fans are getting a sign, starts his wind-up. And pitches, and the hitter swings, hit a ball hard down to Berger, who makes a nice stop on a very bad hop, and throws to first base, getting Farrell for the second out. That makes it 2 out in the 6th inning for the Senators. And DeShong, the Washington pitcher, is coming up there to the plate. DeShong at bat. Jimmy finally arrives there. Plays the pitcher stands there getting his sign, starts his wind-up, and throws, and the hitter takes a strike over the heart of the plate about waist high. 1 strike on DeShong. 1 strike to count. Kane winds up again, throws, and Jimmy gets the ball, just missed the outside corner, about across the waist, drops out of the catcher's glove, and it's 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike. 1-1 is the count with the pitcher winding up again. He throws, and there is the second ball. It's wide and low, making it 2-1 on DeShong. 2 balls and 1 strike. 2-1 the count with the pitcher winding up again. He throws, and it's inside and low for the third ball, making it 3-1 on DeShong. 3 balls and 1 strike. Kane takes an easy wind-up, throws again, and it's strike 2. It barely caught the inside corner a little above the knees, making it 3-2 on DeShong. 3 balls and 2 strikes. He again starts to wind up, throws, and the hitter swings right through the box. He hits the ball and into center field for a base hit. A single to center field by Jimmy DeShong, the Washington pitcher. Puts him on first base, 2 out in the 6th inning. And Almeida, the Washington center fielder, is at bat. Hitter swings and fouls the first one into the second deck, above and to the right of the plate, and it's strike 1. 1 strike to count. The ball bounds out and over after being fumbled by some of the spectators up here. Goes down amongst the box seat occupants downstairs. It's 1 strike on Almeida. And the pitcher's ready again. Throws, and it's inside across the waist for a ball, making it 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike. 1-1 is the count. One and one, pitcher waiting there again for the sign as Almeida shifts first the bat first to one hand, then the other. Finally gets ready as Kane pitches and the hitter swings, hit a ball into center field. Krivich going way back and makes the catch out there for the third out. Boy, that Krivich never hesitated. That ball had hardly left the bat before he had turned his back to the infield and was heading straight for that bleacher wall. And he started watching back over his shoulder and whirled at the last minute to make that catch in deep center for the third out. So it's no runs, 1 hit, 1 man left on base in the first half of the 6th inning. And the score is still 6-2 in favor of Washington as the White Sox come to bat in the last half of the 6th with Zeke Benura again the first man at bat. I don't know how many of the listeners had heard the one unusual bit of baseball news of the day. Down there in St. Louis, they've had quite a shake-up, and manager Hornsby and Coach Charlie O'Leary, who incidentally resides in Chicago, have been released. And for the remainder of the season at least, Jim Bottomley has been made manager of the Browns, and Gabby Street, who formerly managed the Cardinals and has recently been up there at St. Paul, has been called in to assist Bottomley as coach. And that's the reorganization today down there in St. Louis of the American League Club. Benura is up there at the plate now. Starts the last half of the 6th inning. He waits out there to get the sign, starts to wind up, and throws, and Zeke takes a slow, and it's a curve over the outside corner about knee-high for strike 1. 1 strike on Benura.
waiting there for the next time. Seems to have it. Starts his wind-up. And pitches, and the hitter takes a wide one across the chest for ball one. So it's 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike on Bonura. 1-1 the count. 1-1. Pitch winds up again. Throws. Zeke swings. Hit a long drive to center field, but Almeida's over there waiting for it. Has it. And it's 1 out in the 6th inning. 1 out in the 6th inning for the White Sox. And Radcliffe, the White Sox left fielder, is at bat. Rep Radcliffe up there now. Whitehead's doing a little warming up in the bullpen, but I believe it's just to get a good loosening up because he's expected to open against the Yankees next Friday. Remember, the Yankees here are Friday, Saturday, and Sunday with a doubleheader Sunday. The first pitch to Radcliffe is a strike over the outside corner about waist high. 1 strike to count. He's ready again, winds up once more. Throws, and there's a ball, a curveball inside. Wait a minute, did I call that other one a strike? Apparently it was a ball. I thought I saw the umpire's arm come up on it. It was ball 1, so it's ball 2 now, according to that board. And there is ball 3 inside across the waist, making it 3-0. 3 balls and no strikes. Once more, Deshaun starts to wind up. Pitches, and there's a strike down the middle waist high. We're on the count of 3-1. 3-1 the count. And there's the 4th ball, high and wide. Radcliffe gets the base on ball. He's on first base with 1 out in the 6th inning for the White Sox. And Luke Appling, White Sox shortstop, is at bat. Appling up there at the plate. Luke takes the first one and it's wide across the knees for ball 1. 1 ball called. Sean gives the ball in there for a look over by the umpire, but has it again, pitches, and it's a curve ball wide and low for ball 2, making the count 2-0. 2 balls and no strikes on Appling. Radcliffe on first base, 1 out in the 6th inning for the White Sox. He throws again for a strike over the inside corner, about knee-high. Appling turns and walks out of the box, apparently a little bit surprised at that. Finally steps back up to the plate, and the count is 2-1. 2 balls and 1 strike. One, such a team's ready again, throws, and it's strike 2 right down the alley, just a little below the waist, making it 2-2. 2 balls and 2 strikes on Appling. 1 out, Radcliffe on first base in the 6th inning for the Sox. Washington leading 6-2. Deshaun pitches again, and Appling gets the 3rd ball. A fast one inside across the chest. To run the count to 3-2. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Seems they have the sign again. Takes another look at the man at first. Pitches, the runner's on the go as Appling hits the ball right back at the shortstop, and he throws to second base, and it's both out, although the play at second was a little close. Radcliffe went off the base and then went back to the base again, and is standing there on second base while they're trying to decide amongst the umpires what is what. Appling is arguing with umpire Johnston that he thought that the runner was safe at second and Beggs is out there. The umpire got himself into the argument by the fact that he spread his hands to indicate safe, and then, after the ball was thrown to first base, lifted his hand to his shoulder, indicating out. If he had raised his hand to begin with, I don't think there'd been any argument. But now several of the players are gathered around him because he spread his hands parallel to the ground, which is the usual sign to indicate safe. And then as the ball started on its way to first base, the one hand came up about even with his shoulder. I noticed that, but figured that he had started to call him safe, then realized he was out and made the change in play. But naturally, the ball players are going to, if possible, remind him of a situation like that. So anyway, it's a double play, making it 3 out, no runs, no hits in the 6th inning for the White Sox, and the score standing 6-2 in favor of Washington at the end of the 6th inning.
And now again, for scores and batteries from other cities, we return to the studio.
The National League, the Cubs took the first game from the Phillies 4-1, and at the end of the sixth inning of the second game, lead the Phillies 5-0. The Cubs 5, Phillies nothing at the end of the sixth inning of the second game with French and O'Day at the Cub battery for the second game. For the Phillies, Jorgensen, Atwood opening, Mulcahy pitching in the third inning. The Brooklyn Dodgers blanked the Pirates today 6-0 with Bowman and Todd, the Pirate battery. For the winning Dodgers, Jeffcoat and Spencer. The Reds lead the Giants at the end of the seventh inning, 6-4, with Hollingsworth and Davis, the Red battery. For the Giants, Castleman and Danning, Smith in the fifth, and Kaufman in the seventh. The Bees beat the Cardinals in the first game 5-1 and lead the Cardinals at the end of the fifth inning of the second game 2-1, with Dizzy, Dean, and Owen working for the Cardinals in the second game. For the Bees, Lanning and Miller. In St. Louis, the Yanks and the Browns are tied at the end of the first inning, 0-0, with Wicker and Dickey, the Yankee battery. For the Browns, Coupeau and Hemsley. In Detroit, the Red Sox lead the Tigers at the end of the first half of the fifth inning, 4-1, with Grove and Desautel, the Red Sox battery. For the Tigers, Bridges and Hayworth. The Indians won the first game of the doubleheader from the Philadelphia Athletics, 9-8, with Bob Feller, the winning pitcher. And in the second game, the warm-up pitchers for the A's, Ross. For the Indians, Galehouse. And now back to Comiskey Park and Hal Totten. Take it, Hal.
Back to the ballpark for the seventh inning, ladies and gentlemen. Lewis is the first man at bat for Washington. Took the first pitch for a ball, fouled the next one into the second deck to the left for a strike. And now the pitcher winds up, throws again, but he hits the ball hard into right field for a good clean line single. Single to right by Lewis, putting him on first base. Nobody out of the seventh inning for Washington. And Travis, the Washington shortstop, is at bat. Travis up there at the plate. Kane out there, smooths the dirt down, gets ready to pitch the first one, Travis. Gets his sign, there's the stretch. He looks at first base, then throws over to first. And the runner's back in plenty of time, though. Nobody out in the seventh inning. Lewis on first base. The score 6-2 in favor of Washington. Travis at bat. Watches first base, throws, and the hitter swings in a high fly, coming down foul, back at third base, and back into the seats out of reach. It's one strike on Travis. One strike to count. One strike is the count. The pitcher waiting out there again. Pitcher smooths that dirt down in front of the slab, then takes the plate once more. Takes quite a while, finally has the sign. And pitches, and the hitter swings, hit a bounder down. Hayes goes far to his left, grabs for it, but it bounds on out into right field. And the runner from first keeps right on for third base. Hayes dashed far to his left, grabbed for the ball, but it bounded, took a bad hop, and went over his hand on out into right field for a base hit. Moving Lewis to third base. And the Senators have runners on first and third, but nobody out in the seventh inning. And Simmons, Al Simmons, the Washington left fielder, is at bat. Simmons up there at the plate. Rigney is now warming up the start alongside of Whitehead, who I believe, as I said, is tuning up for his appearance Friday. And first pitch to Simmons, the curveball wide for ball one. One ball called. Seems ready out there once more now. Throws and the hitter swings, hit a ball into right field for another base hit. One run is scored. The runner from first makes the turn, but Walker's throw across the infield to Appling holds him at second base. So Simmons single to right, scores Lewis. It's Simmons' third run batted in today. And Washington now leads the White Sox by a score of 7-2 in the seventh inning. They have runners on first and second with nobody out, one run already home. And Stone, the right fielder, is at bat. Johnny's already up there at the plate, infield playing for an expected bunt. Kane looks back at second base, then pitches, and Stone instead swings, hits a high fly to short left field. Ratcliffe's coming in very fast and gets it for the first out in the seventh inning. One out in the seventh inning for Washington. And Joe Cool, the Washington first baseman, is at bat. Cool up there at the plate. And the hitter swings in a high fly to deep right center. Walker's way back there, so is Krivich. Mike calls for the ball, makes the catch, and makes the throw into second base, holding the runner at first, but the runner from second goes on to third after the catch. So it's 2 out in the seventh inning for Washington. They have runners now on first and third with one run home. And the man at bat is Buddy Meyer, the Washington second baseman.
But he stands there at the plate waiting as Kane gets his sign, gets ready to pitch the first one to him. There's a stretch, looks at the runners, first and third, and pitches, and the hitter hits a high fly to right field. Walker's back waiting for the ball, backs up a little more, and makes the catch, although he sort of kneeled down as he caught the ball, as though he again had lost it in that tough sun that they have to battle out there in the outfield. But he made the catch for the third out. And so, in the first half of the seventh inning, Washington had 1 run, 3 hits, 2 men left on base, and the score is 7-1 in favor of the Senators as the White Sox come to bat in the last half of the seventh inning. The crowd is up for the seventh inning stretch, and the first White Sox hitter will be Berger. This broadcast of the White Sox-Washington game comes to you direct from Comiskey Park, the home of the White Sox at Chicago, as a presentation of your neighborhood Texaco dealer, distributor of Texaco Fire Chief Gasoline. The broadcast reaches you through station WCFL in Chicago. Berger's already up there at the plate.
For those Lions that are returning to the loop are now parked on 34th Street. That's the first street, yes, north of the wall.
They're announcing where the buses are to take the Lions back downtown. And anytime they want to go out there, they can go and get them. But I don't imagine many of them will want to leave yet. There's a laugh went through the stands when he said they're there now if you want to leave now. They don't want to wait till the end of this ball game. Here's Berger set to start the last half of the seventh inning for the White Sox. Right there at the plate as Deshawn looks around at the boys in the field, gets ready to pitch. Stands there getting his sign. Starts his wind-up throws, and the hitter swings in a high fly coming back on the roof of the stand above third base, and it's 1 strike on Berger. 1 strike to count. This is waiting out there again. Gets his sign. He's winding up. And throws, and the hitter swings and misses a curveball outside for strike 2. And it's 2 strikes on Berger. 2 strikes to count. Pitcher again starts to wind up. Throws, and the hitter takes a wide one across the knees. And it's ball 1. So it's 1 ball and 2 strikes on both. 1 and 2 to count. Berger takes the next one for the second strike, rather third strike, over the heart of the plate just above the knees, and he's called out on strike for the first out of the seventh inning. Didn't agree with that very much, but didn't have much of a complaint to make. And now Luke Sewell steps up there to the plate. Sewell at bat. Rigney keeping warm and might go in there in case they use a pinch hitter for Kane this inning. And Sewell takes the first pitch for a good strike over the heart of the plate about waist high. 1 strike on Sewell. Sean waits there again, has the sign once more, starts to wind up. Pitches, and the hitter swings and hits a slow bounder to the infield. Third baseman Lewis gets it, throws the first, but Cool had to make a fine reaching one-handed stab of the ball, a high throw to the left, but he got it and held onto it on a nice play for the second out. So it's 2 outs in the seventh inning for the White Sox, and Kane, the pitcher, is coming up to bat. Kane is on his way up there. Walking slowly up that plate. Finally arrives. Now Mr. Stratton's going to take a little workout out there in the bullpen also to loosen up a little today, I reckon. And Kane swings the first pitch and misses a curveball inside for strike 1. 1 strike is the count. He throws again, the hitter swings and misses a curveball for strike 2. And it's 2 strikes on Kane. 2 strikes to count with the pitcher ready once more. Winds up. Pitches and the hitter swings and misses, striking out for the third out in the seventh inning, making it no runs, no hits in the seventh inning for the White Sox. And at the end of the seventh inning, the White Sox and Washington Senators stand with Washington leading 7-2. Washington 7, White Sox 2 at the end of the seventh inning. Don't drive a car that is full of squeaks and rattles. Let your Texaco dealer give your car a Marfax job.
Marpac will get rid of all squeaks and rattles and make your car run smoother and ride easier. It lasts longer, too. Try Marpac lubrication job. First man at bat in the eighth inning for Washington will be Rick Farrell, who is already on his way up there to the plate. Kane has finished the warm-up, and Farrell is stepping up there at the plate. And there's the first pitch to Rick Farrell, the ball that came inside and low for ball one. One ball call. And there's the next one. He started a swing stop, but he'd gone about through on the ball, a high fastball inside, and he missed it for strike one. So it's 1-1. One ball and one strike on Rick. Kane starts to wind up again. He throws, and Farrell takes ball two. It's inside across the waist, making it 2 balls and 1 strike on Rick Farrell. 2-1 is the count. Here hits the next one, a beauty down the left field line for a base hit. The boys in the Sox bullpen get out of the way as the ball goes through to the left field wall, and Radcliffe gets it, throws it into third base on a long hop as Farrell pulls up at second base. A double down the left field line by Rick Farrell, putting him on second base. With nobody out in the 8th inning for Washington, and Jimmy DeShong is at bat. Washington is leading the White Sox by a score of 7-2. Watching second base throws, and he was our friend tried something new that time. He choked up on the bat, swung around as though to bunt, and as the infielder started in, he pulled the bat back and took a little chop swing at the ball, but fouled it into the stand to the right of the plate for strike one. 1 strike on DeShong. With the pitcher waiting there again. Finally seems ready. Takes another look back at second base, pitches, and Jimmy was around ready to bunt again, but the pitch came high and wide, so he let it go for ball one, and the count is 1 ball and 1 strike on DeShong. 1-1 the count. One and one. Pitcher takes another look at second, throws, and DeShong bunts the ball right back to Kane, who turns, starts to throw to third, and sees that the man has gone back to second, so he whirls and throws to first, and he threw wide, but Hayes got the ball, reaching way out to the left, hung onto the base, and then Zeke Benura's hand went sweeping into the air in a typical umpire's out motion, but there wasn't any question about it, so nobody could get mad. So the bunt resulted in nothing but getting the man at first base, because the runner from second did not advance, so it's not a sacrifice naturally. Just plain infield out on the bunt. So it's 1 out in the 8th inning for Washington. Farrell is still on second base. And Almeida, the leadoff man and center fielder, left-handed hitter, is up there at the plate. Almeida at bat. The throws and Mel swings, hit a high fly to right field. Walker's back under the ball. Comes in under it a little bit. Makes the catch and throws hard. Oh, look at that throw across the infield. Holy catch. Walker threw that ball to within 5 feet of third base and straight as a die and gets a terrific round of applause from the fans for that great throw. That's the arm that was weak last year. So weak they had to tear it apart and put it together again. He's really been doing some throwing. And they sort of respected that, too. That runner just made a start for third and then went back and stood there. Of course, he isn't particularly a fast man, but even then, very usually, the man at second on a ball hit that deep will go to third anyway. So it's 2 out in the 8th inning for Washington. Farrell is still on second base, and Buddy Lewis, the third baseman, another left-hander hitter at bat, hits the first pitch, a long hopper down to Appling and gets it, throws to first, and Lewis is out for the third out, ending the 8th inning, the first half of the 8th. No runs, 1 hit, 1 man left on base.
Kane pitched good ball there. The first man up doubled, and he was still on second base when the inning was over. So it's 7-2 in favor of Washington as the White Sox come to bat. In the last half of the eighth inning was Jackie Hayes, the White Sox second baseman and leadoff man, the first man at bat. Hayes up there at the plate. Whoa. Got a frog in the throat. Broadcast of the White Sox-Washington game comes to you direct from Comiskey Park, home of the White Sox in Chicago, as a presentation of your neighborhood Texaco dealer, distributor of Texaco Fire Chief Gasoline. The broadcast reaches you through station WCFL in Chicago. Hayes waits there as Deshawn goes through his warm-up. Jackie sets up there now, and Deshawn on the mound gets ready to pitch the first one to him. Starts to wind up, and pitches, and the hitter takes a high one inside for ball one. One ball called. One ball called. Ready again, starts to wind up once more. Throws, and Jackie takes a strike over the heart of the plate just above the knees, and it's 1-1. Brown and Stratton are both warming up now in the bullpen now for Stock. Brown, I think, would go in there if they should suddenly get a big rally going here and get down far enough for the pinch hitter. The hitter hits the ball back over the pitcher's head, and Meyer gets the ball near second base and makes a nice underhand flip throw to first in order to retire Hayes by an eyelash for the first out in the eighth inning. One out in the eighth inning for the White Sox, and Mike Krivich is at bat. White Sox have still made only 3 hits off Deshawn, the last one being Benura's double in the fourth, which was really a misjudged fly on the part of Stone. Tom McGinty wants him to get started. Better start pretty soon. Krivich hits the first pitch, an easy bounder down to Travis, who gets it, throws the first, and Krivich is out for the second out. So it's 2 out in the eighth inning for the White Sox. And Walker is at bat. Takes a look around, getting ready to pitch the first one to Dixie. Finally starts to wind up, throws, and Walker swings it, a bounder down to the left, and it bounds past the shortstop and out back of second base in the grass, and I believe it will be a base hit because the ball took a very nasty hop. And the shortstop had to reach for it, and it bounded past him. And it's a base hit for Walker on a ball that took a nasty hop past Travis, the shortstop. So puts Dix on first base with 2 out in the eighth inning, and Zeke Benura is at bat. Benura is up there at the plate. And the first pitch is wide and low for ball one. One ball called. And the pitcher throws again. Zeke takes a high one inside for a ball, and the count is 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike. 1-1 on Benura. He waits for the next sign. There he has it. There's the stretch. Takes a look at first base pitches. And it's a curveball wide and low for ball 2. So the count is 2 balls and 1 strike. 2-1 on Zeke Benura. Once more, the pitcher steps on the slab, adjusts his cap, looks the hitter, gets his sign, he's ready to pitch, takes a look at the man at first base, pitches, and Zeke takes a high one inside for ball 3, and it's 3 balls and 1 strike on Benura. 3-1 the count. Washington leading the White Sox 7-2 in the last half of the eighth inning. Deshawn ready again, pitches, and Benura swings and tips the ball foul, hits the catcher's mask, and then the protector and bounds out to the right, but he gets it and throws it back to the pitcher. Deshawn stands out there on the mound, rubbing that ball up. Finally turns around, watches the plate again while he finishes rubbing up the ball, steps on the slab,
Suddenly steps off, takes a look at the runner at first. Cool holds his hands out, so saying, come on, if you want to throw the ball, throw it. But he throws it into the plate instead so that the umpire can look it over. 3-2 is the count. Umpire Owens examines it very carefully, hands it back to the catcher. Zeke shakes yes, and the ball is thrown back out to the pitcher with a count of 3 balls and 2 strikes on Bonura. 3-2 the count. Waits out there for the next sign. There's the stretch again. He pitches, and with the runner on the go, Bonura follows the ball onto the roof of the stand above first base, and it's 3-2 still. 3 balls and 2 strikes on Zeke. Three and 2 the count. Stands there watching the plate, getting ready to pitch again. Finally, as he signed, pitches with a runner on the go. The hitter hits one foul down the left field line. Hard hit bounder, and it's 3-2 still on Zeke. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Three and 2 the count. Team's ready again, throws, and it's a wide one for ball 4. Zeke gets the base on ball. It moves Walker to second base. And Rip Radcliffe comes up there to the plate for the Sox. It's been up there 3 times. He forced Walker for the second out in the first inning, grounded out to the shortstop for the first out in the 4th. Walked and was forced at second base, the front end of the double play that ended the 6th inning. And he's up there now with 2 out in the 8th inning. White Sox runners on first and second. Score 7-2 in favor of Washington. And the first pitch inside and low for ball 1. 1 ball called. Ready out there again. Takes another look at second. Pitches and Radcliffe hits the ball in center field for a base hit. The runner from second to around third on his way home. And Bonura stops and races back to second base just in time. Made the turn for third, returned and dashed back to second. Make sure of being safe somewhere, and still was almost out. However, Radcliffe single to center, scores Walker, make the score 7-3 in favor of Washington. And Luke Appling is at bat. Appling up there at the plate. With runners on first and second, 2 out, 1 run home in the 8th, and Washington leading 7-3. Appling lined out to the center fielder for the third out in the first inning. Walked and was left on base in the 4th and hit into the double play that ended the 6th inning. He's up there now. White Sox runners on first and second, 2 out, 1 run home in the 8th inning. Washington leading 7-3. And Luke takes the first pitch inside and low for ball 1. 1 ball called. Seems they have a sign again. There's the stretch. Takes another look back at second base. Pitches for a strike. Slow curve to the inside. Caught the heart of the plate about knee high. And it's 1-1. My goodness, Thornton Lee pitched yesterday and won. Was out there warming up for the Sox along with Brown. And the hitter hits the ball foul down past third base. And it's 1-2. Pitching inside to Appling for some reason or other. 1-2 is the count. 1 ball and 2 strikes. And the pitcher waits out there again, gets a new ball to pitch, seems ready. Takes a look back at second base, throws, and Appling swings, hit a pop fly out back at second base. Travis, the shortstop, and Meyer, the second baseman, are there. And Buddy comes into the infield, catches the ball, almost drops it, but manages to scoop it in against his chest and hang on to it for the third out. So it's 1 run, 2 hits, and 2 men left on base in the last half of the 8th inning for the White Sox. And at the end of the 8th inning, Washington is leading the White Sox by a score of 7-3. Washington leading the White Sox 7-3 at the end of the 8th inning. You'll start saving money the minute you fill the crankcase of your car with new Texaco motor oil.
Texaco's furfural film is tough. It resists heat. It lasts longer. You'll be surprised how little oil your car will use when it has new Texaco motor oil. So try our crankcase full right away. First man at bat in the ninth inning for Washington is Travis, the shortstop. Cease is already up there at the plate as Kane finishes his warm-up, moves the dirt down in front of the slab, stands there watching the plate, and gets ready to pitch. Getting his sign out there. Finally starts his wind-up. Pitches, and the hitter takes a strike over the heart of the plate just above the knees. One strike on Travis. Strike at the count. The weight there again has the sign once more. Starts to wind up. Pitches, and the hitter takes it inside across the waist for ball one. And the count is 1 ball and 1 strike on Travis. 1-1. He hits the next one for a foul down the left field line and into the second deck. It's 1-2. 1 ball and 2 strikes. One and two the count, but you walk slowly up onto the slab again. Stands there getting his sign as he watches his catcher. And finally starts to wind up. Pitches, and the hitter swings and fouls the ball back to the screen. It's still 1-2. Ed Linke is doing a little warming up down the right field bullpen for the Senators. One and two the count, it's waiting out there again. Stands there getting his sign, winds up. And pitches, and the hitter swings, hit an easy bounder down to Hayes, who gets it on the second half, throws the first, and Travis is out for the first out in the ninth inning. 1 out in the ninth inning for the Senators. And Al Simmons, the Washington left fielder, is at bat. Simmons up there at the plate. Kane has his sign. He's winding up and throws, and now swings and hits the ball hard, and Hayes leaps into the air to make a fine one-handed stab of that ball and hang onto it for the second out. Very nice play by Jackie, and it's 2 out in the ninth inning for the Senators with Stone, Johnny Stone, the Washington right fielder, at bat. Stone up there at the plate. Starts to wind up, throws, and Stone takes it inside and low for ball one. Ball rolls back from the catcher, and so he gets another ball and throws it out to pitcher. Kane rubs it up a little bit. He has the sign once more, winds up, throws, and Stone starts to swing, stops the ball, hits the bat, and goes foul up into the second deck, down in front of it to our left a little bit. And it's 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike. 1-1 the count. Seems ready out there again. Stands there watching the catcher for the sign. Starts to wind up. Still winding up until the hitter steps out of the box. He took such a long session out there, swinging his arms back and forth. In fact, he even looked away over toward the dugout. And now the pitcher winds up and pitches, and Stone swings it a high fly into center field. Krivich stands there waiting. Now he jogs 3 or 4 steps to the right. He's jogging in a little and makes the catch for the third out. So it's no runs, no hits in the ninth inning for Washington. No hits. And the score is still 7-3 in favor of the Senators as the White Sox come to bat in the last half of the ninth inning with Berger, Berger, the Washington third baseman, the first man at bat. Well, somebody's going to bat for Berger. Mr. Rosenthal, Larry Rosenthal, is up there to bat in place of Berger in the ninth inning. He's already waiting there, swinging a couple of bats. The White Sox last chance to get back in this ball game, because the Senators have a 4-run lead. They're leading 7-3
going into the last half of the ninth. Larry steps up there at the plate now to start the last half of the ninth inning. And Duchamp stands there waiting. Linky still keeping all ready and warm out there in the right field bullpen. As he throws that first one, it's inside across the waist for ball one. And the pitcher winds up again, throws. Larry swings, hits the bounder down the first baseline. Poole gets it, races for the bag, and they slide in, and the runner is safe. The runner beats into the bag. Duchamp was staring over, and the runner and fielder both slid for the bag, and the umpire calls time now while he straightens the base. Rosenthal beats it out for a base hit. They both slid for the base, and Larry slid in there just ahead of him and gets credit for a base hit. Sewell is up there at the plate now. Sewell is up there at the plate now to start his turn at bat in the ninth inning with Rosenthal on first base. Haas is already out here to bat in place of Kane. And the first pitch is a strike down the middle, which Luke lets go by for strike one. One strike to count. Ready out there again, throws, and Sewell swings in a little looping fly in short left field, shortstop going back, and makes the catch back there for the second out, or first out rather, second man up. I'm getting a little ahead of myself. And it's one out in the ninth inning for the White Sox with Haas now batting in place of Kane. Haas batting for Kane. Rosenthal on first base, one out in the ninth inning for the White Sox, and Haas is batting in place of Kane. To watch the first base pitches, and Mule takes a wide one across the chest for ball one. One ball called. Last out of the ninth, Washington leading 7-3. Throws again, and Mule takes ball two. It's wide across the knees this time, and it's 2-0. 2 balls and no strikes on Haas. 1-0 is the count. It throws again, and it's a strike over the outside corner across the knees, making it 2-1. 2 balls and 1 strike on Haas. 2-1 the count. Pitcher ready out there again. Swings the next one, hit an easy bounder to Meyer, who throws to second, and throw to first is not completed because Haas was across the bag and Travis merely held the ball, but Rosenthal is forced at second base. Meyer, Travis for the second out in the ninth inning, bringing Hayes, the leadoff man, to bat. Hayes up there at the plate. He's waiting out there to pitch now to Jackie. Stands there getting his sign. Watches first base and throws, and Hayes hits a long drive to center field, but Almeida's back waiting for the ball and gets it for the third out, and the ball game is over with the score standing 7-3 in favor of the Washington club, ending the White Sox winning streak at 6 straight. No runs, 1 hit, 1 man left on base in the last half of the ninth inning. And the total: the Senators had 7 runs, 12 hits, no errors, and 7 men left on the bases. And the White Sox had 3 runs, 6 hits, 1 error, and 7 men left on the bases. The winning pitcher, of course, was Duchamp. The losing pitcher was Dietrich, and the time of the game, 1 hour and 54 minutes. No game here tomorrow. We'll do the Cup game by wire on the air. And then on Friday, the New York Yankees are here to open their 4-game series. Single games Friday and Saturday, and a doubleheader on Sunday. All of the reserved seats and box seats are sold for Sunday, but 40,000 grandstand seats and 5,000 bleacher seats will be placed on sale
Sunday morning, so there's still plenty of room for everybody. Well, that's all for now. So Hal Totten speaking for Uncle George as well as himself bids you good afternoon from Comiskey Park, and we return to the studio. Goodbye now.
Speaking first, the National League. The Cubs took both games of a twin bill from the Philadelphia Phillies today, winning the first 4-1 with 4 runs, 10 hits, and 1 error. To the Phillies, 1 run, 8 hits, and no errors. Lee and Harton at the Cub battery for the first game. For the Phillies, Johnson and Grace. In the first game, Collins had a home run in the first inning and Camilli of the Phillies in the 9th inning. The Cubs won the second game 6-0. They had 6 runs, 11 hits, and no errors. To the Phillies, no runs, 6 hits, and 3 errors. French and O'Day, the Cub battery for the second game, and for the Phillies, Jorgensen Atwood opened, with Mulcahy pitching in the 3rd inning, Kelleher in the 8th, and Crawford in the 9th inning. These 2 wins on the part of the Cubs, and the Giants losing to the Reds by a score of 6-5, puts the Cubs 2 games ahead of the Giants in the National League race. The Giants lost to the Reds today, 6-5, when the Reds scored 6 runs, 9 hits, and 2 errors. To the Giants, 5 runs, 10 hits, and 5 errors. Hollingsworth and Davis, the winning Red battery, with Derringer pitching in the 8th inning, and for the Giants, Castleman and Danning opened, Smith on the mound in the 5th inning, Kaufman in the 7th, and Baker in the 9th. In that game, Whitehead of the Giants had a home run in the 3rd with 1 on, Goodman of the Reds in the 5th inning with 1 on, and Moore of the Giants in the 7th with the bases empty. In Boston, the Bees stung the St. Louis Cardinals for a double win today, taking both games of the twin bill, winning the first from the Cardinals 5-1 with 5 runs, 7 hits, and no errors. To the Cardinals, 1 run, 5 hits, and no errors. Blake and Owen, the Cardinal battery for the game. For the Bees, Fetty and Miller. Miller of the Bees came through in the 11th inning with 3 men on base to score 5 runs. The Bees won 5 runs to 1 run for the Cardinals. In the second game, the Bees came out on top 2-1 with 2 runs, 6 hits, and 1 error. To the Cardinals, 1 run, 2 hits, no errors. Dizzy Dean, the losing pitcher for the Cardinals, with Owen the catcher, and for the Bees, Lanning and Miller. And now in the American League, the Yankees are leading the Browns at the end of the first half of the 6th inning, 2-1. Wicker and Dickey, the Yankee battery, for the Browns, Coupal and Hemsley. Henrik of the Yanks had a home run in the 2nd, and Crossetti in the 6th. In Detroit, the Boston Red Sox lead the Tigers at the end of the 7th inning, 10-3. Grove and Desautels, the Red Sox battery. For the Tigers, Bridges and Hayworth opening, Gill pitching in the 6th inning. Fox of the Red Sox has had 2 home runs, 1 in the 2nd and 1 in the 6th with 1 man on. In Cleveland, the Indians won the first game of a twin bill from the Philadelphia Athletics, 9-8, with 9 runs, 13 hits, and no errors. To the A's, 8 runs, 9 hits, and 2 errors. Thomas and Conroy started for the A's, with Nelson pitching in the 5th and Kelly in the 8th. For the Tribe, Harder and Sullivan started, Andrews Hurling in the 8th, and Bob Feller, the winning pitcher on the slab in the 9th inning. In the second game at the end of the first half of the first inning, the A's lead the Indians 3-0, with Ross and Brucker, the A battery. For the Indians, Galehouse and Pitlack starting, with Heaving replacing Galehouse in the first inning. Moses of the A's has had a home run. He had it in the first inning of the second game. On important plays, the base coaches advise their players, play safe. That's good baseball. It is also good advice to motorists who have one decision that must be played safe, and that is their choice of chassis lubrication. Every month, more and more drivers are making sure. Choose Marvac, the amazing Texaco lubricant. It stays with its job, clings to rapidly moving parts. Your important chassis gears will run easier, and your car will ride smoother, last longer, and its depreciation will be markedly less per 1,000 miles with Marvac. Make it a point today to play safe on chassis lubrication. Drive to your nearest Texaco dealer and say Marvac.